In the spring of the 4th year of the Xia calendar, a terse imperial edict declared Crown Prince Qin Feng is hereby deposed and exiled to guard the Imperial Ancestral Mausoleum. The brevity of the decree magnified its gravity as everyone sensed the fury simmering within the Xia emperor. In an instant, the court and the entire nation were thrown into upheaval. No one could have foreseen that Qin Feng, who had only recently ascended to the Eastern Palace 2.5 years prior, would be deposed and sent to guard the Imperial Ancestral Mausoleum. Yet, knowing the Xia emperor's temperament, no one dared to inquire about the reason. After all, in the history of the great Xia dynasty, this was the only reign that could exterminate an entire clan 11 times over. At this moment, within the desolate and barren Imperial Ancestral Mausoleum, where the cold wind howled, and only a few ancient structures stood amidst the empty grounds, crows cawed loudly. Qin Feng had no time to dwell on his deposition. He was stunned by something else entirely. Wasn't I struck dead by a 9-dragon-drawn coffin while traveling to Mount Tai? How did I end up here? Qin Feng was utterly bewildered. Soon, through fragments of memory, he realized he had transmigrated into the body of a recently deposed crown prince sent to guard the Imperial Ancestral Mausoleum. This identity doesn't look promising or hard to achieve anything right. Qin Feng couldn't help but complain. What a terrible start. Having read countless stories, he had even mailed boxes of complaints to authors. He deeply understood his current situation. Though once a crown prince, his position was actually precarious. He had neither the humiliation of a cancelled engagement nor the resentment of being ambushed and killed by a fiancée empress. Nor did he have the carefree charm of a northern Liang prince stumbling out of women's quarters every night. He was merely a deposed prince with an ordinary physique cut off from all resources for cultivation, just a side character's fate. In the end, he would achieve nothing, likely languishing for 100 years before dying in obscurity. If he were reading this in a novel, Qin Feng would have already dropped it. Caw, caw. Beside a massive stone tablet in the distance, several crows took flight in the cold autumn wind, as if mocking Qin Feng. Though the mausoleum grounds were vast, all the original guards had been expelled. Only a few imperial guards stood watch at the far entrance. The desolate atmosphere was almost palpable, clearly indicating he was meant to die alone. Your Highness, you will reside here from now on. At this moment, the Minister of Rites, who had finished inspecting the mausoleum to ensure only Qin Feng remained, said, "If you need anything, Your Highness, I can petition the Emperor on your behalf." He showed no disrespect. Despite Qin Feng's deposition, for a prince remained a prince. Any breach of etiquette would land him in prison by the next day. No need. Qin Feng waved his hand. In his current predicament, further angering the Xia Emperor might cost him his life. The Minister of Rites nodded, then had servants clean Qin Feng's room and unload all the daily necessities and dried food, arranging them neatly. He also explained the rules and rituals to be observed in the mausoleum, though Qin Feng could ignore them without anyone knowing. It was his duty to inform. After everything was settled, the Minister of Rites left the mausoleum with the Imperial Guards. Before departing, he glanced back at Qin Feng and shook his head with pity. Who could have imagined that the former crown prince would end up like this, doomed to a solitary life in the bleak mausoleum, withering away in desolation? Then he turned and left. Meanwhile, just as Qin Feng was about to familiarize himself with the Imperial Ancestral Mausoleum, a system notification suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding. Host detected. System binding. 1, 10, 50. Hearing the system prompt, Qin Feng's expression froze in surprise. As a transmigrator from Blue Star, he naturally understood what a system meant. He just never expected to obtain one. Aside from his good looks, he didn't seem like the protagonist in novels. Why would he receive a system? As doubt filled his mind, the notification sounded again. The binding was complete. Divine Sign-In System. From the name, Qin Feng didn't need to ask what it meant. Great, sign me in at the Imperial Ancestral Mausoleum right away. Let's see what reward I get. Ding. Sign-in successful at the Imperial Ancestral Mausoleum. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the Primordial Chaos Sword Physique. This item cannot be stored in the system space. Do you wish to fuse? Special Physique. Hearing the system notification, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. His current body was utterly ordinary, and this special physique was exactly what he lacked. To think his first sign-in would grant such a reward. More importantly, in this world, sword cultivators were the strongest within the same realm and exceedingly rare. The Primordial Chaos Sword Physique clearly offered immense benefits for the path of the sword. Without hesitation, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground and chose to fuse with the Primordial Chaos Sword Physique. In an instant, a vast surge of sword intent flooded his body, initiating a profound transformation. Qin Feng let out a cry of agony. He felt every bone and every meridian being scoured by sword chi. The pain was excruciating, as if even his soul trembled. Such suffering was almost beyond human endurance. Fortunately, no one else was around to hear his screams. Indeed, even if he died here today as a deposed prince, no one would know or care. 2 full hours later, with night already fallen, the Primordial Chaos Sword physique finally fully integrated with Qin Feng. He had fainted from the pain. Clang! At that moment, a sword's cry resounded through heaven and earth. Not only the entire Imperial city, but also the surrounding hundreds of li heard the sound, as if a divine sword had been unsheathed. In that instant, within the Imperial city, whether in the palace or the mansions of great families, countless figures soared into the sky. What's happening? The sword cry. Where is it coming from? These individuals stood in midair looking around, but unable to pinpoint the origin. The Xia Emperor and several ministers who had been discussing state affairs also emerged upon hearing the noise. They stood in the void, their eyes filled with disbelief. What is happening? Could a peerless sword physique have been born in our imperial city? The Xia Emperor exclaimed in shock. Such extraordinary phenomena usually accompanied the birth of a special physique. Just as the great Xia dynasty's founding emperor on the day of his birth, 9 faint golden dragon phantoms rolled through the sky, a legendary 9-dragon physique. That must be it, a minister said gravely. Shall we send people to investigate every infant born tonight within the imperial city? Not just the imperial city. Investigate every infant born tonight across the entire area covered by the sword cry, the Xia Emperor commanded. Move quickly, we must not let others get ahead of us. The empire harbored many powerful sects and noble families whom even the royal family dared not provoke. If they found the infant first, it would be disastrous for the throne. You will be done, the minister responded with a nod, then departed to carry out the task. The Xia Emperor lingered in the void for a moment, his expression complex, before descending into the palace to mobilize his secret forces to investigate the infant's whereabouts. He could never have imagined that the person possessing the peerless sword physique was the very crown prince he had deposed. Unconscious, Qin Feng was unaware of the great commotion he had caused in the imperial city. The entire city, for hundreds of li around, was in chaos. Powerhouses from various sects and aristocratic families had gathered. All were searching for him. It was not until late at night that Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes with an expression of unbearable pain still lingering in his gaze. Grass. He struggled to rise from the ground. At this moment, his mood could only be described by that green leafy plant. The torment he had just endured was an unbearable agony, making him feel as though he was dying and splitting apart. And it had lasted for several hours. Even now, he still felt a lingering fear. System, come out. Why didn't you tell me that fusing with the Primordial Chaos Sword Body would be this painful? Qin Feng summoned the system and questioned it. If he had been mentally prepared, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Master didn't ask. There was no emotional fluctuation in the system's reply. Qin Feng was speechless. He had no retort. It seemed he really hadn't asked. But who, when doing something for the first time, would ask first whether it hurts? Forget it. Shaking his head helplessly, Qin Feng ignored the system and began to slowly acclimate to his body that had fused with the Primordial Chaos Sword Body. Compared to my previous ordinary physique, this Primordial Chaos Sword Body is indeed countless times more powerful. After a long while, Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. What was most evident to him was that both his physical strength and divine sense had greatly improved. Within the same cultivation level, no one could compare to him. Fighting above his level was definitely no problem. Hungry, he'll eat something first. Having not eaten for a long time, Qin Feng first returned to his room to find some food. These were the dry rations brought by the Imperial Guards when they came. In the future, new supplies would be delivered every month. If he wanted hot food, he would have to cook it himself. After eating, Qin Feng lay down to rest. At his current low cultivation level, he simply could not cultivate continuously without rest. The next morning, just as the sun was rising, Qin Feng awoke from his slumber. Stepping out of his room with a good mood, he looked at the scenery and no longer felt it was desolate. System, check in at the Imperial Ancestors' tomb. Qin Feng said with a smile. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Check-in successful. You have obtained a bottle of Earth Spirit Bell milk. A system prompt sounded. At the same time, a small jade bottle appeared in the system space. Why does this check-in reward feel much worse than before? Qin Feng asked in confusion. The previous Primordial Chaos Sword Body was obviously on a much higher level than the Earth Spirit Bell milk. At the same location, the first check-in reward is the most abundant. The system's mechanical voice sounded, saying subsequent check-in rewards are random. So that's how it is. Qin Feng was relieved. In special places, the more unique the Tao rhythm, the more abundant the check-in reward. The system continued to explain. Qin Feng understood. Check-in rewards are influenced by Tao rhythm. The Imperial Ancestors' tomb here is the sole burial place of the founding emperor who possessed the legendary 9-dragon body. The burial site can directly alter the landscape's momentum, and for this reason, he was intentionally buried right next to the Imperial Palace to protect the palace and bless future generations. In that case, it made sense that he had obtained the Primordial Chaos Sword Body earlier. But what is the use of this Earth Spirit Bell milk? Qin Feng asked in doubt. With doubt in his mind, he took the bottle out of the system space. Gently opening the stopper, he immediately felt dense spiritual energy gushing out like a fountain. Almost instantly, the spiritual energy around Qin Feng increased several times. Even ordinary animals that were not magical beasts sensed the change and turned their gazes toward him. Such dense spiritual energy. Perfect for my cultivation. Qin Feng's heart was filled with joy. Last night, when he went to sleep, he was still worried about how he would cultivate given the thin spiritual energy in the tomb and the royal family no longer providing him with cultivation resources. Unexpectedly, on his second check-in today, he obtained such a spiritually rich treasure. Drip. Qin Feng tilted the small jade bottle slightly, and a drop of milky, white liquid flowed out, landing on his left hand. Crystal clear. Fragrant. It was just like milk. I wonder what it tastes like, Qin Feng murmured. Then he swallowed the drop of milky white liquid. In an instant, Qin Feng felt as if sweet dew had flowed into a parched desert. The dense spiritual energy exploded within him, instantly surging through his limbs and bones. It gave him an ethereal floating sensation. Comfortable. Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a soft moan. This was too comfortable. Compared to the pain of last night's first fusion, this was truly a blissful torment. After darting around inside him for a while, the spiritual energy began to enter his meridians and nourish his body. Without delay, Qin Feng sat down cross-legged to cultivate. The spiritual energy released from that drop of Earth Spirit Bell milk was less than 1% of its total. It would take a long time for him to fully absorb it. For an entire day and night, Qin Feng sat under the tree, cultivating, absorbing the Earth Spirit Bell milk. The continuous influx of spiritual energy into his meridians also dissolved his fatigue. Until the next morning, the sun slowly rose, its rays filtering through the leaves and falling on Qin Feng. A gentle breeze passed by his clothes, fluttering in the morning glow, giving him the bearing of a sword cultivator. Boom. Suddenly, a shocking wave of spiritual energy burst forth from Qin Feng's body, gushing out like a spring. A wave of spiritual energy mixed with sword aura radiated outward from him. Qin Feng's slightly lowered eyes slowly opened. 9th level of the condensing yuan realm. This cultivation speed is too fast. He couldn't help but exclaim. He knew the Primordial Chaos Sword Body would be fast, but he didn't expect it to be this extreme. The cultivation realms on the eternal ancient continent are body tempering, condensing, yuan spirit transformation, will see purple mansion void refining. The gap between each major realm is like a galaxy, utterly impossible to cross. Even between minor realms there is a vast chasm. Cultivation advancement is extremely difficult. Qin Feng had only been at the 6th level of condensing yuan before. Yet after a day and night of cultivation, he had reached the 9th level. This cultivation speed is simply terrifying. Even the top geniuses of the Great Xia dynasty could never match such speed. Moreover, Qin Feng was surprised to find that after cultivating for so long, he had only absorbed a tiny portion of the Earth Spirit Bell milk he had swallowed yesterday. There was still a lot left unabsorbed. This single drop of milky white liquid contains such vast spiritual energy. With so many drops in one bottle, how long will it last me? Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He shook his head, then began today's check-in. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Check-in successful. You have obtained 10 mind-nourishing pills. The system's voice, devoid of any emotion like a machine, sounded in Qin Feng's mind. After checking the effects of the mind-nourishing pill, he found it was a pill that could restore divine sense. Since he had no immediate use for it, he put it away. Then Qin Feng rose to find some dry rations. He planned to eat and rest a little before continuing his cultivation. In this cruel world where strength reigns supreme and demons and monsters roam, only one's own cultivation level determines everything. Although Qin Feng's heaven-defying constitution could definitely help him reclaim the position of crown prince and leave this imperial tomb, he had no such intention. Because leaving the tomb would bring him no benefit, only increasing various troublesome affairs. On the contrary, staying here and improving his cultivation was what Qin Feng most wanted to do. Because leaving the tomb would bring him no benefit, only increasing various troublesome affairs. On the contrary, staying here and improving his cultivation was what Qin Feng most wanted to do. Time slipped by like sand through fingers, and in the blink of an eye 3 years had passed. During this period, the outside world tirelessly searched for the infant blessed with the Peerless sword body, yet all efforts bore no fruit, and they were ultimately forced to abandon the quest in despair. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained within the Imperial Mausoleum, never straying a single step away. He devoted himself entirely to cultivation and daily check-ins, amassing a wealth of rewards. He obtained techniques such as the 10,000 swords returning to the origin, the wind sword intent, and the earth spirit milky essence. Though these new treasures could not compare in grade to the Primordial Chaos Sword Body, they were by no means mediocre. For martial skills, Qin Feng learned them directly. As for pills or elixirs that could enhance his cultivation, he consumed them, those that could not were stored away within his system space. During this time, aside from someone delivering dried rations periodically, no one else came. It was as if he had been forgotten by the world. One deep night, the sky was draped in darkness, a bright moon hung high, and countless stars twinkled. Qin Feng, who had been meditating slowly, opened his eyes. Perhaps I should try signing in at other places, he murmured to himself. The Imperial Palace is vast, there are many spots I have yet to visit. He did not intend to leave the mausoleum entirely, but venturing out to other parts of the palace to check in was necessary. With this thought, he rose and headed toward the nearest observatory. The Imperial guards along the way were as good as invisible to him. His Primordial Chaos Sword Body could completely conceal his aura, rendering all patrolling guards transparent to his senses, allowing him to evade them effortlessly. Meanwhile, within the observatory, a place for stargazing that was usually deserted except for major celestial events, over a dozen figures had secretly gathered tonight. How is the assassination plan against the new crown prince progressing? The leading eunuch demanded in a low voice. Having been raised since childhood by the elders of the southern barbarian tribe, he was nominally a subject of the Great Xia dynasty, but secretly served the southern barbarians. From the moment he entered the palace, his goal had been to destabilize Great Xia. When the time came, the southern barbarians could annex and devour the empire's southern territories without restraint. Reporting to Eunuch Chen, everything is nearly in place. We await only your command to launch the assassination. The plan is intricately linked, flawless in design. It will surely send the new crown prince to his grave, the assembled black-clad figures declared in unison. Hearing this, the old eunuch nodded with satisfaction. This assassination was originally meant for Qin Feng. Who would have thought he'd be foolish enough to anger the Xia emperor and get deposed? A case of fortune and misfortune. He sighed with a hint of emotion. Now this plan must target the new crown prince. But for us, killing anyone is the same. One of the black-clad figures shrugged nonchalantly. It's a pity Qin Feng is far away in the Imperial Mausoleum and cannot come out. Even if he's no longer the crown prince, I would have killed him this time to not waste years of scheming. The old eunuch mused, if only I could see him one more time. Haha. Eunuch Chen jests. Qin Feng will never leave that mausoleum in this lifetime. The only chance to meet again would be when we go to collect his corpse after he dies of despair. The black-clad figures burst into laughter. Their identities varied. Some were palace chefs, others craftsmen, but they all shared one belief: Qin Feng would never have the chance to emerge from the mausoleum. Just then the door to the observatory creaked open. The sound was not loud, but it instantly drained the color from everyone's faces, sending cold sweat streaming down their backs. If the Imperial guards discovered them gathered here in secret, death would be certain. The strongest among them was merely at the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm. Within the palace, there were over a dozen royal cultivators at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, each immensely powerful. Escape was utterly impossible. Who's there? The old eunuch spun around. I was just passing by to sign in, but I never expected so many people were eager to see me. How unexpected, Qin Feng said with a faint smile. You, the old eunuch exclaimed in shock. He had assumed it was a royal cultivator out for a nightly stroll who had discovered them. The last person he expected was Qin Feng. Weren't you all so eager to meet me? Why do you look so disappointed? Qin Feng said calmly. If you want me to summon the Imperial Guard commander, I wouldn't mind helping. You startled me. The old eunuch snorted, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. I was already frustrated that I had no chance to kill you, but you fool come seeking death on your own. Don't blame us for being ruthless. This observatory was his territory. Killing Qin Feng and disposing of the body would leave no trace. As he spoke, a startling surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body. He took a swift step forward and lunged at Qin Feng's throat. His strike was vicious, aimed for a single fatal blow. No need to rush. We can discuss everything slowly. Qin Feng said, his face utterly composed as the old eunuch moved to kill him. As he spoke, a terrifying pressure radiated from his being. Thud! The old eunuch charging toward him suddenly felt as if a mountain had been piled onto his shoulders, and he crashed to his knees. The other black-clad figures also crumbled under the overwhelming force, their kneecaps shattering as they knelt. Qin Feng had already reached the 1st level of the Wheel Sea realm. The disparity between cultivation realms was like the gap between heaven and earth. Without lifting a finger, his mere pressure rendered the old eunuch and his men powerless. How can you be this strong? Both men were utterly horrified, their voices trembling. How old was Qin Feng? Even with monstrous talent, it was impossible for him to have already reached the Wheel Sea realm. Were they dreaming? Tell me obediently who you serve, Qin Feng said coolly. If I tell you everything, will you spare my life? A black-clad figure kneeling in the distance, his eyes filled with terror, tried to negotiate. Compared to everything else, he only wanted to survive. Are you bargaining with me? Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. The moment the words left his mouth, the pressure on that man intensified. With a wet crunch, the black-clad figure didn't even have time to scream before he was crushed into a mist of blood by the dreadful force. The scene was gruesomely bloody. The old eunuch witnessing this turned pale with terror. The scene was gruesomely bloody. The old eunuch witnessing this turned pale with terror. Your Highness, please spare me. Your Highness, please spare me. The old eunuch pleaded in terror. Speak. Qin Feng replied indifferently. The old eunuch hurriedly revealed his background to Qin Feng, the Southern Barbarian clan. Qin Feng frowned slightly, not expecting that these people were actually loyal to the Southern Barbarian clan. They were a naturally brave and combative tribe located among the southern mountains, often plundering some cities in the south. Die. At that moment, the old eunuch suddenly struck in horror, producing a dark jewel and throwing it at Qin Feng. Instantly, an astonishing miasma erupted from within the jewel. More importantly, this miasma disrupted one's divine sense, causing the scene before Qin Feng to change suddenly into a hellish nightmare. No longer in the Qintian monitor, the place was filled with corpses and skeletal remains. An illusion. Qin Feng observed the surroundings and said coldly. Within him, an astonishing sword energy erupted, the sound of sword cries delightful to the ears. It was this very sound that allowed Qin Feng's divine sense to awaken, breaking free from the illusion. However, when he opened his eyes, he found that the many black-clad figures had been annihilated by the sword energy, yet the old eunuch had vanished. So cowardly, taking the chance to attack while I was trapped in an illusion, yet he didn't kill me. He actually ran away. Qin Feng couldn't help but scoff. If the old eunuch had attacked him, the protective sword energy around him would have been enough to kill him in retaliation. His gaze turned toward the direction of the old eunuch's escape. Buzz. Qin Feng utilized the sword energy to condense a transparent sword soul. With a slight movement of his will, the sword soul shot toward the direction of the old eunuch's escape, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. This was the sword technique of returning to the source of 10,000 swords cultivated to its peak, capable of instantly condensing hundreds of thousands of sword souls. Even a saint could not withstand it. In a single thought, sending swords for miles. Perhaps this is the elegance of a sword cultivator, Qin Feng murmured. He then cast his gaze upon the dark jewel. After hesitating for a moment, he stored it away in his spatial ring. Although this item was a sinister object, he was not a rigidly righteous person who would eliminate all evil things on sight. Who knows, it might be useful to him one day. Afterward, Qin Feng signed in at the Qintian monitor. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for successfully signing in at the Qintian monitor. You have received a star map. The system's notification sounded in Qin Feng's ear. Qin Feng was not particularly surprised by this reward. Such star maps were not rare and were said to be useful for divination. But he had no immediate use for it, so he stored it away for now. The next morning, in front of a grand hall, the plaza was suddenly sealed off by the Imperial Guard. The old eunuch had been pursued and killed by Qin Feng's sword soul just as he arrived here last night. The Emperor of Summer had just woken up when he received the news and rushed over. Your Majesty, this old eunuch should not have appeared in this area of the palace. He must have intended to infiltrate some special location last night. An Imperial Guard leader said solemnly he had assassination plans and secret letters on him. However, the connection between the Southern Barbarian clan and this old eunuch was very cautious. Fearing being caught by the Great Summer Dynasty, he only discovered the old eunuch's assassination plan, unaware it was related to the Southern Barbarian clan. Bastard. The Emperor of Summer's face turned extremely ugly. How could an unidentified person infiltrate the Grand Palace of the Great Summer? It was simply a tremendous humiliation. The Imperial Guard leader was so frightened that he hurriedly knelt down to accept punishment. Who killed him? Why wasn't he captured alive for a thorough interrogation? The Emperor of Summer asked coldly. I don't know. The Imperial Guard leader replied helplessly. When we found him, he was already dead. What did you say? The Emperor of Summer's anger surged further as he said, an unidentified person infiltrates the palace, and now you don't even know who killed him. A bunch of useless fools. The Imperial Guard leader was immediately frightened into pleading for punishment again. At that moment, an old man specializing in swordsmanship beside the Emperor wore a shocked expression. Such pure sword intent of the wind. He couldn't help but exclaim while inspecting the old eunuch's wounds. What did Elder Qin say? The Emperor of Summer's cultivation was not particularly strong, and he did not practice swordsmanship. He could only tell that the old eunuch had been killed by a single sword strike, but he could not discern anything further. He wore a puzzled expression. The one who made the move, their swordsmanship skills are likely far beyond mine. Elder Qin said with a serious expression. Although he was already at the 9th level of the Wheel C realm, his swordsmanship understanding was far from comparable to Qin Feng, who was only at the 1st level of the Wheel C realm, but possessed the ancient chaotic sword body. What do you mean? In the palace you are the strongest in swordsmanship. How could there possibly be someone with swordsmanship greater than yours? The Emperor of Summer was astonished, disbelief filling his eyes. Sword experts were already rare, and Elder Chun was the strongest sword expert among the royal family. The Imperial Guard leader and several ministers who had come to hear the news were all equally astonished. Perhaps your majesty has forgotten your seventh uncle Prince Mu also specializes in swordsmanship. Elder Qin said gravely, and his swordsmanship skills are completely above mine. The places where the royal family's strong experts seclude themselves are all within the palace, for there is no other place in the entire Great Summer Dynasty with more abundant and safe spiritual energy. Seventh uncle. The Emperor of Summer was taken aback, but then replied, however, when he secluded himself, he had less than 30 years of life left. Now 100 years have passed. How could he possibly still be alive? Not just him, but the other ministers also had their doubts. But aside from your seventh uncle Prince Mu, there shouldn't be any other possibility. Elder Qin slowly said. Since external experts could not enter the palace was protected by a powerful dragon formation set up by royal experts before the Demon Sealing War, when the dynasty had not yet declined. Without permission, even a Purple Mansion realm expert would definitely be detected upon entering the palace. The crowd fell silent. It indeed seemed so. There were very few sword experts among the royal family, and aside from Prince Mu, the others were even more distant and less likely. Elder Qin's speculation had the highest likelihood. Reporting to your majesty, during my inspection this morning, I heard a palace maid say that last night a beam of light flew from the northwest direction toward here, precisely the direction where Prince Mu is in seclusion. The Imperial Guard leader hurriedly said. He did not dare to conceal anything. Hearing this, the many ministers who had begun to believe were now all convinced. It seems it was indeed Prince Mu. He must have broken through at the end of his lifespan. This is a great fortune for our great summer. The eyes of everyone revealed joy. When Prince Mu secluded himself, he was already at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. If he broke through to the Purple Mansion realm, his lifespan would increase significantly, and there would be no problem for him to still be alive now. The Emperor of Summer was also delighted. 1,000 years ago, the Allied Demon Sealing War had cost countless strong experts, and the Great Summer Dynasty had been declining ever since. Now the royal family had not seen a Purple Mansion realm expert in many years. All the offerings were also at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. Now that his seventh uncle Prince Mu had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, how could he not be happy? In the future, when facing the families within the dynasty, he would also feel more confident. Issue an edict. I want to sacrifice to the heavens and grant amnesty to the world. The Emperor of Summer said immediately. He wanted everyone in the world to know that the royal family now had a Purple Mansion realm expert. As you wish. Several ministers hurriedly responded respectfully. They immediately began to get busy. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Summer rushed to the pavilion where Prince Mu was in seclusion, wanting to pay his respects. However, in the end, he returned empty-handed. No matter what he said outside that pavilion, Prince Mu gave no response at all. In the end, the Emperor had no choice but to leave. Such pavilions for royal experts in seclusion were protected by formations to prevent disturbances during their cultivation, which could lead to unpredictable consequences. Although he had ways to break in, he did not dare to do so, fearing that he would anger Prince Mu. The Great Xia Empire stretched across vast territories with billions of subjects. Yet the news of the imperial family producing a Zifu realm powerhouse spread throughout the entire empire within just 3 days through various means. Beyond the imperial family's deliberate promotion, the news was simply too astonishing. After all, following the Demon Sealing War 10,000 years ago, the various imperial dynasties, aristocratic clans, and powerful sects had all declined rapidly. It had been countless years since anyone had seen a Zifu realm expert. For a time, many aristocratic clans and sects that had already discussed ceasing their tribute payments immediately lowered their profiles upon hearing this news. At this moment, Qin Feng naturally had no idea that his single sword strike had triggered such a massive effect. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all. He now had only one goal: to elevate his cultivation. At the very least, he needed to ensure he could achieve invincibility within the Great Xia Empire. Other matters could be considered slowly. Time flowed like water, passing swiftly. Another 3 years slipped by in a hurry. Night fell across the sky with a bright moon hanging high and stars twinkling. Seated beneath an ancient tree in meditation, Qin Feng was cultivating when a startling aura suddenly erupted from within his body. The sound was deafening. Sword aura swirled around his body, and in an instant numerous sword marks appeared on the ground. Even the distant trees were cleaved in half. The 9th heaven of the Wheel Sea realm. Not bad, Qin Feng murmured to himself. Compared to before, the speed of his realm advancement had clearly slowed, but this was normal. The higher the realm, the greater the difficulty in breaking through. If the old fossils within the imperial clan heard Qin Feng's words, they would surely be so frustrated they'd spit blood. Many of them had spent their entire lives cultivating and barely managed to reach the 9th heaven of the Wheel Sea realm. Qin Feng had only used 6 short years, and his words merely deemed it not bad. This was practically an insult to them. Just then a figure entered the Imperial Mausoleum. "Your Highness, shall I place these dried rations in your usual room?" A robust Imperial guard built like a black bear came to deliver dried rations to Qin Feng on schedule, speaking with reverence. His name was Chu Xiong, and he had been the one delivering rations each time over the years. Qin Feng, seated in meditation, nodded. With his current cultivation, eating or not eating theoretically made no difference. But to avoid arousing suspicion, he still accepted the rations normally, then fed them to various birds. Over time, many bird nests had been built in the trees here, and the place was no longer so deathly still. "Your Highness, why not let me build a stove here? Eating these dried rations all the time isn't good for your health," Chu Xiong couldn't help but say. This was the Imperial Mausoleum, where a stove naturally couldn't have existed before, but he could find a way to build one for Qin Feng. "If you build me a stove, aren't you afraid of being found out and implicated?" Qin Feng couldn't help but smile and ask upon hearing this. This." Chu Xiong scratched his head and said with a simple grin, "Why would I be implicated?" He had only heard rumors that Qin Feng was accused of colluding with the northern border moon worship demon sect, but no one knew if it was true or false. He didn't understand what was wrong with just helping to build a stove. He didn't even understand why the other Imperial guards all kept their distance, unwilling to deliver rations to Qin Feng for fear of being associated with a deposed crown prince like him. "It's nothing." Qin Feng didn't explain further, but said calmly, "Anyway, I'm too lazy to cook. These dried rations are fine." Chu Xiong nodded, thoughtfully placed the rations in the room, and left without lingering. Afterward, Qin Feng continued to meditate, regulating his breathing to prevent any instability in his spiritual energy. This process was slow, requiring about 2 months. The next morning, the early court session had just ended. The newly appointed Crown Prince Qin Junyan, who had just returned from an inspection, was filled with immense joy and delight. "Teacher, father has finally allowed me to visit my Imperial brother," Qin Junyan said happily to the Grand Scholar of the Wenyan Pavilion. He and Qin Feng were brothers born of the same mother and father, and they had always shared a close bond. From the moment Qin Feng was confined to the mausoleum, he had worried day and night. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you must bring the Imperial Guards when you go," the Grand Scholar of the Wenyan Pavilion said slowly. "Why, Qin Junyan asked, puzzled. His Highness Qin Feng, having been deposed as Crown Prince, is surely filled with resentment. Now that he sees you as the new Crown Prince, he will inevitably burn with jealousy and vent his anger on you," the Grand Scholar said gravely. "If you don't bring the Imperial Guards, there may be danger." He had actually never approved of Qin Junyan visiting Qin Feng in the mausoleum, but since Qin Junyan insisted, he had no choice. "Impossible. My Imperial brother has always treated me well. How could he possibly harm me?" Qin Junyan said. His mother had passed away early, and he could be said to have relied on Qin Feng. "Alas, your Highness is still too young. Throughout the ages, which deposed Crown Prince hasn't gone insane from the immense blow. Even if His Highness Qin Feng had a good relationship with you after learning that you became the Crown Prince, he will definitely hold a grudge against you." The other 2 ministers sent by the Xia Emperor to assist the Crown Prince also spoke up. In their minds, Qin Feng couldn't be any different from other deposed Crown Princes. "I don't believe it. My Imperial brother is absolutely not that kind of person," Qin Junyan insisted. He strode toward the Imperial Mausoleum with no intention of bringing the Imperial Guards. "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness the Crown Prince." The Grand Scholar of the Wenyan Pavilion and the others grew anxious upon seeing this. They hurriedly went to find the commander of the Imperial Guards. The scorching sun baked the earth, the heat distorting the view. The stray animals abandoned by Imperial consorts in the mausoleum along with the birds were all listless. "I recall Chu Xiong delivered some ice, didn't he?" Qin Feng, lounging on a recliner, murmured to himself. Although his current cultivation made him impervious to heat, summer without something cold felt incomplete. With this thought, he slowly rose and entered the room. From a chest engraved with array patterns, he took out a large block of ice. After shattering it with sword light, he tossed the pieces to the overheated little animals. Seeing the crushed ice, the animals grew wildly excited, swarming to snatch it up, creating a lively scene. Qin Feng suddenly noticed a figure entering at the mausoleum's entrance. The new Crown Prince. Curious about who it was, Qin Feng immediately understood upon seeing the newcomer's attire. It was the new Crown Prince. From Chu Xiong, Qin Feng knew the new Crown Prince was his third younger brother Qin Junyan. Since the second brother had southern barbarian blood, he couldn't be made Crown Prince. Thus, after Qin Feng was deposed, the position naturally fell to the third Prince Qin Junyan. "Imperial brother, you haven't gone mad, have you?" Upon seeing Qin Feng, Qin Junyan's eyes were filled with worry. He looked Qin Feng up and down, checking if he was normal. Qin Feng was momentarily unsure whether the other was insulting him or showing concern. "Why do you ask?" Seeing that Qin Feng understood his question and was emotionally stable, Qin Junyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He said, Before I came, my teachers all told me that you confined here for years must have long gone mad, and urged me to be careful not to get hurt by you. Qin Feng found this somewhat speechless. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Just then the Grand Scholar of the Wenyan Pavilion and the others arrived at the mausoleum alongside the Imperial Guard commander. They were all deeply worried that Qin Junyan might be harmed by Qin Feng. But when they entered the mausoleum and saw Qin Feng perfectly normal before them, they were all taken aback. This Qin Feng showed not a trace of madness. He wasn't even slightly downcast, appearing calm and composed, not at all like a deposed crown prince. In contrast, they themselves, flustered and frantic, looked like fools. Gentlemen, is there something you need? Qin Feng said coolly, looking at the Grand Scholar and the others. We came to visit your Highness. Yes, to visit your Highness. The Grand Scholar and the others were momentarily at a loss for words, quickly fabricating an excuse. Is that so? Qin Feng said with a smile. Just leave the gifts in the room. Hearing this, the Grand Scholar and the others wore expressions of utter dismay. They had no gifts at all. But since they had claimed to be visiting Qin Feng, not bringing gifts would show disrespect to a prince. If the embroidered uniform guard found out and reported it to the Xia Emperor, they would face dire consequences. After a moment of silence, the Grand Scholar and the others exchanged glances and silently entered the adjacent room. Some set down their jade thumb rings while others placed their favorite jade rui. The Grand Scholar and his companions were all cultivators, and the thumb rings and jade rui they carried were embedded with spirit-gathering arrays worth a fortune. When they emerged from the room, their hearts ached, as if bleeding. I won't see you out, Qin Feng said, indifferently observing their pained expressions. The Grand Scholar and the others could only take their leave respectfully. As they exited the mausoleum, they nearly fainted from the pain. Not bad now you're the Crown Prince, Qin Feng said, turning his attention back to Qin Junyan. I don't have a gift for you either. This little wooden sword I carved. They'll give it to you, he said, casually handing Qin Junyan a small sword-shaped pendant. He had carved it during his leisure time while cultivating, and as he handed it over, he infused a trace of sword intent into it. If Qin Junyan truly valued him as an elder brother and wore it, it would greatly benefit his cultivation of the sword path. Thank you, Imperial brother. Though it was just an ordinary little wooden sword, Qin Junyan was overjoyed, happier than when he received any gift upon becoming Crown Prince. Afterward, Qin Junyan chatted with Qin Feng about many things, asking if he was doing well here and if anyone deliberately made things difficult for him. Qin Feng reassured him that life here was fairly good, which eased Qin Junyan's worried heart. Around dusk, Qin Junyan left the mausoleum. Last time I went to the Imperial Observatory, I had an unexpected gain. I wonder what it'll be this time. Qin Feng murmured to himself, stretching as night gradually fell. He then left the mausoleum. Where to go? Walking along the palace walls as if on level ground, Qin Feng pondered. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to visit the library. Relatively speaking, it was a special place where he might sign in for something good. Moving through the Imperial Palace with an air of serene indifference, Qin Feng showed no concern for the Imperial Guards or the hidden experts. His Primordial Chaos Sword Body allowed him to completely conceal his aura. The divine senses of those experts could neither discern his cultivation nor perceive his presence. To them, he was as invisible as air. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the library, a simple 3-story structure exuding an air of antiquity. At the library's entrance, an old man sat on the ground, dozing with his head lowered. He was the keeper of the library. He's actually at the 9th heaven of the Wheel Sea realm, Qin Feng remarked in surprise. According to his past memories, this old man had once been a servant who attended the late emperor. After the late emperor's passing, he came to guard the library, remaining obscure and unnoticed by most. Qin Feng hadn't expected him to be at the 9th heaven of the Wheel Sea realm. This imperial palace truly hides crouching tigers and hidden dragons, he murmured. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind and strode boldly into the library. As he passed the old man, the latter showed no reaction at all, completely oblivious. Upon entering the library, Qin Feng was greeted by the scent of ink and paper that had not faded with the passage of time. This place housed the various cultivation techniques and martial skills of the royal clan. Ordinarily, aside from members of the royal family, outsiders were strictly forbidden from entering. Let me first see if there are any worthwhile books in this library, Qin Feng murmured to himself. In his past life, he had read many novels. In those stories, the protagonist would casually pick up a book in a library and find it to be a peerless martial art. He also wanted to see if he was destined to be a protagonist. Subsequently, Qin Feng flipped through the books one by one, scrutinizing every page, afraid of missing a parchment hidden within. However, ideals were beautiful, but reality was cruel. He read many volumes, but they were all ordinary techniques and martial skills, none of which he could use, let alone any peerless arts. Forget it. Someone as handsome as me is indeed not meant to be the protagonist. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. After all, if the protagonist is too handsome, readers find it hard to relate. He casually placed the book back on the shelf and summoned the system. System, check in for me at the library. Qin Feng said calmly. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for successfully checking in at the Imperial Library. You have been rewarded with the cultivation art, the Scripture of Everlasting Life. Soon the system's emotionless voice echoed in Qin Feng's ears. The Scripture of Everlasting Life. Qin Feng murmured upon hearing this. Is it a cultivation art? He was currently in need of a cultivation method. Although the royal clan's techniques were decent, they were far inferior to his Primordial Chaos Sword Body. If he could obtain a powerful cultivation art, his training speed would undoubtedly increase dramatically. Filled with curiosity, Qin Feng examined the information on the Scripture of Everlasting Life. The Scripture of Everlasting Life. This is an ancient scripture created by an ancient emperor. Upon reaching its pinnacle, one no longer needs to train arduously. Even while sleeping, the art will automatically circulate, absorbing the spiritual energy from all things to enhance one's cultivation. Upon reading the description of the Scripture of Everlasting Life, Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The ancient emperor who created this scripture really knew how to enjoy life. Qin Feng couldn't help but tease. Everyone else is here toiling away in cultivation, and you're here focusing on health preservation. However, despite his playful complaints, he was quite satisfied with the Scripture of Everlasting Life. After all, who wouldn't want a cultivation art that allows one to improve their power even while sleeping? Having completed the check-in, Qin Feng did not linger and turned to leave. On his way back, as Qin Feng walked along the palace walls, he suddenly cast his gaze towards the direction of the demon suppression tower. Why does it seem like I saw a female silhouette? Qin Feng furrowed his brows. He had a sudden feeling that something was stirring at the demon suppression tower. In the instant he looked over, he thought he saw a faint, ethereal silhouette of a woman in white near the tower. Could it be a ghost? Qin Feng suddenly felt a chill down his spine and was somewhat frightened. He was most afraid of ghosts, especially those beautiful, alluring female ghosts in white. No, for the safety of the palace, I must go and investigate, Qin Feng murmured to himself. With this thought in mind, he began walking towards the demon suppression tower. Before long, he had reached a spot several hundred zhang from the tower where he could clearly see the situation there. However, Qin Feng was somewhat disappointed. Although the demonic energy here was overwhelming, and upon approaching one could hear the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves, the royal clan's fortune kept everything under control. There was not a single person in sight, let alone a seductive female ghost. Qin Feng shook his head in disappointment. He did not venture any closer. Because the killing array around the demon suppression tower was exceptionally powerful. Anyone who approached would be slain without mercy. Qin Feng estimated that only after reaching the third level of the Violet Palace realm could one truly be immune to that killing array. Meanwhile, the elderly man at the entrance of the library seemed to hear a faint animal sound and slowly opened his cloudy eyes. But the sound vanished again. Has another one of the consort's cats or dogs gotten loose? The old man shook his head and paid it no mind. He got up to close the library door to prevent any stray animals from entering. However, as he stood up and looked inside, he was stunned. Several books that had been neatly arranged were now haphazardly placed on the shelves, clearly having been browsed through. How is this possible? The old man's voice trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Someone had entered the library right before his eyes without him noticing at all. What cultivation level could that person possess? When did such an expert appear in the palace? Could it be Prince Mu? The old man murmured, but why would Prince Mu come here to browse these techniques and martial skills? He was utterly perplexed. Prince Mu was already at the Violet Palace realm. The techniques and skills here were completely useless to him. Harboring this doubt, he decided to report the matter to the Xia Emperor. At that moment, the Xia Emperor was in a towering rage. He had never expected Qin Junyan to plead with him to release Qin Feng from the Imperial Mausoleum. He was filled with a sense of bitter disappointment. If Qin Junyan, after becoming the crown prince, had schemed to kill Qin Feng to secure his position and eliminate future troubles, even the emperor would not have been this angry, because he believed that would be the appropriate ruthlessness for a future emperor. But now Qin Junyan was actually begging him to spare Qin Feng, making him feel that his son was far too soft-hearted. Qin Junyan was rebuked and wanted to argue, but after a moment's hesitation, he did not defend himself. Instead, he asked, "Then, father, what must be done to release my elder brother?" He did not give up his plea. Seeing that he persisted, the Xia Emperor's face turned even darker. He had sent Qin Junyan to the Imperial Mausoleum to keep him vigilant, but instead he found that Qin Junyan had not changed at all. Just then, the elderly caretaker of the library walked in. This was a privilege granted by the Xia Emperor. He could enter any place except the inner palace without prior notice. "Elder Su, what brings you here?" the Xia Emperor asked in surprise. This old man had been at the library for many years and had not sought him out in a long time. Elder Su bowed slightly, and then recounted the events of the night. Seventh Imperial Uncle has come out. The Xia Emperor exclaimed in astonishment. The last time he had visited the place where Prince Mu was in seclusion, the prince had not even acknowledged him. There had been no sound from the closed pavilion. He never expected him to emerge today. He then said, Elder Su, from today onward, no matter when Seventh Imperial Uncle wishes to visit the library, do not stop him. Elder Su agreed with a wry smile, knowing he couldn't have stopped him anyway. He had suspected Prince Mu, but seeing the Xia Emperor so certain, he said nothing more and left. You wanted your elder brother released, didn't you? The Xia Emperor glanced at Qin Junyan and said flatly, when Seventh Imperial Uncle speaks on his behalf, I will release him. Upon hearing this, Qin Junyan's face fell with bitterness. How could he possibly have the influence to get Prince Mu to speak for Qin Feng? He had no choice but to leave the imperial study in despair. Over the next 3 years, Qin Feng expanded his signing-in locations beyond the Imperial Mausoleum to many other places, amassing a vast array of treasures. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for signing in at the Library Pavilion and obtaining 10 Purple Mansion pills. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for signing in at the Armory Pavilion and obtaining the Desolate Meteor Severing Slash. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for signing in at the Alchemy Hall and obtaining the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Whether it was pills or sword techniques, their grades were exceptional, precisely what Qin Feng needed, and he was exceedingly satisfied. During these years, Qin Feng's cultivation speed was also remarkably swift. The barrier from the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm to the Purple Mansion realm was one that many could not cross in a lifetime. Old Chun, who served by the Xia Emperor's side, was exceptionally gifted, stepping into the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm at a young age, astonishing the world. Yet he remained trapped at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm for 150 years, unable to break through to the Purple Mansion realm, a lamentable fate. Qin Feng, in comparison, was slightly more fortunate. In a year and a half, he advanced from the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm to the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm. In the following year and a half, he consumed pills like candy, coupled with the astonishing speed of absorbing spiritual energy from the Longevity Sutra. He burst through to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm. His speed was nothing short of monstrous. If word got out, it would surely dazzle the world. During this period, Qin Junyan visited the Imperial Mausoleum almost every year to chat with Qin Feng and share news of the outside world. He even sought Qin Feng's advice on many state affairs. Qin Feng seldom responded, fearing that a careless word might lead the dynasty down an unforeseen path. He merely advised him to prioritize the people. When Qin Junyan was absent, Chu Xiong occasionally came beyond mealtime, bringing Qin Feng delicacies like chicken, duck, fish, and meat. This saved Qin Feng from subsisting solely on dry rations. In return, Qin Feng subtly imparted martial arts knowledge to Chu Xiong during their conversations. Although Chu Xiong did not practice the sword path, Qin Feng, now at the Purple Mansion realm, could offer guidance that greatly benefited him. His cultivation steadily improved, earning him increasing recognition among the Imperial Guard. Yet no one knew this was linked to Qin Feng. Not even Chu Xiong himself was aware. One morning, while Qin Feng was cultivating, he sensed something and saw a girl of about 9 years old walking along the bluestone path toward him, looking around with a hint of fear. Her attending maids were not permitted to enter the Imperial Mausoleum and waited respectfully outside. Soon the girl spotted Qin Feng and hurried over. Zening pays respects to Uncle Imperial. The girl, shy but polite, bowed respectfully. She was adorable, with big blinking eyes like a porcelain doll. Uncle Imperial. Qin Feng was taken aback. He was already an uncle. He asked in surprise, "Who is your father?" "My father is the Crown Prince." The girl quickly replied, "Recently, demonic cultivators have been rampant. My father has gone to inspect the prefectures, fearing you might be lonely, so he told Zening to visit and chat with you often." Hearing this, Qin Feng was somewhat speechless. He said helplessly, "Your father asks you to keep me company often. Aren't you worried about delaying your cultivation?" At a young age, she should be building her foundation. The royal family provides unified lessons for all princes and princesses. If Qin Zening came here often, she would inevitably miss her studies. "I don't want to learn cultivation." At Qin Feng's words, Qin Zening immediately showed a displeased expression. "What's wrong?" Qin Feng was puzzled. In this world, few, whether boys or girls, did not wish to cultivate. A higher realm meant a longer life and greater chances of survival, even for royalty. "I'm too stupid. I couldn't learn the basic technique the teacher taught in 2 years, and my older siblings always mock me." Qin Zening's big eyes brimmed with grievance. 2 years and still not learned. That shouldn't be. Qin Feng grew even more confused. The basic technique taught by the royal family wasn't particularly difficult, and with powerful cultivators as instructors, it was impossible not to master it in 2 years. "The teacher says I have poor bone structure and am unfit for cultivation. My siblings also say I'm useless, destined to be married off to the southern barbarian tribes and never return to the capital." As Qin Zining spoke, tears even streamed from her beautiful eyes. Born in the capital, she was fated to leave for a distant land and marry a southern barbarian chieftain she had never met, a cruel future too terrifying for a child like her. Even if her father ascended the throne, he could not prevent her, a useless princess, from being sent for marriage. The royal family would never give a cultivation prodigy to the barbarians, and the ministers would not agree. Unfit for cultivation, Qin Feng used his divine sense to examine Qin Zining thoroughly and discovered her meridians were naturally damaged. Such meridian damage was beyond remedy for the entire Great Xia dynasty. Of course, he was the exception. Qin Feng gently patted Qin Zining's head and said with a light laugh, "Zining is so grown up, yet still crying, and people will laugh at you. Wait here, and Uncle Imperial will make you something delicious." With that, he slowly rose. Uncle Imperial can cook. Children stopped crying with a new topic, and Qin Zining blinked her big eyes. Of course, Qin Feng replied with a smile. He'll help Uncle Imperial light the fire. Qin Zining loved playing with fire, but her father usually forbade it. Happily, she went to the stove. It was a stove Chu Xiong had built for Qin Feng. After much effort, Qin Zining finally got the fire going, and Qin Feng began to cook. In his past life, he often enjoyed watching cooking shows, and his dishes carried a distinct flavor from that era: chicken stewed with dragon saliva mushrooms, white porridge with poria pills. The 8 major cuisines, Lu Chuan, Yuan Min, and more, were all represented. Though the potency of these spiritual pills and herbs was too strong for Qin Zining's current body, Qin Feng was unconcerned. During this time, he had signed in at the Royal Alchemy Hall, obtaining not only the bone spirit cold fire and various rare pills, but also many books on alchemy. Among them were titles like The Romantic Affairs of a Young Alchemist, How a Novice Alchemist Can Win and Train, and A Top-Tier Alchemist Teaches You to Restore Male Prowess in No Time. From these profoundly esoteric ancient texts, Qin Feng studied tirelessly, learning many lost alchemical principles. By now, he had already become a master alchemist. With an unparalleled alchemical skill combined with the refinement of the bone spirit cold fire, the effects of these herbs and pills did not erupt all at once upon entering Qin Zining's body. Instead, they flowed like a mountain stream, gently nourishing Qin Zining's meridians imperceptibly. Moreover, since everything was processed with the special flame of the bone spirit cold fire, even the highest-ranked alchemist from the Royal Alchemy Hall, upon examining Qin Zining's body, would find no trace of the pills and rare herbs she had consumed. After the meal was prepared, Qin Zining, covered in soot from the fire, was already ravenous and devoured the food. Uncle Imperial's cooking is so delicious. She marveled at the taste. The cooking methods were novel, unlike anything she had ever seen. The flavor was even 100 times better than the marrow-cleansing pills issued monthly by the royal family. She could only watch her siblings enjoy those pills, as she was not eligible to receive any. Time flowed like water, passing by unnoticed. In these 5 years, Qin Zining's damaged meridians had long since healed. Yet she had completely abandoned cultivation. The princess, being the emperor's daughter, not pursuing cultivation was a significant matter, but since everyone knew of her naturally deficient meridians, no one forced her. Destined to be sent for a political marriage, her lack of martial achievement had no impact whatsoever. Qin Zining, freed from lessons, visited Qin Feng every few days, eager to listen to his tales of grand and stirring adventures. The spirit of 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West. Do not bully a youth for being poor. The revenge that began with a reign in Weiqing in the 13th year of Tianqi. And of course the regret of resenting heaven for taking 10,000 years from me that kept lovers apart. All of it captivated Qin Zining. Initially, Qin Feng spoke to her for amusement, but seeing her enjoyment, he wove profound martial arts insights into the cultivation and battle experiences of the characters in his stories. Thus, Qin Zining's cultivation speed accelerated even more. At only 13 years old, she had already reached the 9th level of the condensation realm, a monstrous achievement compared to her imperial siblings who were merely at the 3rd or 4th level. She had in 5 years advanced from the body tempering realm to the 9th level of the condensation realm, surpassing the cultivation results of others over 15 or 16 years. Uncle, last night, I couldn't sleep, my mind filled with the roar of towering waves. This morning I realized I had comprehended a sword technique, the Great River Sword intent. Early in the morning, Qin Zining joyfully came to share this with Qin Feng. She didn't know it was related to him, for these insights felt like her own enlightenment. Excellent, Zining is truly gifted. Qin Feng patted her head, smiling. Then Qin Zining clamored to hear the story after the master ascended to heaven. Qin Feng indulged her, slowly telling the tale. And so another half a year passed. One morning, Qin Zining prepared to visit the Imperial Mausoleum, but was told she couldn't leave as she had to attend a banquet that evening. She had no choice but to agree. Night soon fell. Within the palace, a grand feast was held, bustling with excitement. The envoys from the southern barbarian tribes had arrived. They came to pay tribute. It was not the proper time for tribute, Yet these barbarians sent envoys, leaving many civil and military officials puzzled. But they could only deal with matters as they arose. At the banquet, after dances and several rounds of wine, a barbarian elder stepped forward. I have long heard of the flourishing martial arts of the great Xia dynasty, with countless powerhouses emerging from the imperial family. The son of our tribal chief has traveled hundreds of thousands of miles to humbly request a contest with the princes. His demeanor was respectful, but his words carried a strong tone of provocation. As he finished speaking, the tribal chief's son, Qin Feng, stepped forward. Though only 15, his muscles bulged, and his physical strength was clearly formidable. This was a hallmark of the barbarians. At his appearance, everyone present wore varied expressions, finally understanding the true purpose of the barbarians' tribute. It was a provocation and a show of force. Murmurs arose. "Your Majesty, I cannot discern his cultivation level. He must have a protective treasure on him," said Elder Qin with a grave expression. Qin, a 9th level We'll See realm cultivator, couldn't see through a 15-year-old's cultivation. Unbelievable to anyone. He concluded that Qin Feng was protected by some mystical treasure. "It seems they came prepared," the Xia Emperor said, his face darkening. "Is there any prince willing to step forward and offer some instruction?" Qin Feng looked around, his provocation intensifying. Immediately a prince could not hold back. "I will fight you," declared the 6th prince's son coldly. He was the same age as Qin Feng. Believing that with his abundant cultivation resources, Qin Feng was no match for him. 2nd level of the condensation realm. "Are you joking?" Qin Feng sneered disdainfully. "You? Arrogant." Enraged by the insult, the 6th prince's son drew his blade and charged at Qin Feng. A sharp, dazzling blade aura flashed, and many officials nodded in approval. The strike was powerful, but Qin Feng remained contemptuous. "Get lost." Qin Feng roared, his fist crackling with lightning as he threw a heavy punch. Crack! The long blade in the prince's hand shattered from the blow. Qin Feng's fist, undiminished, continued toward the prince's shoulder. Boom! The prince was sent flying, cracking the ground upon impact and coughing up blood. His face was full of disbelief. At the same age, he had been defeated in a single punch. "What? How dare you?" The ministers were shocked, rising to denounce Qin Feng. The 6th prince, his expression grim, rushed to help his son and fed him a pill. Imperial guards stirred. Yet Qin Feng remained calm. "Apologies, I struck too hard," he said, cupping his hands toward the Xia Emperor. "I dared not hold back against a prince of great Xia." The Xia Emperor's face was ashen. This was a direct slap to his face. Yet he could not punish Qin Feng for it, as that would bring only greater shame. "All of you withdraw." The Xia Emperor waved his hand. The Imperial guards had to retreat. Both officials and princes felt a deep sense of humiliation. "Anyone else? Come on." Qin Feng scanned the room with a sneer. His attitude was insufferably arrogant, utterly overbearing. He didn't fear the Xia Emperor's anger. He had come prepared. He held not only the great Xia dynasty in contempt, but the entire Kanglan domain. "I will fight you." At that moment, the 4th prince's son Qin Zhou stepped forward with a cold shout. He radiated a formidable spiritual energy, revealing his cultivation at the 5th level of the condensation realm. He charged at Qin Feng with a spear, its tip swirling with spiritual energy and a terrifying killing aura. Sensing Qin Zhou's might, the officials and princes reignited with hope. "Prince Qin Zhou has broken through to the 5th level of the condensation realm. He's the foremost genius among the princes. He will surely teach this arrogant barbarian a lesson." The ministers and princes buzzed with discussion, placing great hope in Qin Zhou. Even the Xia Emperor felt the same. "You're not good enough either." Qin Feng sneered at Qin Zhou's approach. As before, lightning surged on his fist, and he struck with devastating force. Boom! The fist and spear clashed, unleashing a shocking wave of spiritual energy. The ground trembled. Yet Qin Feng's advantage was overwhelming. His terrifying punch shattered Qin Zhou's spear into pieces and sent him flying wounded. Thud! Qin Zhou fell, though not spitting blood like the previous prince. He was far from unscathed. Silence. The entire banquet fell into silence. Everyone was stunned. Not even Qin Zhou, the foremost genius among the princes, was a match for Qin Feng. And he too was defeated in a single punch. How could Qin Feng be so strong? It seems the so-called geniuses of the great Xia imperial family are nothing special. This time Qin Feng's words were the epitome of arrogance and open insult to the imperial family. Many present wished they could kill him on the spot. The Xia emperor's face was dark as thunder, his fists clenched, nearly vomiting blood from rage. "I will fight you." Just then Qin Zining, who had been quietly eating, stepped forward and spoke calmly. She set down the half-eaten watermelon and spoon from her lap onto the table before her. Though Qin Zining was young, she possessed great wisdom. As the daughter of the crown prince, if Qin Feng were to depart today with an invincible demeanor, her father would also suffer humiliation. Thus she stepped forward of her own accord. As her words rang out, many gazes fell upon Qin Zining. "What are you meddling for? Even I am no match for him." If you fight him, won't you be shaming the royal family? The injured Qin Zhou, who had just returned to his seat, immediately scolded upon hearing her words. Everyone knew that Qin Zhoning's meridians were inherently damaged. Even he had been defeated, how could Qin Zhoning possibly be a match for Shi Feng? It was utterly laughable. This has nothing to do with you. Sit down at once. Haven't we disgraced ourselves enough today? The other princes and princesses all joined in berating Qin Zhoning. Though they were of similar age, they regarded her as one destined for a political marriage far beneath their station, so their words were harsh and unbridled. Even Qin Zhoning's mother was taken aback by her daughter's bold move. After a momentary pause, she hurriedly tried to pull her back. But by then Qin Zhoning had already walked to the center of the open area, fixing a solemn gaze upon Shi Feng. Has the great Xia royal family run out of warriors? Sending a fragile, powerless girl to face me? Shi Feng laughed heartily. Why not marry this girl to me? I will never breathe a word of today's events. The 13-year-old Qin Zhoning, graceful and poised with a beauty that could topple cities, stirred his desire. Zhoning stepped back. The Xia emperor also frowned and softly reprimanded her. As the crown prince's daughter, he knew her well, aware that her meridians were damaged from birth, leaving her with negligible cultivation. What he did not know was that Qin Zhoning had comprehended and cultivated the supreme void sword art, which Qin Feng had obtained through a system check-in. His own cultivation, along with Elder Qin's, was far too low to perceive her true realm. Qin Zhoning did not retreat. Instead, she gazed at Shi Feng and said with indignation, "So many words. Are you afraid to fight me? Make your move." Shi Feng's expression turned icy. Determined to teach her a harsh lesson, he struck first, his fists crackling with lightning as he hurled them fiercely toward Qin Zhoning. Elder Qin's face changed drastically as he moved to intervene. But in that instant, a powerful sword intent erupted from within Qin Zhoning as she swept her blade outward. A sharp sword aura like a crescent moon leaped from the blade and surged toward Shi Feng. Though he shattered the aura with a thunderous blast, he staggered back several steps. What? This sight left everyone present in shock. Civil and military officials, princes and princesses, and even the southern barbarian envoys were all utterly incredulous. How is this possible? Wasn't Princess Zhoning born with damaged meridians? How can she be so formidable? She had even stopped practicing cultivation and received no resources. How did her power grow? Exclamations of astonishment erupted one after another. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes brimming with unparalleled shock. Especially those princes and princesses who had always looked down on Qin Zhoning since childhood. They felt as if they had been slapped hard across the face, rendered speechless. Their expressions froze. The Xia Emperor and Elder Qin exchanged stunned looks, their eyes filled with disbelief. How had they never known that Qin Zhoning was so powerful? As for Shi Feng, his face revealed not only shock, but also fury. How could you possibly repel me? This is impossible. Lightning surged around his entire body, crackling with energy. He was at the peak of the 8th level of the condensing Yuan realm. Could Qin Zhoning truly be stronger than him? He refused to believe it. You are no match for me. Surrender. Though she had only struck once, Qin Zhoning had made a precise judgment. Shi Feng was no match for her. She had no desire to harm him with her sword. Damn it. Enraged by her words, Shi Feng's fury only intensified. An even more astonishing surge of lightning power erupted from within him. With a thunderous roar, Shi Feng charged at Qin Zhoning like a bolt of divine lightning, his entire form akin to a divine weapon radiating an unstoppable momentum. Wherever he passed, the ground was scorched black as if struck by lightning. It was terrifying. Be careful. The civil and military officials cried out in alarm, their faces pale. The dreadful lightning fluctuations emanating from Shi Feng filled them with dread, making them fear that Qin Zhoning could not withstand the assault. Even Elder Qin's expression shifted as he hastily prepared to intervene. Yet Qin Zhoning remained unruffled as Shi Feng bore down on her. The river's waters descend from the heavens. With a crisp cry, she unleashed a single sword strike. A surging torrent of sword energy, as if cascading from the 9 heavens, rushed toward Shi Feng with the roar of crashing waves. The path it carved was etched with deep sword scars. With a deafening explosion, the river-like sword aura collided with Shi Feng's lightning-wreathed form. He could not withstand it at all. He was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the distant ground, spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood. Silence. The entire banquet was plunged into stillness. Everyone was utterly astounded. No one had anticipated that after so many princes had been defeated, Qin Zhoning, whom they had all ignored, would turn the tide and vanquish Shi Feng. This outcome defied all expectations. You have lost. Qin Zhoning gazed at the wounded Shi Feng and spoke calmly. How could I lose? How could I possibly lose? Shi Feng raged, unable to accept the result. With such immense immortal fortune and such rapid cultivation progress, how could he be defeated by this obscure princess? He then moved to retrieve something from his person. The elder of the southern barbarian delegation quickly stepped forward pretending to support him, but instead gripping his arm tightly, whispering, "Do not. Under no circumstances. The dragon-suppressing array is in place." Though fury burned within Qin Feng, the elder's firm grip rendered him immobile, forcing him to suppress his anger. The great Xia royal family is indeed rich in talent. We concede defeat with utmost respect. The southern barbarian elder then addressed the Xia emperor with an expression of admiration. The Xia emperor burst into hearty laughter, the gloom in his heart dissipating like smoke. "Since the young chieftain is injured, we shall take our leave now." The southern barbarian elder spoke slowly. "Very well. I will soon dispatch imperial physicians to the guest house to examine your young chieftain." The Xia emperor agreed readily. Having witnessed Qin Zining's astonishing cultivation, he had no desire to prolong the banquet. He consented immediately to the elder's request. Thereupon, all members of the southern barbarian delegation bowed respectfully and departed the palace, heading toward the guest house arranged by the Ministry of Rites. "Have the brocade guard keep a close watch on them." The Xia emperor coldly instructed a eunuch beside him. The eunuch nodded quickly and left to notify the brocade guard commissioner. The summer emperor's gaze, along with that of all present, converged upon Qin Zining. "Zining, when did you become so formidable?" The summer emperor could not help but inquire. He clearly recalled that his granddaughter had been born with damaged meridians, a condition deemed incurable. "Grandfather, I do not know the reason either. In recent years, my cultivation has advanced with astonishing speed." Qin Zining blinked her large eyes and spoke truthfully, "I often break through while sleeping." She spoke with absolute sincerity, without a hint of falsehood. "Oh." Her words painted a look of utter astonishment on the faces of everyone present. Breaking through while sleeping. Could such a blessing truly exist in this world? Nonsense, how could anyone possibly break through in their sleep? The summer emperor said, feigning anger. "It's true," Qin Zining insisted, seeing his disbelief, a note of urgency in her voice. "Not only do I break through in my sleep, but sometimes I also comprehend sword techniques within my dreams. The great river sword intent I just displayed was realized after I dreamt of a river with surging tempestuous waves and awoke with its essence." Naturally, she was unaware that this was because Qin Feng had concealed various sword Dao principles within the tales he told her, allowing them to merge into her consciousness. Upon hearing this, the summer emperor fell into a profound silence. He had just been about to ask why Qin Zining had employed a sword technique he had never witnessed, only to discover she had comprehended it herself. "What is the name of the cultivation art you practice?" Old Chun inquired, his expression grave. "Did you also comprehend it while sleeping?" He found Qin Zining's cultivation art even more peculiar, as he could not even perceive her cultivation level. "The supreme void sword art. Once while I was cultivating, I felt the techniques my teacher had taught were too slow. I pondered how to cultivate faster, and then countless ideas surged into my mind." Qin Zining stated earnestly, "And then the supreme void sword art came to me as naturally as water flows." This. Old Chun was left utterly speechless. How could such a prodigy exist in the world? She had created a sword art and a cultivation art all by herself. The summer emperor found himself at a loss for words. In all his years on the throne, his perception had been sharp as a hawk's. He had seen through countless schemes. He could tell at a glance whether a 13-year-old girl was lying. He knew Qin Zining spoke the truth. "Your Majesty, do you still recall the sword chime from 13 years ago?" Just then a minister stepped forward, his face solemn. "We have never found that exquisite sword physique. Could it be?" He did not finish his sentence. But the summer emperor, sharp as he was, understood perfectly. In that instant, his expression shifted dramatically as countless thoughts raced through his mind. It was rare for a member of the royal family to be born with damaged meridians, yet Qin Zining was. When he first received the news, he was deeply puzzled, unable to fathom the reason. But if it was the exquisite sword physique in its nascent, unformed state, then it all made sense. The exquisite sword physique. Old Qin's eyes lit up as he readily embraced this conjecture. Exactly. If the Zining princess is indeed the exquisite sword physique, then everything falls into place. Qin Zining's ability to create her own sword art and cultivation art was entirely due to her innate destiny with the sword. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Heaven is blessing our great Xia." The assembled civil and military officials, their faces alight with sudden realization, knelt in unison to offer their felicitations. Seeing that everyone shared his conviction, the summer emperor could no longer conceal the joy on his face. "The exquisite sword physique was right beside me all along. Issue the decree. Elevate Zining to the rank of Qinshui princess and bestow upon her 100,000 bolts of silk." The summer emperor immediately proclaimed. His lavish rewards caused a stir among everyone present. The princes and princesses in particular were consumed by envy and jealousy. The Qinshui River was a stream in the ancestral lands of the great Xia royal family. Elevating Qin Zining to Qinshui princess was a clear indication of the high regard in which she was held. Thank you, grandfather. Qin Zining, well-versed in courtly etiquette, expressed her gratitude. The Summer Emperor nodded, then dismissed his ministers. He personally led Qin Zining to the armory, allowing her to choose any weapon as a reward. At the embassy lodging the southern barbarian delegation, the imperial physician had just departed. A barbarian followed him to the imperial pharmacy to fetch medicine for Qin Feng's wounds. Why did you stop me? If you hadn't with the Thunder Talisman, killing Qin Zining would have been effortless. Qin Feng raged at the barbarian elder. Young patriarch, you are too impulsive, the barbarian elder said helplessly. The imperial palace is guarded by the dragon startle array. Had you used the Thunder Talisman to kill Qin Zining, we would all have perished within those walls. Since the Great Sealing Demon War, all the great dynasties have declined. That dragon startle array can now only kill cultivators at the initial Purple Mansion realm. How could it possibly harm me? Qin Feng scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. This Thunder Talisman was a relic of a supreme expert. If he fully activated its power, his cultivation could soar all the way to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm. That dragon startle array would be powerless against him. Young patriarch, you oversimplify matters. If you were to kill Qin Zining in public, the Great Xia dynasty would be locked in a blood feud with our tribe. By then, millions of elite soldiers would descend upon us. With the Thunder Talisman's power exhausted, how would you resist? The barbarian elder reasoned slowly. He felt a pang of helplessness. If only the barbarian people were more intelligent. With their innate combat prowess and vitality, they would not be confined to the southern mountain ranges. So we just let it go? Qin Feng said, unwilling to accept it. If I don't kill Qin Zining, my Dao heart will be unstable. In his eyes, having obtained a celestial opportunity, his future goals were inevitably set on a vaster horizon. These so-called princes of the Great Xia royal family were merely the first step on his path to fame. They were but stepping stones on his journey to the summit. He absolutely could not allow himself to leave a record of defeat here. A lack of forbearance in small matters leads to the ruin of great plans. The barbarian elder could only offer this counsel. I cannot bear it. Qin Feng's temper flared, and he said darkly, since I cannot kill her openly, I will do so in secret. What do you mean? The barbarian elder asked, puzzled. Tonight, I will infiltrate the palace. Using the minimal power necessary without alerting the dragon startle array, I will quietly kill Qin Zining. Qin Feng stated coldly, this way, I won't exhaust the power of the Thunder Talisman, and I will still kill Qin Zining. Even if we end up in open conflict with the Great Xia dynasty, we have nothing to fear. It's too dangerous. The barbarian elder quickly objected. Enough. You all wait for me outside the imperial city. Qin Feng ignored the advice and took out a talisman. The talisman was wreathed in crackling thunder. Swish. The power of thunder instantly enveloped the barbarian elder and the others, teleporting them away without a trace. Qin Feng's icy gaze then fixed on the direction of the imperial palace as he strode out of the embassy. Crack. The thunder talisman in his hand instantly discharged dozens of bolts of lightning. The secret guards of the embroidered uniform lurking in the shadows were annihilated before they could even utter a scream. Then he continued his advance toward the imperial palace. Under the night sky, the palace was filled with patrolling imperial guards, as well as powerful experts at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm hidden in various places. At this moment, a figure utilizing the powerful abilities of the Thunder token concealed all traces of his presence and evaded everyone arriving at the Eastern Palace. This is the residence of the Crown Prince Qin Junyan. Qin Zining occupies one of the rooms here. This Daxiao Palace is nothing special. I can come and go as I please. Appearing in the Eastern Palace, Qin Feng's eyes were filled with disdain. His powerful divine sense expanded quickly, detecting Qin Zining's aura and locating her room, proceeding straight there. Before long, he arrived. However, there stood a figure cloaked in black robes, already waiting here. With such a treasure on you, yet it took you a whole half an hour to walk from the palace gate to here. Should I say you're foolish? Or just weak? A hoarse and somewhat aged voice emerged from beneath the black robe. Qin Feng's expression changed dramatically upon seeing this person. He had initially thought this person was protecting Qin Zining, but did not expect the other party to know that he had entered the palace half an hour ago. How? How could you possibly know that I entered the palace half an hour ago? Qin Feng's eyes were filled with disbelief. And why didn't you stop me? What do you think? The person beneath the black robe replied lightly. If I had blocked you at the palace gate, how would I have used the dragon shock array to kill you and obtain the treasures on your person? Hearing this, Qin Feng's complexion instantly darkened. He never expected to be plotted against by members of the Daxiao royal family. You actually dared to use the granddaughter of the Summer Emperor as bait, luring me here. That's truly ruthless. Qin Feng said solemnly. He was certain that the aura within the room belonged to Qin Zining. He believed that the royal family was using Qin Zining as bait to draw him in. Stop saying useless things. The dragon shock array has fully activated, and all the powerful experts are ambushed around. Hand over the treasures on you obediently, and perhaps you can die a quick death. The hoarse voice from under the black robe slowly spoke. Haha, fool. Qin Feng laughed loudly, saying, your scheme is indeed vicious, but you've overlooked one thing. The treasures on me possess the ability to teleport. If I wish to leave, no one can stop me. Upon saying this, the thunder token in his hand erupted with a massive amount of thunderous power enveloping him. Remember, no matter what, I will kill Qin Zening. The next time I act, even your great ancestor, the Emperor, won't be able to save her. I mean it, Qin Feng said coldly. As he spoke, a silver light flashed, and his figure vanished from the palace. At this moment, Qin Feng removed the black robe from his body and said lightly, fool. His earlier words were merely to intimidate Qin Feng. The reason for this was that he did not want to kill Qin Feng within the palace. Qin Feng could sense that the token in Qin Feng's hand contained incredibly powerful thunderous energy, and if a battle erupted here, the palace would not only be destroyed, but the dragon shock array would also likely malfunction. At that time, the evil beings within the demon suppression tower would surely take the opportunity to escape. That would complicate matters. Little girl dreaming in your sleep, truly. Qin Feng glanced back at the room behind him, shaking his head. He took out a teleportation scroll obtained from the system sign-in. Although there are teleportation arrays in the current Daxia dynasty, they can only teleport between cities. To go and kill Qin Feng could only use the teleportation scroll obtained from the system sign-in. Whoosh! With the shattering of the scroll, Qin Feng's figure instantly vanished from the spot. At this moment, 3,000 miles away from the Imperial City, there lay a forest filled with ancient trees over 100 years old. Many barbarian tribespeople were waiting here. Whoosh! At this moment, a silver light suddenly illuminated the forest from a distance. As the silver light faded, a figure appeared in the forest. Qin Feng and the only elder he brought with him appeared at the location where the formation had originally been. Young clan leader. Upon seeing Qin Feng, everyone quickly stood up, their eyes filled with surprise. Did you kill Qin Zening so quickly, eh? The barbarian elder asked in confusion. I was discovered. Qin Feng's face was incredibly grim. What? Don't you have the thunder token? How could you be discovered? The barbarian elder exclaimed in astonishment. The other barbarian tribespeople also wore expressions of confusion. Let's talk on the way, Qin Feng said coldly. Sigh. The barbarian elder, upon hearing this, helplessly shook his head, saying, forget it, let's go back first. No matter what, their barbarian tribe and the Daxia dynasty had become sworn enemies. Qin Zening, one day, I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Looking back at the direction of the Imperial City, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and said. Subsequently, they prepared to leave, heading back to the southern mountains. That was the safest place. However, at this moment, a young man approached from a distance, and it was clear he was not here with good intentions. Who are you? Qin Feng furrowed his brows and shouted coldly. This place was 3,000 miles away from the Imperial City, and there were no cities with teleportation arrays nearby. He never expected that the young man before him was the same person he encountered in the palace. I am naturally someone here to kill you, Qin Feng said lightly. He did not intentionally threaten Qin Feng. His tone was very calm. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng paused in surprise, then burst into laughter. Haha, a powerless nobody dares to claim they will kill me. Are you out of your mind? He sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy from Qin Feng's body, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Not only Qin Feng, but the other barbarian tribespeople also couldn't help but burst into mocking laughter. Young clan leader, don't mind this madman, leave him to us, one of the barbarian tribespeople said respectfully. Qin Feng nodded, saying, don't forget to pull out all his teeth. I need some for a necklace for my pet. I'm still a bit short on teeth. Saying this, he and the elder turned to leave. The barbarian tribespeople then approached Qin Feng with fierce intent. Kid you? However, before those barbarian tribespeople could take a few steps or finish their words, Qin Feng pointed out, and a burst of sword light struck, ending their lives. A ground littered with severed limbs and blood. What? Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Feng turned around and saw the ground covered with corpses, his face changing dramatically. These subordinates of his were all at the spirit transformation realm. How could they be killed by Qin Feng in an instant? The barbarian elder beside him was also greatly shocked, suddenly filled with unease. What on earth are you? Qin Feng's expression was dark as water, coldly saying, it seems I have no enmity with you. There was originally no enmity, but since you want to kill Zening, then this grudge is formed. Qin Feng replied lightly, do you have any last words? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng understood and realized that Qin Feng was here for revenge on behalf of Qin Zening. Although I don't know why you possess such powerful cultivation at such a young age, you still can't kill me. Qin Feng snorted coldly. The moment his words fell, a thunderous sound erupted, centered around him, exploding forth instantly. The sky was covered with dark clouds. Shi Feng's entire body was enveloped in thunder resembling a thunder god descending upon the mortal realm. The surrounding trees turned black, instantly drained of life. Some means, but it's nothing more than this. Qin Feng said lightly. Even at death's door you still speak arrogantly, die. Shi Feng roared in anger and charged towards Qin Feng. In that moment, he truly resembled a thunderbolt instantly appearing in front of Qin Feng, his fist carrying a terrifying thunderous wave smashing fiercely towards Qin Feng's chest. In that instant, he seemed to envision Qin Feng being smashed to pieces, blood and flesh flying everywhere. He was very excited. Clang. However, at that moment, a terrifying sword energy suddenly erupted from within Qin Feng's body, as if a divine weapon had emerged. The sound of the sword echoed through the world. Boom. Shi Feng was directly blasted away by the sword energy that erupted from Qin Feng, crashing through several towering ancient trees. The elder accompanying him was also incredibly unfortunate, crushed to death by Shi Feng. Shi Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, looking extremely miserable, his face turning pale. He stared at Qin Feng in disbelief, saying, "How could this happen? I have harnessed so much thunderous power. Even a powerful expert at the 7th level of the Wheel Sea realm could be killed. How could I possibly not kill you?" In his estimation, given Qin Feng's age, no matter how gifted he was, he could not reach the Wheel Sea realm. To be safe, he directly used the thunderous power that elevated him to the peak of the 7th level of the Wheel Sea realm, yet he never expected it would not kill Qin Feng. Instead, he was easily repelled by Qin Feng. "Perhaps because I am too strong," Qin Feng said calmly. As he spoke, a sword gleam shot from his fingertips, streaking toward Shi Feng, leaving a trail of sword scars in its wake. Shi Feng, seeing this, hastily tried to dodge. Though he was swift, Qin Feng's sword gleam was equally fast. It did not pierce his chest, but severed one of his arms. Shi Feng let out an agonized scream, his eyes bloodshot, as he roared, "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" He struck his chest with his right palm, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the thunder token, attempting to use the blood essence to activate all its thunderous power. Rumble. Accompanied by a dazzling silver light and the sound of surging thunder, Shi Feng's aura began to rapidly ascend, the brilliant silver radiance shooting straight into the sky. A terrifying pressure radiated from him. Beasts for dozens of li around were frightened by this commotion, prostrating themselves and trembling. In the end, he reached the astonishing peak of the Violet Palace realm's 2nd layer. Is that all? Qin Feng had waited expecting a grand spectacle, but now felt somewhat disappointed. Yet this was not beyond his expectations. Back in the Imperial Palace, he had roughly sensed how much thunderous power the token contained. He had only thought that with Shi Feng's cultivation, he might at least reach the peak of the Violet Palace realm's 3rd layer, allowing for a serious battle, but he only reached the peak of the 2nd layer. It was one minor realm short of his estimate. Arrogant. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Shi Feng flew into a rage. He gathered terrifying thunder, instantly forming a blade of lightning dozens of zhang long that spanned the sky. The emitted blade radiance was blinding, and even a powerhouse at the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea realm would be reduced to dust under its naturally exuded might. Boom. Under Shi Feng's control, the dozen-soft Zhanglong lightning blade slashed toward Qin Feng. At that moment, it seemed like the divine punishment of the thunder god had descended, inspiring awe. However, Qin Feng was utterly unfazed. "It's not that I'm arrogant, but that I am too strong," Qin Feng said calmly. As he spoke, a terrifying sword intent surged from within him, sweeping across hundreds of zhang. Around him, fiery red sword souls of pure crimson swiftly coalesced. The astonishing sword intent swept in all directions. The sound of swords clanging echoed endlessly. 10,000 swords returned to one. Qin Feng pointed into the void, and the hundreds of sword souls around him moved at his will, surging toward the dozen-soft Zhanglong lightning blade. Like a surging river. Boom. The hundreds of sword souls collided with the terrifying lightning blade, unleashing a fearsome wave of energy that swept in all directions like a tsunami. It spread for dozens of li. Countless trees were uprooted, flung into the air, and turned to dust. The dazzling light was blinding. This terrifying spectacle lasted for a long time before gradually subsiding. The entire area became barren. It seemed as if this had never been a forest, but a wasteland. Shi Feng was covered in wounds, with crimson blood oozing from the gashes, utterly disheveled, and his aura was so faint it could vanish at any moment. Meanwhile, Qin Feng stood unmoved, completely unaffected by the recent energy fluctuations, his robes fluttering in the wind, ethereal as an immortal. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? Seeing Qin Feng completely unharmed, Shi Feng could no longer remain calm and voiced his doubt. He had thought himself fortunate with such a celestial opportunity, destined to be the protagonist of this world. Yet he never imagined he would be so utterly powerless before Qin Feng. The young Qin Feng's cultivation was simply terrifying. However, what awaited Shi Feng was not Qin Feng's answer, but a sword gleam. Shi Feng's eyes widened, filled with unwillingness as he crashed heavily to the ground. He had believed he could crush all the princes of the Great Xia Empire and make a name for himself in the Kanglan domain, but instead met his end. This token seems to have a special formation that can absorb thunderous energy on its own. Qin Feng picked up the thunder token from the ground, examined it for a moment, and murmured to himself. Yet he couldn't be certain, because he knew little about formations. Shaking his head, Qin Feng put away the thunder token and turned to leave. The murder of the Imperial guards at the courier station and the disappearance of the barbarian envoy enraged the Xia Emperor, who ordered a thorough investigation. One barbarian who had followed the physician who treated Shi Feng to the Imperial Hospital for medicine that night was not teleported away by Shi Feng and became the subject of interrogation. After enduring all sorts of torture, he confessed everything he knew clearly. 3 days later, in the Imperial study, several ministers reported their findings from the past 2 days to the Xia Emperor. Those southern barbarians actually found a place in the mountains where the Thunder Sovereign once secluded himself and obtained the token left by that sovereign. The Xia Emperor's expression darkened. The Thunder Sovereign was a renowned sovereign in the Kanglan domain. He had existed hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years ago. The power of a token left by such a being was unimaginable. The information is accurate, extracted from that barbarian through interrogation. The minister in charge of the Ministry of Justice said respectfully. His only confusion was why Shi Feng had killed the Imperial guards and fled with the envoy. He speculated that the southern barbarian envoy might have discovered the Imperial guards spying on them and believed the royal family intended to strike first, so they preempted. Alternatively, Shi Feng might have been enraged after his defeat and killed the Imperial guards to vent his fury. Hearing the minister's confirmation, not only the Xia Emperor, but all the ministers present fell silent. This was far from good news for them. Just then the commissioner of the Imperial Guard arrived belatedly. "Your Majesty, we have found Shi Feng," the commissioner said. "Where is he?" the Xia Emperor asked hastily. "He is dead, killed 3 days ago, and the thunder token is missing." The commissioner paused before continuing. Judging by the intensity of the battle, the attacker was a cultivator at the 3rd layer of the Violet Palace realm, a very powerful sword cultivator. As he spoke, recalling the astonishing residual sword chi in the area, he shuddered. Though he was at the 7th layer of the Wheel Sea realm, he felt as insignificant as an ant in that moment. What? At these words, everyone in the Imperial study was shocked, exchanging glances. Shi Feng had been killed, and by a 3rd layer Violet Palace realm expert. When had such a powerhouse appeared within the Great Xia Empire? Countless questions flooded their minds. Killed 3 days ago. The Xia Emperor frowned. 3 days ago was the day Shi Feng fled. At that time, only a few knew about the Imperial guards killed by the Thunder artifact. How could a 3rd layer Violet Palace realm expert have learned of it so quickly, and then gone to kill Shi Feng? Could it be that Prince Mu has broken through to the 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion realm and killed Shi Feng? A minister speculated tentatively. The other ministers were overjoyed at this. If true, it would be tremendous news for the Great Xia dynasty. Impossible. The embroidered uniform guard commander shook his head. Elder Qin also went. He discovered that the one who killed Shi Feng used the fire sword intent, while Prince Mu's swordsmanship cultivates the wind sword intent. The two are completely different. Comprehending sword intent is extremely difficult. For any sword cultivator, achieving sword intent in a lifetime is already a stroke of fortune. How could a sword cultivator possibly master 2 types of sword intent simultaneously? Even if such a prodigy existed, it would not be at the Purple Mansion realm. If that's the case, then it truly is impossible. The many ministers in the Imperial study shook their heads in disappointment. Though they did not practice the sword, they understood such basic principles. Anyone claiming to have mastered 2 types of sword intent would be regarded as a fool. Besides Prince Mu, could there be other experts within the palace? A minister voiced a startling conjecture. At these words, every minister present changed expression. That is not entirely impossible. The Xia Emperor pondered, but after a moment, he shook his head. He said, "The other imperial uncles and grandfathers who were in seclusion have been confirmed deceased and buried. The only one still in seclusion is 7th imperial uncle Prince Mu. There cannot be any other Purple Mansion realm experts within the palace." In his view, apart from those imperial experts in seclusion, no one else could be at the Purple Mansion realm, as they lacked even the resources for cultivation. Hearing this, the ministers nodded thoughtfully. Their expressions grew even more complex. This meant that at some unknown time, an unnamed 3rd layer Purple Mansion realm expert had emerged in the Kanglan domain. This was momentous news, though its impact on the Great Xia dynasty remained uncertain. They dared not hope this expert belonged to the imperial clan. They only prayed he bore no ill will toward the dynasty. From this, it seems that sword expert happened to pass by, encountered Shi Feng at the teleportation array, and upon seeing the thunder token in his hand, was moved to kill and seize the treasure. The embroidered uniform guard commander respectfully offered his conjecture. He had confidence in the confidentiality of palace affairs. It was impossible for news to have leaked that very day. The Xia Emperor and the ministers nodded, finding his reasoning sound. Regardless, this is ultimately good news for us. One minister spoke slowly. Now that the Thunder Sovereign's token is no longer in the hands of the southern barbarians, we have no reason to hold back. Indeed, Your Majesty, your servant requests to lead troops to crush the southern barbarians. A general stepped forward, cupping his hands. Other ministers also voiced support, believing it was time to dispatch forces to pacify the southern barbarians. The southern barbarian envoy's provocation was bad enough, but after Qin Feng's defeat, they had the audacity to kill many embroidered uniform guards in a fit of rage, a blatant disregard for the great Xia imperial family. Why need we act ourselves? The Xia Emperor chuckled lightly. Simply release the news that the southern barbarians discovered the Thunder Sovereign's secluded retreat and obtained the Thunder Token. Within a year, the southern barbarians will be turned upside down by various factions. He understood well the principle that innocence is no defense against the crime of possessing a coveted treasure. Though he had learned from the southern envoy that the Thunder Sovereign's retreat contained nothing but a single token. The various powers of the Kanglan domain would not hesitate to investigate personally when the Thunder Sovereign was involved. Your Majesty is wise. Many ministers' eyes brightening promptly echoed. The Xia Emperor then issued a decree for the Crown Prince Qin Junyan, who was on an inspection tour, to immediately head south. After all the factions had ravaged the barbarians in the southern mountains, he was to join the southern pacifying general in managing the aftermath. As the Xia Emperor had foreseen, over the following year various dynasties and sects dispatched experts to the southern mountains, pressuring the barbarians about whether they had obtained any other treasures of the Thunder Sovereign. Some factions even clashed fiercely among themselves. The southern barbarians suffered immensely, bitterly regretting sending Qin Feng to the great Xia dynasty. Qin Feng, however, remained unaware of and uninterested in these external events. For him, the only consequence of the southern envoy incident was that Qin Zening, having displayed remarkable talent, garnered the imperial family's attention and visited him less frequently. This did not trouble Qin Feng. He had already imparted so much to her that she could not digest it all in less than a decade. Her frequent visits were unnecessary. Your Highness, the reclining chair you requested has been made. As Qin Feng cultivated, Chu Xiong respectfully addressed him. Beside him stood a reclining chair crafted entirely from rosewood, exuding a faint woody fragrance. Qin Feng nodded, pleased with the chair Chu Xiong had delivered. Now that he had cultivated the longevity scripture to its great perfection stage, the technique operated autonomously, absorbing sword qi without requiring his constant diligent practice. Thus he had asked Chu Xiong to purchase a reclining chair, allowing him to cultivate while resting. Now that the southern barbarians have fully submitted to our great Xia dynasty, His Majesty and the 6 ministries are overwhelmed with work. It seems only your Highness enjoys such leisure. Chu Xiong remarked with a smile. Pacifying the southern barbarians involved far more than stationing troops. There were countless intricate matters to handle. It would take at least 5 or 6 years to resolve. I am merely an unremarkable deposed crown prince. Such grand affairs are none of my concern. Qin Feng said indifferently. What ill intentions could a deposed prince harbor? Your Highness is too modest. Chu Xiong responded with a wry smile. He had never seen nor heard of a deposed prince with a state of mind like Qin Feng's. Most went mad or died of melancholy. None were as serene as Qin Feng, not rejoicing over external gains, nor grieving over personal losses. Easy to say, but truly achieving such equanimity, Chu Xiong believed, was the province of legendary sages alone. Qin Feng did not continue the topic. He tested the reclining chair and found it comfortable. The chair is excellent. Thank you. He praised it, thoroughly satisfied. Your Highness' approval is my honor. Chu Xiong replied respectfully. Though he had grown stronger, many still considered him simple-minded, and praise for him was rare. Only Qin Feng generously offered praise, never treating him as a servant. He was deeply moved. After asking if Qin Feng needed anything else, Chu Xiong took his leave. While the entire imperial court was grappling with the challenges of stabilizing the conquered southern barbarians, trouble arose at the Demon Suppression Tower. The Demon Suppression Tower, soaring into the clouds with 99 levels, imprisoned the undying evil spirits from the ancient sealing array of 10,000 years ago. Demonic energy billowed endlessly, shrouding the area in gloom, even under the blazing sun. Who would have thought that White Fox possessed such formidable bloodline power? What a feast! Within the first level of the tower, an evil spirit laughed heartily. He was Juyo Daoist. Today, during the weakest moment of the array surrounding the tower, he used a secret technique to stealthily escape a wisp of demonic energy, intending only to devour some palace maids and eunuchs. Unexpectedly, he encountered a white fox. Though the fox was powerful, the demon's spiritual sense was formidable. Juyo Daoist launched a surprise attack and barely managed to suppress it. Despite the fox's bloodline erupting with astonishing power, preventing complete devouring and allowing its escape, Geo-Daoist still reaped great benefits. Not only did his cultivation advance, but more importantly, he acquired a portion of the white fox's essence blood, a priceless gain for him. At that moment, other evil spirits in the first level noticed Geo-Daoist's cultivation change. Disciple, your power has grown. Quickly sustain your master's life. One ancient decrepit evil spirit approached Geo-Daoist urgently. The lifespan of evil spirits was not infinite. Only by constantly devouring human essence blood could they extend their lives. Though once mighty, after 10,000 years many had perished. These spirits could only sever their own cultivation repeatedly to prolong their existence. The evil spirits on the first level had fallen to the first or second layer of the Wheel C realm, utterly diminished from their former glory, a pitiful state. Yet many were nearing the end of their lifespan. Geo-Daoist's master had less than half a year left. Old fool, you want me to sustain you? Rather assist my cultivation. Geo-Daoist snorted coldly. He seized his master by the neck and began devouring his cultivation. No. The master struggled desperately, but could not escape. The spirits imprisoned on the same level were originally of similar cultivation. But now, having devoured the fox's power and essence blood, Geo-Daoist was far stronger, and his master was utterly helpless. Before long, the master was completely consumed, even his corpse devoured by Geo-Daoist. Delicious. A rare delicacy. After finishing, Geo-Daoist wiped the blood from his lips and praised. Geo-Daoist, you betray your master and devour your kind. Do you not fear divine retribution? A female evil spirit shouted, her voice trembling with rage. Once I escape, I will surely elevate our demon race and rule the Kanglan domain. Then merits and sins will cancel out. Geo-Daoist sneered grimly. At worst, I'll lay down my blade and convert to Buddhism to cleanse my sins. With that, he seized the female spirit. He began devouring without restraint. Screams ensued. The other spirits trembled in fear, dreading they would be next. But Geo-Daoist had no intention of continuing. He had only wanted a taste. He could not ascend to higher levels, and the spirits on his level were too weak to boost his cultivation. Better to keep them for occasional feasts. Buzz. Geo-Daoist spat out a small black cauldron. It appeared ordinary, but its carvings were eerie. This vessel, obtained from an outer realm, sealed immense power that required vast amounts of essence blood to unlock. Before the Great Sealing War, he had sacrificed many human cultivators to the cauldron, but just before unlocking its power, he was imprisoned in the tower. He thought he would never open it, as the blood of maids and eunuchs was insufficient. Yet today he encountered a white fox with a bloodline so powerful it astounded him. Even a portion of its essence blood was enough. Rumble. After offering the fox's essence blood to the cauldron, the ordinary-looking vessel emitted a strange light. Astounding demonic energy surged forth. Power. Pure power. The spirits on the first level exclaimed, their eyes burning with envy. Yet none dared to act. Geo-Daoist's strength now surpassed them all. Even united, they could not defeat him. This power is enough for me to break through to the void refinement realm. After absorbing it, I can force my way out. Geo-Daoist said, his eyes blazing with excitement. He sat cross-legged and eagerly began absorbing the demonic energy from the cauldron. Seasons passed, and 3 years flew by. Snow blanketed the entire imperial city, lending the solemn ancient architecture a poetic charm. Qin Feng's recliner sat under an evergreen ancient tree. Not a single snowflake had landed on him after the night-long snowfall. Qin Feng, who had slept for 3 years, stretched lazily. Though resting daily, his cultivation had risen to the 4th layer of the Purple Mansion realm, thanks to the longevity scripture automatically absorbing sword energy. Such terrifying speed would inspire envy in anyone. But Qin Feng had no intention of venturing out. None in the Kanglan domain knew of this monstrous prodigy. If only I had a copy of the Moon and sixpence and a cappuccino. Lying on his recliner, Qin Feng murmured, watching the falling snow. He rose slowly, startling a flock of birds pecking at dried grain, and went to brew some tea. Moi. Having just prepared tea, Qin Feng was about to return to sleep when he noticed faint movement under a nearby tree. Approaching, he found a white fox. Its fur was silky and beautiful, nearly blending with the snow. But it trembled, its aura extremely weak. I don't recall any white foxes in this Imperial Mausoleum, Qin Feng mused. The mausoleum housed many animals, mostly strays from disfavored concubines banished to cold palaces, but never a white fox. The fox noticed Qin Feng, its eyes filled with wariness. Though weak, it feigned ferocity, growling lowly, as if warning him not to approach. You're quite fierce, little one. Qin Feng chuckled, unbothered. He then took a small bottle with only a few drops of earth spirit clock nectar left from his ring and placed it on the snow before the white fox. I've been eating those healing pills like candy. This earth spirit clock nectar also has healing properties. Whether you survive or not depends on your fate. The pills he had obtained were scarce to begin with, and the healing ones were even rarer and of mediocre quality, so he had consumed them all as snacks, leaving him with none. With that, Qin Feng took a blanket and returned to his lounge chair to sleep. Meanwhile, the white fox glanced at the small jade bottle containing the earth spirit clock nectar, but showed no intention of touching it, continuing to lie still and heal. Her mother had always told her never to trust humans, especially men. Their words were full of lies. Moreover, this young man was so handsome and carefree, making his words even less credible. She would never eat anything Qin Feng gave her. Even if she starved to death in this heavy snow, she absolutely would not. Time passed swiftly, and a year went by. The white fox lying there to heal found her condition worsening, her entire being listless and dispirited. Her mood was foul. Since a few years ago, when the demon devoured her cultivation and some of her vital blood, her injuries had only worsened with no relief. Under this immense suffering, the white fox's gaze finally couldn't resist turning to the small jade bottle. That earth spirit clock nectar seemed to have healing effects. If I just take a little, it's not like I'm agreeing to marry a human, so it should be fine, right? Thus, she comforted herself, quickly coming to terms with the idea. She extended her front paw, pulled the small jade bottle over, and removed its stopper. Ah, such fragrance. Instantly, the rich spiritual energy that surged out made the white fox gasp in astonishment. She had never heard of earth spirit clock nectar, so she didn't expect it to contain such abundant spiritual energy. Then she extended her tongue through the narrow bottle opening and began to lick the milky white liquid inside. As the earth spirit clock nectar entered her mouth, a warm current quickly flowed through her entire body, bringing immense comfort. It was a sensation of exhilarating pleasure. The great pain from her injuries gradually eased. This young man is just a deposed prince, yet how does he possess such high-grade celestial treasures, eh? The white fox was deeply curious. She had consumed Qin Feng's earth spirit clock nectar with the mindset that it was better than nothing, but she never expected its effects to be so remarkable, far beyond her imagination. In her heart, she instantly remembered this milky white liquid, never to forget it. Winter passed, and spring arrived. Another 2 years went by. The Imperial Mausoleum seemed unchanged. One evening, rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Qin Feng's body. It was incredibly startling. Rampant sword intent swept across the surroundings. Everywhere bore sword scars. This fearsome aura of the sword path seemed ready to pierce the heavens. Yet elsewhere in the palace, there was no reaction. This was because the entire Imperial Mausoleum was covered by the divine concealment array that Qin Feng had obtained from his sign-in. Not a single trace of this aura could escape. Even the Imperial guards at the mausoleum's entrance felt nothing, completely oblivious. I've reached the 5th level of the Violet Mansion realm. It's time to try signing in at the Demon Suppression Tower. Qin Feng murmured to himself. Every 5th level within a major realm marked a significant threshold, bringing about a tremendous boost in power. The Demon Suppression Tower was the core of the entire Dragon Startle array. Only cultivators at the 3rd level of the Violet Mansion realm could approach it without being instantly killed. But Qin Feng was cautious by nature. Now that he was at the 5th level of the Violet Mansion realm, he finally decided to investigate. It wasn't cowardice, but rather following his inner choice, being true to his heart. After standing up, Qin Feng stretched lazily. He noticed that the white fox was nowhere to be seen and murmured, "Has her injury healed?" He paid it no further mind and strode toward the Demon Suppression Tower. Inside the tower, on the 1st floor, only the 9 nether Taoists remained. The others had been gradually devoured by him as snacks. By now, the demonic energy emanating from the 9 nether Taoists' small cauldron had been fully absorbed. He was wreathed in overwhelming demonic aura, terrifying beyond imagination. Even the demons on the upper floors were no match for him. 3rd level of the Void Refining Realm. As he slowly opened his eyes, a chilling gleam filled his gaze. He had restored himself to his former peak state. Uncontrollable excitement surged within him. Now, on the night of the full moon, the Demon Suppression Tower is at its weakest. If I force my way out of this tower and the killing array outside, I might drop by 1 major realm. But even so, I would still be invincible throughout the entire Imperial City. The 9 nether Taoist muttered to himself. 20 years ago, when he devoured a young eunuch, he learned from the victim's memories that the entire palace had no cultivators at the Violet Mansion realm. In just 20 years, even if new Violet Mansion realm practitioners had emerged, they would at most be at the 1st level. With his 3rd level Violet Mansion realm cultivation and top-tier demonic martial arts, they would be nothing but ants before him. Moreover, in the process of breaking out, he would certainly damage the Dragon Startle array, which would take at least a month or 2 to repair fully. Thus, he would have no more worries. Members of the great Xia royal family, I will flay you, pull your tendons, suck your marrow, and feast on you to my heart's content. The 9 nether Taoist laughed heartily. His hatred for the great Xia royal family ran deep, and once he got out, he would devour them without restraint. This would be the first step toward ruling the Kanglan domain. With that, the 9 Nether Daoists began to forcefully break through the demon suppression tower. Outside the tower, hundreds of Imperial guards stood watch around the killing array. The leader of the Imperial guards was Chu Xiong. The reason was that for some unknown cause, faint screams of demons had been intermittently emanating from the demon suppression tower over the past 2 years. Initially, Elder Qin and many strong practitioners from the palace had come to guard the area, worried about potential issues. But as time passed over 2 years, the screams from the tower had ceased altogether. Elder Qin and the others breathed a sigh of relief, believing the screams were from powerful demons being refined and crying out before their deaths. They no longer lingered there. There were many matters in the palace demanding their attention, and they needed to cultivate as well. The demon suppression tower was thick with demonic aura, making it perilous for strong cultivators to train nearby. They risked falling into demonic possession. After all these years, the demons in this tower have probably been completely refined. Even if any are alive, they're barely holding on. They can't escape the demon suppression tower. Making such a fuss here is a waste of energy. One Imperial guard couldn't help complaining. His words quickly drew agreement from many others who nodded in approval. Exactly, I think we're overreacting. Having stood guard here for 2 years with no incidents, they had grown lax, believing no demon could possibly break out. Don't speak nonsense. When it comes to demons, we must never let our guard down. Chu Xiong warned them. He didn't know many grand principles, but he understood this simple truth and strictly adhered to it. The Imperial guards fell silent, but inwardly dismissed Chu Xiong's words. On one hand, they resented that this stubborn man had become their commander. On the other, they genuinely believed no demon could escape the tower. Rumble. But at that moment, unusual movements came from the demon suppression tower. Torrents of demonic chi seeped out from the demon suppression tower, rapidly coalescing outside its structure, accompanied by the agonized screams of the 9 Nether Daoists. Even though the demon suppression tower had weakened over the years and the full moon night rendered it at its most vulnerable, the 9 Nether Daoists still endured immense pain in his attempt to forcefully break out. What is this? Gazing at the slowly condensing demonic chi outside the tower, all the Imperial guards turned pale with terror, their voices trembling. They stood frozen, utterly at a loss. Quickly inform Elder Qin. Chu Xiong reacted swiftly, barking out the order. At that moment, a few Imperial guards finally snapped out of their stupor and rushed towards Elder Qin's secluded meditation site. Meanwhile, the demonic chi breaking free from the tower had already formed a silhouette. Rumble. Just then, the killing formation outside the tower detected the anomaly and activated. Golden array patterns radiated dazzling light, attempting to block the 9 Nether Daoist. Huh. I've already escaped, and you still want to kill me. The 9 Nether Daoist laughed heartily. He strode boldly towards the edge of the killing formation. Forcing his way out was his only option. Rumble. The fearsome killing formation relentlessly attacked the 9 Nether Daoist, causing his aura to plummet. The demonic chi was purified by the formation. Yet his steps never faltered. Finally, the 9 Nether Daoist emerged from the formation, appearing less than 100 zhang away from the assembled Imperial guards. This killing formation is far weaker than I imagined. It seems the Great Xia dynasty's decline is quite evident. The 9 Nether Daoist remarked grimly, looking at his own bloodied body. According to his calculations, escaping the tower and then the formation should have dropped his cultivation from the Void Refining Realm's 3rd layer to the Violet Mansion Realm's 3rd layer. But he had only fallen to the midstage of the Violet Mansion Realm's 4th layer. For him, this was exceptionally good news. A Violet Mansion Realm 3rd layer demon. The Imperial guards, overhearing his muttering, were so terrified they could barely speak. Pitiful humans, kneel before this demon immediately. The 9 Nether Daoists snorted coldly. Despite their rigorous training, the Imperial guards were so frightened by his words that they fell to their knees, devoid of any thought of resistance. The disparity was too vast. They felt like mere ants. This creature is a demon. How can you kneel to a demon? Chu Xiong was furious at the sight. Though not exceptionally clever, he had his principles. The enmity between humans and demons was absolute. How could they submit to a demon? What did you say? The 9 Nether Daoist immediately turned his icy gaze on Chu Xiong. You seek death. He extended a massive hand formed from astonishing demonic chi, reaching out to seize and devour Chu Xiong. The other Imperial guards secretly rejoiced that they had knelt early. Clang. However, at that moment, the sound of a sword's hum suddenly rang out. From behind Chu Xiong, a nearly transparent sword soul arrived in an instant, carrying breathtaking sword chi. It brushed past him and collided with the enormous black hand. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy erupted. Both the massive black hand and Qin Feng's wind sword soul shattered into pieces. The kneeling Imperial guards were all torn apart by the terrifying energy wave. Though Qin Feng had specifically shielded Chu Xiong, he was still flung 100 zhang away, crashing heavily to the ground. He fell unconscious. Who goes there? The 9 Nether Daoists' eyes were filled with shock. Wasn't the Great Xia dynasty supposed to lack even a single Violet Mansion realm first-layer cultivator? How could anyone block his palm strike? Having finally escaped the demon suppression tower, instead of fleeing for your life you dare to kill here. Isn't that too arrogant? Seeing that Chu Xiong was not in mortal danger, Qin Feng turned his gaze to the 9 Nether Daoist and spoke calmly. Huh, ridiculous. The 9 Nether Daoist threw his head back and laughed. Since this demon has emerged, I shall embark on a massacre starting with this imperial palace that has suppressed me for 10,000 years. Why would I run? Although Qin Feng had blocked his palm with a single sword strike, the 9 Nether Daoist did not take him seriously. That palm strike had used less than 1% of his true power. What he didn't know was that Qin Feng's wind sword soul had diverted a significant portion of its sword chi to protect Chu Xiong as it passed him. Otherwise, the power of that sword strike would have been far greater. So you intend to use everyone in the palace as blood sacrifices? Then I certainly cannot spare you. Qin Feng said coldly. He was in this palace and Qin Zining was here too. How could he allow the 9 Nether Daoists to run rampant? Fool, you have no idea how terrifying my power truly is. Watch as I tear you limb from limb. The 9 Nether Daoist sized up Qin Feng's body, his eyes gleaming with greed, almost drooling. The stronger the cultivator, the more beneficial it was for him to absorb. Rumble. The 9 Nether Daoist rapidly condensed a massive black hand from surging demonic chi. He slammed it down towards Qin Feng. The very void trembled in its wake, as if a colossal mountain was moving through the air. Then let's see who the real fool is. Qin Feng sneered. He took a single step forward, directly meeting the enormous hand. His cultivation was a minor realm higher than the 9 Nether Daoists, and combined with his powerful sword physique, he was invincible at the same level and could even challenge those above him. His true combat prowess far surpassed the 9 Nether Daoists. Boom! The massive black hand was shattered by Qin Feng's mere collision, dissolving into wisps of demonic chi that dissipated into the world. It was as fragile as paper. What? The 9 Nether Daoists stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. His immensely powerful attack had been physically crushed by this man. How was that possible? He wondered if he was hallucinating. While the 9 Nether Daoist was in shock, Qin Feng had already appeared before him. Surprised. Unexpected. Qin Feng said as he slowly raised a finger. An astonishing sword aura began to condense at his fingertip, erupting with brilliant, dazzling light. No. In that instant, the 9 Nether Daoists sensed the threat of death. He was now utterly convinced that Qin Feng's cultivation was far above his own. He could scarcely believe that someone so young could be this powerful. But he had no time to ponder, his only thought was to flee. However, just as the 9 Nether Daoists turned around, the sword light from Qin Feng's fingertip shot forth. It entered through his back and pierced through his body. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fell to the ground, then dissolved into wisps of demonic chi, vanishing into the world. After slaying the 9 Nether Daoists, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the demon suppression tower. He strode briskly through the already damaged killing array, which had been breached by the 9 Nether Daoists' forceful intrusion, and arrived effortlessly at the side of the tower. System check-in at the demon suppression tower, Qin Feng said slowly. Ding. Congratulations, master, check-in successful. Reward divine pupil. The system's mechanical prompt echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Divine pupil capable of seeing through all illusions in the world. Having refrained from checking in at new locations for a long time, Qin Feng was overjoyed to acquire such a formidable ability. However, he did not stay to integrate it on the spot. Instead, he decided to leave first and return to the Imperial Mausoleum. He could clearly sense several powerful auras rushing over from various parts of the palace. He did not wish to reveal his identity and attract unnecessary complications. No sooner had Qin Feng left the demon suppression tower than Elder Chen, the first to receive the news, along with a royal expert in charge of the array's central pillar, arrived at the scene. Their expressions were exceedingly grim. A demonic fiend at the Zifu realm had escaped the demon suppression tower. This was dire news indeed. The killing array, having been forcefully breached, was certainly damaged. If it affected the operation of the Dragon Startle array, the entire palace would be in peril. When the two arrived and saw the killing array so severely damaged that it had completely ceased functioning, their hearts sank halfway. The Dragon Startle array must be inoperable. The palace is doomed. No, where's the fiend? The royal expert, gazing at the corpses of the Imperial guards scattered everywhere, but finding no trace of the demon, suddenly voiced a puzzled query. Indeed, where is the fiend? Elder Chen also looked perplexed. Just then, other experts who had received the news rushed over, including the Xia Emperor himself, who could channel the dynasty's fate to empower himself. This greatly enhanced his strength, making him the only one capable of reaching the Zifu realm. What happened? Wasn't it said that a fiend escaped the demon suppression tower? Where is it then? The assembled experts voiced their confusion, their faces filled with bewilderment. The Xia Emperor also questioned Elder Chen. Your Majesty, I arrived only moments ago, and it was already like this. There is no sign of the fiend. Elder Qin replied with a hint of bitterness and helplessness. The royal expert beside him nodded in agreement. It was like this when you arrived. The Xia Emperor was taken aback, his expression darkening. Could the fiend have fled? If the fiend had truly escaped and found a place to hide, secretly devouring humans, no one would be able to stop its cultivation from advancing. No, besides the overwhelming demonic energy, there is also a very powerful aura of slaughter here, one that arises when a demon dies. Elder Su, the keeper of the library, suddenly interjected. Having perused countless ancient texts, he understood demons better than anyone present. What did you say? The Xia Emperor was astonished, turning to Elder Su. Do you mean the fiend has been slain? How is that possible? He found it hard to believe. The news of the fiend's escape had only just spread, and they had rushed over immediately. How could it already be dead by the time they arrived? The other experts were also incredulous. Sword energy. There is a lingering, extremely powerful sword energy in this area. Elder Qin suddenly exclaimed. He detected a very strong residual sword energy, but it had been concealed and corroded by the overwhelming demonic aura, so he hadn't noticed it at first. Indeed, I feel it too. A remarkable remnant of sword energy here, another expert who cultivated the way of the sword quickly added. Moreover, Elder Qin soon determined that the residual sword energy was identical to the one that had killed the eunuch from the corpse manipulation sect. He spoke gravely. It must have been Prince Mu who acted. But how could seventh uncle have learned of the fiend's emergence so quickly and slain it? The Xia Emperor was puzzled. The secluded meditation chambers of the royal clan's past experts were located farthest from the demon suppression tower to prevent the demonic energy from inadvertently causing them to fall into demonic possession. They had only just received the news themselves. How could Prince Mu have acted so swiftly? Everyone present shared the same confusion. Even if Prince Mu was at the Zifu realm, how could he have been so fast? After all, the fiend was also at the Zifu realm. Perhaps ever since the anomaly at the demon suppression tower 2 years ago, Prince Mu has been keeping a close watch on it. That's why he was able to slay the fiend the moment it appeared. Elder Qin speculated. His conjecture met with nods of approval from all present. They felt this was the only plausible explanation. Just then, Chu Xiong, having been revived by the royal expert with a medicinal pill, regained consciousness. Your Majesty, I pay my respects, Chu Xiong said, bowing to the Xia Emperor as he awoke. No need for formalities. The Xia Emperor waved his hand, then asked, what happened just now? Why are you completely unharmed? All the Imperial guards present had been killed, yet Chu Xiong survived, leaving the Emperor puzzled. Chu Xiong dared not conceal anything. He recounted the events truthfully to the Xia Emperor, leaving out not a single detail. A sword soul carrying powerful wind fluctuations brushed past you and struck the fiend. Hearing Chu Xiong's account, Elder Qin and the others became even more convinced that it was Prince Mu who had intervened. The Xia Emperor shared the same thought. Your refusal to yield to the fiend is likely why seventh uncle spared you. He declared slowly, issue an edict, reward Chu Xiong. The Xia Emperor bestowed heavy rewards upon Chu Xiong. The Minister of Rites beside him meticulously recorded all the rewards to be distributed to Chu Xiong promptly. Thank you, Your Majesty, Chu Xiong said gratefully. The Xia Emperor nodded and instructed the royal expert in charge of the array's central pillar to hasten the repair of the dragon startle array. After leaving several experts to guard the demon suppression tower against further anomalies, the others hurriedly returned to their duties. Back at the Imperial Mausoleum, Qin Feng prepared to integrate the divine pupil. By the way, will this hurt? Qin Feng asked the system about the key issue. It may hurt at first, the system explained emotionlessly, but after the pain there will be a wonderful sensation. Acquiring the divine pupil meant gaining the ability to see the world clearly. This was the wonderful sensation the system referred to. That's good. Qin Feng nodded. He then instructed the system to integrate the divine pupil. Hiss! A sudden pang of pain made Qin Feng gasp sharply. He felt something entering his body. However, the pain did not last long and soon subsided. Whoosh! Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, many mysterious and arcane runes had appeared. This was a sign of the divine pupil activating. He was astonished to find that when he used the divine pupil, not only could he see exceptionally far, but he could also clearly perceive the flow of spiritual energy in the world. Even the grand layout of the mountains and rivers could not escape his sight. This founding emperor's mausoleum is truly a blessed land of feng shui. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder the founding emperor's mausoleum was built so close to the palace. Such a geomantic treasure could protect the great Xia royal lineage for generations. After a long while, Qin Feng slowly withdrew his divine pupil. Then he returned to his recliner and resumed his cultivation. The technique within him operated on its own, simultaneously absorbing the sword energy that coiled like ribbons around his wrist. Then he returned to his recliner and resumed his cultivation. The technique within him operated on its own, simultaneously absorbing the sword energy that coiled like ribbons around his wrist. Then he returned to his recliner and resumed his cultivation. The technique within him operated on its own, simultaneously absorbing the sword energy that coiled like ribbons around his wrist. The events at the Demon Suppression Tower did not affect Qin Feng in the slightest. He continued as before, sleeping while cultivating. Chu Xiong, however, reaped great benefits. Because he had not yielded before the evil spirits, he was permitted to enter the academy run by the Ministry of War for 3 years of study. During this period, it was other Imperial guards who delivered dried rations to Qin Feng. Yet these soldiers, though respectful, were unwilling to exchange even half a word with him, clearly desiring no connection. Eventually, the deliveries were reduced to once a year. Although these Imperial guards had heard that the new Crown Prince Qin Junyan had a good relationship with Qin Feng, how could they truly know the reality? If Qin Junyan were to deal with Qin Feng in the future, those close to him would surely be implicated. Such occurrences were hardly rare within the Imperial family. They deemed it prudent to be cautious. Qin Feng naturally understood their thoughts. The annual rations suited him well, granting him undisturbed peace. Before long, the spring festival arrived. The palace was festooned with lanterns and decorations, brimming with a joyful atmosphere. Qin Feng remained alone in the Imperial Mausoleum, where the withered grass and trees lent a somewhat desolate air compared to other places. Yet he had long grown accustomed to it. Zening is coming. Sensing something, Qin Feng, resting on a reclining chair, looked into the distance. He saw a young girl in festive robes approaching, carrying a food box. Imperial uncle. Seeing Qin Feng's gaze upon her, Qin Zening called out joyfully. She had not visited the mausoleum for nearly 3 years. The Xia Emperor had spent a fortune to hire a formation master from a neighboring state who set up a small high-grade spirit gathering array for her. It was only effective for 3 years. She had to remain within the array daily in secluded cultivation. Just a few days ago, the array had finally dissipated, allowing her to emerge and relax. Already at the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Not bad, Qin Feng praised. When the southern envoys had come to provoke, Qin Zening was only at the 9th level of the spirit condensation realm. Now, just a few years later, she had reached the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. This cultivation speed surpassed most prodigies. An ordinary cultivator would need at least 10 years to advance from the 9th level of spirit condensation to the spirit transformation realm, let alone the improvements within each minor realm of spirit transformation. Qin Zening's speed undoubtedly marked her as a first-rate genius. Thank you for the praise, Imperial uncle. Qin Zening asked, how have you been these past few years? Same as always. Qin Feng replied indifferently, eat and sleep, sleep and eat. It's far too dull here with not a soul around. Qin Zening gazed at the desolate surroundings, then her eyes lit up. He'll plead with Imperial grandfather for you. Perhaps he might issue an edict to pardon you. She was a clever girl. She knew that the talent she now displayed was vital to the Imperial family, and her words would carry some weight. Don't. Qin Feng quickly refused. Why? Qin Zening asked, puzzled by his decisive rejection. Qin Feng was momentarily at a loss. How could he say he cultivated here to avoid disturbance? After a pause, he said earnestly, the world believes I colluded with the demonic cult. Everyone wishes me dead. I am no longer the crown prince. If pardoned, I certainly cannot reside in the palace. Then outside I might be killed at any moment. It's better here in the mausoleum, peaceful and safe. Hearing this, Qin Zening nodded thoughtfully. Finding his reasoning sound, she dropped the subject. Then she handed him the food box, dumplings made by her mother sent for him. She stayed to eat with him, chatting about events outside before leaving the mausoleum. After the spring festival, heavy snow fell for several consecutive days. The entire Imperial city was blanketed in pure white snow. I haven't checked in at the place where the Imperial experts undergo their final seclusion. Qin Feng suddenly recalled such an excellent spot. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the palace's forbidden grounds. Had anyone seen Qin Feng, they would have been astonished to find no footprints where he walked, true walking without a trace on the snow. In no time, Qin Feng arrived at the site where numerous Imperial experts were in their final seclusion. This was an absolute restricted area with a large contingent of Imperial guards stationed year-round at its periphery. No one was permitted to enter. Yet these guards were but phantoms to Qin Feng. He strolled leisurely into the forbidden grounds. Ancient buildings stood everywhere. Though slightly worn, they retained an immense dignity. These structures were nearly as old as the great Xia dynasty itself. As befits a place where many ancestors undertook their final seclusion, the spiritual energy is indeed rich. Qin Feng murmured. The density of spiritual energy here was over 10 times that of other areas in the palace. However, this abundance held no allure for Qin Feng. He possessed vast cultivation resources and had no need to absorb the natural spiritual energy. System check-in for me at the palace forbidden grounds, Qin Feng said calmly. Ding. Congratulations, master. Check-in successful. You have obtained the external incarnation. The system's mechanical prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ear. External incarnation. At the name, his eyes lit up. He didn't need to examine the details to understand the skill's purpose. Without any hesitation, he chose to integrate it. Instantly, a flood of information surged into Qin Feng's memory. The process was brief, but mastering it would require considerable time. The condensed incarnation is a pure energy body entirely controlled by the original consciousness with no autonomous will. It consumes spiritual energy constantly and possesses only half of the original's cultivation base. As the information poured into his mind, Qin Feng grew to understand the external incarnation. Though it could only exert half of his power, it was still highly satisfactory. He prepared to return and cultivate the incarnation. Moi. But at that moment, Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He detected a faint trace of demonic qi, very weak. Yet his powerful divine sense allowed him to perceive it. Mysterious arcane runes flickered deep in Qin Feng's eyes as he used his divine pupils to locate the exact source of the demonic qi. Soon he found it. The pavilion where Prince Mu was in seclusion. How can there be demonic qi here? Qin Feng wondered. The demonic qi was so faint as to be nearly negligible. Without his divine pupils, even if his spiritual sense had detected it, he might not have pinpointed the location. Curious, he wished to enter and investigate, but the pavilion was protected by a formation. To open it from outside, he would have to break it by force. Such an action would undoubtedly cause a great commotion. I can try the external incarnation, he suddenly recalled. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged on a stone step nearby, releasing wisps of spiritual energy that through gaps in the formation seeped into the pavilion. Under his control, the spiritual energy coalesced rapidly, within finally forming a faint translucent figure. Only 1/10 of my cultivation base. Qin Feng was taken aback, disappointed by his first attempt. Yet he paid it no mind, ascending the stairs directly to the top floor. Soon Qin Feng reached the top floor, but the sight before him left him utterly stunned. Upon the tower there was not a single figure, nor was there any sign of Prince Mu, who had supposedly entered secluded meditation. Only a few wisps of demonic qi lingered in the air. What happened? Qin Feng's expression shifted. Could it be that Prince Mu was abducted by a demon? Yet there were no signs of a struggle here. He was deeply perplexed. However, Qin Feng soon detected an anomaly. The demonic qi here and the residual human martial aura originated from the same person. Clearly, Prince Mu had fallen to demonic corruption. Qin Feng was speechless. He had never imagined that Prince Mu would succumb to such a fate. If this news were to spread, it would be thousands of times more severe than his release of the demon cult Sanctus. Though the demon cult practiced modified demonic techniques, they had not allied with true demons, they had merely strayed down a divergent path. But falling to demonic corruption was different. It meant complete transformation into a demon. Now that Prince Mu is gone, could he have fled? Qin Feng murmured to himself. He extended his powerful divine sense, carefully probing every corner of the tower to see if he had misjudged. Soon in a corner of the floor below, Qin Feng discovered a blood letter written by Prince Mu. After reading it, he could not help but sigh. It turned out that when Prince Mu's lifespan was nearly exhausted, his Tao heart wavered. Unwilling to accept death, he had gone to the demon suppression tower, absorbed demonic qi, and fallen into the demonic path. Yet just as he was about to devour humans to prolong his life, reason ultimately triumphed over greed. He did not wish to become a bloodthirsty demon surviving in such a manner. In the end, he chose to dissolve his own being, leaving no corpse behind. At least he preserved some dignity. Qin Feng could not help but let out a long sigh. Humanity's fear of death could never be eradicated. He could hardly imagine if he would ever face such a day. However, Qin Feng noticed that as his emotions fluctuated, the wisps of demonic qi drifted toward him. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable sensation that if he allowed this demonic qi to enter his body, he could attain eternal life. But Qin Feng quickly calmed his mind. In his palm, ghostly cold fire ignited, burning away the demonic qi completely. Even if one day his lifespan were to end, he would never fall into the demonic path and become a demon that devoured its own kind. Then Qin Feng replaced the blood letter, withdrew his external incarnation, and left the forbidden area of the palace. In the following days, a piece of good news spread swiftly through the imperial city. The crown prince had fully pacified the southern barbarian tribes and was preparing to return to court. Within the palace, ministers from all departments were immersed in joyful preparations for his arrival. Subjugating the southern barbarians was a feat the great Xia imperial family had failed to achieve for 10,000 years. The southern barbarians dwelled in the southern mountain ranges. Though they had few powerhouses, every individual possessed a robust physique, making them a nation in arms. Even when defeated, they could vanish into the mountains, making total conquest exceedingly difficult. If an attacking army were unfortunate enough to encounter a beast tide, their losses would be even more catastrophic. Occasionally, there had been great victories forcing the southern barbarians to submit, but within a few years they would inevitably rebel again. Now these barbarian tribes were finally and completely conquered by Great Xia. Not only were garrisons stationed at strategic passes, but each tribal chieftain had handed over their sons as hostages to the crown prince. Henceforth, there would be no more princesses sent for marriage alliances. No longer would the southern people suffer the ravages of war. Meanwhile, this news also reached the corpse manipulation sect. At the border of the Great Xia imperial domain, there lay a mountain range stretching thousands of li, appearing utterly ordinary. A towering peak within the range seemed normal on the surface, but in reality its true form was concealed by a formation. Two figures flew toward the peak, vanishing without a trace the moment they approached, leaving only faint ripples in the air. Before their eyes, the ordinary peak transformed into a mountain exuding overwhelming yin qi. Halfway up the mountain, a vast complex of buildings clung to the cliffs, impossibly steep and perilous. These structures were ancient and sinister, exuding an eerie aura. The two figures proceeded directly to the central hall. Here the yin qi was even denser. The patterns on the walls and stone pillars evoked a sense of being trapped in the underworld. At that moment, several figures were gathered in the hall discussing matters. Sect Master Qin Junyan has already set out from the south on his return to the Imperial City. He is traveling incognito with only 2 cultivators at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm as his guards. One of them addressed the leading figure respectfully. Though Qin Junyan's itinerary was highly secretive, their intelligence network spanned the entire Great Xia Empire, ultimately confirming his current location. Excellent. The corpse manipulation sect's master then turned to a voluptuous woman beside him. Ji Qin, the ambush on Qin Junyan is your responsibility. Rest assured, sect master. I will ensure Qin Junyan meets his end. Ji Qin replied with unwavering confidence. Do not forget to bring the ancient corpse of the Taishan imperial family's powerhouse. Let the Great Xia people believe it was the Taishan royal family who acted. The sect master reminded her. Of course I won't forget, Ji Qin chuckled. Otherwise, how would we incite war between the two empires, absorb the yin qi from the battlefield, and nurture more powerful ancient corpses, eh? If this plan succeeds, destroying the Great Xia Empire will be much easier, an ancient elder who had lived for countless years said with a grim tone. Their enmity with the Great Xia Empire predated even that of the demons. In the past, the corpse manipulation sect had been a formidable sect, but its indiscriminate killing and corpse robbing made it a common enemy. The founding emperor of the Great Xia dynasty raised an army to suppress them, annihilating the sect and severing its legacy. Only a few dozen disciples survived. With all the sect's powerful ancient corpses destroyed and its core techniques lost, they barely managed to pass down their heritage and gradually revive. But I've heard that a powerful figure in secluded meditation within the palace has broken through to the Zifu realm. I wonder if he might disrupt our plans. Another elder of the corpse manipulation sect expressed concern. In recent years, they had excavated many ancient corpses, many of which had been at the Zifu realm in life, but under their control their actual combat power was only at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. The strongest barely reached the half-step Zifu realm. Rest assured, our ambush site is 3,000 li from the Great Xia Imperial City. That Zifu realm royal expert cannot possibly know. Ji Qin said dismissively. She had already considered this matter before initiating the plan. In that case, proceed with the operation. The sect master commanded. As you command. Ji Qin replied respectfully, then turned and departed. Afterward, the corpse manipulation sect's master continued, discussing with the others how to locate the corpse storage sites left behind during the sect's heyday. For the following half-month, Qin Feng remained within the Imperial Mausoleum, cultivating the art of external incarnation. Compared to other martial techniques, mastering this art to the point of effortless application demanded far greater dedication and effort. Fortunately, Qin Feng had time in abundance. One evening, a chilling glint suddenly surfaced in his gaze as he looked toward the south. Why is there so much deathly aura surrounding the crown prince? The wooden sword he had gifted to Qin Junyan contained a sliver of his sword intent. Through that sliver of sword intent, Qin Feng sensed that Qin Junyan was now engulfed by an overwhelming aura of death. Driven by curiosity, mysterious runes flickered in his eyes as he activated his divine pupils. Under normal circumstances, even with the divine pupils, Qin Feng could not perceive events 3,000 li away. However, because he had left a trace of sword intent on Qin Junyan. Using that sword intent as a medium, he could witness what was happening to Qin Junyan. Meanwhile, in a city 3,000 li from the imperial capital, the night was still vibrant and bustling. Especially along both banks of the great river that cut through the city, colorful lanterns cast their reflections upon the water, rendering the entire scene dreamlike. Upon the river floated dozens of lavishly decorated pleasure boats from which the melodies of string and woodwind instruments, along with the laughter and chatter of young maidens, captivated all who heard them. On a tavern by the riverbank, Qin Junyan was resting and dining. Accompanying him were two imperial guardians, one clad in a black robe, the other in blue. Qin Junyan, who loved his people as his own children, did not wish to return to the capital with an escort of tens of thousands of soldiers. Thus, he brought only these two powerful guardians, both at the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea realm, so he could secretly inspect the conduct of local officials along the way. The scenery here is delightful, and the people live in peace. Why, my lord, do you still show no joy? The black-robed guardian could not help but ask. If all the people of Great Xia could live in such peace and contentment, I would indeed be overjoyed. But this beautiful scenery is enjoyed only by the privileged, while the common folk toil their entire lives without ever experiencing it. How can I be happy? Qin Junyan's voice was laden with exhaustion. During his incognito journey, he had witnessed countless ills within the empire that demanded sweeping reforms. The severe land annexation and the rapid concentration of wealth in the hands of a few were the most pressing issues that needed resolution. Hearing this, the two elders could not help but admire him. Qin Junyan truly considered the welfare of the state at every moment. Yet they said nothing further, for offering counsel to the sovereign was not their role. Moi. At that moment, the black-robed guardian furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with astonishment. What is it? Qin Junyan asked in confusion. That person is practicing the techniques of the Taishan imperial family. The black-robed guardian's gaze fixed upon a figure in the tavern's corner, completely concealed beneath a cloak. The figure neither ate nor drank, merely sitting there in silence. Qin Junyan's expression shifted. Though the Taishan Empire and the Great Xia Empire maintained a facade of amity, covert conflicts were ceaseless. Why would someone from the Taishan imperial family be here? Boom. At that instant, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from the cloaked figure. The dreadful aura tore many patrons in the tavern to shreds in an instant. The scene was unspeakably bloody. Not good. The black-robed guardian's face contorted in alarm as he seized Qin Junyan by the shoulder and leaped out through the window, landing in midair outside. At that moment, the cloaked powerhouse unleashed a devastating martial technique, charging at the blue-robed guardian still inside the tavern. Boom. The terrifying energy wave instantly engulfed the entire tavern, reducing it to dust in the blink of an eye. Pandemonium erupted along the riverbanks, filled with cries of flight and wails of grief. They truly are from the Taishan imperial family. How dare they ambush the crown prince? The black-robed guardian's face darkened. Your Highness, we must leave this place at once. Uncertain whether other hidden experts lurked nearby, he dared not linger. Yes. Qin Junyan nodded. Though worried for the city's citizens, he was not foolish. He knew the enemy's target was him. Once he left, the people would be safe. The two figures then sped into the night, fleeing the perilous location. The blue-robed guardian likewise did not prolong the fight. Ever mindful that his primary duty was to protect Qin Junyan, he disengaged and vanished into the darkness once he was certain the prince had escaped. The cloaked expert also departed without delay. However, this scene had been witnessed by many cultivators in the city. The techniques of the Taishan imperial family were unmistakable, and some recognized them instantly. It would not be long before news of the Taishan imperial expert's assassination attempt on the Great Xia crown prince reached the ears of the embroidered uniform guard. 200 li from the city, Qin Junyan and the two imperial guardians had gathered. The nearest military camp is about 700 li away. Let us head there first. The blue-robed guardian said gravely. Though the camp might lack powerful individual experts, the formidable battle formations formed by thousands of soldiers were terrifying. Even they would have to avoid such a force. Moreover, every military camp was protected by powerful arrays, making them very safe. Very well. Qin Junyan agreed. They prepared to set out for the camp. But just then, eerie music began to play from the dense forest below. It was utterly sinister. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the melody rang out, several figures shot up from the forest, encircling Qin Junyan and his guardians in midair. These figures were not living beings. They were all ancient corpses. They exuded a malevolent aura. What? The corpse-driving sect. The two imperial guardians cried out in shock, their faces pale. They had never expected to be targeted by the corpse-driving sect. Moreover, the enemy had deployed so many powerful ancient corpses at once, clearly intent on success. Could the Taishan imperial expert who attacked me in the city also be one of the corpse-driving sect's ancient corpses? In that moment, Qin Junyan finally realized the truth. Just then, a seductive laugh rang out. Ji Qin, along with several others wielding dark artifacts and controlling the corpses, ascended from the forest into the air. She sneered, finally figured it out. Too late. Damn. Qin Junyan's expression soured. He immediately understood that the corpse-driving sect was trying to incite war between the two empires. If that happened, it would bring unimaginable suffering. Honorable Crown Prince, you have only death awaiting you. Kneel and surrender now. Ji Qin, noticing that Qin Junyan was handsome, entertained the thought of taking him as a paramour. After all, her goal was merely to make him disappear, whether by killing or using him. It made no difference. Wishful thinking. I am a prince of the great Xia dynasty. How could I ever grovel before you heretical sects? Qin Junyan bellowed. He would rather fight to the death than take a single step back. As he spoke, he produced a crown prince's token. By channeling its power, he could draw upon a portion of the Imperial dynasty's fortune to bolster himself, barely reaching the 9th heaven of the Wheel Sea realm. Heh, the more you struggle, the more exhilarated I become. Ji Qin smiled seductively, then commanded, kill those 2 old fools, but spare the crown prince's life. She intended to thoroughly discipline Qin Junyan. She would turn this crown prince of the great Xia dynasty into her personal slave. Very well. The other members of the corpse-driving sect nodded, then began to shake their necromantic instruments, producing eerie melodies. Hearing these notes, the ancient corpses erupted into a frenzy, charging toward Qin Junyan and his companions. Boom. A fierce battle erupted instantly. The 2 royal guardians, both peak masters of the 9th heaven of the Wheel Sea realm, unleashed powerful martial techniques, striving to carve a path of escape for Qin Junyan. Yet the ancient corpses were not to be outdone. Though they were long dead and moved stiffly in life, they had been formidable experts of the Zifu realm. Even now, they could still wield a fraction of their former martial techniques, their combat prowess rivaling that of 9th heaven Will Sea cultivators. Boom, boom, boom. Different spiritual techniques exploded in the sky, their dazzling radiance illuminating the night. Waves of energy rippled outward like pond ripples. Occasionally, an ancient corpse was blasted to the ground, carving a crater hundreds of feet wide and shattering vast swaths of forest. But feeling no pain or fear of death, they immediately soared back into the sky under the corpse-driving sect's control, resuming their battle against the 2 royal guardians. Meanwhile, Qin Junyan, elevated to the Wheel Sea realm by the imperial fortune, radiated a dazzling golden light, like a true dragon, as he fought against the ancient corpses swarming him. The battle grew even more intense. However, as time passed, Qin Junyan and his allies quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. The ancient corpses were numerous and fought tirelessly, pressing their attack relentlessly. Adding to their woes, the ancient corpse of the Taishan royal expert from the city had also returned, making it nearly impossible for Qin Junyan's group to withstand the onslaught. Before long, one ancient corpse endured a punch from the black-robed guardian and drove its decayed, bone-exposed hand through the guardian's shoulder. Get away from me! The black-robed guardian roared, throwing another punch that sent the ancient corpse flying, nearly shattering it. But blood gushed from his left shoulder, the severe wound causing his combat power to plummet. At this moment, the tide of battle had completely turned. The advantage of the ancient corpses grew ever clearer. Boom, boom, boom. Before long, Qin Junyan and his 2 companions were blasted to the ground by the ancient corpses' powerful martial techniques, each severely wounded and spitting blood. Their faces were deathly pale. They had lost all combat ability. Ji Qin and the corpse-driving sect members also descended to the ground. Your Highness, my most beloved ancient corpse was nearly shattered by you. I've changed my mind. They'll kill you, refine you into a corpse, and then slowly train you. Ji Qin's eyes were filled with cold fury. The ancient corpses she had brought today represented most of the corpse-driving sect's current foundation. To see so many crippled by Qin Junyan's trio ignited her rage. As she spoke, she slowly drew the long blade at her waist, murderous intent surging in her eyes. The plan is about to succeed. When the 2 imperial dynasties go to war, our corpse-driving sect is bound to rise. The deep grudges we hold against the great Xia dynasty will be settled little by little. The other corpse-driving sect members watched, brimming with excitement. They could already envision the sect's glorious future. Sigh. The 2 royal guardians were filled with bitterness. They had given their all, but were no match for these ancient corpses. Am I going to die here? The gravely wounded Qin Junyan asked, his eyes filled with despair. He still had so much to accomplish, so many beneficial reforms yet to implement. He couldn't bear to give up. More importantly, he was worried about Qin Feng. If someone else ascended to the crown prince's seat, would they still treat his royal brother kindly? No one can save you today. Die. Ji Qin's blade, suffused with spiritual energy, was poised to strike down Qin Junyan and his companions. But at that moment, a dazzling light shot forth from the distance. Whoosh! A sword soul of wind like a meteor. Traveling 3,000 li, it bore an unparalleled sword intent. What is that? Ji Qin, who had been about to strike, felt the terrifying sword intent and instantly turned pale. In that moment, she sensed the threat of death. She hastily raised her blade to defend herself. But her long blade shattered in an instant. The wind sword soul pierced straight through her chest, and crimson blood gushed forth. She collapsed heavily to the ground. Ji Qin died with her eyes wide open, never imagining that when she was but a single step away from the corpse-driving sect's rise, an unknown sword strike would claim her life. What? The other corpse-driving sect members were all stunned, but they reacted swiftly, frantically shaking their necromantic instruments to produce eerie tones commanding the ancient corpses to protect them. Alas, these ancient corpses only at the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm were no match for the fearsome Sword Soul. The Sword Soul swept through unimpeded, annihilating all the ancient corpses and corpse-driving sect members in an instant. Then it dissolved into wisps of wind, sword intent dispersing into the heavens and earth. This is... Qin Junyan stood frozen. What had just happened? One moment, he was about to be killed, the next, all the corpse-driving sect members had been wiped out. This is the wind sword intent. The one who struck is Prince Mu. The blue-robed guardian exclaimed. How is that possible? Prince Mu is in the Imperial Palace 3,000 li away. How could he have known we were in danger? Qin Junyan asked, bewildered. The blue-robed guardian was also at a loss. Even a Zifu realm expert couldn't possibly know what was happening 3,000 li away. Regardless, the corpse-driving sect members are dead. Our priority now is to leave this place quickly, the black-robed guardian said solemnly. Qin Junyan nodded. The three did not linger and sped off toward the Imperial City. Along the way, Qin Junyan and his companions encountered no further danger. They returned safely to the Imperial City. As soon as he entered the palace, Qin Junyan hurried to the Imperial study. The Xia Emperor was just then receiving reports from several ministers. Seeing Qin Junyan, he was both pleased and puzzled, wondering why he had returned to the city ahead of schedule. Qin Junyan did not conceal anything and immediately recounted everything that had happened exactly as it occurred to the Xia Emperor. Upon hearing the corpse-driving sect's treacherous plot, the assembled experts and high officials couldn't help but gasp in shock. The scheme was utterly vicious. And when Qin Junyan mentioned the wind sword soul, they too fell into confusion. How could Prince Mu 3,000 li away have known you were in danger? Elder Qin couldn't help but voice his doubt, unless he left a mark on you, allowing him to track your movements and safety at any time. But that possibility is far too small. He put it diplomatically, but in truth it was virtually impossible. Reality was harsh. Prince Mu was already a Zifu realm expert. For someone of that caliber, nothing mattered more than advancing his cultivation and extending his lifespan. Why would he place such importance on a mere crown prince and leave a mark on him? Not even the Xia Emperor himself would likely receive such attention from Prince Mu. I am not sure either. Qin Junyan shook his head bitterly. But aside from Prince Mu, who else wields the wind sword intent and would be willing to save the crown prince? A minister couldn't help but ask. His question plunged the room into silence. No one could think of anyone else who might have done it. The Xia Emperor was equally at a loss. After a long silence, he said helplessly enough, the one who saved the crown prince today could only have been Prince Mu. Let's set that aside for now. The corpse-driving sect has stirred up trouble again. This time they must pay the price. The last time the sect had infiltrated the palace for decades, he had shelved the matter due to unresolved issues with the southern barbarians. This time he would no longer tolerate the corpse-driving sect's reckless behavior. Hearing this, the ministers nodded in agreement and began discussing strategies to deal with the sect. Days later, within the corpse manipulation sect, the sect leader Yu Cheng and his followers in the Great Hall were all brimming with joy. The scouts they had dispatched had finally located one of the sect's ancient corpse repositories from its heyday, where dozens of refined ancient corpses lay hidden. Though many had rotted beyond use over the ages, and the remaining ones were far from their prime, they could still unleash combat power at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, or even stronger. By merely infusing these ancient corpses with Yin energy, they could awaken and control them. With these formidable ancient corpses, wiping out the entire Tai Xian dynasty will be effortless. Yu Cheng, the sect leader of the corpse manipulation sect, declared with great excitement. The other elders were equally overjoyed. The grievances of so many years could finally be avenged in their generation. However, awakening these ancient corpses and controlling them in battle requires a vast amount of Yin energy. The Yin energy stored in our sect is far from sufficient to awaken them all. The Grand Elder of the corpse manipulation sect voiced his concern. The sect's current reserves of Yin energy could at most awaken 3 or 4 of the ancient corpses. Worry not. Hasn't Ji-Qin gone to assassinate the crown prince of the great Xia dynasty? Once the two dynasties erupt into war, a massive amount of Yin energy will be generated, enough to activate all our ancient corpses. The sect leader remained undaunted. But there has been no word from Ji-Qin yet. Could the plan have gone awry? The Grand Elder persisted in his unease. A shadow of foreboding had settled in his heart. Yet the others dismissed his worries. Rest assured, Ji-Qin took with her the majority of our sect's powerful ancient corpses. The plan is foolproof. Qin Junyan is guarded only by 2 Sea Wheel Realm 9th level protectors. Our ancient corpses, each possessing the strength of the Sea Wheel Realm 9th level, will kill him with ease. The reason Qin hasn't reported back is probably that she's captured Qin Junyan and is torturing him elsewhere. Isn't that her favorite pastime? Everyone concluded that the Grand Elder had grown old and timid, thus overly cautious. Hearing this, the Grand Elder could only nod, convincing himself he had overthought the matter. With so many formidable ancient corpses at Qin's command, nothing could go wrong. Just then a man rushed into the hall in a panic. Sect leader. Terrible news. Terrible news. He stumbled in as he spoke, as if some calamity had befallen them. What is this frantic behavior? Have you no decorum? Yuching scolded. Speak slowly. What is it? Sect leader, we have just received news. Qin and her team have been killed. The man swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone present turned pale, doubting their own ears. What did you say? Yucheng was stunned. He grabbed the man by the collar and roared. Qin led the majority of our sect's powerful ancient corpses. How could they have been killed? He refused to believe it. Even if the mission failed, they should not have lost their lives. I do not know either. The man trembled, his voice quivering. Qin and her team are indeed dead. The ancient corpses they took with them were all publicly burned by the Brocade Guard. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The sect leader of the corpse manipulation sect declared in a deep voice. Third Elder, go and verify whether this news is true or false. Understood. The third elder responsible for intelligence hurried out of the hall, but before long he returned. Dozens of scouts had come back in that short time, all bearing the same report. He relayed the truth of the matter without concealment. Upon hearing the third elder's confirmation, the faces of everyone present shifted again, stunned and utterly grim. Moments ago they had been so certain that failure was impossible, yet now the outcome had completely contradicted their predictions. The slap of reality came all too swiftly. How could this be? At that moment Yucheng's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Qin and the majority of the sect's powerful ancient corpses were all lost, a devastating blow to the newly risen corpse manipulation sect. His heart bled. According to intelligence, the one who acted was that Purple Mansion realm expert of the Great Xia royal family. The third elder spoke gravely. That Purple Mansion realm expert of the Great Xia royal family. The place where Qin set the ambush is a full 3,000 li from the Imperial city. How did he know? Yucheng bellowed. I am not certain. The third elder replied bitterly. Their intelligence network could not uncover such specifics. Damn it! Yucheng roared in fury. At that moment, even worse news arrived. The Xia Emperor had ordered the Brocade Guard's deputy commander to locate the corpse manipulation sect's headquarters within half a year and annihilate them. The Brocade Guard was already recalling their spies and informants deployed in the south, hunting down the sect's disciples who were out digging up corpses and gathering intelligence. Sect leader, we cannot remain here any longer. The Grand Elder spoke solemnly. Our sect has lost most of its powerful ancient corpses. If the Brocade Guard discovers our current location and the Great Xia army descends upon us, we will be in grave danger. Upon hearing this, Yucheng was so enraged that he spat blood and nearly fainted. Today he had been ecstatic, believing the corpse manipulation sect was on the rise, only to find that they must now abandon even their newly built sect grounds. To flee like a stray dog. I cannot accept this. Yucheng ground his teeth. Do not be angered, sect leader. The elders nearby quickly advised him. We have already located one of the sect's former corpse repositories. If we go into hiding and secretly gather energy, destroying the Great Xia dynasty will be a simple matter. Hearing their words, Yucheng gradually calmed his turmoil, nodded in agreement, and ordered all sect disciples to leave immediately and go into hiding. After leaving the Imperial study, Qin Junyan first returned home to see his long-absent daughter Qin Zining. He praised her for her rapid progress in cultivation. At the same time, he admonished her to remain humble and not seek revenge for the verbal slights she had endured from her royal siblings in the past. Over the next few days, he quickly dealt with some family matters, sternly reprimanded, and punished his two troublemaking sons. Then he went to the Imperial Mausoleum to see Qin Feng. Brother, these years in the mausoleum must have been very hard. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Qin Junyan could not help but remark. In his eyes, Qin Feng, confined to this desolate mausoleum, without any cultivation resources, must have endured great hardship. It is not so bad. Qin Feng smiled lightly, unbothered. Your years of patrols must have brought you no small amount of trouble as well. Qin Junyan did not hide the truth, for the entire dynasty knew of the incident, and Qin Feng would surely hear of it anyway. He recounted the ambush by the corpse manipulation sect in full detail, then expressed his inner conflict. Though everyone believes that Prince Mu was the one who saved me, I do not think so. Qin Junyan had never spoken such words to anyone else, only confiding them in Qin Feng because he trusted him the most. Why do you think it wasn't Prince Mu who saved you? Qin Feng was taken aback, his expression puzzled. Because when that sword's soul flew from afar, it felt deeply familiar, not foreign. Qin Junyan mused briefly, then said, "It was as if I had encountered that sword intent before, too familiar. Yet in truth, from childhood to adulthood, I have never once laid eyes on Prince Mu. It's impossible for me to be so intimately acquainted with his sword intent." He had kept the small wooden sword which harbored a wisp of sword intent from Qin Feng always by his side, and his own swordsmanship had been subtly influenced, gradually aligning with it. Thus, upon seeing the wind sword soul, he immediately sensed an inexplicable familiarity. "Perhaps it's because you share blood ties with Prince Mu, hence the feeling of closeness." Qin Feng furrowed his brow, slightly, speaking slowly. Yet Qin Junyan shook his head. "That feeling of familiarity seems far deeper than mere blood kinship. It's more akin to..." He frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "It feels like facing my own imperial brother face to face." Qin Feng fell silent, astonished. He never imagined that the gift he had given Qin Junyan would ultimately lead to suspicion directed at himself. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. But Qin Junyan then laughed, saying, "Aside from Prince Mu, how could the royal family possibly have another Zifu realm expert?" Qin Feng chuckled, as well, not continuing the subject. Afterward, the two conversed about recent events, with Qin Junyan sharing his ideas for reform and Qin Feng occasionally offering his own opinions. In the following 2 years, the Imperial Palace was filled with a stream of good news. First, the sect of the Corpse Manipulation School was discovered, and Qin Junyan was ordered to lead troops in its eradication. Then several royal guardians achieved successive breakthroughs in their cultivation. The most notable progress was among those who practiced the way of the sword. 2 of them even leaped from the 9th level of the Wheel C realm straight to the 1st level of the Zifu realm. At this time, Qin Feng was unaware of and unconcerned with these matters. During this period, he had perfected his technique of the external incarnation. One incarnation could now possess most of his cultivation base and execute all of his techniques. Although Qin Junyan had returned, the imperial court had countless affairs to manage. Coupled with the Summer Emperor's declining health, he grew increasingly busy and had little time to visit the Imperial Mausoleum. As in previous years, he had Qin Zening occasionally keep Qin Feng company. Qin Feng, who had been asleep for half a year, awoke in the winter's chill. He looked up at the overcast sky, sensing another snowfall approaching, so he rose and moved his rocking chair beneath a tree. At that moment, the little white fox, which had returned at some unknown time, was lying in the grass not far away. Seeing Qin Feng get up from his recliner, it couldn't help but shake its head. It thought him far too lazy, sleeping all day despite being so weak. Detecting no fluctuation of spiritual energy from Qin Feng, it naturally assumed he possessed no cultivation. The only thing that piqued the little white fox's curiosity was how someone so weak could sleep for months, even half a year, without needing to eat. Eventually, it concluded that Qin Feng must be sustaining himself with pills. This made it think him even lazier, too indolent, even to eat, relying solely on pills. "Oh, you're back again." Qin Feng noticed the little white fox and asked with slight puzzlement. When he had last woken up, the little white fox was gone, and he assumed it had left on its own. Yet after several years, it had returned. The little white fox, however, ignored Qin Feng entirely. Over the past few years, it had ventured far and wide, relying on its innate racial talent for discovering celestial treasures to find such resources and hasten the recovery of its injuries and cultivation. But those treasures were always guarded by formidable demonic beasts. Not only did it fail to obtain any, but it also nearly lost its life several times. It found that resting here was still faster for its recovery. Its heart was weary, it only wanted to rest. Such a temper. Seeing the little white fox completely ignore him, without even a glance, Qin Feng laughed and grabbed it. "Oh, you self-abandoned fool. Sleep all you want, but don't disturb my cultivation. Don't touch me." Caught by the scruff of its neck, the little white fox began struggling desperately to break free from Qin Feng's grip. But with no cultivation now and unhealed internal injuries, it was merely an ordinary fox, powerless to escape Qin Feng's hand. It could only glare at Qin Feng with fury burning in its eyes. "You look so gentle, yet you're actually this fierce." Qin Feng didn't release his left hand, but used his right to gently rub its little head. "It's perfect timing. I happen to need a pet to help me consume my surplus pills. But first, let me see whether you're female or male." As he spoke, Qin Feng reached out and slowly parted the little white fox's hind legs, squinting to inspect. At that moment, the little white fox's entire body stiffened, its gaze vacant, as if struck by lightning. This beast. Wah! What is he doing? In that instant, the little white fox felt its innocence was lost. What Qin Feng said next nearly drove the little white fox to a frenzy. "It's female. Then forget it." A hint of disappointment flickered across Qin Feng's face as he said indifferently, "I'm not fond of keeping female pets. There are too many uncertainties. Who knows, it might go out for a stroll one day and return already pregnant." As he spoke, he placed the little white fox back where it had been lying. By then the fox, which had been frozen in shock from start to finish, finally snapped out of it. In that moment, shame, rage, murderous intent. Countless emotions surged forth from its heart all at once. She, the princess of the fox clan, had been fully exposed by a human. The little white fox felt defiled by Qin Feng, tainted and unclean. Beast. Brute. Scoundrel. He'll kill you today. He'll tear you limb from limb. Grind your bones to dust. The enraged little white fox leaped from the ground, repeatedly striking Qin Feng's body. But in its current state, it was far too weak to inflict any real damage. From Qin Feng's perspective, its actions seemed utterly harmless, more like a pet playfully seeking its owner's attention. Enough, I need to continue my cultivation. Although Qin Feng appeared to be sleeping, only he knew he was actually engaged in intense training. As he spoke, he grabbed the little white fox and gently tossed it into a patch of grass in the distance. The little white fox landed without injury, but after tumbling several times before stopping, it was covered in grass, clippings, disheveled and pathetic. It looked as if it had just been ravaged by a villain. With a resentful gaze, it stared at Qin Feng, who was lounging leisurely on his rocking chair. Despicable beast. Scoundrel. When my cultivation returns to its peak, I will make you regret what you did to me today. The little white fox vowed fiercely in its heart. I'll pin you down and grind you into the dirt. A fox may be killed, but never humiliated. Qin Feng was oblivious to the little white fox's thoughts, drifting off to sleep and cultivate. After its fury subsided, the fox's emotions turned to deep melancholy. Its injuries from the expedition were so severe that returning to its peak in the short term was impossible, let alone exacting revenge on Qin Feng. The little white fox's gaze involuntarily drifted once more toward the direction outside the imperial palace, like a lovesick consort pining deep within the harem. Half a year later, Qin Zining came to the Imperial Mausoleum to bid farewell to Qin Feng. She had reached the age for an external training journey. Qin Feng received the news without surprise. It was only natural for these princes and princesses to venture out and gain experience. Though the outside world was fraught with danger, a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, untouched by storms, would likely wither at the first sign of hardship. Qin Feng gave Qin Zining some advice, such as not trusting strangers. He also presented her with a small pure gold sword pendant. Within it lay a wisp of wind sword intent, allowing Qin Feng to sense any danger she might encounter. About half a year after Qin Zining departed, the little white fox also left. Every time she saw Qin Feng, she felt nothing but immense humiliation, unwilling to stay and recover slowly. She wanted to seek out heavenly treasures and restore her own strength. Then she would torment Qin Feng to vent the hatred in her heart. Indeed, one should not keep a female pet. They are always running off, thinking of consorting with others of their kind, never content to stay put. Awakening from his slumber, Qin Feng saw that the little white fox was gone again, and he could not help but sigh. If the little white fox had heard these words, she would surely have fought Qin Feng to the death. Shaking his head, Qin Feng's gaze turned toward the direction beyond the imperial palace. He too intended to go out for a stroll to find new places to check in. Although checking in at the same locations within the palace still yielded items, the rewards were far less generous than those from the first time. He decided to try checking in elsewhere. Having made his decision, Qin Feng did not linger and strode directly toward the outside of the palace. Now that Qin Junyan and Qin Zining were both absent from the palace, and after Chu Xiong's departure, the Imperial Guard's grain deliveries had reverted to once a year, leaving no one to visit the Imperial Mausoleum. He need not worry about being discovered. Before long, Qin Feng had left the imperial city, and then riding his sword, he flew westward. Qin Feng's entire body was enveloped in swirling sword aura as he soared through the high clouds, his robes fluttering in the wind, resembling an immortal descending from heaven. Gazing down at the earth below, he could take in the mountains and rivers and the myriad forms of life in all their diversity. There were demonic beasts fighting for prey, cultivators diligently practicing their techniques, and ordinary people toiling in the fields. A panoramic view of it all. Where should I go? Qin Feng murmured to himself. His knowledge of the Kanglan domain was limited to ancient texts, and he knew few places. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng decided not to overthink it. He could check in anywhere. He would simply go wherever his path led him. In the following months, Qin Feng followed his heart and wandered freely. By day, he traveled and checked in at various places, gathering resources. By night, he found a quiet spot to meditate and comprehend. When thirsty, he drank dew. When hungry, he also drank dew. It was an utterly carefree and pleasant existence. He had long since left the territory of the great Xia dynasty and now found himself in an unknown part of the Kanglan domain. He knew that for an ordinary person, such a distance would be impossible to traverse on foot in an entire lifetime. Gradually, the land beneath Qin Feng's feet became entirely mountainous, with few villages or towns where humans gathered. One morning, Qin Feng was roasting meat in the forest. Suddenly, he heard a deafening sound in the distance, as if something had broken a seal. Then a fierce battle erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations that were astonishing. What's happening? Qin Feng frowned and moved toward the source of the sound, covering hundreds of feet with each step. Before long he had arrived. It was a solitary temple, ancient beyond measure. A torrent of demonic qi was gushing forth from the old shrine. Surrounding the temple were dozens of powerful cultivators, 3 or 4 of whom were at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm, and the leader was even at the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm. There really is a demon beneath this hall. Our hopes of restoring the kingdom are alive. The leader, a cultivator at the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm, laughed joyfully. He was the crown prince of the Chu kingdom. After the dynasty was overthrown by a popular uprising, he had constantly dreamed of restoration. From an ancient text, he had learned of the demon's existence here. Thus, he conceived the idea of using the demon's power to restore the kingdom. All the demon wants is human flesh and blood. Once we restore the kingdom, we can give him as much as he desires. Another former minister of Chu said in a deep voice, "It would be best if this demon devoured all those rebels completely." The others were also filled with excitement and fervor, as if they could already see the Chu kingdom being restored. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's gaze was fixed entirely on the ancient temple. There is a temple in the Kanglan domain. He was extremely astonished. Over the years, he had read many ancient texts in the library to gain a deeper understanding of the Kanglan domain, but he was surprised to find no records of Buddhism at all. He had thought that Buddhism had simply not spread here. Yet to his surprise, he had come across an ancient temple. However, from the conversation of those men, he understood that they did not know this was a temple nor its significance. They merely regarded it as an ordinary hall. "I wonder what reward he'll get by checking in here," Qin Feng murmured. With this thought, he did not hesitate and strode boldly toward the ancient temple. He feared that the demon, having just broken its seal, might destroy the temple in a fit of rage. Who goes there? Seeing Qin Feng approach the ancient temple, the Chu crown prince and his men all shouted. But Qin Feng ignored them and walked straight toward the temple. What is this fellow trying to do? No idea, but now that the demon is out, anyone daring to approach is walking to his death. Probably a lunatic. Let him be the demon lord's first blood sacrifice. The men of Chu watched Qin Feng stride directly toward the demonic, spewing temple and sneered. The demon's aura was at the midstage of the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm. Across the entire Kanglan domain, such a powerhouse was exceedingly rare. And Qin Feng looked like a young man under 50 with no noticeable martial aura emanating from him, so they naturally dismissed him as insignificant. They thought Qin Feng must be insane to dare approach the temple. Blood sacrifice. I want a blood sacrifice. Just then a demon over 2 zhang tall emerged from the temple, its eyes blood red and glowing with a crimson light. Starving, it became excited at the sight of Qin Feng. It longed to savor the taste of a human. Compared to the demonic beasts that had wandered into the temple over the years, it always felt that the tender flesh of humans was the most delicious and palatable. Their intelligence, far surpassing that of other animals, brewed a powerful divine sense that was the most nourishing for it. The demonic qi around the demon surged rapidly, coalescing into a massive black hand that reached out to grab Qin Feng. The terrifying demonic might made the men of Chu present feel an overwhelming dread. They witnessed firsthand the power of a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm, and their excitement grew. In their eyes, Qin Feng was already a dead man. "You want to devour me? You think too highly of yourself." Qin Feng looked coldly at the demon reaching for him with its giant hand. He slowly raised a finger. An astonishing sword qi gathered at its tip, emitting a dazzling light. A terrifying sword intent radiated outward from him. He slowly raised a finger. An astonishing sword qi gathered at its tip, emitting a dazzling light. A terrifying sword intent radiated outward from him. He slowly raised a finger. An astonishing sword qi gathered at its tip, emitting a dazzling light. A terrifying sword intent radiated outward from him. Shua! The sword light at Qin Feng's fingertip burst forth, surging toward the massive black palm. This sword light was exceedingly terrifying, leaving sword scars on the ground wherever it passed. Boom! In an instant, the sword light collided with the massive black palm, unleashing a shocking fluctuation of spiritual energy. The enormous black palm could not withstand the sword light for even a moment. It was shattered, instantly dissolving into wisps of demonic qi that dissipated between heaven and earth. What? The demon was greatly startled, never expecting Qin Feng, who appeared so young, to be so formidable. As he stood in shock, the sword light, undiminished in power, continued to streak toward him. Rumble! The demon dared not be careless, hastily gathering all the surrounding demonic qi to form a black shield before him, hoping to block Qin Feng's sword light. Unfortunately, he was too weak. The gap between each minor realm in the Zifu stage was as vast as the distance between heaven and earth. Moreover, he was 3 minor realms weaker than Qin Feng. Coupled with Qin Feng's unmatched prowess at the same level and his ability to challenge those above him, the chasm between them was like the Milky Way, utterly insurmountable. Crack! The sword light effortlessly shattered the black shield and pierced into the demon's body. A piercing scream like that of a vengeful spirit instantly echoed through the place. The immense pain twisted the demon's expression. Qin Feng did not kill him outright. This scene left the people of the Chu kingdom utterly stunned, all frozen in place, their eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How could this man be so strong, defeating this Zifu stage, third realm demon in an instant? He is under 50 years old and showed no spiritual energy fluctuation just moments ago. How did he suddenly unleash such tremendous power? In that instant, countless doubts exploded in the minds of the Chu crown prince and his companions. They felt their understanding of this world had been overturned. When had Kanglan domain produced such a young martial arts prodigy? Yet no one could answer their questions. At that moment, Qin Feng strode over to the demon. How can you be so strong? What are you going to do? The demon, immobilized by Qin Feng's sword light, piercing his body, shouted in terror. Even 10,000 years ago, before the great demon-sealing war erupted in Kanglan domain, when the imperial dynasties and powers were at their peak, such a martial arts prodigy had never appeared. Lend me your divine sense for a look. Qin Feng did not answer the demon's question, but spoke calmly. Killing this demon with a single blow was effortless for him. Yet he refrained from doing so, for he wished to see what had transpired between this demon and the Buddhist sect. Shua. In the depths of Qin Feng's eyes, ancient and intricate runes emerged. He began to observe the demon's divine sense memories. No. The demon let out a pained scream. Having his divine sense and memories observed caused him unbearable agony. It was worse than death itself. He could not even commit suicide, for with his divine sense under Qin Feng's scrutiny, he could hardly control his own body. After a while, the demon's screams gradually subsided. So it was a monk who came to Kanglan domain to preach caught the attention of this demon during his seclusion. They fought for months, and though the demon was finally sealed, the old monk was also at the end of his strength. Qin Feng murmured to himself. Having obtained the information he sought, he showed no mercy and ended the demon's life. The demon's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, shaking the earth. Moments later, his form dissipated, leaving only surging demonic qi in the air. Dead. Watching the slain demon, the Chu crown prince and his group were utterly stunned. They could hardly believe that a man under 50 could be so terrifyingly powerful. Since you are so eager to stand with the demons, then go with them. Qin Feng glanced at them and said flatly. With a sweep of his sleeve, dozens of sword lights shot toward the Chu crown prince and his companions. Flee! They finally snapped out of their shock and turned to escape. Unfortunately, their strength was too meager to escape. Puff! Puff! The sword lights caught up and pierced through their bodies in an instant. A bloody scent spread through the air. Then Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the ancient temple. System, sign in for me here. Qin Feng summoned the system and spoke calmly. Ding! Sign in successful. Reward Buddhist Pure Land. The system's mechanical prompt echoed in his ear. Buddhist Pure Land. What is this? Did it reward me with a dilapidated temple? Curious, Qin Feng checked the information. He was startled. The Buddhist Pure Land was a legendary Buddhist art only attainable by ancient Buddhas with profound cultivation. Within the Pure Land, all Dharma was inviolable. Isn't this a domain? Normally, only those at the Wuyu stage can manifest a domain. I'm only at the Zifu stage, and I can already do this. Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. However, upon further inspection, he found that cultivating the Buddhist Pure Land required a deep understanding of Buddhist teachings. He frowned and said, Is it too late for me to practice Buddhism now? I can also lay down my butcher's knife. Regardless, he decided to give it a try. With this thought, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the ancient temple and began cultivating the Buddhist Pure Land. Before long, ancient golden Buddhist runes appeared around his body. He radiated a sacred aura. At the same time, a strange phenomenon occurred. The surging demonic qi in the heavens and earth was swiftly refined, transforming into wisps of golden light that gathered around Qin Feng. Faintly, the resonant sound of Buddhist chanting like bells and drums echoed within the ancient temple. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng remained seated in the temple. The tumultuous demonic qi around him had all been refined, turning into golden light that encircled his body. Shua! Suddenly Qin Feng opened his eyes, golden light blazing within them. Within a radius of 10 zhang, a dazzling golden radiance burst forth with countless Buddhist runes drifting. And vast Buddhist chants resounded through heaven and earth. Is this the Buddhist Pure Land? Qin Feng looked around, murmuring as he beheld the area within 10 zhang aglow with golden light and floating runes. He felt absolute control over this 10 zhang radius. Anyone entering this area would be greatly weakened. Pity that 10 zhang is still too close. Qin Feng murmured. If he encountered a truly evenly matched opponent, he would only have the chance to deploy the Buddhist Pure Land unexpectedly in battle, leaving them no time to escape. Yet he was not disappointed, for he saw the description of the Buddhist Pure Land. When cultivated to its peak, its range could cover an entire domain. Then who could escape his Buddhist Pure Land? Not even the Tathagata. Subsequently, Qin Feng rose and left the ancient temple. Since refining demonic qi could expand his Buddhist Pure Land, he decided to seek a place rich in demonic qi. In the Kanglan domain, there are many forbidden areas for demons. However, most of them are located within the royal cities of the major dynasties, suppressed by unparalleled formations and the royal aura to prevent evil from emerging. Yet there are exceptions. The Demon Mountain range stretches for 3,000 miles, with all the trees within it being jet black and exuding demonic qi. There are not even any demon beasts inside. The sky above is perpetually dim, presenting an incredibly sinister sight. This was done after the demon sealing war 1,000 years ago, where the powerful experts of various dynasties and sects sealed away those demons that were not too strong, as exterminating them would take too much time and energy. Not only does this allow them to weaken over time, but it also provides a training ground for young practitioners. At this moment, at the entrance of the Demon Mountain range, many figures gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. Today marks the day the Demon Mountain range opens, allowing cultivators of the transformation realm and below to enter. The most powerful prodigies from several dynasties and sects in the Kanglan domain are also preparing to enter the mountains for training. Before long, figures began to swoop down from the distant sky, attracting many gazes. Qin Feng of the Jinyang sect, still young, has already reached the peak of the 9th layer of the transformation realm. Truly a prodigious talent. Upon seeing the leading figure among them, many people exclaimed in awe. Dressed in white and holding a folding fan, Qin Feng, with an air of elegance, revealed a proud expression upon hearing the praises. Clearly enjoying the flattery, he was soon joined by prodigies from 2 other major sects, causing waves of astonishment. Their discussions were incessant. At this moment, Qin Zening, who was also out training, arrived here. Standing at a distance from the other sect's prodigies, people remarked, "Qin Zening. She's here too. She must be at least 10 years younger than all these talents present. How can she join them in entering the Demon Mountain range for training? Don't you know? Although Qin Zening is young, she has already reached the mid-stage of the 8th layer of the transformation realm, not any less capable than those other prodigies. She's already at the mid-stage of the 8th layer of the transformation realm, and she practices the most difficult sword cultivation. Her talent is astonishing. Could it be due to that Zifu realm expert who suddenly appeared a few years ago in the Daxia dynasty? You're overthinking it. How could a Zifu realm expert create a prodigy like Qin Zening out of thin air? It is said that Qin Zening possesses an unparalleled sword physique, and on the day of her birth the sound of swords resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. This is why she has such astonishing swordsmanship talent, achieving such remarkable heights at a young age. Many were astonished by Qin Zening's powerful cultivation, discussing her in hushed tones. Among the gazes directed at her, there were even hints of admiration. After all, a girl with such stunning beauty and martial talent would be liked by anyone. Qin Zening's cultivation is indeed progressing rapidly. At this rate, it won't be long before she surpasses us. Lu Meyer of the Hanyue sect chuckled lightly. Although her words seemed to praise Qin Zening, her gaze subtly flicked towards Qin Feng. The spotlight that was supposed to be on Qin Feng of the Jinyang sect was stolen, and his displeasure grew as he looked toward Qin Zening. Initially, he was the most renowned prodigy among the younger generation in the Kanglan domain, but Qin Zening's appearance had taken away the attention that rightfully belonged to him, fostering a sense of hostility towards her. I will not allow her to surpass me, Qin Feng snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, a mocking glint flickered in Lu Meyer's eyes. Her goal was achieved by forcing Qin Feng to voice such a statement publicly. Meanwhile, Qin Zening, under the scrutiny of so many complex gazes, felt a bit awkward and out of place. Engaging in casual conversation with other prodigies from nearby dynasties, they discussed their recent training experiences. Although tensions simmered between the major dynasties, they maintained a facade of harmony due to their common goal of sealing the demons. Additionally, the current younger generation's primary objective was to enhance their cultivation, having not yet dealt with court affairs, thus their mutual relations remained relatively amicable. At least it was much better than the relationships with various major sects. As more and more prodigies arrived, everyone's attention fell upon the Demon Mountain range, waiting for it to open. Rumble. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth gathered at this location. The formation that suppressed the entire Demon Mountain range finally revealed a crack through which those undergoing trials could enter. Let's go. Time to enter. Qin Feng of the Jinyang sect casually instructed those around him. He put away his folding fan and strode inside. Inside the Demon Mountain range, there are not only demons due to its history as an ancient battleground, many treasures from the fallen talents of various forces can also be found. As someone led the way, others quickly followed, and a large number of people entered. Qin Feng and a few other prodigies from various dynasties also stepped into the Demon Mountain range. Among these individuals, a figure clad in a black cloak also strode inside. Although his appearance was somewhat different, it did not attract much attention. This person was Qin Feng. He intended to enter the Demon Mountain range to sign in and also sought to use the demonic qi within to enhance his Buddhist purgatory. However, as he was once a prince and many had seen him, he concealed his form with a black robe to avoid recognition and unnecessary trouble. Buzz. The moment Qin Feng stepped into the formation, it suddenly vibrated slightly. Since the Demon Mountain range is meant for young practitioners, the formation has strict restrictions, only allowing those in the transformation realm and below to enter. However, Qin Feng had already reached the 6th layer of the Zifu realm, far exceeding this standard. Fortunately, with his Taiku Chaos Sword Body, Qin Feng could conceal all his aura, and the formation ultimately did not detect any anomalies. Just then, however, Lu Meyer's protector from the Hanyue sect noticed this anomaly. What happened? The third elder of the Hanyue sect, who was also present, asked in confusion. I seem to have seen the formation emit an unusual fluctuation, which only occurs when someone exceeds the transformation realm and forcibly enters it, Lu Meyer's protector murmured. You must be mistaken. The third elder of the Hanyue sect frowned, saying, if someone forcibly enters, the commotion would be significant, and they could easily be killed by the formation. But there was no movement just now. Could it be that I truly saw it wrong? Lu Meyer's protector muttered to herself. After pondering for a moment, she felt she must have misjudged. Forcing through this formation meant certain death or injury. No one would dare to attempt it under such circumstances. Let's wait for Meyer to come out. The third elder of the Hanyue sect said in a deep voice. Once Meyer is out, we must ensure that no one discovers her anomaly, or otherwise our Hanyue sect will become the target of everyone's wrath. Rest assured, with the two of us here, who would discover anything unusual about Meyer? Lu Meyer's protector said confidently. The third elder of the Hanyue sect nodded as well. With both of them present, nothing unexpected should happen, and they quietly began to wait. Walking through the Demon Mountain range, Qin Feng felt the world around him shrouded in gloom. Though it was noon outside, the darkness here was as deep as twilight. A cold wind swept by, carrying the scent of blood, making one deeply uneasy. The occasional roar of a demon echoed, sending chills down the spine. Yet Qin Feng showed no fear, striding calmly through the Demon Mountain range. Such powerful demonic qi. He had intended to find a quiet place to absorb the demonic qi and strengthen his Buddhist Pure Land, but he suddenly noticed a surge of overwhelming demonic energy deep within the mountains. This was highly unusual. With the suppression of the formation, it should have been impossible for demons beyond the spirit transformation realm to reach the Wheel Sea realm. But the demonic qi deep in the mountains was far too powerful. Curious, Qin Feng ventured deeper. The stronger the demonic qi, the greater the benefit to him. However, before he had gone far, two demons suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. Haha. Didn't expect to find prey the moment we stepped out. A human with no cultivation at all. One of the demons grinned grimly, sensing no spiritual energy emanating from Qin Feng. Its voice was grating and outright torture to the ears. Humans used this place as a training ground, and in turn the demons here saw humans as food. The weak were devoured, only the strong walked out alive. Humans with no cultivation daring to enter this place in search of fortune were rare indeed. The two demons couldn't believe their luck in encountering one. Condensation realm. Qin Feng stared at the two demons in astonishment. There are demons this weak in the world. He had assumed that any demon surviving until now, even those who had voluntarily crippled their cultivation, would at least be at the Wheel Sea realm. Yet here stood two at the condensation realm. But upon reflection he understood. The powerful demons were sealed within the imperial cities of the great dynasties, suppressed by mighty formations and royal qi. Those imprisoned here were naturally weaker. Mere underlings. After so many years, their decline was only natural. You, a mere human with no cultivation, dares mock us? One demon roared in fury. Today I'll tear you apart and devour you alive. It lunged at Qin Feng, followed by its companion. Qin Feng's words carried little force, but were deeply insulting. Especially his genuine surprise, which struck them as a profound humiliation. Ignoring the charging demons, Qin Feng continued walking forward. Boom. As the demons closed in to within a zhang of him, they suddenly struck an invisible wall, shattering into pieces. They dissolved into wisps of demonic qi, vanishing into the air. Qin Feng walked on, as if nothing had happened, heading deeper into the mountains. Those demons must never have dreamed they would meet such an inglorious end. Along the way, Qin Feng found the Demon Mountain range alive with activity. Everywhere battles raged between humans and demons. Most treasures were guarded by demons, lying in wait for the prodigies to come. But those prodigies were no fools. They moved in groups, engaging in fierce group battles. None of this interested Qin Feng. He strode directly toward the mountain depths. Soon the sounds of battle faded, for only the strongest prodigies could venture this far. Their numbers were few. Suddenly, a brilliant red light flared from the forest to his left, radiating a powerful aura. Qin Feng's attention was instantly drawn. An ancient herb emerging. Curiosity piqued, he turned and strode into the woods. He soon arrived. In a clearing at the heart of the forest lay a vast expanse of human bones. Though their owners had died long ago, the bones remained crystal clear, shimmering with a faint glow, a testament to their former strength. At the center, a blood-red flower was slowly blooming, exuding an eerie, captivating beauty. Red spider lily. Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected to find a red spider lily here. Legend held that these flowers bloomed along the path from the mortal world to the underworld. Though in the Kanglan domain such flowers held less mystery, they grew in places where the bones of powerful beings gathered. They were still exceedingly rare. Born in places of death, they paradoxically granted extended life. In the Kanglan domain, any item that could prolong life, be it a pill or an ancient herb, was priceless and rarely found on the market. But someone had already plucked the red spider lily and stored it in a ring. It was Qin Feng, the prodigy of the Golden Sun sect, along with several fellow disciples. To think we obtained such a precious flower so easily. One disciple laughed heartily. Whether I turn it over to the sect or sell it'll gain enough cultivation resources to break through again and reclaim the spotlight. Qin Feng's eyes blazed with excitement. Qin Zening had overshadowed him, which irked him greatly. He had been unable to widen the gap between their cultivation levels. Instead, she had been closing in. With this red spider lily, he could finally hold his head high. Forget it. Qin Feng shook his head, deciding not to forcibly take it. He was no saint. He would kill without hesitation when necessary, but he had no immediate need to extend his lifespan and saw no reason to stoop to robbery. He turned to leave. Stop right there. Qin Feng suddenly called out, his voice cold. What is it? Qin Feng frowned, his tone indifferent. You saw me pick the red spider lily, and you think you can just walk away. Qin Feng's eyes glinted with murderous intent. The red spider lily was far too precious. If word got out that he possessed it, it would invite covetous eyes. Though his protector was outside, and the major powers were unlikely to clash over a single flower, it was safer to kill the witness. A life meant nothing to him. Are you serious? Qin Feng felt not anger, but amusement. I had no plans to rob you, yet you want to silence me. Are all young people this bold these days? Don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame your own misfortune for witnessing my harvest. Qin Feng's voice turned icy. A surge of terrifying energy erupted from within him, his killing intent undisguised. A surge of terrifying energy erupted from within him, his killing intent undisguised. Seeing Qin Feng ready to strike and kill, Qin Feng, the disciples of the Jinyang sect, wore expressions of eager spectators relishing the impending chaos. What a wretched soul. If he had arrived a moment earlier, the blossom of the afterlife would have been his. If he had come a moment later, he might have at least saved his skin. But he chose this very moment to appear. This man is simply cursed by fate. Let him perish and be done with it. In their words, it was as if Qin Feng were already a corpse. After all, Qin Feng was already at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. And within this mountain range, where only cultivators below the sea of reincarnation realm could enter, Qin Feng reigned supreme. In an unknown confrontation, no one could rival him. At that very moment, Qin Feng had already made his move. He executed his movement technique, his form blurring as he instantly appeared before Qin Feng. His palm, sharp as a blade and surging with spiritual energy, came slashing down toward him. He was a swordsman. Yet in his own estimation, among those who had entered the Demon Mountain range, only 5 or 6 were worthy of forcing him to draw his weapon. Qin Feng was naturally not among them. Bang! However, Qin Feng calmly reached out and seized Qin Feng's descending wrist. This attack, enough to instantly slay a cultivator of the same rank, was utterly negligible to Qin Feng. What? Qin Feng was stunned to find his wrist effortlessly caught. He tried to break free, but his entire hand felt as if it were embedded in stone, utterly immovable. I had no intention of taking this blossom of the afterlife, but since you offer it, I shall accept it. Qin Feng said calmly. As he spoke, he applied a slight pressure, and Qin Feng's entire hand was crushed into a mist of blood. Only the ring remained intact, falling into Qin Feng's grasp. My hand. My hand. Qin Feng finally broke free from Qin Feng, but let out a scream of agonizing pain. In the distance, his fellow sect disciples watched, utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? Senior brother is at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, and this man crippled his hand with such ease. They were in shock. Even if someone in the Demon Mountain range were truly stronger than Qin Feng, the gap should not have been this vast. It was utter domination. Bastard, you dare cripple me. The Jinyang sect will never forgive you. Qin Feng roared through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. He was seething with rage. With his hand ruined, he felt as good as useless a fate worse than death. Heh. What happened today will never leave this place. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. He had no habit of letting a tiger return to the mountain. You? What do you mean? Do you intend to kill us all? Qin Feng's face paled as he sensed the murderous intent emanating from Qin Feng stumbling backward. What do you think? Qin Feng said with a light laugh. As he spoke, he slowly raised his finger upon which a faint glow began to shimmer. You alone wish to slay all of us. Utter arrogance. The disciples of the Jinyang sect shouted in unison. They all unleashed their formidable cultivation bases. Each was at the 8th or 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, though none individually surpassed Qin Feng. Their combined strength was far greater. Faced with these Jinyang sect disciples, Qin Feng wasted no words. A glimmer of sword light burst forth from his fingertip. Shoo! The sword light, carrying an unstoppable momentum, shot toward them, instantly piercing through Qin Feng's body. Then it swept onward toward the remaining Jinyang sect disciples. The vast disparity in cultivation rendered these Jinyang sect disciples utterly helpless. In an instant, they were annihilated by the terrifying sword light. Only scattered limbs and broken bodies remained, reeking of blood. This blossom of the afterlife does seem remarkable. Qin Feng took the flower from the ring, examined it, and muttered to himself. Though the flower sprouted from bones, he could distinctly sense within it an abundance of life essence. It was quite peculiar. Then Qin Feng stored the blossom of the afterlife in his own ring and continued straight toward the depths of the mountain range. Meanwhile, Qin Zining, along with princes and princesses from the other two imperial dynasties, was locked in battle against demons. At that moment, they were besieging 3 demons at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, the leader of whom was at the peak of the 9th level, possessing formidable combat prowess. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was intensely fierce. Waves of energy erupted across the open ground. The ground was riddled with massive craters left by the violent clash, with cracks spreading like a spider web. Under the siege of Qin Zining and the others, the 3 demons gradually fell into a disadvantage, retreating step by step. These despicable humans. The leader of the demons glared with fury, his gaze locking onto Qin Zining. This girl has the weakest cultivation. They'll kill her first. Among the group, only Qin Zining was at the middle stage of the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm, making her the weakest. He intended to kill her to find a breakthrough. Boom. The other 2 demons joined forces, enduring injuries to withstand all the attacks from the others. Meanwhile, the leader charged toward Qin Zining. Watch out. The others shouted in alarm, not expecting the demons to be so cunning. Though the most powerful demon had weakened after the prolonged battle, his combat strength, now only comparable to the early 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. He was still a minor realm above Qin Zining, and they believed that in an unknown fight, she stood no chance against him. Though Qin Zining was not from their dynasty, they had joined forces to hunt demons. If she were killed, it would only highlight their incompetence. At that moment, Qin Zining had not anticipated the demon's cunning, using his companions to endure injuries and hold off the others while he came for her. Yet after years of training, her mental fortitude had grown rapidly, and she quickly steadied herself. Rumble. Qin Zining gripped her sword with both hands, releasing an astonishing sword intent from within like a surging river. It was breathtaking. In an instant, the ground around her was covered in countless sword marks. And at that moment, the demon pounced. Great river sword intent. Qin Zining cried out sharply, swinging her long sword with all her might. This was her ultimate trump card, one she rarely used unless absolutely necessary. But now, facing grave danger, she held nothing back. In an instant, the sword intent surged like a torrential river, sweeping toward the charging demon. It collided with him in a flash. A mere 8th level spirit transformation realm cultivator dares to block me. A fool's dream. The lead demon scoffed, his eyes brimming with mockery. He raised his demonic weapon, intending to cleave through the river-like sword energy. However, in the next moment, his expression drastically changed. Boom. The river sword intent unleashed by Qin Zining was immensely powerful. The leading demonic fiend found himself utterly unable to cleave through it, let alone contend with it. In an instant, he was overpowered. The surging river-like sword intent swept over him, and he let out an agonized scream, as if thousands of blades had pierced his body. Finally, the leading demonic fiend, wailing in agony, could no longer withstand the torrential sword intent. His body shattered, directly dissolving into wisps of demonic chi. It dissipated into the heavens and earth. This scene instantly stunned the many princes and princesses, and even the remaining 2 demonic fiends. What kind of sword art was this? How could it be so terrifying? Even from a great distance, they had all sensed its dangerous aura. Clang. Qin Zining had nearly exhausted all the spiritual energy within her body. Feeling weakened, she planted her sword into the ground to support herself from collapsing. At this moment, the princes and princesses from the other two great dynasties snapped out of their shock. They quickly joined forces to slay the remaining two demonic fiends. Zening, that sword art you just used. I've never seen it before, and it's so powerful. The third princess of the Taishan dynasty stepped forward, asking with confusion. She had never witnessed any expert from the great Xia dynasty wield such a technique, and her curiosity was piqued. The others also wore puzzled expressions. It's not that extraordinary a sword art, I comprehended it myself. As she spoke, Qin Zening swallowed a rejuvenating spirit pill. Hearing this, the others exchanged bewildered glances. Could one truly comprehend a sword art on their own? Was this the legendary Peerless sword physique? Her talent in the way of the sword was simply too fearsome. Who goes there? At that moment, Ling Xiao, the 10th prince of the Taishan dynasty, suddenly shouted coldly, his gaze fixed on a nearby dense forest where a figure was approaching. Everyone wore wary looks. I hope I'm not interrupting your hunt for the demonic fiends. A seductive figure appeared before them. The prodigy of the Cold Moon sect, Lu Meyer. Miss Meyer, why are you alone? Upon seeing Lu Meyer, the wariness in Ling Xiao's eyes melted into a smile as he asked curiously. The others also breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although relations between all dynasties and sects were generally strained, the Cold Moon sect was an exception. This sect strictly instructed its disciples to avoid conflicts with any other powers and accepted only female disciples. Many of them had married into various dynasties and sects. One could say they were on good terms with everyone. Lu Meyer's younger sister had even married into the great Xia royal family. Her own reputation was also quite favorable. She was known for her philanthropy and kindness, almost a breath of fresh air among the younger generation of the cultivation world. I happened to be looking for some help. When I heard sounds of fighting here, I came over. Lu Meyer said with a light laugh, you all are truly formidable. To have so easily slain 3 such powerful demonic fiends, you truly are the prodigies of the great dynasties. Miss Meyer flatters us. Ling Xiao said with a smile, you mentioned needing help earlier. Have you encountered some trouble? I discovered a divine spirit stone mine in a valley deep within the mountains. But there are demonic fiends there, not very strong but numerous. I can't handle them alone. Lu Meyer said helplessly, so I wanted to ask for assistance. A divine spirit stone mine. The crowd exclaimed in shock. Compared to ordinary spirit stones, the spiritual energy within a divine spirit stone was not only vast, but also incredibly pure. It could be absorbed directly into one's cultivation without any need for refinement. In the Kanglan domain, though there were spirit stone mines, they were scarce. Divine spirit stone mines were simply non-existent. Only a small number of divine spirit stones circulated from other domains. They never expected Lu Meyer to have discovered a divine spirit stone mine. That's right. Lu Meyer nodded slowly. Are you all interested in helping me go to the valley deep in the mountains? Then we can split all the divine spirit stones we obtain equally. Miss Meyer, could you be mistaken? How could there be a divine spirit stone mine here? Ling Xiao asked skeptically. In the past, experts from several great dynasties had joined forces to seal the weaker demonic fiends within these mountains. If a divine spirit stone mine existed, how could those experts have missed it? Why would I lie to you? Lu Meyer said, pulling out a spirit stone. Look, Ling Xiao took the divine spirit stone and examined it with the others. They were astonished to find it was genuine. The spiritual energy within was incredibly rich and pure, incomparable to ordinary spirit stones. So do you believe me now? Lu Meyer said with a smile, that divine spirit stone mine contains at least 1,000 stones of this size. Hiss. The princes and princesses of the other two dynasties couldn't help but gasp in shock. 1,000 stones. If they could take them all, it would be a considerable boost to their entire dynasty's strength. Even if they only managed to take a portion, it would still be a significant amount. How could we not believe Miss Meyer's words? Ling Xiao immediately replied. His eyes gleamed with excitement. The temptation of divine spirit stones was simply too great. Sister Meyer, what made you think of going deep into the mountains alone? Qin Zening asked at that moment. Though she was familiar with Lu Meyer, she still voiced her doubts. Hearing this, a few others also looked at Lu Meyer with suspicion. Under normal circumstances, Lu Meyer shouldn't have ventured deep into the mountains alone. The number of demonic fiends there was far greater than in the outer areas, and traveling alone was very dangerous. A flicker of panic passed through Lu Meyer's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She said with a smile, little girl, in just 2 years you've become quite vigilant. Can't you even trust your sister? She gently tapped Qin Zening's nose and continued, a friend of mine was injured by a demonic fiend after entering the mountains. I rushed over upon hearing the news and chased that fiend all the way to the deepest part of the range. Hearing her explanation, the people present nodded, not doubting her. Qin Zening wanted to ask more, but was interrupted by the 10th prince of Taishan. The 10th prince had already placed his trust in Lu Meyer, believing a girl like her wouldn't lie. He began inquiring about the number of demonic fiends in the valley to prepare a response. Lu Meyer answered fluently. Seeing this, everyone completely believed her. Aside from the fact that Lu Meyer had produced a divine spirit stone, they also felt she had no reason to deceive them. It would bring her no benefit. Although Qin Zining still harbored some doubts, Lu Meyer's younger sister had married into the great Xia royal family. She often visited the royal city and had a decent relationship with Qin Zining. Afraid that asking too many questions would seem like she didn't trust Lu Meyer, Qin Zining chose not to inquire further. Subsequently, the group set off together, heading in the direction of the valley. Before long, the group arrived at the outskirts of the valley nestled deep within the demonic mountain range. Within this valley lies a spirit stone mine, Lu Meyer slowly announced to the crowd. Hearing this, their eyes blazed with excitement as they gazed upon the valley before them. They could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy within the valley was far denser than the outside world. It was at least several times more abundant. Moreover, this spiritual energy was exceptionally pure, closely resembling the spirit stone Lu Meyer had just produced. Let's go, we need to get inside quickly, Ling Xiao urged impatiently. Let's collect those spirit stones before anyone else discovers this place. The longer we wait, the greater the risk. The others nodded in agreement. Just then a slightly hoarse voice suddenly rang out. This valley is a trap. There's a Zifu realm demon inside. You'd best not enter. Startled by the voice, Ling Xiao and the others wondered how they had failed to notice another person present. They quickly turned toward the source of the sound. There to their left rear sat a figure draped in a black cloak, cross-legged atop a massive boulder. Though he appeared to be merely meditating, he seemed to merge seamlessly with the surrounding world. He had clearly been there before their arrival. How did we not notice him when we came? Ling Xiao was utterly astonished. They had all been so cautious, yet none had spotted that person. This valley is a trap. There's a Zifu realm demon inside. Qin Zining asked, her voice filled with astonishment. She found the voice somewhat familiar, but since Qin Feng had deliberately rasped it, she couldn't identify him and paid it no mind, focusing instead on the alarming news of a Zifu realm demon. That's correct, Qin Feng nodded and said calmly. He had chosen to warn them because Qin Zining was part of this group. Upon arriving, Qin Feng had used his divine eye to detect a powerful demon within the valley. That demon had surpassed the array's limitations, reaching the first layer of the Zifu realm. Although it was no match for Qin Feng, he noticed it had concealed its aura using a demonic array. Fearing additional lethal demonic arrays within, he hadn't entered directly, but instead observed from outside with his divine eye to check for any killing formations. Nonsense. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Meyer's pretty face shifted. She first rebuked him, then said, "When I went inside, there were only some demons at the 7th or 8th layer of the Huajing realm. There were just too many of them, which is why I sought your help. There's no powerful demon in there. Besides, the entire demonic mountain range is bound by an array. How could any demon possibly grow to the Zifu realm and break free from its restraints?" Hearing her words, the others nodded, finding them reasonable, and ceased to believe Qin Feng. Under the array's restrictions, under normal circumstances, demons in the range couldn't surpass the Huajing realm to reach the Luanhai realm, let alone the Zifu realm. That was sheer fantasy. Moreover, if there truly was a Zifu realm demon inside, how had this black-robed figure survived after discovering it? Could it be that his cultivation surpassed the Zifu realm demons, allowing him to detect it while remaining undetected himself? That was even more absurd. The mountain's array restricted not only demons, but also cultivators entering the area. The maximum cultivation level allowed was the peak of the Huajing realm's 9th layer. I think this mysterious fellow is no good. He must have discovered the spirit stone mine too, but since his companions haven't arrived, yet he's trying to trick us. Ling Xiao said, "Ignore him. Let's go in quickly and take all those spirit stones." With that, he moved to enter the valley. Qin Zining wanted to ask more questions, but then recalled her imperial uncle's advice before she left the palace. He had specifically warned her not to trust strangers. So she refrained from asking and followed the others into the valley. Seeing this, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. From the change in Qin Zining's gaze, he could guess her thoughts. This little girl only remembers not to trust strangers, but can't she apply the same logic and stay wary of acquaintances? Yet Qin Feng did not forcibly stop her. He felt it necessary for Qin Zining to gain more experience. Only then would she learn to remain vigilant even with those she knew. After observing for a while longer with his divine eye and confirming there were no killing arrays within the valley, he rose and walked inside. Everyone entered the valley following Lu Meyer to its depths. However, there was no sign of a spirit stone mine. "Miss Lu, where's the spirit stone mine?" Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. But Lu Meyer ignored him, striding over to a stone wall and kneeling on one knee. "Lord Tuming, I have brought the princes and princesses of the great dynasties as you requested." Her voice was filled with utmost humility. At that moment, a vast amount of demonic energy began seeping from the seemingly ordinary stone wall. Then the demonic energy rapidly coalesced into the form of a demon. It stood over 10 feet tall. Huh, well done. With the bones of these people as materials, I can forge a new body and leave this mountain range. The demon laughed as it gazed at Qin Feng and the others. The array sealing the entire mountain range had been set by the powerful experts of the great dynasties. Though it had weakened over time, the demon still couldn't break through by force. Only by using the bones of the descendants of those royal experts as materials to forge a new body could it deceive the sealing array and escape. Thank you for your praise, Lord Tuming, Lu Meyer said respectfully. Swish. Just then Tuming flicked a wisp of demonic energy into Lu Meyer's body. Instantly her aura surged dramatically, reaching the 5th layer of the Luanhai realm. He said, "This is your reward. Once I leave the demonic mountain range and rule over the Kanglan domain, your Cold Moon sect will be the foremost contributor." The sudden breakthrough left Lu Meyer momentarily disoriented, her face slightly pale, but she was still ecstatic. She said respectfully, "Thank you for your gift, Lord Tuming." Ling Xiao and the others were all stunned into silence. Lu Meyer, you've sworn allegiance to a demon, Ling Xiao exclaimed. The others also cried out in disbelief. None could fathom that Lu Meyer, who had always appeared kind-hearted and generous, had allied with a demon. And from their conversation, it seemed the entire Cold Moon sect was under the demon's command. Why shouldn't I swear allegiance? Lu Meyer sneered. My Cold Moon sect holds no enmity with the demon race. During the Demon Sealing War 10,000 years ago, it was the great dynasties that fought against the demon race. The sects were not yet powerful and played no significant role. Later, when sealing those powerful, unkillable demons, the sects lacked the capability, leaving the task solely to the great dynasties. Thus, only the people of the great dynasties truly knew how terrifying and cruel the demons were to humanity. The sects, however, believed this was merely propaganda spread by the dynasties to maintain their rule. They had never harbored any significant malice toward the demons. The Cold Moon sect had long since formed a partnership with Tuming, even providing the materials for him to set up the cultivation concealing array. In return, Tuming helped members of the Cold Moon sect directly elevate their cultivation, greatly enhancing the sect's strength. You? Despicable. Ling Xiao's face turned ashen, seething with fury at having been deceived by Lu Meyer. In that moment, he bitterly regretted not heeding the mysterious outsider's warning. Lu Meyer, we encountered other cultivators on our way here. If we all perish within this place while you alone emerge alive, the great dynasties will surely suspect you first when they investigate. A princess of the great Yin dynasty cried out sharply. The others also fixed cold glares upon Lu Meyer. Rest assured, the great dynasties will never trace it back to me. Lu Meyer chuckled smugly. Before entering the mountain range, I deliberately provoked Qin Feng into uttering words that clearly targeted Qin Feng. If you and Qin Feng never leave these mountains, then Qin Feng becomes the scapegoat for colluding with the demons. This may even spark a war between the great dynasties and the Golden Sun sect, accelerating the rise of my Cold Moon sect. She had already dispatched her junior sister to approach Qin Feng and poison him, ensuring that he and his fellow disciples would never leave the mountains alive. And the dead cannot defend themselves. Such a venomous scheme. Ling Xiao felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Lu Meyer's words. That Lu Meyer had allied herself with evil was shocking enough. Little did they expect her heart to be so ruthlessly malicious. Great River's sword intent. At that moment, only Qin Feng refrained from cursing Lu Meyer, instead seeking an opportunity. She instantly unleashed her most powerful sword technique and struck. The formidable sword intent surged like a mighty river, hurtling toward Tu Ming, attempting a sneak attack. Foolish. Tu Ming sneered dismissively, sweeping his sleeve. A surge of vast demonic energy collided with the river-like sword intent. A violent eruption of energy ensued. Qin Feng and the others were all sent flying, landing over 100 zhang away. Yet this was precisely Qin Feng's intention. Upon landing, she dashed toward the valley's exit, shouting, "His concealment array must only cover the valley. If we escape, he won't dare pursue us outside. Otherwise, the mountain range's own array would surely annihilate him." This was her rational deduction, otherwise Lu Meyer would have had no need to lure them into this valley. The others' eyes lit up at her words, and they immediately sped toward the valley's exit with all their might. You're clever indeed. My array does only cover the valley. Tu Ming laughed heartily. But you overestimate yourselves. You'll never escape this valley. He waved his sleeve, and demonic energy roiled within the valley. The churning miasma swept toward Qin Feng and the others like a gale. Those who had nearly reached the valley's mouth were all swept back by the tempestuous demonic energy. Thud. Thud. One by one they crashed down before the evil presence, each in a state of utter disarray. You've already fallen into Lord Tu Ming's hands, yet you still dream of escape. Don't harbor such illusions. Lu Meyer spoke coldly. I am invincible within these mountains. Not even the heavenly king himself could save you today, Tu Ming declared arrogantly. With that, he prepared to drain the vital essence from Qin Zining and the others, leaving their desiccated corpses to set up his array. Qin Zining and her companions gazed upon him with utter despair. Their protectors were all outside the mountain range with no one able to enter and rescue them. It seemed they would surely meet their end here. Yet at that moment a calm voice echoed through the valley. Are you certain you are invincible here? Who goes there? Tu Ming's expression shifted as he bellowed. Following the sound, he spotted a figure draped in a black cloak approaching slowly from afar. It's him. Lu Meyer recognized the cloaked Qin Feng and quickly said to Tu Ming, this fellow knows you are at the Purple Mansion stage. Earlier outside the valley he warned us not to enter. Oh, Tu Ming murmured, could my concealment array have a flaw, leaking a trace of my powerful aura? Though undetected by the mountain suppression array, this man sensed it. He was convinced this was the case, for under normal circumstances no one could discern his true cultivation level. Tu Ming then turned to Qin Feng and asked, since you know him at the Purple Mansion stage, why do you still dare to enter? This question intrigued him. He wondered if Qin Feng intended to pledge allegiance. Naturally, to kill you. Qin Feng said coolly, though your mere early first layer Purple Mansion cultivation poses little threat, even if you escape the mountains, since I'm already here, I might as well slay you. At these words, Tu Ming's face twisted with fury. He had assumed Qin Feng came to serve him, never expecting such a declaration of murder. Utterly preposterous. Tu Ming roared. Who do you think you are? A Purple Mansion powerhouse. You speak of killing me. Pure fantasy. He knew all too well the might of the mountain range's suppression array. The reason he could evade its detection was due to the peculiar nature of demonic arrays and his past expertise as a formidable array master. As far as he understood the current Kanglan domain, no array master there could create such an array to conceal their cultivation and enter this mountain range. You have no choice but to believe. As Qin Feng spoke, he drew a long sword from his ring. Normally, killing Tu Ming would require no blade. A mere sword beam would suffice. But the demonic mountain range's array suppressed him heavily, limiting him to the peak of the first layer of the Purple Mansion stage. Thus, for caution's sake, he retrieved a long sword from his ring. The blade was ordinary, a mere second-rank sword, but sufficient as a vessel. Stop putting on airs. Die. Tu Ming snorted. Forming a demonic seal with his hands, he sent it crashing toward Qin Feng. The seal bore a bizarre, sinister pattern composed of astonishing demonic energy and carrying a fearsome aura. In the blink of an eye, it reached Qin Feng. It sought to obliterate him outright. The terrifying seal startled Qin Zining and the others, granting them a visceral understanding of a Purple Mansion cultivator's might. They felt utterly powerless to resist. Their worried gazes turned to Qin Feng, certain he stood no chance against Tu Ming. Yet Qin Feng remained composed. The sword in his hand blazed with a fiery sword intent, its crimson radiance dazzling in that moment. Boom! Qin Feng swung his sword. The demonic seal before him shattered into pieces, dissipating into the void. Impossible! My demonic talisman can easily suppress even a powerhouse at the ninth heaven of the Wheel Sea realm. How could you shatter it with such a casual sword strike? Tu Ming was utterly stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had sensed something unusual about Qin Feng and deliberately conjured a demonic talisman, believing he had taken sufficient precautions. Yet he never anticipated that Qin Feng's strength would surpass his imagination. Nothing in this world is impossible, Qin Feng said calmly. As he spoke, his form blurred into motion, charging toward Tu Ming. In the blink of an eye, he was already before his foe. The long sword in his hand, blazing like flames, swept out fiercely. Not good. At such close range, Tu Ming finally sensed Qin Feng's true power and was stricken with terror. He hastily gathered vast spiritual energy before him, condensing it into a black barrier to block Qin Feng's strike. Boom! Alas, though Qin Feng's cultivation was suppressed to the peak of the first heaven of the Purple Mansion realm, it still surpassed Tu Ming's. This single sword blow shattered the barrier completely. Tu Ming was sent flying, crashing heavily into the distant ground, carving a massive crater into the earth. A huge sword wound marred his chest. Yet having long abandoned his physical body, no blood flowed, but the gash remained terrifyingly deep. Peak of the first heaven of the Purple Mansion realm. Your cultivation is actually at the peak of the first heaven of the Purple Mansion realm. Tu Ming stared at Qin Feng, disbelief etched on his face. How is this possible? This mountain range is sealed by a formation even cultivators of the Wheel Sea realm cannot enter. How could you, with your peak first heaven of the Purple Mansion realm cultivation, have come here? Not just him, but everyone present was shocked by Qin Feng's astonishing cultivation. As members of the royal family, they all knew the immense power of the formation sealing the mountain range, and they could not fathom how Qin Feng had entered. Nevertheless, this was good news for them. Amid their astonishment, joy filled their hearts, and they silently cheered for Qin Feng. You are not worthy to know the answer to that question, Qin Feng said coldly to the stunned Tu Ming. He naturally would not reveal the secret of his Primordial Chaos Sword Body to this demon. As he spoke, the fiery sword intent on Qin Feng's longsword surged once more, blazing like infernal flames. Foolish human, do you truly believe that surpassing me in cultivation is enough to kill me? Tu Ming said grimly. This valley is filled with the demonic formations I have laid. The demonic energy here can replenish me at any time. Even if I must wear you down, I will eventually drain you to death. As he spoke, the demonic energy between heaven and earth surged toward him. In an instant it mended the terrible sword wound inflicted by Qin Feng's blade, restoring him to his peak condition. It seems I underestimated the formations you have set here, Qin Feng murmured to himself. He had merely scanned the area with his divine eyes, finding no killing formations, and had entered directly. He had not expected the demonic formation to provide Tu Ming with endless demonic energy, healing his injuries. Huh, are you afraid now? But it's too late. Tu Ming laughed loudly. Today I will never let you leave. You will obediently become my blood sacrifice. His eyes burned with greed and excitement. Devouring a human blood sacrifice at the Purple Mansion realm would surely elevate his cultivation greatly. He would not let this opportunity slip. Afraid? You are not worthy to instill fear in me, Qin Feng said calmly. Since this formation can heal your wounds, I need only strike you down with one sword and annihilate your soul. Problem solved. He had not intended to use any sword technique, deeming it unnecessary, as Tu Ming could not even withstand 2 ordinary strikes. Now that Tu Ming could recover endlessly, he saw no harm in using a technique to finish him instantly. We are both at the first heaven of the Purple Mansion realm. Even if you are at its peak and slightly stronger, the gap is limited. You can wound me gravely, but you can never kill me instantly. Tu Ming burst into laughter, utterly disbelieving that Qin Feng could achieve such a feat. Only a cultivator at the second heaven of the Purple Mansion realm could slay him outright. Is that so? Then watch closely. This strike is called the Desolate Ruin, severing divine slash. As he spoke, the fiery sword intent on Qin Feng's longsword gradually faded, replaced by a golden radiance that illuminated the blade. Golden runes arranged in rings swirled around the sword's hilt, exuding an ancient primal aura of the sword path. Boom. Qin Feng swung his sword, unleashing a golden sword light, several zhang long interwoven with countless runes, which surged toward Tu Ming. Where it passed, deep ravines were carved into the ground, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Upon seeing this sword light, Tu Ming was finally seized with fear. He felt death rapidly approaching. This sword strike was too dreadful. He frantically gathered the demonic energy of the valley, condensing it into an inky barrier to block the attack. Boom. In an instant, the sword light struck the barrier, unleashing violent fluctuations of spiritual energy. Golden sword light and black demonic energy flooded the entire valley. Even Qin Zining and Ling Xiao, who had fled to a great distance, had to shield themselves with spiritual energy to withstand the astonishing shockwaves. In the blink of an eye, the black barrier Tu Ming had conjured shattered, leaving him exposed to the terrifying sword light. How can this be? You are clearly at the peak of the first heaven of the Purple Mansion realm, yet you can unleash such a fearsome strike. Tu Ming let out a desperate roar. He could never have imagined that Qin Feng possessed the Primordial Chaos Sword Body. Even with his cultivation suppressed to the peak of the first heaven of the Purple Mansion realm, his actual combat power far exceeded that level. Before his words faded, the astonishing sword light struck his body, causing it to explode. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed as Tu Ming was utterly obliterated, body and soul. Even though the valley was filled with his formations capable of replenishing his demonic energy at any moment, it was all in vain. After Tu Ming's death, the valley fell into utter silence. Qin Zining and Ling Xiao, gazing at the scene before them, felt as if they were in a dream. In the span of a single day, they had experienced immense joy and profound sorrow. For the young hearts they bore, it was a considerable shock. As Qin Zining and Ling Xiao stood dazed, Qin Feng took a single step and appeared before Lu Meyer. No, don't kill me, please don't kill me. Lu Meyer, also stunned by Tu Ming's defeat, retreated in terror. I am human too, not a demon. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything you ask. To survive, she would have no objection, even to becoming Qin Feng's slave, subject to his every whim. She feared death. You hold no value to me, Qin Feng said indifferently. With that, he gently pointed a finger, and a sword light shot toward Lu Meyer. Lu Meyer's body was pierced through by the sword light, her eyes instantly losing their vitality as she collapsed heavily to the ground. In her final moments, her eyes were filled with disbelief, never imagining that Qin Feng would slay her so decisively, without any mercy. Her beauty had failed to save her life. With a dull thud, Lu Meyer's corpse hit the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Qin Zining and the others, still in shock, finally snapped back to reality. Thank you for saving us, senior. They all expressed their gratitude to Qin Feng. Their eyes shone with admiration and gratitude. Faced with the formidable Tu Ming, they had already succumbed to despair, convinced death was imminent. Yet Qin Feng had dispatched him with such ease. He had rescued them from the brink of peril. No need to thank me. Your survival today is your own fortune, Qin Feng said indifferently. Had they not been in the same team as Qin Zining, their fate today would have been uncertain. Ling Xiao and the others looked bewildered, unable to grasp Qin Feng's meaning. You should leave now? I have matters to attend to here and wish not to be disturbed, Qin Feng stated flatly. He intended to use the demonic qi here to strengthen the Buddhist Pure Land. Ling Xiao and the others nodded in agreement. Senior, have we met before? Your voice sounds familiar, Ling Xiao suddenly asked. At that moment, Qin Zining posed the question. She felt a vague familiarity with the voice, as if she had heard it somewhere, yet upon deeper reflection, it did not match any voice she had known before. Perhaps, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Qin Zining wanted to say more, but the seventh princess of the great Yin dynasty pulled her along, heading out of the valley. Ling Xiao and the others also departed. Sister Zining, who would have thought? Usually you act so aloof, rejecting all suitors your age, yet now you're so forward with this martial senior, the seventh princess teased. Once outside the valley, the seventh princess of the great Yin dynasty immediately began to jest. Huh, what are you talking about? I don't understand, Qin Zining said, looking confused. Stop pretending, the seventh princess said, as if seeing through her. You said the senior's voice sounded familiar. Wasn't that just an excuse to get close to him? Unfortunately for a powerhouse like him, finding a partner isn't just about looks. To him, we're just kids, not even worth a second glance. The other princesses also joined in teasing Qin Zining, believing she was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. What are you all saying? I'm serious. I really do feel that the senior's voice is familiar, Qin Zining retorted, her pretty face flushing as she heard their banter. However, her words only provoked more teasing and skepticism from the other princesses. The senior just used the sword intent of fire. If I'm not mistaken, he's the mysterious figure who killed Shi Feng of the southern barbarian tribe, not someone from your great Xia dynasty. How could you possibly be familiar with him? Exactly. At most you might have unknowingly crossed paths with him once, but not a second time. How could his voice be familiar? No one believed what Qin Zining said. They all thought that Qin Zining, driven by admiration, had developed special feelings for the senior, and thus claimed his voice was familiar to get closer to him. Listening to their conjectures, Qin Zining herself began to waver. Could it be that the familiar voice of the senior was merely her illusion? Had the shock caused a lapse in her memory? Amid this confusion, Qin Zining followed the group out of the valley. Inside the valley, after everyone had left, Qin Feng began to survey his surroundings. The demonic qi here is abundant, perfect for strengthening the Buddhist Pure Land. With this thought, he hesitated no more and sat cross-legged on the ground. A dazzling golden light radiated from his body. A sacred aura swept outward from Qin Feng, covering an area of about 10 zhang. Within this region, not only was there holy Buddhist light, but also numerous Buddhist runes floating in the air. This stood in stark contrast to the eerie surroundings. As Qin Feng cultivated, the demonic qi from all directions surged toward him with a thunderous roar. The scene was astonishing. From above, the demonic qi in the valley formed a massive vortex, with Qin Feng at its center, manifesting the Buddhist Pure Land. An unknowing observer might have thought a great demon was cultivating here. As the demonic qi was continuously absorbed, the range of the Buddhist Pure Land gradually expanded. However, the expansion was slow. Fortunately, the demonic qi here was plentiful. At the entrance of the Demon Mountain Range, cultivators who had found satisfactory treasures were emerging one after another. On a distant peak, 2 figures stood. It's been so long, Omir's plan should have succeeded by now, the third elder of the Cold Moon sect murmured. The timing seems about right. Lu Meyer's guardian slowly said. Meyer broke through to the Wheel Sea realm at such a young age. She is destined for great things. Although allowing a demon to forcibly enhance her cultivation would greatly affect future breakthroughs, if Lu Meyer and the others fully succumbed to demonic influence and became demons, such effects would naturally vanish. Demons could directly devour others' cultivation without affecting their own progress, so being forcibly enhanced by another demon posed no issue. Not just Lu Meyer. Once Lord Tu Ming emerges, our entire Cold Moon sect will rise, the third elder said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lu Meyer's guardian also wore a look of anticipation, as if envisioning the Cold Moon sect becoming the supreme force of the Kanglan domain, with all dynasties and sects bowing in submission. Just then, several figures appeared, catching their attention. Qin Zining and Ling Xiao walked out of the secret realm. Ling Xiao, why are you out so soon? An old man suddenly emerged from the shadows, looking puzzled. He was, of course, Ling Xiao's guardian. The secret realm was open for a full day and night, He couldn't understand why Ling Xiao had come out so early instead of continuing to search for treasures. As Ling Xiao's guardian exclaimed, several other figures appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. They were the guardians of Qin Zining and the others, all asking with confusion. Qin Zining and Ling Xiao had no idea that guardians were secretly protecting them during the trial. Seeing the royal protectors suddenly appear, they were initially startled. However, after hearing the guardians' explanations, Qin Zining and Ling Xiao quickly understood why the royal family had arranged for these experts to protect them covertly. After all, for the royal family, the trial was important, but safety was equally crucial. Thus, having experts secretly watch over them during the process was the best approach. Why are they all out? Shouldn't they have been killed by Lord Tuming by now? Upon seeing Qin Zining and the others, the third elder of the Cold Moon sect and Lu Meyer's guardian were both utterly astonished. According to Lu Meyer's plan, Qin Zining and her companions should have long been lured into the valley and should not be appearing here. The two exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what was happening. A faint unease stirred within them. Could Lu Meyer's plan have been exposed? If that were truly the case, they would need to flee immediately and report back to the sect. The plan should not have been exposed. The third elder of the Cold Moon sect said, given Meyer's intelligence and agility, even if she failed to lure them in, she wouldn't have revealed the plan. These princes and princesses emerging together must be due to some accident during their training. Lu Meyer's guardian listened, nodded thoughtfully, and found the reasoning plausible. They decided to wait there a while longer to see what Lu Meyer would say upon her return. Meanwhile, Qin Zining and Ling Xiao had been led to a secluded, dense forest where they began recounting the events in the valley to their guardians. The entire tale left the guardians with expressions of sheer amazement. The Cold Moon sect is colluding with evil demons. And in the valley, that demon's cultivation has broken through the mountain ceiling array's restriction, reaching the first heaven of the Zifu realm. Ling Xiao's guardian was stunned. This revelation was earth-shattering. Compared to other sects that had long shown discontent toward the empires, the Cold Moon sect had always appeared gentle and accommodating, seemingly harmless. He found it hard to believe that the Cold Moon sect would ally with evil demons. We were also shocked when we first saw Lu Meyer bowing in submission to the demon, but that is the truth. The seventh princess of the Great Yin Empire said slowly. The guardians present exchanged glances, utterly shaken. Then how did you escape? The black-robed Imperial guardian secretly protecting Qin Zining couldn't help but ask. Logically, with a Zifu realm demon present, Qin Zining and the others mere Huiling realm cultivators should never have been able to flee. A mysterious, powerful figure saved us. Qin Zining then recounted the subsequent events to the Imperial guardian. The already astonished guardians were now even more thunderstruck. The fire sword intent. That must be the mysterious person who killed Qin Feng. How could he bypass the Demon Mountain's grand array and enter? What identity does he possess? The black-robed guardian's voice was filled with disbelief. The other guardians, upon hearing this, could only manage bitter smiles, utterly clueless. They couldn't fathom how such a formidable expert could emerge. Perhaps that mysterious figure inherited the legacy of a fallen powerhouse from the Demon Sealing War. Ling Xiao's guardian speculated. During the Demon Sealing War, countless experts fell, their remains scattered across many regions of the Kanglan domain. Though many were stripped of their treasures and techniques by demons after death, even their bodies devoured. There were also those who, after slaying demons in battle, were gravely wounded and sought secluded places to heal, only to ultimately succumb to their injuries. Such legacies could often be preserved intact. Though these places were hard to find, it wasn't impossible for the fortunate to stumble upon them. That's the only possibility. In the current decline of martial arts in the Kanglan domain, even a third heaven Zifu realm expert is rare, let alone someone with the ability to enter these demon mountains. The black-robed guardian said slowly. He felt a surge of relief. Had that mysterious figure not saved Qin Zining, the blow to the Great Xia Empire would have been devastating, and he as her guardian would never have been able to atone for his failure. The other guardians also nodded in agreement with this speculation. Then they began discussing how to track down Lu Meyer's guardian. All were experts of the same realm, and with their numerical advantage, a search of the vicinity would surely yield results. Once Lu Meyer's guardian is captured, all empires must interrogate her together to uncover the details of the Cold Moon sect's collusion with the demons. Someone proposed. The other experts nodded. This was the fairest course. They had no doubt that they could extract the information. The Imperial Ministries of Punishment and the embroidered uniform guards possessed a plethora of tortures. With the plan settled, Qin Zining's guardians and the others began searching for Lu Meyer's guardian. Though the third elder of the Cold Moon sect and Lu Meyer's guardian tried their best to conceal their auras, they were soon discovered under the scrutiny of so many experts. They had been waiting for Lu Meyer to emerge and explain what had happened. Seeing so many experts rapidly encircling them, their faces turned ashen. They finally realized that Lu Meyer had not only failed to lure the targets, but had also exposed the plan. How could this be? With Meyer's intelligence, even if she failed to lure them, she shouldn't have revealed the plan. Lu Meyer's guardian exclaimed in anger and confusion. No matter how hard she tried to understand, Lu Meyer's failure was sealed from the moment she sensed the abnormal fluctuations in the Demon Mountain's array. Had they withdrawn, then they might have fared better, but alas, they were careless. For an entire month, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the valley motionless, continuously meditating and absorbing demonic qi. The demonic qi in the valley, which had once churned like a vortex into vast black mist, was now nearly translucent and sparse. The range of his Buddhist Pure Land had expanded to 30 zhang. During this time, not only was demonic qi drawn in, but many demons that came to investigate the anomaly were also absorbed, transforming into streaks of Buddhist light. The demonic qi is no longer as dense as before. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and murmured. Though vast amounts of demonic qi remained throughout the mountain range, it was scattered. Absorbing it further would be far too slow. Never mind, this will do for now. Qin Feng slowly rose and muttered, when I encounter demons again, it'll strengthen this Buddhist Pure Land. With a slight thought, the Buddhist Pure Land spanning 30 zhang dissipated. Then he summoned the system and said, System, I wish to check in. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for successfully checking in at the Demon Mountain. Reward C rising with bright moon. The system's mechanical prompt sounded. In Qin Feng's system space, a scroll appeared. C rising with bright moon. What is this? Qin Feng murmured in confusion. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the scroll. He recalled every novel he had ever read, but couldn't remember any that contained such an item. He only knew of Zhang Zhuling's poem, The Moon Rises Over the Sea, sharing this moment from afar. With curiosity, Qin Feng slowly unrolled the scroll. As Qin Feng slowly unfurled the scroll, a breathtakingly beautiful tableau emerged before him. Beneath the pitch-black night sky stood a faint silhouette, and behind that shadow lay an extraordinarily unique scene. The azure sea churned as a radiant moon, emitting a pristine glow, rose gently. Moonlight cascaded like water onto the ocean, creating a shimmering, rippling expanse. I'm not sure how powerful this moonrise over the sea is, but it must look pretty cool when used. Qin Feng murmured to himself, gazing at the unfolding scroll. He felt fairly satisfied with this check-in reward. After all, strength was a temporary affair, but style was eternal. Without further hesitation, Qin Feng immediately chose to integrate this phenomenon. In an instant, a torrent of profound and intricate information flooded into his mind. The process was swift, yet it only allowed him to assimilate the knowledge of moonrise over the sea. Mastering and wielding it would require extensive practice. After integrating the phenomenon, Qin Feng left the valley. The mountain range had already been resealed by the formation. But for Qin Feng, leaving was simple. Whoosh! At the entrance of the mountain range, mysterious and arcane runes flickered in his eyes. Every single formation line of the entire array appeared clearly before him. Having signed in and obtained numerous ancient texts on formations, Qin Feng was already a true formation master. Studying these lines, he easily identified the crucial ones. Whoosh! A faint sword aura surged at the tip of Qin Feng's finger as he gently traced it. One formation line snapped. The previously sealed entrance reopened. However, these were lines Qin Feng had carefully selected. Even broken, they wouldn't affect the grand formation of the entire mountain range. Crack! He gently crushed the sword aura at his fingertip. Shards of light scattered onto the ground, slowly coalescing to mend the broken formation line. Meanwhile, he strode out. The moment Qin Feng stepped beyond the mountain range, the formation line was fully restored and the entrance closed once more. He sped toward the Great Xia dynasty. Returning to the Imperial Mausoleum, as Qin Feng expected, no one had noticed his earlier absence. In the entire Imperial city, fewer than 5 people would still think of Qin Feng. Well, after all that wandering, it's time to rest. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Sometimes going out and exploring teaches you that staying home and lying down is the most comfortable. With a sweep of his sleeve, the dust on the lounge chair scattered. He lay back down on it. Clang! From his ring, Qin Feng retrieved a wisp of sword aura. He made it circle his wrist like a bracelet, then slowly closed his eyes. The automatically circulating longevity sutra within his body absorbed the sword aura, converting it into spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation. The mausoleum fell into silence once more. Only the occasional foraging animal made rustling sounds. Time flowed like water, and a year and a half passed swiftly. One midday, it was time for the Imperial Guards to deliver rations again. However, today, it was Chu Xiong who came. He hadn't appeared for a long time, which slightly surprised Qin Feng. Your Highness, did I disturb your rest? Chu Xiong, carrying rations into the room, noticed Qin Feng resting at noon, and assumed he hadn't slept well the night before, so he intended not to disturb him. He hadn't expected that even his careful movements would alert Qin Feng. He couldn't help but sigh, thinking that Qin Feng, after spending so many years alone here, had inevitably been affected. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so sensitive as to be awakened by such a minor sound. It's fine, Qin Feng said calmly. Have you finished your training and studies at the academy? It ended over a year ago. I was assigned to a military post. I wanted to visit your highness, but matters concerning the Cold Moon sect delayed me. Chu Xiong said slowly. Once the Cold Moon sect affairs were settled, I came to see your highness immediately. With that, he discreetly pulled out a storage pouch. Your highness, inside are some delicacies I secretly brought for you. You can enjoy them whenever you like. You're thoughtful. Qin Feng smiled and accepted the pouch. Although the world's cuisine couldn't compare to his own cooking, it was still a sincere gesture from Chu Xiong. Your highness, have you heard about the Cold Moon sect? Chu Xiong asked mysteriously. What about it? Qin Feng feigned ignorance. I knew you wouldn't have heard. You'd never guess that Lu Meyer, that girl who was always so kind and gentle, has fallen into demonic cultivation. Chu Xiong chuckled, then began recounting the events of the Cold Moon sect. Believing Qin Feng must be bored in the mausoleum, he told the story to entertain him. Qin Feng already knew most of what Chu Xiong said about the Cold Moon sect's alliance with evil forces. The only thing he hadn't known was that the sect had been annihilated by a coalition of several dynasties, causing quite a stir in the Kanglan domain. Many once thriving, powerful sects implicated in the affair suffered severe reputational damage. This was excellent news for the dynasties. Although Qin Feng hadn't known beforehand, he had anticipated that the dynasties would never let the Cold Moon sect survive. It was always a menace. As dusk fell, Chu Xiong prepared to leave, but seemed hesitant to speak. What is it? Out with it. Qin Feng said flatly, seeing through his demeanor. Chu Xiong couldn't hide things. Qin Feng knew he had something to say. I made some inquiries recently. The holy maiden of the Northern Demon sect whom you saved has been in seclusion ever since returning to the wastelands. She hasn't appeared at all. Chu Xiong said slowly. The reason Qin Feng was accused of colluding with the demon sect was that during his northern inspection, he had inadvertently saved the demon sect's holy maiden Hualinger and let her go. So Chu Xiong guessed Qin Feng would be eager for news about her and had gone out of his way to investigate. Oh, Qin Feng replied indifferently. He had no interest whatsoever in the Northern Demon sect's holy maiden. Chu Xiong was taken aback. The crown prince had lost his position over this woman, yet showed no reaction upon hearing about her. Could it have been just a fleeting romance? Though filled with doubts, he didn't press further and took his leave. The army where he served was stationed tens of li from the imperial city, tasked with guarding it. Discipline was extremely strict, and he only had this one day off. 3 days later, Qin Zining also arrived. She had participated in the campaign to destroy the Cold Moon sect, which served as a special form of training. After all, in her previous training, she had mostly killed magical beasts, rarely taking human lives. This unique experience had brought her even greater growth. Uncle, Qin Zining said happily upon seeing Qin Feng. Nowadays, she only showed this childish side in front of him. Both her father and mother would scold her if they saw her like this, saying she wasn't behaving like a princess. Back from training. Seeing Qin Zining at the mausoleum, Qin Feng smiled. She nodded, then said, I brought uncle lots of ingredients. With that, she blinked her big eyes, her intention clear. You really are my own niece. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Chu Xiong, an outsider, had thought to bring ready-made food, but Qin Zining only brought ingredients. Over these years away, what I missed most was uncle's cooking. Eating nothing but grilled meat in the mountains every day got too greasy. Qin Zining said coquettishly. At her current cultivation level, she still needed to eat occasionally for nourishment, especially meals made from spiritually rich ingredients like magical beast meat. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly, then got up to cook for her. Qin Zining happily lay down on the lounge chair, waiting like a little princess for him to prepare the meal. Before long, the meal, infused with a generous amount of pills by Qin Feng, was prepared and laid out on the stone table. There were over a dozen dishes, exceedingly sumptuous. Wow, it smells amazing. Qin Zining's mouth was practically watering as she eagerly began to eat. Would you like some soup? Qin Feng asked. No, I don't care for soup. Qin Zining shook her head. As she spoke, she took a small jade bottle from her ring, filled to the brim with sour plum juice. Seeing this, Qin Feng abandoned the idea of making boiled water with bana flowers and reclined back in his lounge chair. How did your training expedition go? Qin Feng asked slowly, as if he knew nothing of the events that had transpired during Qin Zining's expedition, like an imperial uncle genuinely concerned for his niece. It was all right, Qin Zining said between bites. I just ran into a bit of trouble while training in the Demon Mountain range. Trouble? Were you surrounded by demons inside? Qin Feng feigned ignorance. No. Qin Zining shook her head, then added, something more troublesome than that. In the time that followed, Qin Zining recounted the events that had occurred in the Demon Mountain range to Qin Feng. If it weren't for the help of that mysterious swordmaster, I'm afraid I would never have returned. Qin Zining still shuddered at the memory. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded. You must be more cautious in the future. Trust not only strangers, but also those you know well. Human nature is treacherous. He had asked precisely to remind her of this. Qin Zining nodded solemnly, etching his words into her heart. Had Qin Feng said this before, she might not have taken it so seriously, but after this experience, she would remember it for a lifetime. It's a pity I don't know what that mysterious master looks like. Qin Zining said with some disappointment. I feel his voice sounds familiar, but no matter how many times I think about it, I can't match it to anyone. Probably an ancient elder with white hair, Qin Feng said nonchalantly. To possess such cultivation, he must be at least several hundred years old. Not necessarily, Qin Zining countered. Even from the silhouette, when that mysterious master drew his sword, one could sense his extraordinary grace, like a sword immortal descending to the mortal world. He didn't seem very old. Qin Feng was taken aback. He marveled inwardly, is this what they call women's intuition? By the way, weren't you at all surprised that a mysterious master could enter the sealed mountain range, uncle? Qin Zining suddenly noticed the inconsistency and asked suspiciously. Perhaps because I'm too weak and such an unparalleled master is too far removed from my world, so I didn't think much of it, Qin Feng said slowly after a moment's deliberation. Qin Zining nodded, thinking to herself that the Xia Emperor was too harsh on Qin Feng, not only forcing him to guard the Imperial Mausoleum, but also forbidding him from cultivating. Don't think that way, uncle. Even a master like that must have his own worries, spending all his time on cultivation with none of your leisure. Qin Zining comforted Qin Feng. Perhaps right now he's troubled by the vast resources needed for his next breakthrough. Could be, Qin Feng nodded with a smile. If only I could meet that mysterious master again to thank him properly, and see if he's someone I've met before. Qin Zining's face was full of wistful regret. Don't worry, you might just meet him again someday. This time it was Qin Feng's turn to comfort her. But Qin Zining shook her head and said bitterly, a master like that might emerge from seclusion only once every few decades, and when he does, it's always for perilous places. Meeting him once was already a stroke of luck. There's no chance for a second time. Qin Feng heard this and smiled softly, saying nothing more. After finishing her meal, Qin Zining helped Qin Feng wash the dishes and tidy up before taking her leave. Within a mountain range on the border of the Great Xia dynasty atop a peak covered in dilapidated structures, the former corpse puppet sect now lay in ruins. The corpses that had not yet been refined were all burned to ashes. Even the mercenaries who hunted in the mountains gave the place a wide berth. Fearing they might be mistaken for disciples of the corpse puppet sect and interrogated by the far-reaching Imperial Guard. Over time, the place had become a haven for demonic beasts. Roar. One morning, the quiet ruins were suddenly shattered by the roar of a demonic beast. A massive griffin, a fourth-rank high-level demonic beast comparable to a peak, we'll see ninth heaven expert, was filled with terror, spreading its enormous wings to flee. But a sinister melody arose. A figure covered in decay took a few strides and was beside the griffin, grabbing its wing and tearing it down. It crashed heavily to the ground. Roar! The griffin cried out in pain, but before it could struggle, the ancient corpse finished it off. Meanwhile, other demonic beasts dwelling there were also attacked by the ancient corpses. Several figures of normal humans appeared before the ruins of the main hall. Their eyes were filled with fury and coldness. Great Xia dynasty. I will make them pay back everything they've done tenfold. Yu Cheng, the sect master of the corpse puppet sect, roared in anger at the ruins. Sect master, I think the plan to directly assault the Great Xia Imperial Palace needs to be reconsidered. It's too risky, the great elder of the corpse puppet sect said gravely. What's so risky? Now we have 25 ancient corpses at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm and 3 at the second level. What does the Great Xia Imperial City have to oppose us aside from that dragon-startling formation? Yu Cheng said coldly. In the past few years they had been hiding everywhere like cornered rats. But heaven had finally shown mercy, their opportunity had come. The Cold Moon sect had been annihilated. The sect was originally composed of women, so its Yin energy was naturally strong. After the massacre, resentment and Yin energy intertwined, becoming overwhelmingly abundant. Using this vast Yin energy, they easily awakened the ancient corpses that could still fight from the sect's former burial grounds. The combined combat power of these corpses was astonishing. But after the Cold Moon sect was destroyed, the strength of the several dynasties also increased. With the vast resources gained, several experts at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm have emerged. The third elder of the corpse puppet sect said bitterly. Combined with the dragon-startling formation, forcing our way into the palace would be extremely difficult. Don't worry. I have a two-pronged plan for this assault on the palace, Yu Cheng said coldly. Whether or not we breach the palace, it will be greatly beneficial. In the following 6 months, the entire Great Xia dynasty was in turmoil. The corpse-driving sect's minions wreaked havoc everywhere, plunging the people into fear and unrest. Rumors even circulated that the corpse-driving sect had spent years refining thousands of ancient corpses, amassing them on the eastern border of the dynasty, preparing to unleash a massacre there to harvest Qin energy. Suddenly, the populace of every city in the east began to flee, terrified of becoming prey for the corpse-driving sect. To stabilize the public sentiment, the imperial court had no choice but to dispatch troops toward the eastern reaches of the dynasty. Only a massive military presence could calm the people and stem the tide of exodus. One evening in the imperial study, several ministers were reporting to the Xia emperor. "Your Majesty, the feudal princes across the realm are recklessly annexing land, leaving countless people homeless and forced to sell themselves into servitude. The court must intervene." The Minister of Justice spoke with reverence. The letters denouncing the princes that local officials had sent him had already piled high upon his desk. These are only from officials of integrity who refuse to collude with the corrupt. The princes wield too much power. They must be reined in. Qin Junyan added, his voice seething with indignation. "How dare you?" the Xia emperor thundered. "The feudal princes were infected by the grand ancestor emperor and have been passed down for tens of millennia. How dare you, a mere crown prince, presume to discuss them?" Qin Junyan quickly begged forgiveness. The other ministers chimed in, pleading on his behalf, saying he was young and ignorant. "Issue an edict, command all feudal princes to surrender a portion of their fertile lands to be distributed among the people to calm the populace." The Xia emperor spoke with an air of indifference. "As your Majesty commands," a minister replied respectfully. Then the assembly began to discuss the matter of the corpse-driving sect. "Your Majesty, while the corpse-driving sect's followers cause chaos everywhere, their most frequent appearances are in the east. The disturbances elsewhere are likely a diversion. Their true target must be the populous cities in the east. They intend to slaughter the inhabitants and harvest Qin energy." A minister reported solemnly to the Xia emperor. "Has the 100,000-strong army dispatched from the imperial capital garrison to the east set out?" The Xia emperor inquired calmly. The dynasty's main forces were concentrated in the north to deter the northern barbarians and the demonic cults. There were some troops in the west, but redeploying them to the east would take far too long. Thus, he had ordered troops from the imperial capital to march eastward. "They have already departed." The Minister of War replied reverently. The Xia emperor nodded. "Father, the imperial capital garrison numbers only about 120 to 30,000. With 100,000 now gone, the capital will be left vulnerable." Qin Junyan spoke with concern. He felt that even if the corpse-driving sect's objective was indeed the great eastern cities, it was unwise to draw troops from the imperial capital garrison. It wasn't that he feared for his own life. Rather, if the capital fell into chaos, the entire dynasty would be shaken. A nationwide upheaval would bring calamity to countless more people. "What? Do you actually believe the corpse-driving sect would dare attack the imperial capital?" The Xia emperor sneered, his displeasure evident. His son's habitual caution and timidity, so contrary to his own character, greatly irritated him. It was merely this son's overthinking. Qin Junyan could only reply helplessly. The Xia emperor then decided to host a banquet, inviting the ministers to stay for a meal to reward their recent hard work. Rumble. But at that moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. Within the palace, the important halls began to glow faintly as their formation patterns lit up. The Dragon Spirit formation activated on its own. What's happening? Why is the Dragon Spirit formation activated by itself? Could there be a great enemy? This sudden change startled the ministers who were about to dine, filling them with shock and astonishment as they gazed outside. Normally, the Dragon Spirit formation would only activate upon the Xia Emperor's command, but there were exceptions. If a large number of powerful beings surged into the imperial city, the formation would detect them and activate autonomously. Every time the Dragon Spirit formation activated on its own, it signified a great crisis. The last such occurrence was 5,000 years ago, when a demon who had survived the Demon Sealing War infiltrated the capital. They never expected the formation to activate once more at this very moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Xia Emperor and his retinue swiftly exited the hall and arrived at the square outside. At that moment, the royal strongman in charge of the formation, Pillar, also arrived. "What's going on?" the Xia Emperor demanded in a deep voice. "I do not know. The Dragon Spirit formation activated without any warning. It must be due to powerful beings entering the capital." The guardian of the formation, Pillar, replied gravely. At the same time, over a dozen figures hurried over. They were all experts stationed in the palace, each at the 9th level of the Wheel Sea realm. The activation of the Dragon Spirit formation signaled a major event, prompting them to emerge from seclusion. The Embroidered Uniform Guard. "Where are the Embroidered Uniform Guard?" the Xia Emperor roared. At that moment, the commissioner of the Embroidered Uniform Guard had also arrived. "Your Majesty, the generals guarding all 4 city gates have been slain. The perpetrators are likely the corpse-driving sect." The commissioner reported with a grim expression. The embroidered uniform guards' intelligence network was vast. Some of their spies had posed as ordinary merchants for decades at the foot of the city gates, watching every move within the capital. The moment the gate commanders were killed, the commissioner had already received word. What? The corpse-driving sect has come to the imperial capital. The Xia Emperor's face turned ashen with fury. He had just asserted that the corpse-driving sect would never dare approach the capital, only to be instantly proven wrong. The 4 gate commanders were all at the 5th level of the Wheel Sea realm, and they had numerous soldiers capable of forming battle arrays. Yet they were all silently slain simultaneously. This suggests the corpse-driving sect has brought many powerful ancient corpses. They came prepared. Old Qin spoke with a heavy heart. He was already at the mid-1st level of the Zifu realm, yet a profound unease gripped him. Issue the decree immediately, recall the army heading east, and order all imperial guards to prepare for battle. The Xia Emperor barked out a series of commands. A deep anxiety gnawed at him. He felt that the corpse-driving sect's bold assault on the capital meant they possessed formidable ancient corpses. As your majesty commands. The commissioner of the embroidered uniform guard replied respectfully and immediately dispatched men to relay the orders. But at that moment, dozens of figures materialized in the sky. They were all rotting ancient corpses radiating terrifying power, their expressions utterly blank as they stared down. The eyes of every citizen in the capital were drawn to the sight. Upon seeing the ghastly corpses, some were terrified, others prayed. Regardless, none wished to be ruled by the corpse-driving sect. No matter what, they did not want the corpse-driving sect to rule over them. So many powerful ancient corpses. Not just over 20 at the 1st level of the Zifu realm, but also 3 at the 2nd level. Seeing these formidable ancient corpses, Elder Chun and the others wore expressions of profound dismay. They had never expected that in just a few years the corpse manipulation sect would have produced so many powerful corpses. Their strength was overwhelming. After all, among their own ranks, the 3 strongest were only at the 1st level of the Zifu realm. Huh. Didn't expect this, did you? The Imperial Palace was my true target. An ancient corpse spoke, bursting into laughter. The speaker was not the corpse itself, but Yu Cheng, the sect master of the corpse manipulation sect, using it to transmit his voice. Because Yu Cheng and the others were too weak in cultivation, they remained hidden in the shadows, controlling these ancient corpses to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Yu Cheng, you've grown incredibly bold, daring to attack the Imperial Palace. With the dragon-suppressing array in place, these ancient corpses will all be buried here today. The Xia Emperor declared in a deep voice. As he spoke, the entire dragon-suppressing array had fully activated. Along the array patterns, golden light drifted slowly, gathering rapidly in the sky. Before long, a phantom dragon soul materialized in the heavens. Roar! A dragon's cry resounded across the sky and earth. The dragon soul's phantom was exceedingly blurred, only a silhouette. Yet even so, the pressure it released was terrifyingly immense. Countless citizens within the imperial city, beholding the phantom dragon soul, were struck with awe. It was their first glimpse of the legendary dragon, and some even knelt in worship. Let's see who laughs last today. Yu Cheng snorted coldly. With his words, the ancient corpses charged directly toward the phantom dragon soul. A fierce battle erupted between the two sides. Yu Cheng knew that to seize the imperial palace, they had to destroy the dragon soul. Otherwise, if the dragon soul picked them off one by one, all these ancient corpses would perish here. Boom, boom, boom. The intense clash erupted in the sky. Blinding rays of light illuminated the entire night. The ancient corpses continuously unleashed powerful martial techniques, smashing against the phantom dragon soul. The dragon soul, like them, felt no pain and kept ramming into the corpses. However, the sheer number and strength of the ancient corpses gave the dragon's soul no advantage. On the contrary, if the battle dragged on, it was almost certain the corpses would shatter the phantom dragon soul. Imperial Guard, loose arrows. Below, the Imperial Guard commander bellowed. The archers among the guards had already prepared, and now arrows enveloped in spiritual energy shot forth in a volley. So many arrows wrapped in spiritual energy soared against the sky, a magnificent spectacle. Boom, boom, boom. These arrows collided with the ancient corpses, unleashing violent waves of energy. The sky was filled with dazzling light. Yet while the arrows could slow the corpses' advance, they could hardly inflict real damage. Well, go up and harass those corpses. Elder Qin declared gravely. Though most of their group were at the 9th level of the Luanhai realm, harassing the corpses could still provide considerable aid to the phantom dragon soul. The other Imperial clan elders nodded in agreement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous figures rose into the air, soaring toward the sky. Apart from Elder Chun and the other 2 sword cultivators at the 1st level of the Zifu realm, everyone else remained on the periphery, attacking the ancient corpses locked in battle with the dragon soul from a distance. If any corpse turned to attack them, they would retreat immediately without lingering. Yet despite this, Imperial elders were continuously gravely wounded, for the gap between the 9th level of the Luanhai realm and the 1st level of the Zifu realm was immense. The ancient corpses held a clear advantage. Under the siege of numerous corpses, the phantom dragon soul grew increasingly faint. Father, perhaps you should leave the palace for the camp outside the Imperial city. There are 20,000 troops there, and the camp has its own formations to protect you, Qin Junyan said to the Xia Emperor. But the Xia Emperor paid no heed, retorting coldly, "A mere corpse manipulation sect thinks it can make me flee in panic. Utter delusion." As he spoke, dazzling light surged around him, and his aura began to skyrocket. The dynasty's fortune empowered him. In an instant, his cultivation had risen to the mid-2nd level of the Zifu realm. Whoosh! The Xia Emperor soared into the air and joined the fray against the ancient corpses. The battle immediately grew even fiercer. The advantage the corpses had held began to shift, settling into a delicate balance. In the short term, neither side could break it. Within the Imperial Ancestral Mausoleum, Qin Feng naturally witnessed the battle raging in the sky. Just as he was about to intervene, he frowned and looked in the opposite direction, where 2 figures were swiftly approaching the mausoleum. And clearly they were from the corpse manipulation sect. At that moment, all the array's power was channeled into the colossal dragon phantom, and the Imperial Guard's attention was fixed on the sky. Thus the 2 figures, merely at the 7th level of the Luanhai realm, slipped effortlessly through the palace, unnoticed by anyone. Before long, the 2 figures were already close to the mausoleum. "Senior brother, we must be cautious. There might be a powerful guardian in this mausoleum," one of them said with a grave expression. "No need to be so cautious. All the strong experts in the palace are drawn to our ancient corpses. Who has time to watch this place?" The one-eyed man beside him replied nonchalantly. His junior disciple nodded lightly, then said excitedly, "If we can steal the founding emperor's corpse and refine it, our sect's strength will rise several levels." This was the true purpose of their attack on the Imperial Palace. Yu Cheng and his associates had carefully calculated that a direct assault on the palace would cost them dearly and might not succeed. Even if they did, they would be surrounded by returning Imperial armies. They would gain no real benefit. But if they could steal and refine the founding emperor's corpse, not only would it shame the Xia Imperial clan, but it would also massively elevate their sect's power. Now that the array's power was fully devoted to the dragon soul in the sky, the mausoleum's formations were at their weakest, easily breached with their secret treasure. "Then you and I will be the sect's greatest heroes." The one-eyed man's eyes gleamed with excitement. As they spoke, the 2 had already entered the mausoleum. "Who was that?" As soon as they entered the Imperial tomb, the junior disciple exclaimed in shock. He saw Qin Feng standing beside a reclining chair, calmly observing the 2 of them. "Just a deposed crown prince, no need to mind him. Kill him and be done with it," the one-eyed man said dismissively. As they spoke, the 2 drew close to Qin Feng. Though they were curious why he showed no surprise at their arrival, they assumed he had gone mad from guarding the tomb for too long. After all, few deposed princes remained sound of mind. The one-eyed man's junior was about to make a move on Qin Feng. "I see what you 2 are here for, grave robbing." Qin Feng shook his head and said, "The corpse manipulation sect truly is a bunch of lowlifes." At these words, the one-eyed man and his junior both turned pale, their expressions extremely ugly. Nothing infuriated them more than being mocked for their grave-robbing ways. "Brat, you could have died a quick death, but now I'll refine you into a corpse for my use." The one-eyed man growled through gritted teeth. With that, he prepared to attack Qin Feng himself. Whoosh! But at that moment, Qin Feng took a single step forward, appearing directly before him. He reached out and grabbed the man's neck, saying calmly, "You must know where your sect master is hiding, don't you?" Yu Cheng, the sect master of the corpse manipulation sect, and his men, being too weak in cultivation, had never shown themselves. They were manipulating the ancient corpses from the shadows to avoid being killed by the Imperial family's experts. Now that these 2 had come to die, Qin Feng could use them to learn where Yu Cheng and his men were hiding. The one-eyed man's face twisted in terror, as if he had seen a ghost. He never imagined that a deposed prince like Qin Feng could be so powerful. He had no chance to resist. "You? What are you going to do?" Hearing Qin Feng ask about Yu Cheng's location, a foreboding feeling surged within him. He asked in terror. But Qin Feng paid him no heed. Mysterious arcane runes appeared in his eyes. "Ah, Junior, save me." The one-eyed man let out an agonized scream. Qin Feng was rifling through his divine sense, causing him unbearable pain. His junior, stunned stiff by the sight of the one-eyed man being effortlessly subdued, nodded immediately upon hearing his plea. Then he turned and fled. This deposed prince was far too terrifying. However, a sword light flickered lightly from Qin Feng's finger, cleaving the junior disciple into pieces. Severed limbs and arms scattered across the ground. At the same time, he withdrew his divine eye that had been probing the one-eyed man's consciousness, and in an instant disposed of him as well. "Yining Mountain," Qin Feng murmured. From the one-eyed man's memories, he learned that the sect master of the corpse manipulation sect and his men were hiding in Yineng Mountain manipulating the ancient corpses that had invaded the Imperial Palace. It seems I can't concern myself with the crisis in the palace for now. Qin Feng glanced at the horde of ancient corpses in the distant sky and said indifferently, if he rashly acted now and eliminated these corpses, Yu Cheng and his men from the corpse manipulation sect would surely seize the chance to escape. He would then have no way to wipe out the sect in one fell swoop. These people had come to the Imperial tomb time and again disturbing his cultivation and rest and had kindled his wrath. Only by eliminating all the key figures could he forever rid himself of future troubles. With that, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and flicked his finger, sending two flames shooting toward the two corpses. The bodies were quickly incinerated without a trace, not even leaving ashes. Then Qin Feng left the Imperial Palace. Yineng Mountain was very far from the Imperial City and was utterly unremarkable. Not even mercenaries were willing to come here. In a dense forest at that moment, dozens of figures stood within a formation spanning tens of zhang. Though their auras were not strong, each held a necromantic artifact. It was through this that they remotely manipulated the ancient corpses. The soaring dragon formation is too powerful. If we truly want to take the palace, the price we would pay is absolutely unbearable. An elder of the corpse manipulation sect said gravely. Even from such a great distance, they could clearly see what was happening over the palace through the ancient corpses. By now, One Eye and his junior should have dug up the corpse of the great Xia Imperial family's founding emperor, Yu Cheng said calmly. Once they return, we retreat. Having witnessed the dragon's soul condensed by the soaring dragon formation, he had already decided to fully execute their original plan. Haha. Then we'll use their founding emperor's corpse to slaughter their army and people. They'll probably die of rage. The third elder of the corpse manipulation sect said with a sinister laugh. The others also chuckled coldly. The enmity from their sect's annihilation 10,000 years ago could finally be avenged. But at that moment, a figure suddenly flew in from the distant horizon and landed not far away in the dense forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, the three ancient corpses Yu Cheng had left behind to protect them sprang into action, charging at the figure. This was, after all, a remote mountain forest, possibly home to powerful demonic beasts, so he had deliberately left three ancient corpses at the first level of the Violet Mansion realm to ensure their safety. Who was that? Could the great Xia Imperial family have discovered us? The Grand Elder asked in alarm. Impossible. Our location is so secret. How could the great Xia Imperial family find us? The third elder responded immediately. Only the most core members of the corpse manipulation sect knew about this operation. Otherwise, not even the Imperial Guard could have investigated them. Probably just someone passing by. Never mind him. Those three ancient corpses are all at the first level of the Violet Mansion realm. Killing him will be a piece of cake. The others in the sect were unconcerned. In the entire Great Xia dynasty, no one could withstand a siege by three ancient corpses at the first level of the Violet Mansion realm. They naturally didn't believe that the figure who had landed in the nearby forest could handle those three corpses. They all regarded Qin Feng as a poor soul who had stumbled into the area and would be tragically killed. Boom. At that moment, the three ancient corpses struck at Qin Feng, unleashing a violent shockwave. Large tracts of ancient trees were uprooted and turned to ash in the air. Qin Feng, who had just landed, looked at the three corpses halted half a zhang away by his protective spiritual energy and said calmly, "Old timers, you have no martial ethics." Then an even more astonishing surge of spiritual energy emanated from his body. The three ugly, rotting ancient corpses were torn to shreds in an instant. Severed limbs and arms littered the ground. Qin Feng's gaze fell on Yu Cheng and his men not far away, and he walked slowly toward them. Yu Cheng and his companions had all assumed that Qin Feng, besieged by three ancient corpses at the first level of the Zifu realm, would surely meet his doom. Yet to their astonishment, after the violent surge of energy subsided, Qin Feng emerged entirely unscathed while their three ancient corpses had been effortlessly obliterated. For a moment, they began to doubt their own perception of reality. Some even wondered if their aged eyes were deceiving them. But after rubbing their eyes, they found no mistake, and their shock only deepened. Thighs fellow. He looks so young, how can he be this formidable? The Grand Elder of the corpse manipulation sect spoke, his voice trembling with terror. His voice quivered as he spoke, yet no one answered his question. The other members of the sect were all struck dumb with astonishment. Are all the core members of the corpse manipulation sect gathered here? Qin Feng inquired calmly. Who are you? Yu Cheng finally snapped out of his shock and asked in terror. Can't you tell? Naturally, I am a prince of the Great Xia dynasty. Qin Feng frowned. He was clad in robes exclusive to royalty. Did his demeanor not match the part? How disheartening. Impossible. When did the Great Xia royal family produce someone so young and yet so powerful? Yu Cheng could scarcely believe it. Judging by his age, Qin Feng was certainly no older than 50, yet the strength he had just displayed was likely at least the second level of the Zifu realm. Not even in the Great Xia dynasty, nor in the entire Kanglan domain, even during its martial golden age, had such a prodigy ever emerged. Believe it or not, I only tell you this, so you may die with some clarity, Qin Feng said flatly. As he spoke, a formidable sword intent began to coalesce between his fingers. Rampant sword energy swirled around his body, exuding an overwhelming aura. The members of the corpse manipulation sect were all seized with terror, sensing the threat of death, their legs trembling in sheer fright. Bastard! I can't believe you forced me to this extent. Yu Qing fumed with rage. In his hand a pitch-black pill appeared. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Even if you are at the second level of the Zifu realm, you will die here today." With that, he swallowed the pill. A surge of overwhelming Yin energy flooded into every limb of Yu Qing's body. Yu Qing roared in agony, his head tilted skyward. Once a middle-aged man, his vitality began to drain rapidly, his skin shriveling and decaying at an alarming rate. In an instant, he appeared almost corpse-like. His aura surged dramatically, reaching the mid-stage of the third level of the Zifu realm. The living dead pill. The sect leader has actually obtained the sect's rarest pill from ancient times and intends to transform himself into a living corpse. The sect members were all aghast. The living dead pill was exceedingly rare even during the peak of the corpse manipulation sect, requiring a 5th-grade upper-tier poison master to refine. Now in the entire Kanglan domain, no 5th-grade upper-tier poison master or alchemist existed. They never imagined Yu Qing had found such an ancient pill. Even more unexpected was that Yu Qing would choose to swallow it. They knew that after transforming into a living corpse, one's cultivation could skyrocket and one could absorb Yin energy for training without consuming resources. One's lifespan would also greatly increase. But the cost was immense. The entire body would rot, never to recover, becoming indistinguishable from a corpse. Moreover, during every full moon, one would descend into madness, an utterly horrifying fate. Even at the sect's zenith, few were willing to become living corpses. Calling the corpse manipulation sect a lowly art seems no exaggeration now. Qin Feng remarked coldly, looking at the transformed Yu Qing. You'd even stoop to turning yourself into a living corpse. You forced my hand. Yu Qing bellowed. Even becoming a living corpse is better than being killed by you right now. He was naturally loath to undergo such a transformation, otherwise he would have done so long ago and easily captured the Imperial Palace. But if he became a living corpse, he could no longer enjoy the pleasures of the mortal world. What meaning would life have? Yet Qin Feng's appearance forced him to make this agonizing choice. To him, a bad life was better than a good death. Unfortunately, you still won't survive today. You've only added to your own suffering. Qin Feng said with a hint of pity. Still putting on airs at death's door. Don't tell me you've also reached the third level of the Zifu realm. Yu Qing snorted, convinced Qin Feng was merely bluffing. As he spoke, a torrent of Yin energy erupted from his body, withering all flora in its path, draining them of life. Boom. Wielding this dreadful Yin energy, Yu Qing charged at Qin Feng. His own cultivation was not strong, so he had few powerful martial techniques. But he believed his cultivation surpassed Qin Feng's, and even a simple punch would suffice to kill him. Clang. Yet at that moment, an even more formidable sword intent burst forth from Qin Feng's body, covering tens of miles. The resonant hum of a sword echoed through heaven and earth. The sword light at Qin Feng's fingertips blazed even brighter and more dazzling. Whoosh! The sword light shot toward Yu Qing, rending the air with a deafening sound. Thud! Without any surprise, the sword light effortlessly pierced through Yu Qing's body. Black blood splattered across the ground. A bloody hole was left in his chest. How can this be? Yu Qing's eyes, already hollow and lifeless, grew even more vacant. He could hardly believe that even at the mid-stage of the third level of the Zifu realm, he still couldn't even touch Qin Feng. How could this prince be so terrifying? But before he could ponder further, his breath ceased, and he collapsed to the ground. Then Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the others. Run, run. The Grand Elder and the others had not yet recovered from their shock. When they noticed Qin Feng's eyes upon them, they felt as if they were facing a primordial beast. They turned and fled in all directions. Unfortunately, facing Qin Feng, they found no mercy. He had no habit of letting a tiger return to the mountain, especially after they had disturbed him twice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several beams of sword light shot toward the fleeing figures. One by one, the elders of the corpse manipulation sect were pierced through and fell dead on the spot. None of them had anticipated that their flawless plan would meet such a disastrous end. With a thunderous rumble, Qin Feng swept his sleeve, and a torrent of bone-chilling ghostly flames descended upon the corpses and burial artifacts, igniting them. He eradicated every trace of them thoroughly. In no time, the corpses and burial artifacts were reduced to ashes. Having done this, Qin Feng prepared to depart. I might as well check in here. He suddenly recalled that he hadn't performed his daily check-in yet, and so he summoned the system. "Check-in at Yinding Mountain," Qin Feng stated calmly. A system chime echoed in response. "Ding. Congratulations, Master. Check-in successful. You have obtained the corpse manipulation art." The corpse manipulation art, an ancient heretical technique from primordial times used to refine corpses and control them in battle. Qin Feng stared at the information, momentarily stunned. Yinding Mountain isn't even a particularly special place. How did I obtain such a formidable secret art from checking in here? He mused, astonished. But upon second thought, this site was where the corpse-driving sect renowned throughout the land 10,000 years ago met its complete annihilation, making it quite extraordinary indeed. He then accepted this and chose to integrate the art. A flood of information merged into Qin Feng's mind. The contents of the corpse manipulation art were profoundly sinister and esoteric. Moreover, based on the art's details, Qin Feng discovered with surprise that this secret technique could trace its origins back to the legends of the Netherworld. It was immensely ancient and mysterious. The Netherworld. Qin Feng marveled, having only encountered fragmentary mentions of this place in ancient texts. He had assumed it was merely folklore. Yet now a secret art purportedly originating from the Netherworld had emerged, suggesting that the Netherworld might very well exist. Never mind. Such a realm is still far beyond my reach. Qin Feng shook his head, dismissing the thought. Then his gaze shifted toward the direction of the Imperial City. With a resonant hum, Qin Feng instantly condensed a sword soul of wind, radiating an awe-inspiring sword intent that was truly formidable. With a mere flicker of his will, the sword soul of wind shot toward the sky above the Imperial City like a meteor streaking through the night, vanishing beyond the horizon in the blink of an eye. With the burial artifacts and Yu Cheng and his men dead, the ancient corpses would become utterly berserk, growing even more terrifying as they engaged in indiscriminate slaughter. Thus he had no choice but to intervene and annihilate those ancient corpses. Meanwhile, above the Imperial City, the battle had already been fiercely intense. 6 Imperial Guardians had fallen and several others were gravely wounded. The ancient corpses fared no better, suffering even greater losses. Overall, the battle remained evenly matched. If it dragged on, both sides would likely suffer mutual destruction, with no true victor emerging. Suddenly, the ancient corpses erupted into ear-piercing roars, as if bellowing from the very depths of hell. The sound struck terror into the soul itself. The ancient corpses seemed to have lost all control, launching into a frenzied assault. Under Yu Cheng and his men's control, these corpses, though impervious to pain, had at least exercised restraint, taking care not to damage their own bodies. But now they threw all caution to the wind, attacking with reckless abandon. They endured injuries, heated, indifferent even to lost limbs. What's happening? Have these ancient corpses gone mad? At the sight, the Xia Emperor's expression shifted dramatically. Already struggling to hold his own against 2 ancient corpses at the second layer of the Purple Mansion realm, he was now overwhelmed by their ferocious onslaught, forced into a relentless retreat. With a thunderous impact, one of the corpses, despite having an arm severed by the Xia Emperor, pressed forward without hesitation and struck the Emperor's chest with its palm. The Xia Emperor spat a mouthful of blood and crashed onto the ground, shattering the sturdy stone floor of the square into a web of cracks. "Your Majesty." A host of ministers rushed forward, helping the Xia Emperor to his feet and administering healing elixirs. With the Xia Emperor wounded, the other Imperial Guardians also suffered. Initially, they had only harassed the corpses, retreating whenever the creatures turned their attention to them. But now, once the corpses locked onto a target, they pursued relentlessly. In no time, numerous Imperial Guardians were struck down, crashing onto the ground. 3 unlucky ones were torn to pieces by the surrounding corpses, their remains scattered across the ground. Soon only the faint, ethereal dragon soul remained in the sky, battling the ancient corpses. Its form grew increasingly translucent, utterly unable to withstand the assault of so many corpses. How could this be? Why have the corpses suddenly gone berserk? The Xia Emperor and his men were bewildered, their faces etched with confusion. The other Imperial Guardians were equally perplexed, unable to fathom what had occurred. With a resounding boom, the dragon's soul finally gave way and exploded. A violent surge of energy swept across the sky like a tidal wave, cascading in all directions. Below, within the Imperial Palace, the shock dragon array ceased its operation and several palaces inscribed with formation patterns collapsed. In the sky, a multitude of ancient corpses were reduced to ashes in that instant. However, 3 ancient corpses at the second layer of the Purple Mansion realm survived. Though missing limbs, and one even half a head, they still possessed formidable combat prowess. With roars, their gazes fixed on the ground below. Now only slaughter filled their minds. "Your Majesty, flee. We will hold them off." Elder Chun and the others shouted urgently. Yet the Xia Emperor showed no intention of retreating. He declared in a grave tone, "If we join forces and fight with our lives, we might slay all 3 ancient corpses. If I flee, this palace will become a living hell." Not only will all the consorts and princes perish, but the great Xia dynasty will also become a laughingstock across the Kanglan domain. Elder Chun and the others fell silent. The Xia emperor, empowered by the dynasty's fortune, was a formidable combatant. If he left, no one in the palace could withstand these ancient corpses. Why has heaven been so unjust to our great Xia dynasty? The civil and military officials, weaker in cultivation, roared in fury. If the Xia emperor fell in battle, the generals returning later might destroy the remaining corpses, but Crown Prince Qin Jiyunyan's position would be unstable. The regional princes would surely refuse to submit. Should internal strife erupt within the dynasty, it would deal a devastating blow to the nation's strength. Just then, the three ancient corpses prepared to swoop down. The Xia emperor and his men steeled themselves for a final desperate battle against the corpses. But at that moment, a streak of white light surged from the distant sky. Boom! The white light carried an immensely terrifying sword, intent surging like a mighty river, illuminating the night sky. Throughout the entire imperial city, all eyes were drawn to that streak of white light. What is that? A daytime meteor? No, that's a sword soul, such a fearsome sword intent. As the white light drew closer, the people within the imperial city realized it was a sword soul. All were so stunned that their voices trembled. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Could a single sword soul truly contain such terrifying sword intent? Amidst the crowd's astonishment, the sword soul arrived in an instant. Carrying its formidable sword intent, it shot toward the three ancient corpses. Shriek! Without any obstruction, the sword soul effortlessly pierced through the bodies of the three ancient corpses. A shower of blood rained down. The entire imperial city fell into a hushed silence. All watched the falling blood in stunned disbelief. Three ancient corpses at the second layer of the Violet Mansion realm had been annihilated in an instant. How terrifying was that? None were more shocked than the Xia emperor and his court. They had braced themselves for a desperate battle, prepared to sacrifice their lives against the ancient corpses. Yet in the blink of an eye, the corpses were vanquished. The crisis was thus resolved. Wind sword intent. That's the wind sword intent. Suddenly Elder Chen exclaimed, could it be Prince Mu who intervened? Has he grown so powerful? Throughout the battle, Prince Mu had never acted, leading them to believe he had already passed away. Now it seemed Prince Mu had likely been traveling abroad. Given the lingering sword intent in the sky, Prince Mu had probably at least broken through to the fifth layer of the Violet Mansion realm. He must have sensed the danger to the imperial city and intervened. If it truly is Prince Mu, then our great Xia dynasty will have a powerhouse of at least the fifth layer of the Violet Mansion realm. Heaven favors our great Xia. The distant officials rejoiced, their excitement boundless. Even the pale-faced Xia emperor smiled, his heart filled with immense joy. A cultivator of at least the fifth layer of the Violet Mansion realm. Such a being was unheard of in all of Kanglan domain. Father! Father! Just then Crown Prince Qin Jiyunyan rushed over, his face etched with anxiety. During the crisis, the Xia emperor had sent him to request Prince Mu's aid. A crown prince should not be so flustered. It's unseemly. The Xia emperor scolded him. He had always been strict with the crown prince. Father, you sent me to find Prince Mu. Qin Jiyunyan quickly composed himself and spoke slowly. I know. Prince Mu was not at his seclusion site. He had traveled abroad. That sword strike came from outside the imperial city. Didn't you see it? The Xia emperor said calmly. No. Qin Jiyunyan shook his head. When I arrived, the pavilion had collapsed because the dragon-suppressing array had stopped. Amid the ruins, I found this. He handed a blood letter to the Xia emperor. Puzzled, the emperor took it. Upon reading its contents, his expression shifted instantly. Seventh Imperial Uncle. He had already passed away. Overwhelmed with shock, the Xia emperor's voice trembled. How is this possible? A storm of disbelief raged within him. His eyes were wide with shock. The news struck him like a thunderbolt. What? Prince Mu passed away long ago. Elder Chun and the others were utterly astounded. They tried to see the blood letter, but the Xia emperor clenched it tightly. It detailed Prince Mu's descent into demonic corruption, a secret that must never be revealed. Yes, this blood letter was left by Prince Mu before his death. He had long since passed away. The Xia emperor's tone was laden with complexity. He did not conceal the truth. Whether it could be hidden depended not on him, but on whether the owner of the Wind Sword Soul would reveal themselves. How can that be? If Prince Mu died long ago, who killed those three ancient corpses? Exactly. And who saved the crown prince? Wasn't it Prince Mu? Elder Chun and the others spoke in turn. They found it hard to believe that Prince Mu had been dead all along. All were filled with confusion and disbelief. How should I know? The Xia emperor's expression was deeply troubled. What I find even more puzzling is this: if that powerhouse is not Prince Mu, why has he helped us multiple times? Everyone present fell into silence. They could not yet accept the news of Prince Mu's death, let alone ponder such a profound question. Could it be that the powerhouse who intervened was never helping us, but rather opposing the corpse manipulation sect? Elder Su, the keeper of the Scripture Pavilion, couldn't help but suggest. Many turned their heads at this. If considered that way, it was not without reason. But what about the incident at Demon Ceiling Tower? The evil spirit that emerged from the Demon Ceiling Tower had nothing to do with the corpse manipulation sect, yet that same powerhouse intervened. Elder Qin offered a different perspective. Could there be another possibility? The one who acted might not be Prince Mu, but is still a member of the royal family. One who has hidden their identity all along, escaping our notice. That seems unlikely, doesn't it? The others shook their heads, dismissing the idea. If a true royal possessed such immense power, they would require vast cultivation resources. Hiding their identity would only hinder their acquisition of those resources. Elder Qin's notion was rejected, and the group fell silent again. Regardless, at least that powerhouse bears us no ill will. The Xia Emperor spoke at last. Everyone agreed on this point, but beyond that they could glean no further information. After pondering for a while, they found no answer. Enough. Our priority now is not to uncover the identity of that powerhouse. The Xia Emperor paused before continuing. We must immediately issue a decree to reassure the people. Within 2 days, news of the corpse manipulation sect's attack on the Imperial City would spread across the entire dynasty. If they did not act swiftly to calm public sentiment, who knew what chaos might ensue? As you command. The ministers responded in unison. Then the injured Imperial Guardians, supported by others, returned to areas rich in spiritual energy within the palace to meditate and heal. The Imperial Guard began inspecting the collapsed palaces for any trapped maids or eunuchs. Meanwhile, the Brocade Guard resumed their search of the palace for any remaining members of the corpse manipulation sect. The 4 gates of the Imperial City were also remanned by soldiers who had rushed from the outer city barracks. Qin Feng was completely unaware of the various speculations from the Xia Emperor and the others. After returning from Yindang Mountain, he went straight back to the Imperial Mausoleum. The aftermath of the great battle in the palace was not something he needed to handle, nor did he wish to. Uncle, where did you go just now? At that moment, Qin Zining was inside the Imperial Mausoleum. When she saw Qin Feng return, a look of surprise crossed her face. Why are you here? Qin Feng asked in confusion. Given the fierce battle that had just erupted within the palace, shouldn't Qin Zining have already found a way to leave? Even if she were unwilling, the Xia Emperor and Crown Prince Qin Junyan would never allow such a prodigy to remain in such a perilous place. The situation was critical, so grandfather ordered me to leave the palace immediately. Father remembered that you were still in the Imperial Mausoleum, which was far too dangerous, so he sent me to bring you along. Qin Zining answered truthfully. When I arrived, I found you weren't here. I thought you might be in danger. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He hadn't expected Qin Junyan to remember to have his daughter take him away in such a dangerous moment. I heard some commotion outside the mausoleum earlier and thought it was one of the corpse puppet sect's ancient corpses. It turned out to be some frightened pets running about. Qin Feng said calmly. Oh, I see. Qin Zining nodded without suspicion. After all, everyone in the palace had been panicked and in chaos just moments ago. She then reminded Qin Feng. If the corpse puppet sect ever attacks the palace again, uncle, you should hurry to the Eastern Palace. It's safer there. Don't worry. There won't be a next time, Qin Feng replied calmly. Hearing this, Qin Zining was puzzled, wondering why Qin Feng said there would be no next time. Although the ancient corpses were destroyed, the core members of the sect were still alive. Despite her confusion, she didn't dwell on it, assuming Qin Feng was merely trying to reassure her. She nodded in response. She could never have imagined that the core members of the corpse puppet sect had already been utterly annihilated by Qin Feng, ensuring there would indeed be no next time. Uncle, if there's nothing else, I should go find father and the others. There must be many matters in the palace that need attending to, and I'd like to see if I can help. Qin Zining said to Qin Feng. All right. Qin Feng nodded. Be careful on the way. Watch out for any other ancient corpses. Although he knew there were none, he still reminded Qin Zining to be extra cautious at all times. Qin Zining nodded and left the Imperial Mausoleum. After she left, Qin Feng turned his gaze to the vast mausoleum before him. Would it be too much if I dug up the first emperor's corpse and refined it into an ancient corpse? Qin Feng murmured to himself as he looked at the mausoleum. With his mastery of corpse control, he no longer found the mausoleum desolate, but instead saw it as a treasure trove. If the Xia Emperor heard this, he would likely spit out a mouthful of blood in fury. He had ordered Qin Feng to guard the mausoleum, yet Qin Feng was thinking of digging up the first emperor's corpse. Better not. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Feng shook his head. It wasn't that he feared being discovered. With his current cultivation, he could easily exhume the first emperor's corpse and refine it into a combat-ready ancient corpse. The key issue was that he didn't need to. His current cultivation dominated the entire Kanglan domain. At least none of the surface-level powerhouses could rival him. So there was no need to waste effort refining a corpse. Shaking his head, Qin Feng returned to his lounge chair, where he continued to sleep, and cultivate, simultaneously absorbing the sword qi and earth spirit bell's essence he had obtained from his sign-ins. Over the next 3 days, news of the corpse puppet sect's attack on the Great Xia Imperial City spread rapidly throughout the entire Kanglan domain. After all, the Great Xia dynasty was one of the major dynasties in the Kanglan domain, and an attack on its imperial city was no trivial matter. This event sparked widespread discussion. No one could have imagined that the corpse puppet sect would grow so powerful in just a few short years, causing unease among both the dynasties and the sects. First, because the corpse puppet sect could rapidly enhance its overall strength, needing only sufficiently powerful corpses. Other dynasties and sects could not keep pace. Second, neither dynasties nor sects wanted their ancestral tombs to be desecrated by the corpse puppet sect. It would be an utter disgrace. Consequently, both the major sects and dynasties launched campaigns to purge the corpse puppet sect within their territories. If Yucheng and the others were still alive along with their many powerful ancient corpses, they might not have cared much about these purges. The number of Purple Mansion realm experts the dynasties and sects could deploy was quite limited, and mobilizing armies was much slower than moving corpses. But now, with Yucheng and the others dead, and the powerful ancient corpses gone, the remaining disciples of the corpse puppet sect were in complete disarray, with many being captured and imprisoned. The sect's entire legacy had been utterly severed, with no possibility of revival. Meanwhile, the mysterious powerhouse who had slain the ancient corpses with a single sword stroke became a subject of discussion. Do you think that powerhouse is really from the Great Xia dynasty? Hard to say. That expert has saved the Great Xia royal family several times. Who can be sure? Perhaps it's someone with a grudge against the corpse puppet sect. Seeing that the Great Xia royal family had the deepest enmity with them, they stepped in to help multiple times. It's truly unexpected that in the current Kanglan domain, where even Purple Mansion realm experts at the 2nd or 3rd level are rare, a powerhouse above the 5th level has emerged. Similar discussions echoed throughout the Kanglan domain, with endless speculation about Qin Feng's true identity. Overall, most people believe that the mysterious powerhouse was not a member of the Great Xia royal family. After all, even within the royal family, and among the civil and military officials, no one knew the stranger's identity. They thought that the mysterious expert was at most a hermit living within the Great Xia dynasty's borders. Amidst these ongoing discussions, a scene of profound sorrow pervaded the palace with an overwhelmingly oppressive atmosphere. The Xia Emperor's life was in danger. After the great battle with the corpse puppet sect's ancient corpses, the Xia Emperor had issued various decrees. The moment he dispersed the dynastic fate that had bolstered him, he collapsed, coughing up blood. He was already advanced in age and had sustained severe injuries during the battle. With the dynastic fate's support, the injuries were not immediately apparent. But once the dynastic fate that had been bolstering him dissipated, the Xia Emperor could no longer hold on. Despite treatment from numerous imperial physicians and precious pills, he barely survived for 3 days. On the 3rd day of Qin Feng's rest, Chu Xiong unexpectedly arrived. "Your Highness, are you all right after the last attack from the corpse-pushing sect?" Chu Xiong asked with some concern as he entered the imperial tomb. "The battlefield is so far from here, but what could possibly happen to me?" Qin Feng chuckled lightly, then asked with curiosity, "Aren't you at the imperial camp? What brings you to the royal palace?" "Your Highness is still unaware," Chu Xiong replied in surprise. "What is happening?" Qin Feng asked, his face filled with confusion. "The Emperor's injuries are worsening. Half of the over 100,000 soldiers stationed in the camp are now in the royal city to prevent any unusual incidents from occurring there," Chu Xiong explained. Although he did not say it outright, the implication was clear. They were on guard against any disturbances caused by the local feudal lords. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression froze. He truly had no idea about the worsening condition of Emperor Xia, as he had hardly ventured out. He couldn't help but glance towards the Yangxin Palace. If half the army stationed in the imperial camp was now guarding the royal city, how severe could Emperor Xia's injuries be? While Qin Feng was lost in thought, Chu Xiong stated his purpose for coming to remind Qin Feng to be cautious in the coming days. If anything were to happen in the royal palace, his identity as a useless crown prince was very sensitive and could potentially be exploited by those with ulterior motives. "All right, I understand," Qin Feng nodded. He wasn't a fool and would not be easily manipulated. He then inquired about Chu Xiong's cultivation and subtly offered him some guidance before sending him on his way. If Emperor Xia were to die now, wouldn't the entire dynasty fall into chaos? Qin Feng murmured to himself. Although he rarely left his residence, he still had some understanding of the current situation within the Great Xia dynasty. If Emperor Xia were to pass away now, it would undoubtedly lead to disastrous consequences. The best scenario would be for Emperor Xia to make all necessary arrangements, secure Qin Jiayunyan's position, and then peacefully pass away. With this thought, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and slowly closed his eyes. Streams of spiritual energy floated out from within him, flying towards the direction of the Yangxin Palace. Meanwhile, in the Yangxin Palace, Emperor Xia lay pale on his bed. The three best imperial physicians from the Tai hospital were present, and a table nearby was filled with various rare medicinal pills. Despite this, the physicians all wore looks of distress, shaking their heads and sighing. "How is His Majesty?" Crown Prince Qin Junyan stepped forward filled with worry and asked, "Our medical skills are inadequate. We are unable to treat him." The physicians replied helplessly. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Junyan's expression changed, struggling to accept the reality. Although he would inherit the throne if Emperor Xia passed, there was not an ounce of joy in his heart. The injuries from that battle were far too severe for His Majesty, and the dark energy is continuously spreading within him. "We cannot possibly stop it," the physicians lamented. They had exhausted all possible methods, yet Emperor Xia's condition had not improved. In fact, it had worsened. The attending ministers exchanged grave glances, their expressions heavy with concern. The royal palace had just been attacked by the corpse-pushing sect, with many palaces destroyed and numerous powerful figures fallen. The authority of the royal family had reached its lowest point in years. Moreover, the crown prince's control over the military forces was very limited. If Emperor Xia were to pass away at this moment, and Crown Prince Qin Junyan ascended the throne, what would happen with the feudal lords who were like wolves? They would seize the opportunity to demand more rewards, and at worst, they might raise an army to vie for the throne. Other major dynasties and sects would certainly not stand by idly. At that time, the survival of the entire Great Xia dynasty would become a significant issue. Junyan. Just then, Emperor Xia suddenly spoke, his voice incredibly weak. "Father." Qin Junyan rushed forward, his face filled with sorrow, unable to hold back his tears. "Why are you crying?" Upon seeing this, Emperor Xia grasped Qin Junyan's hand and admonished him in a frail voice, "After I die, you will be the new ruler of the Great Xia dynasty. You must not let anyone see your weak side. You must instill fear in all your subjects so that you can suppress any dissenters." This was a principle he had always believed in. He had consistently upheld this belief. "Yes, father," Qin Junyan replied, though he did not fully agree with Emperor Xia's teachings. In this moment, he said nothing and simply nodded. Emperor Xia nodded. He seemed to want to say something more, but just then a commotion suddenly erupted from outside. "Who dares to intrude upon the royal palace?" shouted the imperial guards outside. The ministers inside the Yangxin Palace were startled, their faces turning grim. "Could it be that someone from the feudal lords has forcibly entered the palace?" a minister said in a deep voice. They had anticipated that if Emperor Xia passed away, chaos would surely ensue. However, they did not expect that the chaos would arrive so quickly. Could it be that a feudal lord had already come to the royal city to stage a coup? The ministers all turned to look outside the Yangxin Palace. The scene before them was one they would never forget. All the imperial guards outside drew their weapons, standing at the ready, their faces grave as they gazed into the distance. On the distant stone-paved road, a blurry figure was slowly approaching the palace. As the figure drew nearer, everyone was horrified to realize that figure was not a human at all. It was a pure energy entity composed of spiritual energy and sword energy, merely taking on a human shape. "What is this?" Upon seeing Qin Feng approach, all the imperial guards outside the palace turned pale, utterly shocked, their voices trembling. This was beyond their comprehension. "Who are you, and why do you intrude upon the Great Xia royal palace?" shouted Elder Chun, who was secretly guarding the Yangxin Palace. He could tell that the being was not a monster, but an avatar conjured by a powerful individual. Thud. However, as soon as Elder Chun finished speaking, Qin Feng cast a glance in his direction, and Elder Chun seemed to be locked in the gaze of an ancient beast, losing control of his body and collapsing to the ground. The pressure he felt was as if he were bearing the weight of a mountain. This scene left the ministers and imperial guards utterly stunned. The most powerful Elder Chun was actually forced to kneel by a mere glance from the other party. Which feudal lord has invited this powerful being? "Protect His Majesty. Quickly protect His Majesty," the ministers within the Yangxin Palace shouted in unison. However, all the imperial guards and the hidden powerful beings present remained utterly still. Qin Feng was simply too terrifying. They felt like ants gazing up at a god. Not kneeling down to worship was already a display of great courage, let alone stopping Qin Feng. This was unrelated to their loyalty to Emperor Xia. It was a deep-seated fear from their very souls. Amidst countless horrified gazes, Qin Feng's external avatar entered the palace, slowly walking towards Emperor Xia's bed. "Stop! Do not harm my father." Qin Junyan, imbued with the fortune of the dynasty, forcibly overcame his inner fear, drew the heavenly sword hanging beside the bed, and swung it at Qin Feng. "P.S. Tomorrow there will be guests at home, and I will probably drink. I will try not to affect the regular updates if I am still sober." Buzz. However, the celestial sword halted before approaching Qin Feng, as if striking an invisible barrier of air. Qin Junyan's countenance darkened as he realized that not only had the celestial sword failed to block the mysterious figure before him, but he himself was suppressed, immobilized, and frozen in place. At that moment, the entire hall of mental cultivation was engulfed in a deathly silence. All present gazed in horror at the awe-inspiring figure entirely formed from spiritual energy and sword aura radiating an astonishing presence. Their minds struggled to fathom what terrifying cultivation realm this person had achieved. Just then Qin Feng arrived beside the Xia Emperor's bed. He activated his divine pupils, and within his eyes profound and intricate runes emerged as he began to examine the Xia Emperor's injuries. The Yin energy has spread so severely that under normal circumstances curing you would indeed be exceedingly difficult. Qin Feng murmured to himself. Because he was composed purely of spiritual energy and sword aura, his voice was also eerily unnatural, unlike that of a normal human. The numerous imperial physicians present were all astounded. They, with all their expertise, had taken an entire day to discern the Xia Emperor's injuries, yet this mysterious figure had perceived them in an instant. They found it utterly unbelievable. You're not here to kill me. The Xia Emperor on the bed had watched the mysterious figure approach from afar, his eyes initially filled with fear and unease. But when this figure finally stood before him, he instead calmed down, for he sensed no killing intent from this mysterious person. On the contrary, there was even a faint sense of closeness that brought him great peace. You are not worthy of my personal visit to kill you, Qin Feng stated indifferently. If he had wished to slay the Xia Emperor, why would he have bothered to manifest an avatar? He could have simply condensed a sword beam at the Imperial Mausoleum to take the Emperor's life. The Xia Emperor was somewhat speechless. With the palace's dragon-subduing array still unrepaired, a powerhouse of this caliber would indeed have no need for such an elaborate effort to kill him. Then why has your excellency come? The Xia Emperor asked weakly, his voice faint. You'll know soon enough, Qin Feng replied coolly. As he spoke, he produced a fiery red flower, the spider lily. He had obtained this life-extending flower in the Demon Mountain range, originally intending to make a soup for Qin's eating. But now, with the Xia Emperor on the brink of death, he decided to use it for him. Upon seeing the flower, two physicians' eyes widened in shock. They never expected Qin Feng to possess a spider lily. This was an exceedingly rare spiritual flower for prolonging life, never once seen in the entire Great Xia Empire. They desperately tried to speak. The Xia Emperor's condition was too dire. If he were to swallow the spider lily directly, it would not extend his life, but instead hasten his death. It had to be refined with a furnace to expel the small amount of Yin coldness within and temper its overly potent medicinal properties. Yet this mysterious figure had brought no alchemy furnace, clearly with no intention of refining the flower. The physicians struggled desperately, but were suppressed, unable to utter a word, their eyes filled with anxious urgency. Now that the Xia Emperor had a chance to be saved, it would be a terrible pity if this opportunity were squandered. Boom. At that moment, a white flame suddenly ignited on Qin Feng's hand holding the spider lily. Scorching hot, yet carrying a piercing cold, it was utterly bizarre. The blazing flame astonished everyone in the hall of mental cultivation, for they had never witnessed such a peculiar fire. What followed left all present utterly dumbfounded. Rumble. The bone-chilling white flame in Qin Feng's hand began to refine the spider lily. The once vivid fiery red flower gradually withered and blackened as its essence was extracted. Drops of crystalline liquid floated above Qin Feng's palm, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance that was refreshingly soothing with just a whiff. It invigorated both body and mind. The refinement was flawless. At this moment, whether the physicians or others in the hall, all were overwhelmed with astonishment, finding it utterly incredible. Refining a spider lily barehanded. In this world, there was someone who could refine a spider lily without an alchemy furnace. Even those unversed in alchemy understood that a furnace was crucial for refining spiritual herbs, with its engraved runes greatly aiding the process. Refining such a rare flower as the spider lily was even more challenging, requiring a furnace of higher grade. Yet this mysterious figure refined it barehanded, and the result was so exceptional, not only extracting the flower's purest essence, but also balancing its potent properties. How could they not be astounded? Several physicians were nearly tempted to kneel before Qin Feng. Open your mouth, Qin Feng said calmly, utterly unruffled. Refining a spider lily barehanded was trivial to him. Even pill refining without a furnace posed no difficulty. His mastery of alchemy was beyond the comprehension of these physicians. The Xia Emperor, jolted from his shock, struggled to open his mouth. Drip. Drops of liquid entered his mouth. He swallowed. Instantly, he felt a surging vitality rampaging within his body, flooding into his limbs and bones. The Yin energy that had invaded his body was transformed by the spider lily's medicinal effect into vibrant life force. His body felt incredibly warm. His aged form was rapidly rejuvenating. So this is the legendary spider lily. Its effects are truly remarkable, the Xia Emperor marveled. His voice no longer sounded weak, returning to normal. The others in the Hall of Mental Cultivation were also deeply shocked witnessing the legendary flower's effects for the first time. He came to save my father. Qin Junyan was astonished inwardly. At the same time, he felt a pang of guilt for his earlier rudeness, but though he wished to apologize, he remained immobilized. Don't be too elated. This spider lily can extend your life by at most 10 years or so, Qin Feng said coolly. The Xia Emperor, however, was not disappointed. He had been on the verge of death, and now he could live another 10 years. He was naturally overjoyed. More importantly, he could use this decade to completely restructure the Empire's military forces, ensuring Qin Junyan could fully command the army. And the Imperial Guard. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance, the Xia Emperor said with immense gratitude. No need to thank me, Qin Feng replied indifferently. His motives for saving the Xia Emperor were not entirely pure, so he cared little for the Emperor's thanks. After a pause, he continued, I only hope you won't do anything foolish like investigating my identity. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. The Xia Emperor's heart trembled as he quickly replied. Qin Feng nodded, and without lingering turned and departed. Stepping out of the Hall of Mental Cultivation, his avatar dissipated, vanishing into the void. Stepping out of the Hall of Mental Cultivation, his avatar dissipated, vanishing into the void. Stepping out of the Hall of Mental Cultivation, his avatar dissipated, vanishing into the void. Huff. After Qin Feng left, the overwhelming pressure that had permeated the Hall of Mental Cultivation dissipated, and everyone inside and outside the hall could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. The immense sense of oppression that had weighed upon them moments ago, nearly suffocating them, was now greatly alleviated. They exchanged glances, feeling as though they had awakened from a dream, an unreal sensation. That man was far too powerful. Not only was his cultivation terrifying, but he could also refine pills with his bare hands. He seemed like a being not of this world. However, the Xia Emperor, who had now regained his composure, reminded them that what had just transpired was no dream. It was all real. Father, Qin Junyan hurried forward and asked, how are you feeling now? My injuries are almost completely healed. The Xia Emperor spoke slowly. He looked at his son with a hint of surprise. He had not expected that this son, who usually seemed somewhat timid, would have the courage to draw his sword and strike at the mysterious figure when everyone else was paralyzed with fear and trembling. He regarded Qin Junyan with newfound respect. He felt that perhaps he did not fully understand this son of his. At that moment, several imperial physicians stepped forward to examine the Xia Emperor, once more confirming that his injuries had largely healed. That avatar just now was formed from spiritual energy and sword intent, and it bore the mark of the wind sword intent. It is likely that he is the same formidable figure who has aided us on multiple occasions. At this point, Elder Chun, who had been forced to his knees by the pressure earlier, entered from outside and spoke slowly. It must be that same powerhouse. The Xia Emperor paused before saying, I originally thought he bore a grudge against the corpse-driving sect, and thus helped us repeatedly, but now it seems far more complicated than that. Even if he is not hiding within the palace, he must have had deep ties with the great Xia royal family in the past. Your Majesty's deduction is very plausible. Elder Chun and many of the high officials nodded in agreement. They all shared the same thought. Your Majesty, should I launch a thorough investigation into the formidable figures who once had connections with the great Xia royal family, as well as their descendants? The commander of the embroidered uniform guard said in a deep voice. Though Qin Feng had warned them, their duty as the guard was precisely this kind of work. No, the Xia Emperor immediately replied. From this day forth you are forbidden to investigate the identity of that powerhouse, lest we provoke his wrath. Knowing that the powerhouse held goodwill toward the great Xia royal family was sufficient, the rest could remain unknown without consequence. Very well. The commander of the embroidered uniform guard nodded upon hearing this. Also, what happened here today must be kept confidential. No one is to speak of it. The Xia Emperor added, let it be said that the imperial physicians cured my injuries. As you command. All present replied in unison. Those gathered here today were all high-ranking court officials, and the imperial guards outside were the elite of the elite. Thus, controlling the information would be a straightforward matter. Within the Imperial Mausoleum, Qin Feng opened his eyes. 10 years should be enough to secure his position as crown prince, shouldn't it? Qin Feng murmured to himself. After a moment's deliberation, he deemed it sufficient. After all, it was enough to entrust the military to Qin Junyan, replacing key generals with his loyalists or those indebted to him. With that thought, Qin Feng set aside his concerns and reclined on his lounge chair to rest. In the following period, the news of the Xia Emperor's recovery plunged the restless feudal princes across the realm into deep disappointment. Had Qin Junyan ascended the throne immediately, they could have leveraged threats and bribes to gain more fiefs and power, even if they failed to seize the throne. Over the next 2 years, a large number of key military generals were suddenly thrown into the imperial prison. A small fraction of them had indeed violated the law in secret, but the vast majority were framed on trumped-up charges. The Ministry of Justice and the Court of Judicial Review interrogated these generals together, leaving them in a state of panic, uncertain of their fate. I share my wine with you, but my blade shows no mercy. These were the words the Xia Emperor had spoken to them upon his ascension. They never imagined that the blade would fall upon them so soon. Not only within the military, but also among the court officials, many, including the vice ministers of war and revenue, were imprisoned. Some of the weaker feudal princes were directly seized by the embroidered uniformed guards storming their mansions. For a time, panic reigned. The feudal princes grew fearful, uncertain of the Xia Emperor's intentions. Many sent lavish gifts to the crown prince, begging him to intercede with the emperor. Not only the princes, but also numerous court officials flocked to curry favor with the crown prince. After all, in this dynasty, only the crown prince could sway the Xia Emperor. This matter troubled Qin Junyan greatly, so he came to the Imperial Mausoleum to confide in Qin Feng. Brother, father has imprisoned so many officials, generals, and princes. Is he going to execute them all? Qin Junyan asked. Though he harbored some resentment toward the princes, those arrested by the Xia Emperor's order were minor ones with little power who rarely dared to seize commoners' lands or act tyrannically. Otherwise, the local officials would not have tolerated them. Rest assured, they won't die for now. Whether they live or die in the end depends entirely on you. Qin Feng said calmly. Having thoroughly studied the 24 histories, he understood this imperial stratagem well. Brother, what do you mean? Qin Junyan asked in confusion. Didn't you tell me last time that father has only 10 years left? He's now imprisoning these generals, officials, and princes, fabricating charges against them one by one. Then he will execute one every so often. When he passes away and you ascend the throne, you can execute a few who are truly guilty and release the majority who are innocent. Those who survive will be eternally grateful to you, won't they? Qin Feng paused before continuing. Moreover, everyone will think that father grew senile in his old age and that you, the wise sovereign, have saved the day. The people's support will naturally be on your side. This scheme was not particularly complex, and many of the imprisoned officials understood it in their hearts. But when the executioner's blade truly hung over their heads and those of their families, only fear remained, for no one knew what the Xia Emperor was truly thinking. Whoever pardoned them would become their savior, their second parent. So that's it. Qin Junyan felt as though a light had dawned on him. He had never imagined that the Xia Emperor's purpose was to ensure his smooth succession. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, saying, Brother, perhaps you are more suited for this throne than I am. His mind was entirely focused on improving the people's livelihood, and he knew little of such political machinations. Qin Feng smiled, but said nothing. At this moment, he had no interest whatsoever in such a throne. Subsequently, Qin Junyan and Qin Feng conversed about a few more matters before departing from the Imperial Mausoleum. Qin Feng then resumed his solitary cultivation. After approximately half a year, the disrupted dragon's startling array was finally repaired. Tranquility was at last restored within the Imperial Palace. With the protection of the dragon's startling array, there was no longer any need to constantly fear someone infiltrating the palace undetected. Yet this made no difference to Qin Feng. Whether the dragon's startling array operated or not, the spiritual energy here remained as sparse as ever. Fortunately, he had no need for the spiritual energy gathered by the array. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Rumble. Qin Feng, reclining on his lounge chair, suddenly experienced a surge in his aura. Within his body, spiritual energy churned like a mighty river in torrent, emitting the sound of crashing waves. The noise was deafening. Were it not for the protection of the divine concealment array, the sound would have undoubtedly spread throughout the entire palace. Simultaneously, vast amounts of spiritual energy continuously gushed forth from within Qin Feng's body. Wherever it passed, the vegetation within the Imperial Mausoleum was nourished, becoming even more vibrant and full of life. The eighth heaven of the Violet Palace realm. Qin Feng murmured to himself, at this rate it will likely take many more years to break through to the void refinement realm. However, he was not anxious. Within this Kanglan domain, there was little difference between the eighth heaven of the Violet Palace realm and the void refinement realm. After all, he was invincible either way. Qin Feng slowly rose, stretched his limbs, and then prepared to change his posture and continue sleeping. Suddenly, Qin Feng frowned slightly. He noticed numerous fox paw prints beneath an ancient tree not far away, along with a few strands of white fur. Clearly, the little white fox had returned during this period and then departed again. Because the divine sense Qin Feng emitted during cultivation only probed for dangerous auras, he had not noticed the little white fox's return. How presumptuous! Qin Feng could not help but remark, does it think this is a brothel, coming and going as it pleases? He felt that the next time the little white fox came, he would need to make it understand who the true master of this place was. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng lay back down on his lounge chair, gently nurturing his meridians to prevent any instability in his spiritual energy following his recent breakthrough. 3 months later, in the early morning, While Qin Feng was nurturing his meridians, Qin Zining arrived. She appeared exceedingly joyful. "What has made you so happy?" Qin Feng asked with a smile upon seeing her. "The spirit path has opened," Qin Zining exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement and fervor. The opening of the spirit path was random. Sometimes it would not open for 2 or 3 millennia. She had never expected it to occur during their generation. The spirit path. Qin Feng found the term somewhat unfamiliar. After pondering for a moment, he recalled the information regarding it. It was a very special secret realm, its entrance located in the most central region of the entire Kanglan domain. Not only was its opening time extremely random, but the requirements for those entering were also very stringent. Upon entering the spirit path, the secret realm would automatically assess a cultivator's bone structure, talent, and age. If any single criterion was not met, they would be expelled. The variety of natural treasures within the spirit path was also exceedingly abundant. Rare spiritual herbs and fruits were countless. Some had even obtained a small piece of material capable of forging a holy artifact from within. Though it was only the size of a pinky finger, it was still incomparably precious. When the news spread, that individual was immediately accepted as a disciple by a holy land on the everlasting ancient continent, arousing the envy of countless people. It was important to note that the everlasting ancient continent was divided into many domains, and the Kanglan domain was merely the most inconspicuous among them. Those holy lands were situated in immensely powerful domains and could effortlessly annihilate the entire Kanglan domain if they wished. Entering a holy land was an opportunity countless people dreamed of having. Since the demon ceiling wore the martial path in the Kanglan domain has severely declined, the opening of the spirit path this time will bring immense benefits to the entire Kanglan domain. Qin Zining said joyfully. "You must be among those the great Xia Imperial family is sending into the spirit path this time, right?" Qin Feng inquired. Qin Zining nodded. As the foremost genius of the great Xia Imperial family, she naturally held one of the precious slots to enter the spirit path. After a brief pause, she continued, "The reason I came today is to bid farewell to you, uncle. The trials within the spirit path are expected to last 4 or 5 years, during which I won't be able to return. Eat before you leave," Qin Feng slowly said. "Your uncle will prepare your favorite hot pot." Hot pot. Qin Zining had only come to say goodbye, but upon hearing this, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva and replied, "All right." Subsequently, Qin Feng rose and busied himself. He cooked while they chatted. During this time, he found an excuse to retrieve the pure small sword he had previously given to Qin Zining, infused it with his pure sword intent, and then returned it to her. Should danger ever arise, the sword intent within this pure small sword would erupt to protect Qin Zining. Meanwhile, along the coastline northwest of the Great Xia Empire, a large number of demonic cult disciples had gathered. Clad in black robes, each one radiated an aura of sinister strangeness. All demonic cult disciples cultivated demonic techniques. The sole difference was that while the true demons devoured humans to enhance their cultivation and prolong their lifespans, the demonic cult disciples devoured demonic beasts for the same purposes. It was precisely this distinction that allowed the demonic cult to persist in the northern wastelands despite its poor relations with various empires and sects. After all, they were not true demons, and the major empires and sects were unwilling to expend their full strength to eradicate them. The cult leader has been at sea for 100 years. I wonder if he has found a way to heal his wounds and prolong his life. The Grand Elder of the demonic cult said in a deep voice. The current cult leader, gifted with extraordinary talent, had broken through to the Violet Palace realm at a young age, earning the title of the foremost genius of the Kanglan domain. However, during a training expedition, he had accidentally entered a damaged secret realm where space was chaotic and on the verge of collapse. Although he had desperately fought his way out, he had sustained severe injuries. He had only a few years of life remaining. He could only venture out to sea in search of a method to extend his lifespan. Who can guess that? The second elder of the demonic cult slowly remarked. Before the cult leader set sail, he consulted a diviner who happened to be traveling through. The diviner deduced that if he could find a way to prolong his life, he would surely return today. "Let us wait here and see." The Grand Elder nodded, his gaze fixed upon the sea before him. Before long, a sudden commotion arose. At the edge of their vision, a figure was seen treading the waves and returning, rapidly approaching. The cult leader. "It's the cult leader," a demonic cult disciple exclaimed in shock. Immediately, cheers erupted all around. All the demonic cult disciples knelt down in unison. "We humbly welcome the return of the moon worship cult leader." Their resounding cries echoed across the entire coastline. "We humbly welcome the return of the moon worship cult leader." Their resounding cries echoed across the entire coastline. Above the waves, the moon worship cult leader, clad in a black robe adorned with eerie patterns, exuded a formidable aura. He took a single slow step and arrived upon the beach. Rise, the moon worship cult leader said, his voice deep and his expression indifferent. Has the leader found a method to extend life? The second elder of the demon cult asked, overjoyed. The moon worship cult leader replied blandly. Upon hearing this, the many disciples of the demon cult were overjoyed. Hail the moon worship cult leader. May he live forever. Hail the moon worship cult leader. May he live forever. Their shouts rose and fell deafening. Yet the first elder of the demon cult stared at the moon worship cult leader with a grave expression, as if harboring suspicion. Are you not pleased that I have returned successfully after extending my life? The moon worship cult leader noticed the first elder and said coolly. No. The first elder quickly shook his head, then said with a hint of doubt, but I find that the leader's aura is different from before. The difference was subtle, yet he felt it keenly. Is that so? The moon worship cult leader chuckled softly. Perhaps it's because I've devoured too many humans and the baleful aura on me is too heavy. As he spoke, a calm smile lingered on his face, as if he were merely stating a trivial matter. What? The leader has devoured humans. At these words, all the demon cult disciples present changed color. It was well known that the greatest difference between them and true demons was that they did not devour humans. It was for this reason that they had reached a tacit understanding with the major powers, allowing them to operate freely within the bounds of the northern wastelands. What do you find that a problem? The moon worship cult leader said casually. His tone was calm, but his powerful aura naturally emanated. The fifth layer of the Purple Mansion realm. During his years at sea, he had visited many island nations, devouring countless humans. Not only had his lifespan increased, but his cultivation had also soared. Under this oppressive aura, all the demon cult disciples present turned pale, feeling an immense pressure. No one dared to speak. The founding leader decreed that while we cultivate demonic arts, we must never devour humans. As the leader, you have violated our sect's laws. The first elder of the demon cult said, his voice filled with fury. How are you any different from a true demon now? The world calls us a demon cult and lumps us with evil beings. What wrong have I done by devouring humans? The moon worship cult leader said coldly. You're nothing but a coward afraid of death. You still have the nerve to make excuses for yourself. The first elder scoffed, rebuking him. Are you saying you don't fear death? The coldness in the moon worship cult leader's eyes had turned into murderous intent. Death is nothing to fear. The first elder said coldly. I joined this cult to find a different path of cultivation for humanity, not to harm my own kind like a demon. He stood righteous and unyielding, showing no fear of the moon worship cult leader, his eyes filled only with contempt. He was once the young master of a fallen family whose cultivation could have restored his clan's glory, but he harbored grand ambitions. To help humanity find a new path of cultivation, he defied the world's condemnation and joined the demon cult. Now, everything the moon worship cult leader had done clearly betrayed the cult's founding principles. Since you aren't afraid of death, I'll grant your wish. The moon worship cult leader slowly raised his hand. In an instant, vast amounts of blood-red light drifted out from the first elder's body and began to flow into the moon worship cult leader. The first elder let out a cry of agony and roared. You shameless traitor to humanity, kill me if you can. You have allied yourself with demons, your fate will be 1,000, 10,000 times more miserable than mine. Enraged by these words, the moon worship cult leader clenched his hand in the air, and the first elder instantly turned into a mist of blood. He then devoured it all completely. The aura emanating from him grew noticeably stronger. Hiss! The demon cult disciples present couldn't help but draw in sharp breaths. In the past, the first elder's cultivation had been a minor realm higher than the moon worship cult leader's, yet he had been devoured without a fight. And he was utterly defenseless. Fear was etched on every face. Is there anyone else who isn't afraid of death? The moon worship cult leader asked, calmly looking at the gathered disciples. At these words, no one dared to speak. They all remained silent. Unlike the first elder, who had his own principles, many among them even felt the prohibition against devouring humans was unreasonable. It only limited their cultivation speed. Devouring magical beasts was far less effective than devouring humans for rapid advancement. Seeing no one speak, the moon worship cult leader withdrew his gaze and turned to the second elder. Where is Linger? Why hasn't she come? The Linger he spoke of was the demon cult's saintess Hualinger. Reporting to the leader, when Hualinger was training in the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, she was saved by their prince. After returning, she has been in seclusion and hasn't come out. The second elder was still trembling from the scene. He had just witnessed, his voice quivering. I went to see her today, but she was still in seclusion, so I didn't disturb her. The moon worship cult leader frowned slightly. He said, could it be that Linger has fallen for that Great Xia prince? I'm not sure. The second elder shook his head. Regardless, to be safe, it's better to kill that prince. The moon worship cult leader said indifferently, you all return first. I will make a trip to the Great Xia Imperial City. Now at the fifth layer of the Purple Mansion realm, he held the dragon-subduing formation of the Great Xia Imperial City in contempt, believing he could destroy it single-handedly. Off. The second elder quickly cautioned, "Leader, please don't act rashly. The Great Xia Imperial Dynasty also has a fifth-layer Purple Mansion realm expert who seems to have close ties to the Imperial family." That night, that single sword strike had traveled a vast distance to reach the Imperial City. Many experts had witnessed it, and the general consensus was that Qin Feng's cultivation was at the fifth layer of the Purple Mansion realm. "What did you say?" The moon worship cult leader frowned, wondering if he had misheard. The second elder dared not conceal anything and promptly recounted the incident where the corpse-driving sect attacked the Great Xia Imperial Palace only to have all their ancient corpses slain by a single sword strike. There is a fifth-layer Purple Mansion realm expert hidden in this Kanglan domain. The moon worship cult leader was astonished. He had thought that upon his return he could easily sweep through and dominate the entire Kanglan domain, but he realized he had underestimated the situation. This left his expression darkened. His survival at sea had not only relied on devouring humans, he also had the backing of a powerful demon. That demon, for some reason, could not come to the Kanglan domain in person. He had made a pledge to dominate the Kanglan domain within 100 years and turn all its humans into a breeding ground for demonic blood meals. If the Kanglan domain still had a fifth-layer Purple Mansion realm expert his goal of dominating, it would be exceedingly difficult, even life-threatening. He might be evenly matched with that expert, but if the various imperial dynasties joined the fray, his defeat would be certain. "What's wrong, leader?" Seeing the moon worship cult leader's grim expression, the second elder asked in confusion. "It's nothing." The moon worship cult leader shook his head, then asked, "Besides that, has anything else happened in the Kanglan domain during the 100+ years I was away?" The second elder then promptly informed the moon worship cult leader about the opening of the spirit path. "Is the spirit path about to open?" Upon hearing this, the moon worship cult leader's expression froze, clearly caught off guard. "Indeed, the spirit path is on the verge of opening." The second elder of the demon cult nodded and spoke slowly. "When the time comes, the most exceptional prodigies from all major powers will enter the spirit path to vie for those heavenly treasures." The moon worship cult leader sank into deep thought. Moments later, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "It seems fate itself is granting me an opportunity." A plan had already taken shape in his mind, one that would make all the great dynasties willingly submit to him. When that time came, unleashing all the demons imprisoned within the Demon Suppression Tower would claim even a powerhouse at the 9th layer of the Zifu realm, let alone one at the 5th layer. With his plan set, the moon worship cult leader immediately began instructing the elders to carry out his orders. In the very heart of the Kanglan domain lay an immense canyon. A river that once flowed there had long since dried up. Now it was a sea of people. Powerhouses and prodigies from every dynasty, sect, and noble clan had gathered here, awaiting the opening of the spirit path. Though hundreds of thousands were present, the space did not feel cramped. At the center of the canyon stood a massive altar constructed from stones of 5 colors. Spanning 100 zhang in every direction, it was an utterly conspicuous sight. This was unmistakably the entrance to the spirit path. In days past, the 5-colored stones atop this altar appeared utterly ordinary, unyieldingly sturdy, yet possessing no other remarkable qualities. But now those same stones radiated a faint glow, ceaselessly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Clearly, the secret realm was about to open. At the end of the spirit path, one can receive the baptism of spiritual energy. I wonder who will be the first to reach its terminus. That goes without saying. It will surely be Qin Zening. Her current cultivation has already reached the 4th layer of the Wheel Sea realm. She is undoubtedly the foremost prodigy among this generation. That's not necessarily true. The Kanglan domain still harbors some reclusive powers. Though they may not match the great dynasties in strength, they could still produce a genius who surpasses Qin Zening. At that moment within the canyon, voices of speculation rose and fell without cease. Beyond those qualified to enter the spirit path, many had come merely to spectate their discussions, interweaving in an endless cacophony. Some had even set up betting pools, wagering on the outcome. As for who would be the first to reach the spirit path's end and receive the spiritual energy baptism, most believed it would undoubtedly be Qin Zening. Qin Zening, however, had long grown accustomed to such discussions. With a serene expression, she quietly gazed at the 5-colored altar. Beside her stood other prodigies of the great Xia royal family, such as Qin Zhou, the son of the 4th prince. Rumble. Suddenly within the canyon, the 5-colored altar erupted in a blaze of dazzling radiance. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly toward it. The altar absorbed it all. Crack. Above the 5-colored altar, a massive fissure tore through the void. It stretched dozens of zhang high. Moreover, the crack began to spread rapidly outward. A rift in the void had materialized out of thin air. Whoever arranged this five-colored altar must possess terrifying power to be able to tear open a rift in the void itself. As they beheld the rift before them, exclamations of shock arose one after another. Though they had read of such phenomena in ancient texts, witnessing it firsthand was far more awe-inspiring. All were struck dumb with amazement. After about 3/4 of an hour, the rift began to stabilize. The spirit path is open. Heavenly treasures. First come, first serve. At that moment, a young man laughed heartily, took a single step forward, and shot toward the rift. In an instant, he vanished into the rift, leaving no trace behind. With someone taking the lead, others naturally followed. In no time, a crowd surged toward the rift. Within moments, several hundred people had entered the secret realm. Among them were not only prodigies from the great dynasties and sects, but also talents from minor powers and even rogue cultivators. However, some who exceeded the age limit or possessed inferior aptitudes were expelled from the rift upon entry, causing great embarrassment and drawing bursts of laughter. "Let us enter as well," Qin Zining said calmly. Qin Zhou and the others nodded in agreement. Though Qin Zining was the youngest among them, her formidable cultivation led the group to instinctively defer to her. Be cautious within the spirit path. Avoid those dangerous heavenly treasures as much as possible. The spirit path is sealed. If you encounter danger within, no one will be able to rescue you, warned Qin Junyan, an elder Chun who had escorted them there. Nothing was more important than safety. Qin Zining and her companions nodded, then sped toward the rift. Whoosh! A flash of white light engulfed them, and dizziness swept over all. When they regained their senses, they found themselves suspended in midair in a world utterly foreign to them. The spiritual energy here was abundant, dozens of times denser than the outside world. As far as the eye could see stretched endless mountain ranges punctuated by the occasional roar of demonic beasts. Wow, is this the spirit path? The spiritual energy is so rich. I wish I could stay here forever. Dream on. When the spirit path closes, it will expel everyone automatically. All who entered could not help but utter exclamations of wonder. None wished to leave. Let's move forward and explore, said Qin Zining softly. As more and more beams of white light materialized, bringing in countless people, Qin Zining spoke calmly. Qin Zhou and the others nodded and dashed forward. Those who entered the secret realm later after their initial awe also pressed onward, eager to seek out the myriad heavenly treasures within. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Ancestral Mausoleum, Qin Feng was reclining with his eyes closed, resting. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise in his gaze. A demonic aura. Has a demon entered the spirit path? He murmured to himself. The supremely pure sword intent within Qin Zining's miniature golden sword allowed him to perceive the situation around her. After Qin Zining entered the spirit path, he was startled to detect a faint, elusive demonic energy surrounding her. Though extremely weak, he still sensed it. Aren't all demons suppressed by the great dynasties? And the Kanglan domain has seen no trace of them for millennia. How did one suddenly appear in the spirit path? For a moment, confusion clouded Qin Feng's mind. He furrowed his brow, disliking this sense of passivity. He preferred to take the initiative. He liked having his enemies exposed while he remained hidden. He liked being above while others were below. This uncertainty about his adversary's situation vexed him greatly. Yet Qin Feng quickly steadied his mind. No matter how the storm gathers, I stand unmoved. Without sufficient strength, what use are the most intricate schemes? The demon that had entered the spirit path did not possess formidable energy. The sword intent he had infused into Qin Zining's golden sword could coalesce into an avatar with combat prowess far beyond that demon's reach. If that demon dared to target Qin Zining, he would make it understand the true meaning of ruthlessness. If that demon dared to target Qin Zining, he would make it understand the true meaning of ruthlessness. Over the following 3 years, Qin Zining and her companions from the great Xia royal family reaped abundant rewards within the spirit path. They not only acquired a vast array of celestial treasures and rare ancient herbs, but also discovered an exceptionally precious forging material in a river valley. Though it could not compare to materials used for crafting sacred artifacts, it was more than sufficient to forge a 5th-rank spirit tool, making it immensely valuable. However, accompanying these celestial treasures were numerous perils. They encountered powerful demonic beasts on several occasions and were ambushed by prodigies from other factions or rogue cultivators. Yet thanks to Qin Zining's unmatched cultivation among her peers, they managed to turn danger into safety time and again. One day at noon, after retrieving several rare spirit crystals from a cave, Qin Zining and her group rested by a riverbank, roasting demonic beast meat to replenish their strength. Next year, the final segment of the spirit path will open. When that time comes, Zining, don't worry about us. Find a way to reach the end of the spirit path first. As they rested, Qin Zhou spoke slowly. There was only one slot for the spiritual energy infusion, and Qin Zining had to reach the spirit path's terminus as quickly as possible. If she brought them along, she would only be slowed down. The others nodded in agreement. If Qin Zining could seize the opportunity of spiritual energy infusion, her cultivation would soar dramatically. Then within the Kanglan domain, no one would ever rival her again. She might even pass the trials of the sacred lands and join them. Yet Qin Zining shook her head. No, she said slowly. Over these 3 years, we've gathered too many celestial treasures. Many covet them. If I separate from you, others will surely target you. If that happens, you'll be in grave danger. Though the chance of spiritual energy infusion was precious, she would never trade it for her companions' lives. Moreover, the celestial treasures they had obtained, if brought out, would greatly benefit not only themselves, but also the many royal guardians of the great Xia dynasty, enhancing the entire empire's strength. Their overall value might not be inferior to her receiving the spiritual energy infusion alone. Hearing this, Qin Zhou and the others were astonished, and a pang of shame struck their hearts. In the days when Qin Zining's meridians were damaged, they had never treated her as family. Yet now she was willing to forego the spiritual energy infusion for their safety. Please reconsider. That is after all. Qin Zhou and the others tried to persuade her. But at that moment, Qin Zining's pretty face turned solemn as she abruptly gazed toward a nearby dense forest. Who's there? Come out, she cried out sharply. Her demeanor changed completely from when she spoke, with Qin Zhou poised to draw her sword and strike. Qin Zhou and the others looked in confusion at the direction she indicated, yet everything seemed normal with no signs of disturbance. Huh, I didn't expect you to be so cautious as to detect us. Several figures emerged from the forest. Their faces were pallid, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Are you here to plunder us as well? Qin Zining stared at them coldly. Before you act, I hope you realize that few who have tried to rob us have survived. Huh. The sinister figures burst into laughter. The leader Yin Jiu sneered mockingly. The celestial treasures you carry might tempt others, but they are beneath our notice. Today I am here to make you submit to the moon worship cult. The current moon worship cult master had fully revealed his ambitions, renaming the demonic sect the moon worship cult and styling himself as its founder. The moon worship cult. Qin Zhou and the others were startled, then their expressions shifted dramatically. You are from the demonic sect of the northern wasteland. They had heard of the moon worship cult master's reputation, once the foremost prodigy of the Kanglan domain. They had not expected the cult to send members into the spirit path. You are quite clever, Injo said coldly. A bunch of cult disciples daring to demand our submission. What delusion! Qin Zhou roared in fury. An astonishing aura erupted from within him. The fourth layer of the Wheel Sea realm. During these 4 years within the spirit path, abundant celestial treasures had elevated his cultivation to the fourth layer of the Wheel Sea realm. Boom. A long spear appeared in Qin Zhou's hand, wreathed in fiery red spiritual energy like blazing flames. He lunged, instantly shooting toward Injo. Wherever he passed, the grass beneath his feet was scorched yellow by the searing heat of his spiritual energy. Upon reaching Injo, he thrust his spear violently. A mere fourth-layer Wheel Sea realm cultivator making a fool of himself here. Injo waved his sleeve. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth, hurtling toward Qin Zhou. Boom. The spear clashed against the demonic energy, unleashing an immensely powerful wave of spiritual force. The sound was deafening. Ripples of spiritual energy spread out like water. Qin Zhou was sent flying, crashing heavily beside Qin Zining and the others, his face pale. The others rushed to support him, administering medicinal pills. Demonic energy. You are demon cultivators. Qin Zining was horrified. She had seen disciples of the demonic sect before, but they were entirely different from Yin Jiu and his ilk, who had submitted to evil spirits and been infused with demonic energy. The demonic energy Yin Jiu released was utterly distinct from the black spiritual energy of ordinary cult disciples. Quite sharp recognizing it so quickly. Yin Jiu sneered. Why not kneel and submit now? You are human, yet you practice demonic arts and have become demon cultivators, transforming yourselves into neither man nor demon. Have you no shame before the human ancestors? Qin Zining cried out. She bore no particular aversion to the demonic sect, for her father had taught her tolerance, though as long as they did not indiscriminately slaughter humans like true demons, they were merely following a different path. But now these cult disciples had become demon cultivators, and it filled her with fury. Who do you think you are to judge us? Yin Jiu was enraged, struck to the quick. Today I will make all of you kneel at my feet and swear allegiance. As he spoke, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy burst forth from him, revealing his cultivation at the 8th layer of the Wheel Sea realm. Not only Yin Jiu but his companions also unleashed powerful auras, the weakest among them at the 4th layer of the Wheel Sea realm. They were originally prodigies of the demonic sect, and before entering the spirit path, the moon worship cult master had infused them with demonic energy, forcibly elevating their cultivation to astonishing levels. Moreover, within the spirit path, they had devoured numerous prodigies, making their current cultivation truly fearsome. These demonic cultivators are formidable. Qin Zhou, already wounded, had a pallid complexion as he felt overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Stay silent. When the moment comes, I will unleash the mightiest river sword intent to hold them back, and you must flee in different directions immediately. Qin Zining lowered her voice and spoke with gravity. Though the presence of so many demonic cultivators made escape seem nearly hopeless, she resolved to give it her all. Over the past few years, Qin Zhou and the others had always centered their actions around her, following her lead. In this perilous hour, she could not betray their trust. She too was at the 8th layer of the Wheel Sea realm. With her full strength unleashed, holding off Yin Jiao and his cohorts for a brief moment should be feasible. Absolutely not. Qin Zhou immediately rejected the notion. Your talent in the sword is unparalleled and unprecedented hope for our great Xia dynasty. We cannot sacrifice you to protect us. He understood Qin Zining well. If she acted, she would fight with her life, buying them a chance to escape at the cost of her own. He would never consent to her staying behind to secure their survival. Exactly. Zining, among us, you are the one who must live on. Let us strike together to hold these fiends at bay, buying time for Zining's escape. The others chimed in one after another. Throughout their journey on the spirit path, the youngest Qin Zining had always shielded them. Now it was their turn to protect their little sister. Traitors of humanity, perish. Qin Zhou had already launched another assault. He drained every ounce of spiritual energy within him to unleash a formidable killing technique. The spear in his hand blazed with searing flames, raising the temperature of the entire area. He thrust his spear toward Yinju, the sound of it tearing through the air deafening. To slay demons and vanquish evil. This was the calling of a true man. Though we may fall today, humanity will have successors. One day you vile demons will be utterly eradicated. In that moment, these princes and princesses shed their royal identities and stood as indomitable members of the human race. Humanity had endured countless tribulations to achieve its current prosperity. Vanquishing demons across the heavens was a duty upon every human shoulder. They were willing to sacrifice their very lives to make these betrayers of humanity pay a heavy price. The atmosphere was steeped in tragic valor. The demonic cultivators moved to strike, but Yinju halted them. A swarm of fireflies daring to vie with the moon. Utter foolishness. Yinju sneered, coldly stepping forward as his hands swiftly formed a demonic seal. The seal radiated pitch-black light, descending upon Qin Zhou and the others with crushing force. The demonic might was overwhelming. The seal rumbled like a moving mountain as it passed. Danger! Qin Zining cried out sharply. Her royal sibling's willingness to die for her touched her deeply. Though logic dictated she should flee, she found herself unable to do so. If her survival came at the cost of her companions' lives, she would rather perish. Rumble. The long sword in Qin Zining's hands surged with vast sword energy, roaring like ocean waves. She unleashed the river sword intent, a single slash, sending forth a torrent of sword aura that raced toward Yinju's descending demonic seal. Boom. The powerful killing techniques of Qin Zhou and the others, combined with Qin Zining's river sword intent, collided with the demonic seal, triggering a cataclysmic energy explosion. Rampaging spiritual energy radiated outward from the epicenter like a tsunami, uprooting massive trees that disintegrated into dust midair. Ugh! Yinju spat blood, stumbling backward with an even paler face. Yet Qin Zhou and his companions fared no better. Thud! They were all hurled dozens of yards away, crashing heavily to the ground, each coughing blood. Their auras grew faint and feeble. Had Qin Zining not intervened, they would have all been slain by the seal. How are you? Take these healing pills quickly. Qin Zining hurried over, retrieving healing pills from her ring for Qin Zhou and the others. Huh? Do you think they'll survive even with pills with us here? Yinju laughed arrogantly. He devoured one of his own companions on the spot, instantly restoring his condition. Though the other demonic cultivators wore grim expressions, none dared to protest, for Yinju was the moon worship sect leader's most favored disciple after Huolinger. You? Qin Zining's beautiful face twisted in anguish, yet she felt utterly powerless. Just then the demonic cultivators behind Yinju dispersed, encircling them. Rumble. Dark demonic light radiated from their bodies. Array patterns materialized beneath their feet, linking them together to form a demonic formation. What is this? Qin Zining's face was filled with shock and confusion. If Yinju and his ilk intended to kill them, why go to such lengths to set up this formation? The demon conversion array, Yinju said with a sinister tone. In half an hour you will lose all conviction and become demonic cultivators, pledging your faith to the demon race. This was the moon worship sect leader's plan to convert all the royal prodigies into believers of the demon race. In just a few decades he could subtly assimilate every dynasty, making them willingly serve him. then unsealing all the demon-suppressing towers and joining forces to slay that mysterious sword master would become effortless. You want to turn us into fiends? Qin Zining's face darkened upon hearing Ingio's words. Becoming a demonic cultivator who worshipped the demon race was worse than death. Qin Zhou and the others felt the same. They even considered ending their own lives. Rumble. But at that moment the demon conversion array had already activated. Tendrils of demonic energy coalesced into demonic runes drifting toward them. Close your eyes. Don't look at the runes. Qin Zining shouted. She immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes half-closed, averting her gaze from the floating runes. Qin Zhou and the others followed suit, sitting and shutting their eyes. Yet this proved futile. With their eyes closed, they felt as if immersed in an endless abyss surrounded by darkness as a sinister force began to invade their spiritual sense. No. Please. Qin Zining's face was deathly pale as she struggled against the eerie power, but she remained paralyzed. Her consciousness began to blur as demonic energy rampaged within her. Her perception of the outside world vanished entirely. She was on the verge of succumbing. Utter helplessness and despair consumed her and Qin Zhou alike. Clang. Just then the sound of a sword's cry rang out, echoing across heaven and earth. The sound of the sword echoed through the heavens and earth, deafening and accompanied by a terrifying sword aura that rampaged forth. The demonic cultivators responsible for arranging the magic array sensed a tremendous danger and hurriedly retreated. Yet a few unfortunate souls were torn to shreds by the sword aura. Even those who reacted quickly and retreated to a distance were not spared, spitting out blood. Their faces turned pale from severe injuries. The magic array ceased operation, and with the thunderous sound of the sword, Qin Zining and the others who had been plunged into endless darkness suddenly felt their divine senses clear. The demonic energy that was eroding them also dissipated. They opened their eyes to witness an astonishing scene. An incredibly pure sword intent was condensing into a form in midair. What? What is this? Qin Zining and the others were all stunned. Not long ago, Qin Zining and the others had been engulfed in darkness akin to being in a deep abyss, losing all perception of the outside world, completely unaware of the source of this sword intent. Moreover, they were oblivious to the fact that a mysterious sword master had manifested a body from the sword intent to save Emperor Xia. Thus they gazed at the figure condensing in shock. What's going on? Silver Nine and the others who had thought victory was assured suddenly changed their expressions upon seeing a surge of sword intent in the magic array condensing into a form. They had never witnessed such pure sword intent before. It instilled in them a profound sense of crisis, as if they were gazing upon a descended sword immortal. At that moment, the astounding sword intent successfully condensed into Qin Feng's avatar. How are you? Are you okay? After manifesting the avatar, Qin Feng glanced at Qin Zining beside him and gently asked. Qin Zining, still in shock at the sight of the sword intent avatar, was taken aback when he suddenly looked at her. She hesitated, then slowly shook her head, saying, I'm fine. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng used his divine eyes to carefully examine Qin Zining and confirmed that she was indeed unharmed, then nodded. Qin Zining and Qin Zhou were puzzled, not understanding how Qin Feng had suddenly appeared and why he was concerned about them. Are you human or ghost? At that moment, Silver Nine, who had been shocked by Qin Feng's emergence, voiced his inner doubt. He had never seen such a form of existence, and for a moment he couldn't discern whether Qin Feng was human or a ghost in the spirit realm. That is not important. What matters is that you are about to become a ghost, Qin Feng said calmly. As he spoke, a powerful pressure emanated from his body. Silver Nine and the others instantly found themselves unable to move. He stepped forward and stood before Silver Nine. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Moon Worship Sect leader won't let you off. Silver Nine looked at Qin Feng before him, fearfully shouting. The leader is a 5th-layer Purple Mansion Realm cultivator. If he holds a grudge, you will have no way out. He had no power to resist and could only threaten Qin Feng. A mere 5th-layer Purple Mansion Realm is nothing. I can kill him like slaughtering a dog, Qin Feng replied coldly. As he spoke, mysterious runes shimmered in his eyes, emitting a faint light. He began to inspect Silver Nine's divine sense. He wanted to see some information regarding the Moon Worship Sect leader and how he had suddenly turned into an evil spirit. Silver Nine let out a miserable scream. He felt his divine sense being peeled away layer by layer, exposed for inspection. This pain was 100 times worse than being killed. Soon Qin Feng had observed Silver Nine's divine sense. Once again, it's for the sake of prolonging life. He shook his head helplessly, realizing that the Moon Worship Sect leader had become an evil spirit in his quest for immortality. Then he dealt with the wretched Silver Nine. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and saw that the other demonic cultivators had long since fled in terror, almost disappearing into the horizon. Without further ado, he flicked his fingers to unleash several sword rays toward those demonic cultivators. In the distant sky, blood-colored fireworks exploded. The entire world fell into silence, leaving only Qin Zhou and the others who were utterly shocked. What kind of existence is this? It was formed purely from sword aura and was so powerful that even an 8th-layer Wheel C realm cultivator could be killed in an instant. Could it be that he is a half-step Purple Mansion realm cultivator? Thank you, Senior, for your timely rescue. At this moment, Qin Zining was the first to recover from her shock and respectfully thanked Qin Feng as she stepped forward. Yet she still felt somewhat anxious, unclear about his true identity, and his state was so bizarre that it was unlike anything she had ever seen before. Do not be tense, so I will not harm you. Qin Feng said indifferently, you all should heal first. Saying this, he took out a bottle of healing pills and tossed it to Qin Zining. Thank you, Senior. Qin Zining expressed her gratitude respectfully and hurriedly distributed the healing pills to Qin Zhou and the others, who also thanked Qin Feng. Hiss. The grade of this healing pill feels like at least a high-grade 5th tier. Qin Zhou and the others couldn't help but exclaim as they smelled the fragrance of the pills. They had never seen such high-grade pills before. They all consumed them, feeling a warm current swiftly enveloping their bodies, and their injuries began to heal rapidly. System, help me sign in at the spirit realm. Qin Feng silently instructed the system. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully signed in and received spiritual energy bestowal. This reward cannot be stored in the system space. Please choose whether to use it. The mechanical prompt of the system rang out. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was taken aback. Isn't the most precious thing in the spirit realm the spiritual energy bestowal? He actually obtained it directly through signing in. Use it for Qin Zining. Qin Feng said calmly. The greatest benefit of spiritual energy bestowal is not the enhancement of cultivation, but the strengthening of the cultivator's foundation. Since he possesses the ancient chaotic sword body, his foundation does not require further enhancement. This spiritual energy bestowal likely wouldn't enhance him either, so it's better to give it to Qin Zining. Just then, as Qin Zining was about to ask something, a great river suddenly surged from the sky, vast and mighty. Upon closer inspection, one would find that this river was composed entirely of incredibly pure spiritual energy. The purity of the spiritual energy was even 100 times that of divine stones. What is this? Qin Zining and the others were dumbfounded at the sight of the spiritual energy rushing from the sky. At that moment, the rushing river reached above Qin Zining's head, and countless pure spiritual energies cascaded down like a waterfall. As soon as it touched Qin Zining, it entered her body. This spiritual energy could be absorbed directly without the need for refinement. Qin Zining's body was completely washed by this spiritual energy. Not only was her aura enhancing, but even her foundation was strengthening under the onslaught of this pure spiritual energy. Such pure spiritual energy. The descending spiritual energy did not all enter Qin Zining's body, who some spilled onto Qin Zhou and the others, causing them to exclaim in astonishment. They had no idea what was happening, but now was not the time to think too much as they eagerly absorbed this pure spiritual energy. There should be no more danger. Qin Feng spoke, calmly gazing at Qin Zining and the others who were receiving the spiritual energy infusion. Subsequently, this external incarnation of his dissipated with the wind. Qin Zining, now undergoing the spiritual energy infusion, was filled with astonishment, utterly unaware of what had transpired. She did not notice the strands of sword intent that dissipated and entered the pure gold miniature sword she carried with her. After a long while, 70% of the surging spiritual energy in the sky poured into Qin Zining's body, her cultivation soaring all the way to the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm. More importantly, her bone structure and physique underwent a revolutionary transformation, and the aura she exuded became distinctly different. She resembled a holy maiden from the Jade Pool. Qin Zhou and the others who shared the remaining 30% of the spiritual energy infusion also saw their cultivation rise significantly, reaching the 8th level of the Wheel and C realm. Is this the spiritual energy infusion? Qin Zining's beautiful eyes were wide with surprise. Qin Zhou and the others were also stunned. Wasn't the spiritual energy infusion supposed to be granted only to the first one to reach the end of the spirit path? The final segment of the spirit path had yet to open, so how could the spiritual energy infusion have already fallen upon them? And that senior has vanished. Qin Zhou exclaimed. Hearing this, Qin Zining looked around and also realized that the phantom formed by sword intent had disappeared without a trace at some unknown point. At this moment, a flood of questions erupted in their minds. In just half an hour, they had experienced far too much. Just then, the entire spirit path suddenly emitted a deafening roar. Boom! A dazzling light burst forth in the sky. The light split into countless beams, shooting toward all the prodigies within the spirit path. Is this teleporting us out? Qin Zhou asked, puzzled as he looked at the white light enveloping him. It must be that the spirit path is closing, Qin Zining said slowly. Once someone received the spiritual energy infusion, the spirit path would automatically close. Although they didn't know why the infusion had suddenly occurred, it seemed the path would close early because of it. Whoosh! The light enveloping Qin Zening and the others grew increasingly blinding. Eventually, they could see nothing. When they opened their eyes again, they were already in the canyon. At the same time, all the other prodigies who had entered the spirit path were also teleported out. Suddenly, everyone who had entered the spirit path was ejected, and they looked around in utter confusion. What's going on? Didn't the spirit path have another year? Why did it close so suddenly? Could someone have already obtained the spiritual energy infusion? Impossible. The final segment hasn't even opened. Even a void refining realm expert couldn't get the infusion early. Countless voices of doubt echoed through the canyon. All the prodigies exchanged bewildered glances, their faces blank. Qin Zening and her companions fell silent as they listened to the crowd's murmurs. At such a moment, if anyone discovered they had already received the spiritual energy infusion, they would instantly become a target for everyone. Without lingering, they turned and sped toward the canyon's exit. The other prodigies in the canyon, worried about others stealing their treasures, also hurriedly departed. With these treasures, it was undeniable that after today many powerful figures would emerge in the Kanglan domain, potentially reshaping its power structure. 3,000 li away. Elder Chun and the others who had been living in the city nearest to the canyon for the past few years were now rushing toward the canyon where the spirit path entrance was located. They were all extremely anxious. What on earth happened? How did the soul jades of Prince Qin Zhou and the others suddenly develop cracks indicating they are critically injured and near death? A royal guardian spoke with a grim expression. Before Qin Zening and Qin Zhou entered the secret realm, each had bound a soul jade. Through these soul jades, Elder Chun and the others could monitor the state of Qin Zening and her group within the spirit path. Just moments ago, they were horrified to discover that except for Qin Zening's, the soul jades of Qin Zhou and the others had suddenly developed cracks. This meant that Qin Zhou and the others were all critically injured and near death. Shocked, the royal guardians immediately set out for the canyon. They must have encountered some danger. I hope Princess Zening can lead them to safely exit the spirit path early, Elder Chen murmured, his face dark. There were several teleportation arrays within the spirit path for early exit. Despite Elder Chen's words, the guardians present still wore solemn expressions. The cracks on Qin Zhou's soul jades had appeared simultaneously. This indicated that their opponent was immensely powerful, far surpassing them. For Qin Zening to single-handedly lead them to the teleportation arrays within the spirit path would be incredibly difficult. They could only pray that Qin Zening would remain safe. Those figures are. Just then a royal guardian pointed into the distance and shouted in alarm. Elder Chun and the others looked over, their expressions shifting. It was Qin Zening and her group. In the blink of an eye, the two parties converged. Your Highness, weren't you severely injured? You appear perfectly fine. Elder Chun and the royal guardians were perplexed. Before them, Qin Zening and Qin Zhou showed no signs of severe injury. Not only were they unharmed, but their cultivation had also greatly increased compared to when they entered the spirit path, far exceeding their expectations. We were indeed injured earlier, besieged by several powerful demonic cultivators, Qin Zening said slowly. Demonic cultivators? Have demonic cultivators infiltrated the spirit path? Elder Chen's face changed dramatically in shock. Yes. Qin Zening nodded. Then she and Qin Zhou recounted to Elder Chen what had happened with Yin Jiao and the others in the secret realm. Disciples of the moon worship sect became demonic cultivators and wanted to turn you into evil spirits. Upon hearing Qin Zening's words, many of the royal guardians were furious. The moon worship sect had betrayed humanity and pledged allegiance to evil spirits, and now they even sought to turn Qin Zening and her companions into demonic cultivators who worshipped those evil entities. Qin Zening and her group were core members of the great Xia royal family. If they were turned into evil spirits, it wouldn't take long for the majority of the royal family to be corrupted as well. At that point, the moon worship sect could easily dominate the entire great Xia dynasty. Their scheme was utterly insidious and malicious. Then why did those demonic cultivators back off later? Elder Chen couldn't help but ask. In his view, Qin Zening and her group had no chance of resisting those powerful demonic cultivators. Thus he assumed they had managed to escape the spirit path alive because the demonic cultivators had chosen to withdraw. It was not that the demons suddenly ceased their assault, but that a sword-wielding powerhouse intervened and rescued us. Qin Zening said slowly. Then she continued to recount the subsequent events to Elder Chun and the others. A figure whose form was indistinct, a powerhouse wholly condensed from sword chi. Hearing Qin Zening's words, Elder Chun and the other royal guardians exchanged glances, immediately thinking of the mysterious powerhouse who had once saved the Xia Emperor. It was not merely similar to what Qin Zening described, it was identical. Do you know this sword-wielding powerhouse? Seeing the change in Elder Chun and the others' expressions, Qin Zening sensed something amiss and asked in surprise. Elder Chen nodded. That mysterious powerhouse once saved His Majesty as well, he said slowly, and the manner of it was exactly as you described. A body formed of sword chi that dissipated into the heavens and earth after saving His Majesty. At these words, Qin Zening and Qin Zhou were astounded. They had thought the sword-wielding powerhouse was a spirit within the spirit path, never imagining that they had already appeared in the Imperial Palace before. This sword-wielding powerhouse has intervened to save us multiple times. Could they be a member of our royal family? Qin Zening couldn't help but speculate. She even connected them to the figure in the Demon Mountain range. Though the tone of voice and sword techniques were entirely different, their modus operandi was remarkably similar. Moreover, intuitively, she felt that she must know this sword-wielding powerhouse. She just didn't know if they were mere passing acquaintances or frequent companions. Qin Zhou and the others nodded in agreement with Qin Zening's speculation. However, Elder Qin shook his head. His Majesty and I previously speculated that the mysterious sword-wielding powerhouse might have some connection with our royal family. When you first mentioned that this sword-wielding powerhouse saved you in the spirit path, my initial reaction was also that they might not just be connected to the royal family, but perhaps even be a member of it. After a pause, Elder Chun continued, but upon deeper reflection, it becomes even more impossible. That mysterious sword-wielding powerhouse, in terms of both cultivation and age, must have long been outside the permitted entry range of the spirit path. Yet they were able to condense a body from sword chi within the secret realm. Truly a great divine ability. And not to mention our great Xia royal family, even in the entire history of the Kanglan domain, there has likely never been such a great divine ability. How could they possibly be a member of our great Xia royal family? Although he was a guardian of the great Xia royal family, he couldn't help but think to himself that the great Xia royal family was unworthy of producing such a powerhouse. Hearing Elder Qin's analysis, Qin Zening and the others fell into silence. How could a powerhouse with such great divine ability be a member of the great Xia royal family? By the way, since those demon cultivators were already killed, how did you leave the spirit path? Elder Qin suddenly realized and asked in confusion. He had initially thought that Qin Zening and the others had escaped from the spirit path. Now that he learned the demon cultivators had been slain, he wondered if they had been expelled from the spirit path. It wasn't unprecedented for people to be expelled midway from the spirit path, but it was extremely rare. Qin Zening and the others had good talent and aptitude. If they hadn't committed a major transgression, they shouldn't have been expelled. The other royal guardians were also perplexed. Because the spirit path closed early, Qin Zening said slowly. The spirit path only closes after someone receives the spiritual energy infusion. How could it close early? Elder Chun and the others were all shocked. Since its appearance, the spirit path had never closed early. Qin Zening and the others did not hide the fact that they had received the spiritual energy infusion and told Elder Chun and the others about it. Hiss! Elder Chun and the others couldn't help but gasp. The final segment of the spirit path had not yet opened, yet Qin Zening and the others had already received the spiritual energy infusion. What was going on? Countless questions arose in their minds. Return to the Imperial City at once. After a long moment, Elder Chun said with a grave expression. Whether it was Qin Zening receiving the spiritual energy infusion or the moon worship cult pledging allegiance to the demons, these were major events that must be reported to the Xia Emperor immediately. Moreover, they couldn't let Qin Zening and the others linger here any longer. If word got out that they had received the spiritual energy infusion, who knew what kind of trouble it would attract? Human hearts could be treacherous. Sometimes people harmed others without benefiting themselves. Qin Zening and the others nodded. Then Elder Chun took out an ancient warship the size of a palm from his ring covered in ancient runes. Rumble. He tossed the ancient warship into the air. The runes on it lit up, and it began to rapidly expand, eventually becoming a colossal warship hovering in midair. Let's go. Elder Chun led Qin Zening and the others aboard the ancient warship. This was an ancient warship forged during the heyday of the great Xia royal family before the Demon Sealing War. Its formations provided strong defensive capabilities, making it very safe. Only a few of these warships remained. To prevent Qin Zening and the others from being targeted after obtaining treasures, the Xia Emperor had specifically instructed Elder Chun to bring this ancient warship. Rumble. Once everyone was aboard, the formations powered the ancient warship, and it began to sail toward the great Xia Imperial City. Along the way, they saw ancient warships from other powerful sects and dynasties sailing through the sky, clearly coming to retrieve the prodigies of their respective forces. The treasures within the spirit path could greatly enhance the cultivation of the powerhouses in these forces, so they had to take it seriously. They had rushed over as soon as they received the news. In the Imperial Mausoleum, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. That moon worship cult leader seemed to have encountered a demon overseas and ultimately chose to become a demon cultivator. Qin Feng murmured to himself. from Ingio's divine, since he had not only learned about the moon worship cult leader's cultivation, but also gleaned other information. A mysterious demon residing in the Great Sea. I need to investigate this thoroughly. As he spoke, Qin Feng rose and slowly walked out of the palace. He would never let his guard down against unknown dangers. He decided to seek out the moon worship cult leader to learn more about the demon in the sea. That way, if the demon ever appeared in the Kanglan domain, he wouldn't be caught off guard. Of course, this trip was also to avenge Qin Zening and the others. After leaving the imperial city, Qin Feng flew swiftly toward the northern wilderness. To the north of the Kanglan territory lies an endless expanse of wasteland. Human settlements are rare, but scattered tribes can often be seen. These tribes are almost entirely composed of warriors living mainly by herding and frequently descending southward to raid and plunder the major empires and sects. Deep within the wasteland there exists a vast complex of palaces exuding an ancient aura. However, this ancient architecture now bears an added aura of malevolence with dark demonic energy swirling in the sky, making it appear gloomy even during the day. At this moment outside the main hall, the moon worship sect master stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing in the direction of the spirit path. Master, the saintess still refuses to consume the blood food I provided and has even spoken disrespectfully to you. The seventh elder of the demonic sect arrived, respectfully addressing the moon worship sect master. During this time, they had purged the entire sect, imprisoning those unwilling to become demonic cultivators, turning them into blood food for others. Only Huolinger was an exception, still unwilling. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in the sect master's eyes as he said lightly, "Send her to my residence. Tonight, I will personally infuse a trace of demonic energy into her body." He had always held high hopes for this disciple, indulging her. But now Huolinger was unwilling to pledge loyalty to the dark forces, which prompted him to feel the need to teach her a lesson. All right. The seventh elder nodded, and then turned to leave the main hall. The moon worship sect master's gaze continued to focus on the direction of the spirit path. Is the sect master worried about Ingio and the others? The second elder of the demonic sect asked slowly. What is there to worry about? The moon worship sect master replied indifferently, with my assistance, they will directly elevate their cultivation. By the time they enter the spirit path, their cultivation will have already surpassed the so-called number one genius Qin Zening. No one can obstruct their plans. He considered his plan to be utterly flawless. As long as Ingio and the others executed it seriously, there would be no room for error. Within the spirit path, no one could stop Ingio and his companions from transforming Qin Zening and others into believers of the dark forces. That is indeed the case. The second elder of the demonic sect said slowly, once those princes and princesses become followers of the demonic cultivators, many empires will have to bow down at the sect master's feet and acknowledge him. My disciples have resided in the wasteland for so many years that it is time to head south and see the autumn osmanthus and the lotus flowers of 10 miles. The moon worship sect master said slowly. Compared to the south, the environment in the north is far too harsh, akin to a land of suffering. The other elders, upon hearing this, also looked on with longing. Once a great Confucian from the Great Xia Empire became famous worldwide with a piece titled Water Dragon, chant nostalgia for Westlake, and the scenes it described of Westlake filled them with immense yearning. However, being in the north as disciples of the demonic sect, they had no opportunity to witness it. Once all the major empires are under their feet, what place in the Kanglan territory will they not be able to access? With the sect master here, the great cause of our sect will surely endure for eternity. The second elder of the demonic sect flattered. Moon worship sect master, the great cause will last forever. The other elders echoed in agreement. They genuinely felt fortunate to have such an astute leader as the moon worship sect master who could devise such a perfect scheme. The sect master appeared calm, his gaze extended far beyond the mere Kanglan territory. The entire Hungu continent is his true target. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's figure landed several hundred zhang away from this ancient structure. Mysterious runes appeared in his eyes as he observed to see if any formations had been set up here. Caution has always been Qin Feng's style of action. He was not like others who, relying on their formidable strength, acted recklessly. If he were to fall into a formation, no matter how powerful his cultivation, he could still perish. This demonic formation is quite impressive. After a moment, Qin Feng noticed that the entire palace complex was shrouded in a formation, and he said lightly, it's a pity that it's merely decent. With that, he stepped forward and walked into the palace complex. Although this demonic formation was powerful, it posed no threat to him. Who goes there? How dare you come here? Are you seeking death? Several disciples of the demonic sect guarding the entrance immediately shouted. They must know that this is the sacred ground of the demonic sect, and even in the wasteland, those loyal to them among the tribal leaders would not be permitted to come here without permission. Since the moon worship sect master pledged allegiance to the dark forces, it has become even more so. Ignoring their shouts, Qin Feng released his oppressive aura. All the disciples guarding here were instantly crushed into a mist of blood by this terrifying pressure. They didn't even have time to scream. Qin Feng remained calm as he continued deeper into the palace complex. Along the way, many disciples of the demonic sect noticed the unfriendly Qin Feng and were eager to act, but they were unable to withstand the pressure radiating from him, turning into mist of blood. Who dares? How dare you intrude upon the sacred ground of the moon worship sect? Finally, a strong figure from the demonic sect sensed something amiss and shouted as he rushed out. The demonic cultivator was surrounded by swirling demonic mist, evidently having devoured a number of human cultivators. Coupled with the support of the demonic formation, his cultivation had already reached the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. You should not have provoked me, Qin Feng said indifferently. As he spoke, he pointed a finger and a streak of sword light shot towards the demonic cultivator. The astonishing sword light instantly left terrifying sword marks on the surrounding ancient buildings. Such fearsome sword energy. The eyes of the demonic cultivator were filled with disbelief. His cultivation was stronger than that of the other disciples, allowing him to sense just how terrifying this streak of sword light was. He hurriedly summoned a small cauldron, a very powerful demonic artifact, in an attempt to block Qin Feng's sword light. Crack! However, the sword light was too terrifying and powerful, directly piercing through the small cauldron and continuing to shoot towards the demonic cultivator, easily penetrating his body. This scene left the other disciples of the demonic sect who had come upon hearing the news utterly astounded. Quickly report to the sect master. This guy is too strong, someone shouted. Soon after, several figures rushed towards the main hall. The remaining disciples of the demonic sect attempted to work together, using a sea of people tactic to surround and kill Qin Feng. Unfortunately, they underestimated Qin Feng far too much and overestimated themselves as well. Whoosh! Qin Feng condensed the sword soul of fire in his hand, swinging his sword to release a fierce sword light, carrying a blazing wave that easily annihilated a large number of demonic sect disciples. Even those ancient structures collapsed in large segments under the residual power of this sword light. Although the number of these demonic sect disciples was considerable, they still couldn't withstand even a fraction of Qin Feng's might. With each swing of his sword, he reaped numerous lives and blood flowed across the ground. The path he walked was practically paved with corpses. In order not to steal everyone else's first place, I'm specifically asking for free gifts here. Whimper. Before the main hall, the moon worship cult leader and his followers suddenly heard the resonant chime of a sword. They all turned their astonished gazes toward the direction from which the sound came. What's happening? Is someone forcing their way in here? The second elder of the demon cult asked, his voice laced with confusion. At that very moment, a demon cult disciple came rushing in, breathless with urgency. Cult leader, disaster. A sword Dao expert has stormed the grounds. Many of our disciples and strong warriors have fallen to his blade. The disciple's eyes were brimming with terror and panic as he stammered, no one can stop him. At these words, the elders' faces all turned pale. It was well known that the grounds were reinforced by a demonic formation, and many warriors within the cult could match the combat prowess of the Purple Mansion realm's first or second layer. Yet they were utterly powerless against this invading sword Dao expert. Could this formidable sword master be the one who aided the great Xia dynasty in vanquishing the ancient corpse? The second elder's expression grew solemn. As his words faded, the other elders began to murmur among themselves, their eyes betraying a flicker of alarm. Rumors claimed that this figure was a powerhouse of the Purple Mansion realm's fifth layer. Even if it is him, so what? The moon worship cult leader remained utterly composed, his tone indifferent. If he dares to set foot here, I will ensure he meets his doom. He had once harbored some wariness toward this mysterious sword expert, which was why he had painstakingly orchestrated the events within the spirit path. But now that his foe had come to him, he could strike directly and slay him, sparing the long, tedious effort of slowly subjugating the various dynasties. After all, the demonic formation here bolstered his power. Meet his doom. Just as the cult leader's words died away, a voice utterly indifferent and devoid of emotion rang out from outside. Are you truly certain of that? Qin Feng strode slowly into the square before the main hall, his gaze calm as he fixed it upon the moon worship cult leader. With each step he had slain 10 foes, yet as he arrived his robes were unblemished by blood, and he moved with ethereal grace. The appearance of Qin Feng left the assembled demon cult elders utterly astounded. They had never imagined that the legendary mysterious sword expert would be so young. Even the moon worship cult leader, whose face was usually as still as an ancient well, showed a flicker of surprise. Who are you? It seems we have no grievances between us, do we? He asked coldly. What use would it be for you to know my identity? Today you are destined to meet your end in the Yellow Springs. Qin Feng replied, his tone as frigid as ever. As he spoke, his sword intent surged wildly from within. A startling aura of sword qi burst forth accompanied by the ringing of blades. His robes billowed in response. Since you refuse to speak, I shall have to erect an unmarked tombstone for you, the cult leader said, his face darkening like a storm cloud. The moment his words fell, the demonic formation within the grounds fully activated. Blood-colored array patterns emerged on countless structures. The scene became as eerie and sinister as a hellish abyss radiating an ominous fluctuation. Though the moon worship cult leader was merely at the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion realm, within the formation's domain his strength was massively amplified. He could now slay not only cultivators at the 5th layer, but even those at the 7th or 8th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Cult leader, slay this fiend, and avenge our fallen brothers. A host of demon cult disciples had gathered, and as they witnessed this, they felt the cult leader's overwhelming power and raised their voices in fervent cries. Many of their comrades had been killed, and their hatred for Qin Feng burned like a raging inferno. This demonic formation is nothing special, Qin Feng remarked calmly. When he had observed the formation from outside, he had estimated its might, but now he realized he had overestimated it. Perhaps the demonic qi here was insufficient, preventing the formation from unleashing its full power. The ignorant know no fear. At this, the moon worship cult leader's entire body became shrouded in black demonic qi, exuding a chilling, malevolent aura. In his palm, an astonishing amount of demonic qi gathered, swiftly condensing into a dark seal-like imprint. This demonic seal, resembling an imperial jade stamp, hurtled toward Qin Feng. As it left the cult leader's hand, it rapidly absorbed the demonic qi of the world, swelling in size until it was as massive as a hill. The details of the seal grew clearer, its base inscribed with intricate, abstruse demonic patterns that exuded a sinister aura, as if it sought to annihilate all living beings in the world. Qin Feng wasted no time and directly unleashed the desolate ruin, soul-severing strike. Boom! Golden sword qi swiftly coalesced in his hand, forming a sword soul. The sword soul radiated a dazzling golden light. Moreover, at the hilt, intricate runes spiraled in a circular pattern, exuding a formidable sword Dao aura. With a single swing of his sword, a golden blade beamed, dozens of zhang long, interwoven with complex runes, hurtled toward the demonic seal. Wherever it passed, it left a deep, long trench in the ground. Boom! The blade beam collided with the demonic seal, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Golden and black radiance surged in all directions, roaring like a tsunami. Though the buildings were reinforced by the demonic formation, a vast area around the square collapsed into ruins. Many weak demon cult disciples nearby were instantly reduced to ash. The elders bound to the formation survived, but were gravely wounded, their faces ashen. You? How can you be this strong? The moon worship cult leader's expression finally shifted. He realized that Qin Feng's cultivation base was far beyond his imagination. Not only was it above the Purple Mansion realm's 5th layer, but it had even surpassed the 7th layer. Now do you still wish to erect a monument for me? Qin Feng asked coolly. As he spoke, his form blurred, and he appeared directly before the cult leader. The terrifying speed caused the cult leader's face to contort in shock. Clang! At that moment, the fire sword soul had already taken shape in Qin Feng's hand, and he struck out fiercely. The scorching sword qi radiated a terrifying aura. Damn it! The cult leader, watching the sword soul descending upon him, wore a look of utmost fury. He frantically channeled the power of the formation, using the surging demonic qi to conjure a pitch-black barrier before him with all possible speed. He sought to block Qin Feng's strike. Crack! However, the power within Qin Feng's sword was simply too immense. The barrier formed by the cult leader, drawing upon the entire formation's strength, was utterly insignificant. It was shattered instantly. Not only that, but after shattering the black barrier, the sword soul in Qin Feng's hand lost none of its force. It continued its arc, cleaving toward the cult leader's body. With a single strike of his sword, Qin Feng cleaved the moon worship cult leader into pieces. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The scene was exceedingly gruesome. Cult leader. This sight drew exclamations of shock from all surviving disciples of the demonic sect. Their eyes were filled with terror. Their cult leader, a cultivator at the 5th level of the Zifu realm, bolstered by such a powerful demonic array, could not even withstand a single sword strike from this man. Ah, bastard! You destroyed my physical body. Today I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. At that moment, the furious roar of the moon worship cult leader echoed across the heavens and earth. In the instant Qin Feng killed him, he chose to merge with the array. He barely managed to preserve his divine sense. You've lost your physical body to my blade, yet you still wish to kill me. Qin Feng said coldly. As he spoke, sword qi surged wildly around him, and the sound of clanging swords rang incessantly. He intended to destroy the demonic array here, as well, leaving no chance for the moon worship cult leader to survive. Despicable wretch! I will show you the terrifying power of the demon race's secret arts, The moon worship cult leader bellowed. The entire demonic array began to churn frantically. Surging demonic chi blotted out the sky, plunging the area into darkness as if it were night. Simultaneously, streaks of red light began to converge in the sky within the array. A blood-red moon coalesced in the sky, hanging across the heavens. Crimson light cascaded down. The spiritual energy surrounding Qin Feng rapidly corroded, transforming into demonic chi that eroded him in turn. This is the blood moon grand art. Beneath the radiance of this blood moon, all things must submit. The blood moon cult leader shouted. He did not hesitate to consume the last of his primordial power, transforming his body into the moon to unleash his most formidable secret art, all to obliterate Qin Feng. Heh, since you are the moon worship cult leader, I also have a peerless moon here for you to worship. Qin Feng sneered. He soared into the air, treading upon the void. In an instant, the world plunged into pitch darkness. Behind Qin Feng, a strange phenomenon slowly began to emerge. It was a vast ocean, its waves rolling incessantly, the thunderous roar of the surf assailing the ears. Above the sea, a brilliant pure moon slowly ascended. The immaculate moonlight spilled onto the ocean, refracting beams of light and creating a shimmering, rippling effect. At that moment, Qin Feng seemed to merge perfectly with the scene behind him. This sight stunned all the demonic sect disciples. 2 moons in the same sky, a sight unseen for 10,000 generations. Thighs. What is this? Gazing at the sea and moon behind Qin Feng, the moon worship cult leader's voice was filled with extreme terror, sensing a profoundly dangerous aura. This is the phenomenon the moon rises over the sea. It is most fitting to kill you. As he spoke, the moon behind Qin Feng rotated slowly. Its dazzling radiance scattered, dancing through the air and falling upon the blood moon that the cult leader had manifested from his own body. No. Sensing the threat of death, the moon worship cult leader roared in terror. He tried to flee, but unfortunately the moon behind Qin Feng completely immobilized him, rendering him utterly unable to move. Amidst the cult leader's despairing cries, the blood moon was continuously dissolved by the falling radiance. Simultaneously, mysterious runes flickered within Qin Feng's eyes as he began to read the moon worship cult leader's divine sense, seeking information about the demon trapped within the sea. Before long, the moon worship cult leader and the demonic array here dissipated together between heaven and earth. None of the demonic sect disciples below could escape the watery moonlight. Their piercing screams made the place resemble a hell on earth. However, the screams soon subsided and silence fell. The phenomenon behind Qin Feng also slowly faded away. That demon is trapped deep within the ocean on a fragment of a continent. It seems to have a cultivation level above the refining void stage. Qin Feng recalled the information gleaned from the cult leader's divine sense and murmured, "It seems after this matter is concluded, I should also properly elevate my cultivation." The eternal ancient continent had a population of trillions and was vast beyond measure. Even a refining void stage powerhouse without using a teleportation array could spend a lifetime failing to traverse it. Yet compared to the boundless ocean, the eternal ancient continent seemed not so vast. Within the ocean lay countless islands, numerous small factions, and even fragmented continents of unknown origin fraught with danger. A refining void stage expert being trapped there was not particularly strange. Shaking his head, Qin Feng dismissed these thoughts. Instead, he summoned the system to check in here. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Check-in successful. Obtained Haotian mirror. The system's mechanical prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ear. Within the system space, a mirror resembling the moon appeared floating in midair. The Haotian mirror was made of material neither metal nor jade. It appeared ancient and weighty. On its back were ancient seal scripts and forms of cloud dragons and strange birds. Though seemingly raised, there were no traces, neither carved nor painted, as if etched deep into the bone. It was exceedingly peculiar. Haotian mirror. What is its relation to the Haotian Tower of the primordial 10 great artifacts? Qin Feng couldn't help but murmur. He looked at the description of the Haotian mirror, but found little information and no mention of any connection to the Haotian Tower. It only noted that the light within the mirror was highly effective against demons and evil spirits. Regardless, it should be a fine treasure. Qin Feng murmured, then withdrew his gaze. He looked around. Most of the buildings here had collapsed, leaving only the peripheral area untouched. Moreover, through his divine pupils, Qin Feng noticed that in a cluster of buildings north of the main hall, many people seemed to be imprisoned, likely disciples of the demonic sect. However, he paid them no mind. Those people were clearly not demon cultivators. They were probably demonic sect disciples who refused to become demon cultivators. He soared into the air, preparing to leave. In a luxurious, still-standing hall to the north, a stunning woman in a black robe with a curvaceous figure slowly walked out. Looking at the scene outside, her beautiful face was filled with shock. After being brought here by the second elder, Huolinger had been knocked unconscious by demonic mist to prevent her from committing suicide. When she awoke, the scene before her was already like this. Someone came and killed that old bastard Baiyu. Huolinger noticed the demonic array was destroyed, and Baiyu's aura had vanished without a trace. A joyful smile then appeared on her face, a smile that could enchant all beings. Although the moon worship cult leader was Huolinger's master, he had pledged allegiance to a demon, which she found deeply shameful. She shared the same belief as the Grand Elder that the meaning of the demonic sect was to help human cultivators find a different path of cultivation, not to collude with demons. Why does that person's back look so familiar? At that moment, Huolinger suddenly noticed a figure soaring into the air from the direction of the main hall square. It seemed very familiar to her. In that instant, the image of the prince who had saved her within the Great Xia dynasty flashed through her mind. The backs of the two figures seemed to perfectly overlap at that moment. A swish. Just as Huolinger's gaze grew slightly dazed, Qin Feng's figure had already soared into the distant sky. She rose to her feet, intending to chase after him, but suddenly let out a bitter smile and said, "What am I even thinking? That Crown Prince Qin Feng who saved me has been punished to guard the Imperial Mausoleum. How could he possess such terrifying strength and come here to kill that old scoundrel Baiyu?" Huolinger felt that she was too guilty toward Qin Feng, so when she saw someone indirectly save her again, she absent-mindedly recalled his silhouette. Although she hadn't fallen in love with Qin Feng out of gratitude after being saved by him, the guilt in her heart had always lingered. She believed it was her fault that Qin Feng was confined to the Imperial Mausoleum. Over the years, Huolinger had constantly sought ways to rescue Qin Feng. When the corpse manipulation sect attacked the Imperial City, she had learned of their plans in advance, and even ventured alone to the capital waiting for the sect to breach the palace so she could free Qin Feng. Unfortunately, that detestable, mysterious figure had eliminated the ancient corpses, leaving her no opportunity. Holy Maiden, sect leader Baiyu, and all the others have been killed. Just then, other imprisoned disciples of the demonic sect who had refused to become demon cultivators escaped after the formation was destroyed. Someone rushed over excitedly and spoke to Huolinger. "I already know." Huolinger's face regained its icy demeanor, as cold and aloof as a glacial beauty, keeping others at a distance. "Now that sect leader Baiyu is dead, as the Holy Maiden, you should assume the position of sect leader," someone suggested. The others also looked at her with eager anticipation. If Huolinger became the sect leader, she certainly wouldn't pledge allegiance to evil spirits, and their demonic sect could return to its former ways. "I have no interest in the position of sect leader," Huolinger said indifferently. At her words, the expressions of the many disciples shifted. "Holy Maiden, if you don't take the role, who will?" They all chimed in. Soon news of Baiyu becoming a lackey of evil spirits will likely spread across the entire Kanglan domain. If we stay here, are we to bear the punishment in his stead? Huolinger spoke calmly, her voice steady. "This sect no longer has a reason to exist." Hearing this, everyone fell into silence. In truth, before coming, they had already harbored such thoughts, but were reluctant to accept them. After all, destroying the demonic sect which had thrived for millennia felt like a betrayal to its ancient sages. "Holy Maiden, where will you go?" someone asked. The others also turned to look at Huolinger. "I don't know either," she paused, then said faintly, "but certainly not here." She had spent far too many years in the wasteland. It was time to venture out. Perhaps she would train in other parts of the Kanglan domain, or even leave it behind to explore the vast world beyond. Everything remained uncertain. Hearing this, the crowd fell into helpless silence. Then, after consoling them with a few words, Huolinger soared into the air and vanished over the horizon. The others, gazing at the collapsed and shattered ruins, shook their heads in resignation, their hearts burning with resentment toward Baiyu, yet utterly powerless. They too departed one by one. Thus, the demonic sect, renowned for millennia, met its sudden and utter destruction. In the boundless ocean, there lay a fragmentary continent hundreds of times larger than an ordinary island, yet far smaller than the everlasting continent. It was merely half the size of the Kanglan domain. At the center of this broken land, a colossal rift valley churned, with surging demonic energy billowing almost to pierce the heavens. Above the canyon, vast demonic chi coalesced into a gigantic skull, its eye sockets ablaze with ghostly flames. This was none other than the Moon Nether Ancestor. 10,000 years ago, during the Demon Sealing War, he was besieged by human powerhouses, grievously wounded, and fled to this broken continent. Discovering abundant spiritual energy in the rift, he sought to heal his wounds there. But he never expected that a remnant powerful formation lay hidden there, trapping him within. To this day, he remained unable to break free. Ancestor Baiyu has sent word that the Kanglan domain harbors a formidable sword cultivator. Direct conquest would be exceedingly difficult. He plans to use the princes of various imperial dynasties to gradually control their thrones. At the canyon's edge, several figures, exuding astonishing demonic energy, reported solemnly to the Moon Nether Ancestor. To fully dominate the Kanglan domain, it will take about 100 years. 100 years. The Moon Nether ancestor was clearly displeased, but with no stronger pawn than Bai Wei at his disposal, he held his tongue. Over the years, he had turned many islanders who set foot on this continent into demon cultivators, using them to gather blood sacrifices for him. Yet the number of islanders across the vast sea was far too meager. His subordinates scoured endlessly, only managing to keep his cultivation level from declining. If he dispatched more powerful minions to the Kanglan domain, Bai Wei might not even conquer it before the formation annihilated him due to his waning strength. But just then a figure rushed over in haste, his eyes filled with terror. Ancestor Bai's soul jade has just shattered. The figure held up a broken blood-red jade piece, his voice trembling. This jade not only controlled the trace of demonic chi within Bai Wei, but also reflected his condition. What did you say? The Moon Nether ancestor's expression shifted violently, the ghostly flames in his eyes burning deeper. Gazing at the shattered jade in the figure's hands, he confirmed it was broken and erupted in fury. How could this happen? Didn't Bai Wei have a perfect plan? Yet his enraged question went unanswered, for the only one who knew the answer, Bai Wei, was already dead. A terrifying demonic aura radiated from him, causing the several figures to tremble in sheer terror, their hearts overwhelmed with dread. It was a long while before the Moon Nether ancestor gradually calmed down. Ancestor, what should we do next? A demon cultivator asked, barely suppressing his fear. What else can we do? We'll have to attempt a forced breakthrough using a demonic formation, the Moon Nether ancestor replied, his face dark and grim. Aside from raising his cultivation to break free, he had another option, setting up a powerful demonic array around the canyon to force his way out. But the success rate was low, less than 30%. If it succeeded, he would not only escape, but also absorb the residual powerful formation within the canyon, converting it into his own cultivation. If it failed, he would face death and annihilation. What materials are needed for the demonic formation? We'll gather them for you right away, ancestor. The figures immediately spoke. The Moon Nether ancestor then listed the materials required for the demonic array. They departed one after another to collect the supplies. That wretched bastard. The Moon Nether ancestor's furious gaze turned toward the direction of the Kanglan domain. He swore in his heart that if he could escape alive, he would tear the killer of Bai Wei into 1,000 pieces, no matter what, to vent the burning hatred within him. Qin Feng and the others returned to the Imperial City aboard the ancient warship. When Emperor Xia and Qin Junyan saw them unexpectedly return ahead of schedule, their faces were filled with astonishment. After Qin Feng recounted the events that had transpired in the Spirit Road, the expressions of Emperor Xia and the others were utterly captivating. The events that occurred in the Spirit Road felt far more shocking than any that had ever transpired in all previous Spirit Roads combined. While they were delighted that Qin Feng and the others had been enlightened by spiritual energy and their cultivation had significantly improved, they were also enraged that the demon sect had become the minions of evil. However, they were even more stunned by the mysterious sword master who possessed incredible abilities to enter the secret realm and rescue Qin Feng and the others. Sigh. If only such a powerful being were a member of our great Xia royal family, I would willingly abdicate the throne. Emperor Xia couldn't help but exclaim with a long sigh. So many years have passed, and his lifespan was nearing its end, making him appear much more haggard. It's a pity that our great Xia royal family is too weak to accommodate such a golden-scaled being. Qin Junyan said helplessly at this moment. The other officials and royal attendants also wore bitter smiles. They had some awareness of the strength of the great Xia royal family. Regardless, now that Zening and the others are unscathed and have gained great opportunities, this is a good thing for us. Emperor Xia slowly said, right now the urgent matter is to inform the other major dynasties about the demon sect becoming the minions of evil. He believed that the demon sect's targets were certainly not limited to just Qin Zening and the others. The princes and princesses of the other major dynasties were likely also affected. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and began to discuss specifics. Qin Zening and Qin Zhou also left the imperial study. Not long after, the Minister of Rites, following Emperor Xia's instructions, began drafting a confidential letter to send to the major dynasties announcing the demon sect's allegiance to evil. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already returned to the royal tomb. Achoo! Qin Feng couldn't help but sneeze, murmuring, "Why do I feel like someone is talking about me?" He was puzzled. There were not many people he was connected to, just Qin Zening and Xu Xiong. If anyone wanted to see him, they would come directly to the royal tomb. There was no need to talk about him. After thinking for a long time, Qin Feng couldn't recall any missed acquaintances, so he shook his head and began to prepare for further cultivation. He didn't continue to lie on the recliner, letting the Longevity Sutra operate on its own to absorb the sword intent and earth spiritual fluid he had gained from signing in. Instead, he sat cross-legged on a stone, actively operating his cultivation method. Boom. As the Longevity Sutra circulated within Qin Feng, the powerful sword qi he had gained from signing and suddenly shattered, transforming into wisps of mist-like sword qi that began to enter his body through his breath and skin. The surrounding flowers and grasses were neatly severed by this mist-like sword qi. The earth's spiritual fluid that Qin Feng had consumed also began to rapidly transform into exceedingly pure spiritual energy within his body as the cultivation method operated, continuously flooding into his meridians. Qin Feng's aura began to rise incrementally. Compared to when the Longevity Sutra operated on its own, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy was noticeably faster now. The news of the moon worship sect's allegiance to evil spread throughout the Kanglan domain in just a few days. The world was shocked. People initially thought that the disciples of the demon sect only practiced the demon clan's cultivation methods without consuming humans to enhance their cultivation, which could be accepted without necessarily exterminating them. But now everyone wanted to eradicate the demon sect as quickly as possible, especially the major dynasties. Upon learning of the moon worship sect leader's plan from Emperor Xia's letter, they immediately began to check which princes and princesses from their royal family had entered the spirit road. They discovered that some had already sworn allegiance to evil. This was not merely about practicing the demon clan's methods. It meant that these princes and princesses genuinely believed that the demon clan's actions were correct, leaving everyone from the major dynasties somewhat at a loss. They didn't know how to handle it. In the end, they could only place these princes and princesses under house arrest for now, hoping to gradually restore their normalcy using nurturing spirit pills. Meanwhile, the major dynasties began to discuss how to deal with the demon sect. With such a force loyal to evil existing, it must be swiftly eradicated no matter the cost. They could not allow it to develop and survive. No one understood better than the major royal families the extent of the threat posed by evil to humanity. However, just as they were preparing vigorously, a shocking piece of news came from the northern wilderness. Someone wielding a single sword had slain the moon worship sect leader and all the disciples of the demon sect loyal to evil. The holy maiden Huolinger left, and the demon sect completely collapsed. When this news first spread, no one believed it, as they thought the rumors were contradictory. In that rumor, the strength of the moon worship sect leader was already at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, bolstered by powerful demonic formations, making him an unparalleled existence. How could there be someone in the Kanglan domain who could single-handedly slay him with just one sword? However, when the major dynasties sent people to the northern wilderness and saw the ruined ruins, they had no choice but to believe. Anyone who had seen the overwhelming demonic aura and the terrifying sword qi in the ruins felt their souls tremble with an innate fear. It was truly terrifying. Originally, the Kanglan domain had been shocked by the moon worship sect leader's allegiance to the demon sect. Now, it was stirred up even more. What is going on? Such a powerful demon sect comparable in strength to any dynasty has been obliterated just like that. Moreover, there are rumors that the one who destroyed the demon sect did so with just one sword, like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Hiss! That is too terrifying. Throughout the Kanglan domain, people were discussing the destruction of the demon sect. Everyone was speculating about the identity of the strong person who had acted and which force they belonged to. Unfortunately, after guessing around, no one could arrive at the true answer. They believed that the sword master could not belong to any force, because the strongest in the Kanglan domain were the major dynasties, but if any of them had such a strong person, they would have long since sent troops to conquer and unify the Kanglan domain. The other sects and families were even less likely to be the case. Although they had risen quickly, their strength was still not comparable to the major dynasties. In the end, everyone almost reached the same conclusion, that the sword master did not belong to any force, but was a secluded expert who had been hidden away for many years. Meanwhile, the title of Carefree Sword Immortal gradually spread throughout the Kanglan domain. Not belonging to any force corresponded to the two characters Carefree, and being a sword master like a celestial being corresponded to the two characters Sword Immortal. The title Carefree Sword Immortal was recognized by most people in the Kanglan domain. P.S. Seeking a free gift, whimper whimper. I will make up for the Chapter 1.0 during the New Year period in the next couple of days. Qin Feng remained unaware of his reputation as the wandering sword immortal beyond the realm. Throughout these years, he had been cultivating within the Imperial Mausoleum. This sight unsettled the birds and beasts within the mausoleum, for they had never witnessed Qin Feng dedicating himself to cultivation with such earnestness for so long. Yet these creatures lacking great intellect continued their daily routines of eating and drinking as usual. At noon one day, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Clang! In that instant, it was as if a divine weapon had emerged, a resonant sword cry bursting forth. Radiant light emanated from Qin Feng's body. He himself resembled a celestial spring, the overwhelming sword intent surging from within him like a fountain spreading outward in all directions. Wherever it passed, the grass and trees bowed low. The birds and beasts trembled in fear. Though shielded by the divine concealment array, the terrifying aura of the sword path made them feel as if they were facing a celestial being descended from heaven, causing them all to prostrate themselves on the ground. Rumble. The surging sword intent upon reaching the edge of the mausoleum crashed against an invisible barrier, like tidal waves raising waves of sword intent dozens of feet high. The divine concealment array here was immensely powerful, not only masking all sound and movement, but also confining the sword intent within the mausoleum. Otherwise, this fearsome sword intent could have flattened the entire imperial city. Rumble. At this moment, Qin Feng, still seated in meditation, formed new hand seals. The astonishing sword intent began to return to his body. This process lasted for a long time. Only after more than 3 hours did the overwhelming sword intent gradually retract, returning fully to Qin Feng. The first level of the refining void realm is truly formidable, Qin Feng murmured to himself. At the moment of breakthrough, he felt as if he had stepped into an entirely new realm of martial arts. The gap between this and the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm could no longer be described by the Milky Way. It was simply infinite, an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, Qin Feng's enhancement extended beyond his cultivation level. His physical strength and spiritual sense had also greatly increased. He was confident he could contend with a powerhouse at the 3rd level of the refining void realm. After a long while, once he had grown accustomed to his breakthrough state, Qin Feng slowly rose and returned to his reclining chair. It was not for rest, but to gently nourish the meridians within his body, preventing any instability in his spiritual energy. The entire mausoleum fell silent once more, as if nothing had ever happened. Half a month later, a piece of news shook the entire dynasty. Emperor Xia had passed away. Grief filled the imperial palace. The entire great Xia dynasty was thrown into turmoil. No one had anticipated this. After the imperial physicians had successfully extended Emperor Xia's life last time, they had believed he would live for at least another 6 or 7 decades, never expecting his demise so soon. It caught them all off guard. The most frustrated were the various powerful feudal lords. In recent years, fearing Emperor Xia's tendency to fabricate charges and imprison people, they had remained docile and made no preparations. Now, at a time when they should have seized the opportunity to extort Qin Jinyan heavily, they found themselves powerless due to their lack of prior planning. According to the law, the troops each feudal lord could possess were severely limited. Many had secretly trained armies, but gathering and deploying them to threaten Qin Jinyan in such a short time was utterly impossible. Left with no choice, the lords had to obediently travel to the imperial city to mourn Emperor Xia and attend Qin Jinyan's coronation ceremony. Meanwhile, Chu Xiong, who had been reassigned to protect the capital, came to the mausoleum and informed Qin Feng of Emperor Xia's death. In truth, Qin Feng had already known. When Emperor Xia fell, a portion of the dynasty's fortune dissipated only to recondense upon the new emperor's ascension. He had sensed it clearly. "Your Highness, there is a letter for you from the feudal lords. For some reason, they insisted I deliver it," Chu Xiong said, handing Qin Feng the letter with a hint of confusion after relaying the news. "Oh, from the feudal lords. So they still remember me, the deposed crown prince." Qin Feng chuckled lightly. He was somewhat surprised that the palace was evidently rife with the lord's informants who knew even of his good relationship with Chu Xiong and had tasked Chu Xiong with delivering the letter. Opening the letter, its contents were exactly as he had anticipated. It praised his intelligence and virtue, lamented his unjust confinement in the mausoleum, and hinted that he should aim for greater ambitions. Though not stated outright, between the lines it implied that if Qin Feng sought the throne, the 5 major feudal lords would all support him. "Your Highness, shall you reply?" Chu Xiong asked. "Reply? Of course I will reply," Qin Feng said calmly. With that, he took out a blank sheet of paper, folded it a few times, placed it back into the envelope, and handed it to Chu Xiong. "Your Highness, will you not write anything?" Chu Xiong asked, puzzled. "No need. Just send it back to them as is," Qin Feng replied indifferently. Though perplexed, Chu Xiong nodded and left the mausoleum to deliver the letter to the residences of the feudal lords. Under normal circumstances, even when the feudal lords came to the capital to mourn together, they were not permitted to meet to prevent collusion. However, none of the 5 major lords were easy to deal with. Each was guarded by powerful protectors, and even the Imperial Guard could not keep them from meeting if they wished. 70 miles north of the capital, by a small stream lined with willow trees, the 5 lords were fishing together. "Has the letter been sent to Qin Feng?" King Jin spoke first, asking calmly. His ancestor was the founding emperor's most beloved youngest son, and his fiefdom was the largest, hosting thousands of retainers, all formidable cultivators. "It was delivered by that general named Chu Xiong," King Qi said. "According to the Imperial Guard I've bribed, Chu Xiong is not the sharpest tool in the shed. He's the only one who's grown close to Qin Feng, and even after being promoted to general, he still visits him often, likely groomed as a confidant." King Jin nodded upon hearing this. What do you think that deposed crown prince's reaction will be to our letter? A lord asked with a mocking grin. Heh, what else could it be? He'll probably be so overjoyed he'll weep, King Qi sneered. A deposed crown prince confined in the Imperial Mausoleum, living a life worse than death. Learning that we support his ascension, he'd be lucky if he doesn't die of excitement. That would show his composure. Huh. The other lords burst into laughter, their eyes filled with pity for Qin Feng. These lords had no genuine intention of supporting Qin Feng. They merely wanted him to step forward at the coronation and embarrass Qin Union. When the time came, they would need only to utter a few words in Qin Feng's favor. To secure a stable ascension, Qin Union would inevitably offer them substantial rewards. Once their goal was achieved, what did the life or death of Qin Feng matter to them? King Jin, Qin Feng's reply has arrived. Just then a servant hurried over with a letter, presenting it respectfully. King Jin, who had been fishing, was visibly startled. He said this deposed crown prince replied so swiftly. Did he not take even a moment to consider? In his view, this was a matter that could cost one's head. No matter how much Qin Feng desired the throne, he should have mulled it over for at least a day or two. Yet unexpectedly, Qin Feng had sent his reply within less than an hour. Huh. It seems this deposed crown prince has truly been driven to the brink of madness by his confinement. If he had even a shred of sense left, he wouldn't have replied to us so hastily. What a perfect pawn. The other feudal lords also jeered mercilessly. In their eyes, Qin Feng was now nothing more than a fool, a pawn to be used at their will. Let me see how this deposed crown prince expresses his boundless gratitude to us. The Prince of Jin said slowly. As he spoke, he opened the letter. The other feudal lords gathered around. Clang. But at that moment, a startling sword intent suddenly erupted from within the envelope. The feudal lords, their expressions shifting violently, hurriedly shielded themselves with spiritual energy and retreated. Yet despite their efforts, the dreadful sword Qi still inflicted severe wounds upon them. The protective armor on each of these feudal lords shattered, and they coughed up streams of scarlet blood. Their faces were deathly pale. What's going on? The experts tasked with protecting these feudal lords appeared one after another, shouting in alarm. Their gazes all fell upon the letter paper that had drifted to the ground. Damn it! That Qin Feng actually ambushed us. A feudal lord roared in fury. He hastily swallowed a precious healing pill. The other feudal lords also gulped down their valuable pills as if they cost nothing. I'm afraid it wasn't that deposed crown prince Qin Feng who ambushed us. He doesn't possess such terrifying strength, nor does he command such powerful cultivators. It must be Qin Union who used that old bastard surnamed Chun to ambush us. The Prince of Jin said with a livid face. After all, the strongest sword cultivator within the Imperial clan was old Chun. Hearing the Prince of Jin's words, the other feudal lords present nodded in agreement, finding it plausible. That Qin Feng is truly useless. After all these years, he hasn't even secured a single trustworthy person. Even that Chu Xiong betrayed him. The Prince of Qi said coldly. In his view, after receiving the letter, Qin Feng certainly wouldn't have voluntarily handed it to Qin Union. He must have been betrayed by Chu Xiong, who secretly informed Qin Union of the matter. Thus, Qin Union used this method to ambush them. What a worthless piece of trash. The other feudal lords also cursed angrily. Their expressions were uglier than the next. They had initially thought Chu Xiong's close ties with Qin Feng meant he was a trusted confidant cultivated by Qin Feng. Now it seemed they had overestimated that deposed crown prince. Prince of Jin, what do we do now? The Prince of Qi asked with some concern. Do you think Qin Union will make a move against us? Should we return to our fiefdoms directly? Make a move. On what grounds? The Prince of Jin said nonchalantly. The letter we wrote to Qin Feng merely offered a few words of praise and expressed regret that a prince like him had to guard the Imperial Mausoleum. What crime is there in that? When writing the letter, he had already considered the possibility of failure, however slim. Hearing this, the Prince of Qi's eyes lit up, and he smiled, saying, That's right. We haven't committed any fault at all. Moreover, we are the most powerful feudal lords in the entire dynasty. If he dares to touch us, isn't he afraid that uprisings will erupt everywhere and topple him from the throne? The Prince of Jin said coldly, again his eyes filled with arrogance and disdain. Although they had come to mourn the Xia Emperor, their heirs were still in their respective fiefdoms. The other feudal lords, who had been somewhat worried, completely relaxed upon hearing this and ceased their concerns. They resumed their fishing. They would just swallow this bitter loss in silence. No one would speak of it openly. If Qin Union truly dared to cause them trouble, they were not to be trifled with either. Within the Imperial Mausoleum, Qin Feng had already sensed the eruption of the sword intent from the letter. That the Prince of Jin and the others hadn't been killed was within his expectations. He had never intended to kill the Prince of Jin and his cohorts. If he truly wanted them dead, he wouldn't have gone to such trouble. The reason Qin Feng didn't kill these feudal lords was that Qin Union had just ascended the throne, and he didn't want to handle everything for him. One day he would leave the great Xia dynasty, even the Kanglan domain. If he resolved all of Qin Jiayunyan's troubles, now what would happen after he was gone? The letter to the Prince of Jin was merely a warning from Qin Feng. Its purpose was to make these men abandon the idea of using him to check Qin Jianyan, thus saving him from further trouble. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Qin Feng returned to his lounge chair and continued sleeping to cultivate. He had no intention of attending the Xia Emperor's funeral. Although Qin Jianyan had argued for it, the Ministry of Rites absolutely forbade his attendance. Conveniently, Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to go anyway. 10 days later, both the funeral and the coronation ceremony were concluded. During the coronation, Qin Jianyan issued a sweeping amnesty for the officials and generals imprisoned by the Xia Emperor, instantly filling them with boundless gratitude. They practically regarded Qin Jianyan as their second father. After all, remaining in that dungeon could well lead to the extermination of their entire clans. This act by Qin Jianyan not only won the loyalty of his ministers, but also earned him the praise of the realm's commoners, who hailed him as a wise ruler. Many of those imprisoned had clearly been wronged. Of course, a small number of pedantic officials opposed the decision, deeming it an act of defiance against the late emperor, but they were ultimately in the minority. Apart from the amnesty, Qin Jianyan also changed the era name to Yongxing, hoping the great Xia dynasty would prosper forever. The entire coronation proceeded smoothly, without any hitches. This even surprised Qin Jianyan somewhat. He had expected the feudal lords to cause some trouble, yet they had done nothing from start to finish. When they looked at him, there was even a hint of wariness in their eyes. Qin Jianyan was puzzled, but didn't dwell on it. Ultimately, the feudal lord's inaction was a good thing for him. He said nothing more. After a banquet, he sent the feudal lords back to their fiefdoms. Although Qin Jianyan wished he could imprison these feudal lords right away, interrogate them one by one, and punish them for their various illegal activities, he had only just ascended the throne. Haste makes waste. The day after the coronation ended, Qin Jianyan eagerly came to the Imperial Mausoleum. Royal brother. As soon as he entered the mausoleum, Qin Jiayunyan's face lit up with joy. Congratulations on ascending the throne as emperor. Qin Feng smiled. But the coronation is over. You don't have to be this happy forever, do you? Huh. I'm not happy because I became emperor. Qin Jianyan said, it's because I can finally issue an edict to release you, royal brother. The thought of Qin Feng suffering in the mausoleum while he was powerless had filled him with deep guilt. Now he could finally set Qin Feng free. Qin Feng was taken aback, not expecting that Qin Jiayunyan's first act after ascending the throne would be to release him from the mausoleum. A wave of emotions stirred within him. A wave of emotions stirred within him. A wave of emotions stirred within him. However, though Qin Feng was moved to know that Qin Jianyan wished to release him, he did not consent. Releasing me now may not be a wise decision. Qin Feng said slowly. Why? Qin Jianyan asked, puzzled. If the demonic cult had not sworn allegiance to the evil demon, pardoning me might have faced some opposition, but not vehemently. Qin Feng paused, then continued. But now the world knows that the demonic cult has pledged loyalty to the evil demon, and I once saved the cult sanctus. If you release me now, not only the court officials, but the entire realm's people will deem you a tyrant. Hearing this, Qin Jiayunyan's expression changed, realizing he had been too short-sighted. He was not afraid of being called a tyrant, but rather that if this pardon failed, there would never be another chance. What then? Qin Jianyan said with a grim face. I've ascended the throne, yet I cannot pardon my royal brother. When will I ever be able to set you free, Don't be impatient. Qin Feng replied calmly. There will be plenty of opportunities. Everything must be done step by step. Despite Qin Feng's reassurance, Qin Jianyan remained unhappy, feeling increasingly useless. He believed that Qin Feng, trapped in the Imperial Mausoleum for decades without even a glimpse of the outside world, must have endured unimaginable misery. Don't blame yourself either. Qin Feng continued. Everyone has their own fate, it cannot be forced. Qin Jianyan fell silent, lost in thought. Seeing this, Qin Feng did not disturb him, but returned to his room, bringing out a jar of fine wine secretly delivered by Chu Xiong and some dried meat. He intended to share a few drinks with the somewhat melancholic emperor. Royal brother, I've thought of a way for you to leave the mausoleum legitimately for a time and see the outside world. After pondering for a long while, Qin Jiayunyan's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, what method? Qin Feng asked with a light smile. Go to the East Sea to honor our mother's memory. Qin Jianyan said slowly. With our father just deceased, the court officials cannot possibly obstruct your pilgrimage to pay respects to our mother. Because of their father's death, Qin Feng's profound grief and desire to honor his birth mother would make any opposition from the court officials utterly inhumane. After all, filial piety is the foremost virtue. Hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily stunned, and only after a long pause did he recall memories of his birth mother. Their mother was originally the treasured daughter of the Liu family patriarch in the East Sea. When she married the Xia emperor, the patriarch vehemently opposed it and severed their father-daughter relationship. She was forbidden from ever setting foot in the Liu family estate again. Filled with lifelong guilt, she begged the Xia Emperor on her deathbed to bury her in the East Sea's Liu family grounds beside her departed parents. This contravened Xia dynasty law, and the court officials fiercely opposed it. Yet the usually unyielding Xia Emperor personally persuaded each minister, eventually succeeding in having their mothers' remains sent to the Liu family in the East Sea for burial. It was a touching love story. Indeed. Qin Junyan nodded. I've also long wished to pay respects to our mother, but father kept me busy learning state affairs, leaving no time. Now that I've ascended the throne, there's even more to do, and I know not when I can go. Brother, you can honor our mother on my behalf. The East Sea waters are not part of Xia's territory, but governed by several major families. Even during my inspections, I never had the chance to visit. Qin Feng pondered briefly, then nodded. Very well. He had no reason to refuse such a request. He'll arrange for the Imperial Guardians to protect you, brother. Qin Junyan finally smiled. You may stay in the East Sea as long as you wish. No need for the Imperial Guardians. Qin Feng said indifferently. That won't do. It's too dangerous. Qin Junyan quickly shook his head. The East Sea's great families are not hostile to us, but the pirates roaming those waters are exceedingly perilous. Amidst the vast ocean, countless islands provide havens for pirates, making them impossible to eradicate. Let Xening accompany me. Qin Feng said calmly. She's already at the first layer of the Violet Mansion realm Midstitch. She can protect me, gain experience, and not disrupt the other Guardians' cultivation. Since Qin Xening brought back heavenly treasures from the Spirit Path, all the Imperial Guardians had been in seclusion, diligently cultivating. He did not wish to disturb them. Traveling with Qin Xening would also allow him to impart some Sword Dao insights to her. That works. Qin Junyan was momentarily surprised, then broke into a smile. Let the little girl pay respects to our grandmother. It fulfills my filial duty. With that, he hurriedly left the mausoleum to make arrangements. As for the fine wine and dried meat, Qin Feng fed them to the small animals in the mausoleum. The former deposed Crown Prince Qin Feng journeying to the East Sea's Liu family to honor his birth mother was no trivial matter, requiring extensive preparations. It took an entire year. One morning, dozens of palace maids and servants boarded an ancient vessel. The ship slowly ascended into the sky, sailing eastward toward the East Sea. After bidding farewell to Qin Feng and Qin Xening, Qin Junyan immediately immersed himself in state affairs, allowing himself no rest. He had much to do, many reforms to implement. Ultimately, these would encroach upon the interests of the feudal princes. He must suppress those princes before they could unite against him. It was a race against time. So engrossed was he in governance that he even forgot a promise important to his harem, for he deemed household matters secondary to state affairs. The Eternal Continent was surrounded by boundless seas. The Kanglan domain lay in the southeastern corner of the Eternal Continent, with the Great Xia Imperial Court at its southeastern edge. To the south stretched endless mountain ranges, beyond which lay the sea. The eastern border ended at the ocean. This sea east of the Kanglan domain was called the East Sea. Within the East Sea were numerous islands. However, unlike the remote islands far from the mainland, the customs of these islanders differed little from those of the Kanglan domain. Not like the barbaric island nations where moral values had diverged entirely from the mainland. Among the East Sea's many islands, 5 were vast, each covering an area a third the size of the Great Xia dynasty. On these 5 islands resided 5 families. The Liu family, to which Qin Feng's birth mother belonged, was one of them. The destination of his and Qin Xening's voyage was the island governed by the Liu family. The destination of his and Qin Xening's voyage was the island governed by the Liu family. Upon the boundless ocean, massive ships sailed in every direction, both across the sea and through the sky, creating a scene of bustling activity. Some vessels traversed between the islands of the East Sea, while others journeyed between the East Sea and the Kanglan continent, either for trade or to transport various resources. Qin Xening beheld the ocean for the first time, her excitement palpable as she stood on the ancient ship's deck, gazing at the passing vessels and the mist-shrouded islands below. Wow, why does that ship have so many beautiful young ladies? Qin Xening pointed at a nearby passing vessel, her eyes brimming with admiration. They are likely being sent to the various clans and sects, Qin Feng answered calmly. Among the East Sea islands, women were generally more enchanting and fairer than those on the Kanglan continent, making them highly sought after by major powers. These women were not usually coerced, for the 5 great families maintained order in the East Sea. Most journeyed to the Kanglan continent to behold a broader world. Qin Xening nodded thoughtfully, but soon her attention was drawn elsewhere, her joyful demeanor betraying no trace of a princess dignity. The palace maid tasked with overseeing Qin Xening's etiquette could only sigh in resignation. For the next 10 days, the ancient ship sailed through the sky. Soon they were less than 20,000 li from the island where the Liu family resided. The number of ships in the sky and sea had dwindled considerably. In these waters, only vessels permitted by the Liu family could sail. What is that ship with the black flag doing? Qin Zining's gaze fixed on a distant pitch-black vessel adorned with a black flag, and she asked in confusion. The palace maids and attendants on board turned pale. Pirates! That's a pirate ship, a maid exclaimed, urging Qin Zining. Princess, please take shelter in the cabin. Simultaneously, some began activating the ancient ship's formation, runes glowing to shield it. The pirates of the East Sea were notorious for plundering and slaughter, posing a grave danger. Pirates! Qin Zining showed no fear, her eyes still fixed on the black ship. Beneath it lay a battered warship riddled with arrow holes clearly sunk by the pirates. Not far from the black ship, a one-eyed pirate chief was locked in fierce combat with a woman, their clash unleashing astonishing waves of spiritual energy. The woman appeared over 200 years old, yet her face remained youthful, resembling a woman in her 30s from the Blue Star, possessing a unique charm. Clad in soft armor and wielding a heavy sword, she cut a heroic figure. Both she and the one-eyed pirate were at the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm's midstage, but an arrow wound on her arm had put her at a disadvantage. This woman, Qin Feng murmured, narrowing his eyes. Qin Zining looked at him in surprise, for it was the first time she had seen him show interest in a woman. She quickly said, "Uncle, let me save her. I'll drive away the one-eyed pirate, and you can play the hero by giving her healing pills. She'll surely be grateful." "Where did you learn that?" Qin Feng frowned. "From the operas," Qin Zining replied with blinking eyes. "According to the plot in those operas, if nothing goes wrong, she might even offer herself to you, uncle. How about it? Shall I rescue her while you prepare the healing pills?" She eagerly drew her long sword. "Fine," Qin Feng said indifferently. "But I suspect your grand-aunt would give you a proper scolding if she knew your thoughts." Qin Zining, who had been poised to act, froze. Grand-aunt, she asked, utterly bewildered. "Uncle, what do you mean? Haven't you noticed she resembles your grandmother?" Qin Feng said with some exasperation. "I didn't notice." Qin Zining replied. "I've only seen grandmother's portrait, never the real person. Her grandmother had passed before she was born." Qin Feng was speechless. It seemed the court painter's skill was rather mediocre. The woman battling the one-eyed pirate was familiar to him. She was his biological mother's younger sister who had once visited the Imperial City. Just then a terrifying blade radiance erupted from the distant battlefield. Boom! A violent shockwave exploded across the sky. Shattered blade and sword lights swept in all directions. Lu Qingzhu was sent flying, hundreds of zhong by the one-eyed pirate, blood spraying from her lips as her aura plummeted. Her soft armor was covered in blade marks, some places torn open, oozing crimson blood. "Haha, Lu Qingzhu, you've lost," said the one-eyed pirate, his long blade gleaming, his eyes filled with lecherous intent. "But don't worry, I won't kill you. They'll take you back to my island and slowly torment and toy with you." As he spoke, an oppressive aura emanated from him. Lu Qingzhu found herself immobilized. Damn it! Fury and unwillingness blazed in her eyes. She had never expected to fall into the pirate's trap and be ambushed. At that moment, the one-eyed pirate strode toward her, reaching out to seize her and take her back to his ship for his pleasure. Despair flooded Lu Qingzhu's heart. But then, clang! A sword's cry suddenly rang out. A terrifying sword light streaked across the sky, slashing toward the one-eyed pirate. Who? Startled, the pirate swung his worn blade fiercely. The sword light and blade radiance collided with a deafening roar. The one-eyed pirate was forced back by the shockwave, his spiritual energy churning his face pale. "Grand-aunt, are you all right?" Qin Zining hurried to Lu Qingzhu's side, asking anxiously as she handed her a healing pill. "Huh." Lu Qingzhu was initially grateful for the rescue, but the address left her momentarily bewildered. What kind of title was that? Still, healing took priority, and she quickly swallowed the pill. "Little girl, who are you?" the one-eyed pirate demanded, coldly staring at Qin Zining. He couldn't recall any such powerful young cultivator in the East Sea. "That's none of your business. You dared to harm my grand-aunt, so I must teach you a lesson," Qin Zining declared, her voice sharp. As she spoke, a formidable sword intent erupted from her, surging like a mighty river, astonishingly powerful. She intended to unleash the great river sword intent and waste no time with the pirate. As she spoke, a formidable sword intent erupted from her, surging like a mighty river, astonishingly powerful. She intended to unleash the great river sword intent and waste no time with the pirate. As she spoke, a formidable sword intent erupted from her, surging like a mighty river, astonishingly powerful. She intended to unleash the great river sword intent and waste no time with the pirate. As she spoke, a formidable sword intent erupted from her, surging like a mighty river, astonishingly powerful. She intended to unleash the great river sword intent and waste no time with the pirate. As she spoke, a formidable sword intent erupted from her, surging like a mighty river, astonishingly powerful. She intended to unleash the great river sword intent and waste no time with the pirate. The one-eyed bandit was filled with horror as he witnessed the scene. He had never encountered such terrifying sword intent before. However, instead of fear, a cruel and sinister smile appeared in his eyes. He chuckled, haha. I originally came today to capture Lu Qingzhu, but unexpectedly, there is an unexpected gain. The one-eyed bandit sneered. It seems that heaven has seen my daily toil and has granted me this reward. As he spoke, the tattered long knife in his hand suddenly emitted a bluish light, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept through the surroundings. This knife is a top-grade 5th-tier spiritual weapon. Qin Zining was astonished at the aura emanating from the long knife, her delicate face filled with surprise. She did not expect that this seemingly unremarkable knife in the bandit's hand was actually a top-grade 5th-tier spiritual weapon. Although it was damaged, it was still extremely formidable. It should be known that the entire Great Xia dynasty did not possess any top-grade 5th-tier spiritual weapons. Huh, are you scared now? The one-eyed bandit laughed arrogantly. Kneel down and call me master, and I might spare you from suffering. You wished. Qin Zining felt the danger, but would never humiliate herself by begging for mercy. As she spoke, she slashed out with her sword, her surging sword intent resembling a rushing river sweeping towards the one-eyed bandit. The power was astonishing. Ignorant fool. The one-eyed bandit hacked down with his knife, unmatched in dominance. The dazzling blade of the long knife cleaved through the river of sword intent. Then he strode forward, charging towards Qin Zining. Auntie, you go back to the ship first, Qin Zining said gravely. Having said that, she met the one-eyed bandit Heaton, and the two sides immediately engaged in battle. In the sky, waves of spiritual energy fluctuations erupted. Although the one-eyed bandit had the advantage of a weapon, Qin Zining had undergone medicinal nurturing and spiritual energy infusion, giving her a remarkable physique. Facing an opponent of the same realm, she had considerable advantages. Thus, for a time, they could not determine a victor. Is this little girl perhaps my sister's granddaughter? Watching Qin Zining fiercely battling the one-eyed bandit, Lu Qingzhu finally understood. She also finally realized why she felt a sense of familiarity when she first saw Qin Zining. At that moment, Lu Qingzhu's emotions were incredibly complex. Her sister, who grew up with her, had married into the Great Xia royal family and passed away early, always a pain in her heart. Therefore, ever since her sister's death, she had never returned to the Great Xia imperial city. But she did not expect to see her sister's granddaughter here today. Lu Qingzhu tightened her grip on her heavy sword, determined to help Qin Zining. How could she retreat and leave her sister's granddaughter to face the bandit alone? Even if she were heavily injured now, she would use all her strength to assist Qin Zining. This was her sister's granddaughter, her kin, and despite having never met before, that blood connection compelled her to risk her life. Lu Qingzhu, your opponents are us. At that moment, more than a dozen pirates from the black ship flew towards Lu Qingzhu. Without saying a word, they attacked Lu Qingzhu, giving her no time to recover and preventing her from aiding Qin Zining. In an instant, the sky split into two battlefields. Lu Qingzhu was worried about Qin Zining's safety, desperately trying to break through the encirclement of the pirates. Meanwhile, Qin Zining faced the one-eyed bandit alone, finding it exceedingly difficult, gradually falling into a disadvantage. Boom! The one-eyed bandit unleashed a powerful knife technique, forcing Qin Zining back with a single slash, giving her no chance to catch her breath as he charged at her again. The long knife in his hand erupted with dazzling blue light, incredibly domineering. He sensed that Qin Zining was in great danger and no longer intended to capture her alive, planning to kill her directly. Princess! The maids and servants on the ancient ship turned pale, calling out in panic. At that moment, they all regretted not having stopped Qin Zining at all costs. Lu Qingzhu's face also changed drastically as she cried out in alarm. What to do? Qin Zining felt an immense sense of death threatening her. Her delicate face turned pale as she quickly thought of a countermeasure, but she found that she had no way to block the one-eyed bandit's slash. However, at that moment, the one-eyed bandit suddenly trembled in his soul, as if being targeted by a primordial ferocious beast. His entire body became extraordinarily stiff. Qin Feng utilized his divine eyes and powerful spiritual sense to suppress his soul. At that moment, Qin Zining also noticed the one-eyed bandit's unusual behavior. Without any hesitation, she instantly seized the opportunity and beheaded him with a single strike. The sudden change left everyone here dumbfounded. What? What happened? Just now the boss was clearly at an absolute advantage. How did he suddenly get killed? How would I know what happened? Those pirates were all bewildered, exchanging glances, feeling utterly astonished. The many maids and servants on the ancient ship were also stunned by this scene, unable to believe it was real. Even Qin Zining, who had personally killed the one-eyed bandit, felt a sense of unreality, watching his body fall into the sea. How did the one-eyed bandit suddenly appear, hollow-eyed, as if in a daze? Run! The pirates reacted from their shock and shouted in panic. Their boss was already dead, and now no one was a match for Qin Zining. Continuing to stay was simply seeking death. The pirates surrounding Lu Qingzhu fled back to the black ship. The ship flickered with bluish light as it sped away into the distance. They did not notice a gentle breeze blowing towards their escape direction. "Auntie, are you all right?" Qin Zining did not pursue the pirates, but returned to Lu Qingzhu's side, asking with concern. "I am fine." Lu Qingzhu shook her head, then carefully looked at Qin Zining, her face filled with joy. "Little girl, you must be called Zining, right?" At this point, anyone should be concerned about Qin Zining's unparalleled cultivation. But Lu Qingzhu was only focused on the fact that Qin Zining had already grown into a graceful young lady, as she was her sister's granddaughter. "Yes." Qin Zining nodded and smiled. "Zining is my name. Let's go back to the ship. It's safer there." "Yes." Lu Qingzhu nodded, and then returned to the ancient ship with Qin Zining. Qin Feng also stepped forward, respectfully greeting them. Seeing her sister's son and granddaughter before her, Lu Qingzhu felt tears welling up, almost unable to hold them back. The character of Lu Qingzhu was added by me today after watching Hello Li Huanying. If there are any shortcomings in the writing, I hope everyone can forgive me. Did you come to the East Sea on purpose, or were you passing through? Lu Qingzhu asked, puzzled. We came on purpose. Qin Zining said with a smile. Father sent me and the Imperial uncle to pay respects to grandmother. Good. Truly good. Lu Qingzhu nodded repeatedly. Over the years, due to the fierce opposition of the stubborn old guard in the Great Xia Imperial Court, the royal family had never sent anyone to pay respects to her sister. Only the Xia Emperor himself during his inspection tours had secretly visited a few times. She had thought that after the Xia Emperor's passing no one would ever come again. Little did she expect that shortly after Qin Junyan ascended the throne, he would dispatch Qin Feng and Qin Zining to pay homage to her sister. This filled her with immense relief. Aunt, please don't speak for now. Sit in meditation and heal your injuries. Qin Feng said slowly, we should reach Shiyun Island before long. The island where the Lu family resided was Shiyun Island. Lu Qingzhu nodded and began to sit in meditation to heal her wounds. The ancient ship sailed slowly towards Shiyun Island. During the journey, Lu Qingzhu did not remain in meditation the entire time. She was too eager to chat with Qin Feng and the others to learn about their circumstances and ask if they were faring well. Qin Zining naturally spoke only of good news, sharing nothing but reassuring tidings with Lu Qingzhu. As they talked, Lu Qingzhu also reminisced about her sister's past and many matters concerning the East Sea. From Lu Qingzhu's words, Qin Feng learned that the reason his birth mother had faced such fierce opposition when marrying the Xia Emperor was that after the eldest son of the former Lu family patriarch passed away, only 2 daughters remained. His birth mother had been groomed as the future head of the family. The Lu patriarch believed that the Xia Emperor's marriage to her was a malicious scheme to annex the Lu family. Thus, the relationship between the two sides was extremely hostile. Now that the old Lu patriarch had passed away, Lu Qingzhu had succeeded him as the head of the Lu family. Lu Qingzhu possessed remarkable skill in governing the clan. Under her leadership, the Lu family had firmly secured its position as the foremost clan of the East Sea. This earned Qin Feng's deep admiration. Truly a woman of exceptional capability. Ahead lies Shiyun Island. As the ancient ship sailed on, Lu Qingzhu suddenly pointed into the distance. Everyone's gaze followed, and they beheld a massive island hundreds of li away on the sea surface. Upon it, layered peaks rose high and waterfalls cascaded down like silver rivers. Above the mountain summits, thin mist swirled in the air. Sunlight streamed down, refracting into a kaleidoscope of colors. Occasionally, white cranes flew by, making the scene resemble a celestial island. Wow, it feels just like the fairylands described in operas. Qin Zining exclaimed in awe at the sight of Shiyun Island. The other maids and attendants, seeing it for the first time, were all stunned expressions. Although the concentration of spiritual energy here was not as dense as within the Imperial City, it resembled the legendary Immortal realms far more closely. If given the choice, they would rather stay here. Only Qin Feng remained composed. He couldn't help but recall the large ship from a few days ago laden with beautiful young maidens sailing towards Kanglin Domain. Indeed, everything is a fortress. Those inside long to escape, while those outside yearn to enter. If you like it, you can stay here for a while longer. Lu Qingzhu said with a smile to Qin Zining. She felt an extraordinary warmth and affection for this lively and adorable young girl. Okay. Qin Zining nodded happily. Soon the ancient ship hovered above Shiyun Island. Who goes there? At that moment, several Lu family elders flew over and shouted in reprimand. The unfamiliar ancient ship put them on high alert, suspecting it might be a pirate vessel. It's me. Lu Qingzhu stepped forward and said calmly. Patriarch. The moment they saw Lu Qingzhu, the elders were visibly startled. Did you not depart on the clan's war vessel? The great elder of the Lu family asked, full of confusion. How had she now arrived on a strange, ancient ship with such unfamiliar people aboard? We were ambushed by pirates on the way. At this, Lu Qingzhu's voice carried anger and sorrow. Aside from myself, all the other clan members have perished in the sea. By the time she encountered Qin Zening, her traveling companions had already been slaughtered by the pirates, leaving her as the sole survivor. What? Those despicable pirates. If we catch them, we'll hack them into pieces. Why have so many of our clan's war vessels been attacked by pirates recently? Upon hearing this, the Lu elders were all furious. Their indignation burned fiercely. The enmity between them was clearly deep-seated, and they longed to exact vengeance on the pirates. And who are these people? The great elder asked Lu Qingzhu, eyeing Qin Feng and the others with curiosity. They are from the great Xia imperial family, here to pay respects to my sister. Lu Qingzhu replied. Upon hearing this, the Lu elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly. For the Lu family generally believed that Lu Qingzhu's sister had died prematurely because after marrying the Xia emperor, she had been schemed against by other consorts. They harbored no goodwill towards the great Xia royal family. So they are guests. Forgive us for not welcoming you properly. The great elder quickly masked his emotions and offered a courteous smile. Lu Qingzhu noticed this, but said nothing. She then instructed the clan elders to guide the ancient ship to a suitable mooring spot. She herself led Qin Feng, Qin Zening, and the maids carrying sacrificial offerings to the cemetery to pay respects to her sister. That zither music is quite pleasant. As they walked through the Lu family grounds, Qin Feng heard the distant sound of a zither and asked, puzzled, but why does it stop so abruptly mid-melody? I didn't expect you to understand music, Lu Qingzhu said with a light surprised laugh. I wouldn't say I understand it, but the sudden halt of the melody feels rather jarring. Qin Feng chuckled. Though he was no connoisseur of music, he could tell that the abruptly stopped melody clearly had more to follow. This piece was discovered by the Lu family's ancestors upon arriving at Shiyun Island, inscribed on a cliff face. It is called Guangling San, and legend has it that it was composed by a sage who cultivated the Tao of music. However, only the first half of the score remains on the cliff. The second half is lost. Lu Qingzhu explained slowly. Over the years, many music-loving experts had come to the Lu family to study the first half, attempting to complete it themselves. But all had failed without exception. I see. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He had indeed heard of cultivators who followed the path of music, but there were none like that in Kanglin domain. He hadn't expected to find a score left by a powerful music cultivator here on Shiyun Island. He thought that if he had time in the next couple of days, he might go and take a look at the first half of Guangling San. Before long, Lu Qingzhu led Qin Feng and the others to her sister's grave. The area was filled with pure white snow maple trees, their petals drifting down with the wind. Although Qin Feng felt no particular affection for his birth mother, he held deep respect for her. He carefully arranged the offerings and burned incense in solemn tribute. After the memorial ceremony, Lu Qingzhu led Qin Feng and Qin Zening to a quiet courtyard. Located in the northern part of the Lu estate, this area was reserved for guests, exuding tranquility without the clamor of Lu clan members practicing cultivation. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with the place. You two rest here for a while, Lu Qingzhu said slowly. I need to report the ambush by sea raiders during our expedition to the clan elders. Whether we can avenge that attack or not, at least I must warn other clan members to be more cautious when venturing out to sea. Very well, please attend to your duties, Qin Feng nodded. Lu Qingzhu then left the courtyard to meet with the Lu clan elders. Shortly after her departure, some Lu clan members delivered daily necessities and dinner. Although those Lu clan members were outwardly polite to Qin Feng and Qin Zening, like the elders, they harbored no goodwill toward them. This made Qin Zening feel somewhat awkward, but Qin Feng remained indifferent. By the time the rooms were tidy, dusk had fallen. Qin Feng and Qin Zening each retreated to their own quarters. System, sign me in at Shiyun Island, Qin Feng said softly as soon as he entered his room. Having arrived here, Qin Feng naturally would not forget to check in. Ding! Congratulations, Master, sign-in successful. You have obtained the second volume of Guangling Melody. The system's mechanical prompt echoed in Qin Feng's ears. He was momentarily stunned. The second volume of Guangling Melody, he murmured in surprise. Could it be that because the first volume is here, the system automatically granted me the second? The system did not answer his query. Qin Feng chose not to press further and opted to integrate it. Instantly, a flood of information about the second volume of Guangling Melody poured into his mind. He discovered that Guangling Melody was far more than a mere musical score. It concealed the profound insights of a sage into the heavenly Tao, brimming with esoteric mysteries. If he could fully comprehend and perform it, it would greatly benefit his martial path. Without further delay, Qin Feng began to meditate, delving deeply into the contents of the second volume. The next morning, the sun rose slowly, dispelling the night's chill. The entire Shiyun Island seemed bathed in a sacred radiance. Qin Zening rose early, curious about the island and eager to explore. Qin Feng did not stop her, merely advising her to be cautious. He warned her not to accidentally leave Shiyun Island and encounter marauding sea raiders. After Qin Zening departed, the courtyard was left with only Qin Feng. System sign me in at Shiyun Island, Qin Feng said calmly as he stepped outside feeling the warm sunlight. Ding! Congratulations, Master, sign-in successful. You have obtained the Azure Jade Zither. The system's prompt sounded again in Qin Feng's ears. Having already signed in for a musical score yesterday, this zither did not come as a great surprise. He speculated that the sage who had mastered the way of music must have spent considerable time on this island, leaving behind a powerful Tao resonance. Thus the system's rewards were all related to the musical path. Qin Feng retrieved the Azure Jade Zither from the system space and placed it on the stone table before him. The Azure Jade Zither was a 5th-grade mid-tier spiritual artifact carved entirely from Azure Jade and adorned with intricate array patterns exuding an extraordinary aura. Having spent the previous night delving into the second volume of Guangling Melody, Qin Feng had not fully grasped its essence, but had memorized it thoroughly. He prepared to play a piece. However, as soon as his fingers touched the strings, he froze. I don't know how to play the zither. Qin Feng felt a pang of embarrassment. Though he had memorized the second volume of Guangling Melody, playing the zither was a matter of technique. Knowing the score did not automatically confer the skill. After a moment of awkward silence, Qin Feng silently put away the Azure Jade Zither. I should first learn how to play. His gaze turned toward the cliff face inscribed with the first volume of Guangling Melody. He had inquired about its location from the Liu clan members who brought dinner the previous night. He believed that those well-versed in music there could teach him how to play. With this thought, Qin Feng headed toward the cliff. Even if he couldn't learn to play, he still needed to memorize the first volume of Guangling Melody. Behind the Liu estate lay a valley. At this moment, the valley was filled with figures. Men, women, the young and the old. Some stared at the musical score on the cliff, frowning in deep thought. Others recorded their insights on paper. Still others sat on nearby rocks playing the zither. Regardless of their activities, all were intent on completing the second volume of Guangling Melody. Qin Feng's arrival drew no attention. Everyone's focus remained fixed on the first volume inscribed on the cliff. So this is the first volume? Qin Feng murmured, gazing at the score. He noticed that although the score was carved into the stone, staring at it induced a dizzying sensation. Those who could maintain their gaze had clearly done so for years and were accustomed to it. Qin Feng, unwilling to adapt, slowly activated his divine pupils. Intricate and profound runes flickered in his eyes. He could easily peruse the content without any dizziness. In no time he had completely memorized it. Then Qin Feng found a rock, sat cross-legged, and took out the Azure Jade Zither, placing it on his lap. Immediately many gazes were drawn to him. The grade of the Azure Jade Zither was evidently extraordinary. Who is he? He possesses a 5th-grade zither. Someone exclaimed with envy and admiration. Those who had been studying the cliffside score for decades found Qin Feng a stranger, never having seen him before. He is the elder brother of the current Great Xia Emperor named Qin Feng. A Liu clan member who had seen him yesterday said with some surprise. It seems not all in the Great Xia royal family are boorish, or some understand music. Qin Feng of the Great Xia royal family. Others were also taken aback, just as the Great Xia royalty regarded those from the southern mountains as barbarians. The people of the Eastern Sea viewed the Great Xia royalty as uncouth warriors. This perception was especially reinforced after a former Great Xia emperor attempted to conquer the Eastern Sea and was defeated by a reclusive master wielding only half of the Guangling Melody. Hearing that Qin Feng was from the Great Xia royal family, many turned their eyes to him, curious to hear his rendition of Guangling Melody. Most, however, anticipated a spectacle, believing that a boar remained a boar, unlikely to change. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Feng slowly plucked the strings. Dong! The sound of the qin then rang out. Following the content of the score, Qin Feng began to play. Everyone present changed their expressions. Hiss! How could it sound so terrible? Who gave him the courage to come here? I thought the people of the Great Xia royal family, though uncouth, at least had some sense of dignity. How could he have the nerve to play here? Exclamations arose one after another. To these connoisseurs of music, Qin Feng's qin tones were nothing short of torture. All gazes fixed on Qin Feng were furrowed, some even tinged with anger. One must know that although the Liu family allowed music lovers to freely come and observe the first part of Guangling San here, Guangling San was as precious to music lovers as an ancient emperor's scripture. Without mastering the qin technique to perfection, no one dared to come here. Yet Qin Feng, who clearly couldn't play, had the audacity to come and observe Guangling San, making them feel that the peace was being defiled. Throw him out, someone shouted. Everyone cast hostile glances at Qin Feng, ready to expel him and prevent him from desecrating this sacred place. But at that moment, an old man with white hair and beard, who had been sitting in meditation all along, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feng. Is he playing Guangling San? The old man asked in astonishment. His name was Zhao Wuyo, and his musical attainments were extraordinary. Among those present, no one surpassed his familiarity with Guangling San. Hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. They thought Zhao Wuyo must have misheard. How could such an unpleasant Qin sound possibly be Guangling's San? Moreover, this Qin Feng was clearly here for the first time. He probably couldn't even bear to look directly at the score on the stone wall. How could he possibly play it? It really does seem to be Guangling's San. Although his playing technique is extremely clumsy if you listen carefully, it appears to follow the score of Guangling's San. After hearing Zhao Wuyo's words, someone listened intently and couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. Seeing someone echo Zhao Wuyo, everyone else listened carefully. Then their expressions turned incredibly vivid one after another. Guangling's San. This Qin Feng was actually playing Guangling's San. The crowd looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. How had he managed to play Guangling's San so terribly? The key isn't that he played it so badly, but how did he comprehend the first part of Guangling's San on his very first visit? Exactly. It's his first time here, and he clearly doesn't even know how to play the Qin. Looking at the score on the stone wall, he should have become dizzy and fainted after a short while. How did he memorize the score? Soon someone realized something was amiss, sparking waves of exclamations. One must know that even they who were proficient in music had spent no less than 10 or 20 years to fully memorize the score of Guangling's San on the stone wall. Yet Qin Feng had accomplished it in just a short while. This struck them as utterly incredible. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was completely enraptured by the Qin sound. What others heard was the Qin sound he produced. What he heard was the swan song of a sage, the music he imagined should exist. He was oblivious to the murmurs of the outside world. Seeing that Qin Feng ignored them, everyone's expressions became incredibly complex. They were reluctant to see Guangling's San defiled by Qin Feng, yet they couldn't bear to disturb what might be the first performance of an exceptionally rare musical prodigy. However, this torment was more severe than they had imagined. Guangling's San inherently had a killing effect, and combined with Qin Feng's atrocious playing, the crowd had to use spiritual energy to shield themselves from the unbearable melody. It was only when Qin Feng stopped midway through playing the first part that everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Playing Guangling's San consumes so much divine sense. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised, feeling fatigued quickly. Moreover, he noticed that while playing he had become deeply immersed, nearly losing awareness of his surroundings, which made him very uneasy. So he stopped. An ordinary person playing for the first time would never have such an experience. But Qin Feng's divine sense was too powerful, so when he played, his comprehension of the music was deeper, leading to this situation. Young friend, is this your first time here to view the score of Guangling's San? Zhao Wuyo couldn't help asking when he saw Qin Feng stop. He had been here for hundreds of years and was almost certain that Qin Feng was a first-time visitor, but he still felt compelled to ask. Yes, it's my first time, Qin Feng nodded. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Was his musical talent not too terrifying? On his first viewing of the score of Guangling's San, he could memorize it proficiently and even play it. This was absolutely unprecedented. But Guangling's San is too profound. I feel it will take at least a month or two before I can play it through completely. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. At this, everyone present looked at each other in speechless amazement. This was Guangling's San. Legend had it that it was composed by a sage, yet Qin Feng thought he could play it proficiently in just a month or two. If anyone else had said this, they would have scoffed, but Qin Feng had already played so much of the first part on his first viewing. They were left speechless. Young friend, would you be willing to become my disciple? Zhao Wuyo then spoke. My lifespan is nearly over, and I can pass on all my lifelong insights into Guangling's San to you. These words stirred up another wave of commotion. Who was Zhao Wuyo? He was undoubtedly the foremost authority on Guangling's San in the present age. Countless people had sought to become his disciple, but never had the chance. Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I have no intention of taking a master. Qin Feng shook his head and said slowly. Seeing Qin Feng refuse, everyone present began to speak, trying to persuade him. They didn't want him to miss this opportunity. The Liu clan members in particular thought Qin Feng simply didn't understand Zhao Wuyo's musical accomplishments, so they stepped forward to introduce him. Huh. Zhao Wuyo laughed heartily upon hearing this, as expected of the greatest musical prodigy through the ages, truly free-spirited. I was a bit rash earlier. With your talent, it will probably take less than 100 years for your understanding of Guangling's San to surpass my lifelong study. There's no need for you to become my disciple. Hearing this, everyone felt a sudden realization. Given the talent Qin Feng had just displayed, he would indeed surpass Zhao Wuyo in just 100 years. For a moment, they couldn't help but feel envious. Though Qin Feng declined to become his disciple, Zhao Wuyo was not angered. Instead, he imparted to him some techniques of playing. It was not until late into the night that Qin Feng finally took his leave. Over the following days, Qin Feng still made his way to the cliffside each day to study the fragmented manuscript of Guangling's San, yet he refrained from playing there any longer. From Zhao Wuyo, he learned that his Qin playing was far from pleasing to the ear, a revelation that left him somewhat embarrassed. Moreover, he feared that losing himself too deeply in the music might court danger. Though with his current cultivation, even if he stood motionless, no one in the entire East Sea could harm him, he adhered to a single principle: caution above all else. On the back mountain of the Lu family, Qin Feng found a secluded and silent precipice where he practiced his playing from dawn till dusk and from dusk till dawn. Apart from playing the Qin Feng did not forget to perform his daily check-in. Ding. Congratulations, master, check-in successful. Reward obtained, Taiping Ling. Ding. Congratulations, master, check-in successful. Reward obtained, Shan Gui Yao. The rewards were exceedingly generous. Nearly all were long-lost melodies, though unlike Guangling San, which was composed by a sage, they were neither as profound nor as mysterious. Seeing Qin Feng's deep passion for music, Lu Qingzhu was delighted for him, and specifically instructed her clansmen not to disturb him at the back mountain. Of course, aside from not wanting anyone to bother Qin Feng, there was also the fact that the music he played was indeed unpleasing to the ear. Beneath the night sky, a bright moon hung high amid a sprinkle of stars. On an island in the East Sea, bonfires blazed everywhere, mingling with the raucous cheers of pirates feasting and drinking. This was the lair of the East Sea's foremost pirate band, the Celestial Wolf Pirates. Inside a massive cave, the Celestial Wolf, leader of the pirates, and several other chieftains with alluring women in their arms drank wine while watching over a dozen dancing maidens before them. They were reveling in pleasure. "All of you get out." Just then, several figures shrouded in cloaks strode into the cave, bellowing in fury. Everyone was startled. Yet upon seeing the cloaked figures, none dared to speak. All but the Celestial Wolf and a few key chieftains hastily fled. "Patriarch Wang, what brings you here?" The moment he recognized the figures, the Celestial Wolf sobered instantly, exclaiming in astonishment as he rushed forward with utmost deference. At that moment, the figures removed their cloaks, revealing their leader to be none other than the patriarch of the Wang family, one of the 5 great clans of the East Sea. He had long since allied with the Celestial Wolf Pirates. To be more precise, the Celestial Wolf Pirates were no more than a dog he kept. "What do you think?" the Wang patriarch snarled. "The plan has failed, and you still have the heart to drink and dally with women." "What? The plan failed?" The Celestial Wolf was stunned. "Didn't second brother kill Lu Qingzhu and go to you to report?" He had been injured recently, so the task of ambushing Lu Qingzhu had been entrusted to second brother. He assumed second brother's prolonged absence meant he had slain her and gone to report to the Wang patriarch. He did not know that second brother had been killed and that the other pirates fleeing on their ship had been overtaken by Qin Feng's wind sword intent, leaving the vessel destroyed and all aboard dead. "Report my ass," the Wang patriarch roared. "Lu Qingzhu returned to Xiun Island days ago completely unharmed. How can this be?" The Celestial Wolf was aghast. "Our plan was foolproof. How could it have failed? Last year he had salvaged from the seabed a batch of spirit arrows from warships sunk during the Demon Sealing War. They possessed immense power. Lu Qingzhu should have been doomed. Do you think I traveled all this way just to deceive you?" the Wang patriarch said coldly. No. The Celestial Wolf shook his head hastily. "I simply cannot fathom how Lu Qingzhu survived such a certain death." Hearing this doubt, the Wang patriarch also calmed down. He said icily, "An ancient vessel of the great Xia royal family happened to pass by, and a girl named Qin Zening aboard saved Lu Qingzhu. This was no secret among the Lu family's upper echelons. His spy within the Lu clan, the concubine of the 3rd elder's son, had naturally uncovered it. Hadn't the great Xia royal family ceased all dealings with the Lu family long ago?" The Celestial Wolf frowned, puzzled. "How should I know?" the Wang patriarch said gravely. The Celestial Wolf fell silent. After a moment, he ventured cautiously, "So should we still find a way to ambush Lu Qingzhu? There are still some spirit arrows left from the last salvage." "Do you think Lu Qingzhu will fall for the same trick twice?" the Wang patriarch retorted. She immediately had the clan's warships reinforced by formation masters upon her return. The Celestial Wolf was at a loss, worry creeping into his voice. "What can we do then? If Lu Qingzhu keeps growing stronger, all my men will be wiped out by her." In the past, the Wang and Lu families had been equally matched as the strongest in the East Sea. With the Wangs secretly allied with them, the Lu family and the other 3 clans could do little against them. But now, under Lu Qingzhu's leadership, the Lu family was advancing rapidly. If she remained alive, they would eventually be annihilated. This was precisely what the Wang patriarch feared. Once the Celestial Wolf Pirates were destroyed, his family would lose a vast source of wealth. What could be more lucrative than plunder? "I have a plan to wipe out the Lu family outright, but it requires you to infiltrate their estate personally." The Wang patriarch spoke with a grave expression. "What? You want me to go to the Lu family myself, to kill Lu Qingzhu?" The Celestial Wolf panicked. "Her strength may be slightly less than mine, but not by much. I couldn't kill her, and if surrounded by their other experts, I'd be the one to die." At the peak of the 1st tier of the Violet Mansion realm, killing Lu Qingzhu at the midstage of the same tier, was no simple task. If discovered and encircled by other Lu family masters, he would face certain death. When did I ever ask you to kill Lu Qingzhu? The Wang patriarch said coldly. I want you to kill Qin Feng of the Great Xia royal family. Qin Feng of the Great Xia. Why kill him? The celestial wolf asked bewildered. Don't you get it? The Great Xia royal family and the Lu family have only just reconnected. They don't fully trust each other yet. Moreover, the Lu family generally harbors strong resentment toward the Great Xia royalty, something the maids and attendants have keenly sensed. If we kill Qin Feng now, what will the Great Xia royal family think? The Wang patriarch said with a cunning gleam. Even if they don't believe the Lu family did it, they'll certainly take their anger out on them. After all, with the emperor's elder brother murdered, the Great Xia royal family will lose all face. Only by making the Lu family pay can they restore their prestige. In this way, we can achieve the greatest effect with the least effort, using a borrowed knife to wipe out the Lu family. In this way, we can achieve the greatest effect with the least effort, using a borrowed knife to wipe out the Lu family. In this way, we can achieve the greatest effect with the least effort, using a borrowed knife to wipe out the Lu family. In this way, we can achieve the greatest effect with the least effort, using a borrowed knife to wipe out the Lu family. Upon hearing the patriarch of the Wang family's plan, Tianlang's eyes lit up instantly. An excellent strategy. Tianlang couldn't help but praise. Previously, we only planned to kill Lu Qingzhu to hinder the Lu family's development, but this method can directly destroy them. He couldn't help but admire the Wang family patriarch, a ruthless man who had seized power by killing his own father. When the time comes, my people will be waiting for you inside the Lu residence. The Wang family patriarch said solemnly. Tianlang nodded, then asked with confusion, but what about that Qin Feng? Is he not protected by the Great Xia royal family's experts? Rest assured, during this trip the strongest among them is Qin Zening, the one who saved Lu Qingzhu earlier. The Wang family patriarch said coldly, and that Qin Zening spends her days wandering around Shiyun Island, never by his side. Perfect. He'll head to Shiyun Island now and find a chance to sneak in over the next few days. A cruel glint flashed in Tianlang's eyes. He held Qin Feng in utter contempt, believing that a royal member of his age would at most be at the Wheel Sea realm, an ant before his own peak first layer of the Violet Mansion realm. What's the rush? The Wang family patriarch stopped Tianlang and took out a pill from his ring. This is a concealed breath pill. I bought it at great cost. Though it has some side effects, it will almost completely conceal your aura. We must be careful not to alert that old monster of the Lu family. Over 90 years ago, Lu Qingzhu's uncle had obtained a remnant pill from the sitting ground of a powerful expert while sailing. In a short time, his cultivation soared from the 7th layer of the Wheel Sea realm to the peak of the 2nd layer of the Violet Mansion realm. He was the strongest in the entire Eastern Sea. Having returned to the Lu family half a year ago after his travels, he had to be treated with caution. All right, Tianlang nodded and stowed away the concealed breath pill. He then began discussing the specifics of infiltrating the Lu residence with the Wang family patriarch. Over the next few days, Qin Feng mostly stayed in the back mountain, occasionally visiting Zhao Wuyo to learn the art of playing the zither. However, Qin Feng discovered that he seemed somewhat tone-deaf, making his progress very slow. There was no helping it. He had been musically challenged even back on Blue Star. One evening, as the sun had just risen, its warm rays scattered across Shiyun Island, dispelling the night's chill. A pure white fox silently arrived at the cliff on the back mountain of the Lu residence. Beneath an ancient tree, she gently placed a medicinal herb that had grown for at least 400 years. With this herb, my cultivation should fully recover, the little white fox murmured to herself. Since leaving the palace last time, she had come to the Eastern Sea using the Fox clan's innate sensitivity to natural treasures to search various uninhabited islands for rare elixirs. Compared to the mainland, the treasures on these islands were rarely guarded by powerful magical beasts, as most of the truly formidable creatures in the Eastern Sea dwelt within the waters. Over these years, the little white fox's meridian injuries had fully healed, and her cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the spirit transformation realm. Since her cultivation had dropped due to injury, as long as she had the right natural treasures, her recovery was quite rapid. With this 400-year-old herb, barring any mishaps, she would be able to restore her cultivation to its peak, the 5th layer of the Violet Mansion realm. You despicable scoundrel. Once my cultivation is restored, I won't let you off. The little white fox glared toward the direction of the Great Xia dynasty, snarling. He'll make you kneel before me and obediently call me master. With that thought, she promptly swallowed the herb. In an instant, its immense medicinal power surged into her body. The little white fox remained calm, focusing her mind to guide the medicinal energy into her meridians, transforming it into spiritual energy to elevate her cultivation. Progress went smoothly, but just then a sudden anomaly occurred. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. It was utterly abrupt, for the sky was perfectly clear. Moreover, that lightning was clearly different from ordinary thunder, containing traces of the laws of the Tao, striking awe into the heart. Someone was about to undergo tribulation. This was heaven's advance omen. Damn it! The little white fox who had been guiding the medicinal energy into her meridians was jolted by the thunderclap. In that instant, she lost control of the overwhelming medicinal power, causing it to run rampant and surge chaotically within her body. The little white fox struggled desperately to redirect the medicinal energy back into her meridians, but it was too late. The power was too immense, crashing through her body from all directions, threatening to tear her apart. She felt utterly wretched. After all her effort to obtain a 400-year-old herb and a chance to restore her cultivation, it was ruined by a divine thunderbolt. Rumble. A look of resolve flickered in the little white fox's eyes as a crimson light radiated from within her. Though she was loath to do so, she had no choice but to use her remaining bloodline power to seal away the medicinal energy. Otherwise, she would surely die. As the crimson light emanated from her body, the rampaging medicinal force was gradually sealed. However, having exhausted all her bloodline power, the little white fox became extremely weak, listless, and without even the strength to move, drifting into drowsiness. No, I can't fall asleep. If I do, I might never wake up. The little white fox struggled to rise. She was now utterly feeble and desperately needed an influx of rich spiritual energy, otherwise she would surely wither away here. Yet try as she might, every time she stood, she collapsed again. In the end, she could not move at all. As time passed, dusk had already fallen. The little white fox grew increasingly weary, her eyes barely able to stay open. At this moment, she desperately yearned for that milky white liquid. If only she had some of that substance to replenish herself, she would surely survive. Yet a helpless, bitter smile crossed her heart. That despicable scoundrel was far away in the great Xia Imperial Mausoleum. How could he possibly appear here? However, just then Qin Feng, who had just returned from Zhao Wuyo's place, noticed the little white fox beneath the ancient tree, a look of confusion on his face. "Why are you here too?" Qin Feng asked, puzzled. The little white fox, upon hearing this, struggled to open her eyes, momentarily stunned. But thinking it was merely a hallucination, she slowly closed them again. Yet in the next instant, a surge of vast spiritual energy forced the little white fox to open her eyes once more, staring at Qin Feng in shock. Such fragrance. She realized it was no illusion, for in Qin Feng's hand was a small bottle containing that milky white liquid. It exuded an intensely rich spiritual energy and aroma, awakening memories from her past. "Can you eat on your own?" Qin Feng placed a bottle of Earth Spirit Bell milk before the little white fox. But despite 2 attempts, the little white fox could not move. Her earlier struggles had drained the last of her strength. Seeing this, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. He dipped his finger into the small bottle, coating it with some Earth Spirit Bell milk, and extended it to the little white fox. "Eat this, it will heal your injuries." Hearing this, the little fox struggled to open her mouth. This action struck the oblivious Qin Feng as somewhat odd, but thinking that the little white fox was just a fox, not some stunning beauty, he dismissed the thought. After swallowing the Earth Spirit Bell milk, the little white fox was immediately enraptured by the exceedingly pure spiritual energy, letting out a pleased sound. "Swallow it and don't let it spill," Qin Feng reminded her. Gulp. The little white fox obediently consumed the Earth Spirit Bell milk, instantly feeling an incredibly pure surge of spiritual energy flowing into her body, permeating every limb and bone. That overwhelming fatigue vanished, completely replaced by a sublime comfort that made her feel as though she were floating. It was like a parched desert finally receiving a flowing spring. When this pleasure and comfort reached its peak, the little white fox couldn't help but emit a soft sound, her entire body trembling slightly. After a moment, she returned to normal. Her condition had improved greatly, but she had not yet fully recovered. "I happen to need a listener. You've come just in time. From now on, stay here and listen to me play the qin." With that, Qin Feng picked up the little white fox and brought her to a nearby cliff. Although the little white fox disliked being carried like a pet, she restrained herself, remembering that Qin Feng had just saved her. "This fellow can actually play the qin," the little white fox murmured to herself. "I wonder if his playing is any good and how it compares to Zhao Wuyo's." It was not her first visit to the Lu estate. She had been to the cliff engraved with Mount Guangling and naturally knew of Zhao Wuyo. As these thoughts crossed the little white fox's mind, Qin Feng had already placed her on a stone beside the cliff. He himself sat cross-legged on another stone, took out the green jade ancient qin, and slowly began to pluck its strings. Ding-dong. As the qin's notes rang out, the little white fox on the stone jolted. What in the world? Was this someone playing the qin? Or was it a death knell? It was absolutely dreadful. The little white fox was utterly dumbfounded. She had only consumed a few drops of that milky white liquid. What crime had she committed to deserve such punishment? Ding-dong. Just as the little white fox was startled by the qin's sound, the notes continued, making her question her very existence as a fox. She rose from the stone and turned to flee. Is it really that terrible? Seeing the little white fox about to leave, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. The little white fox longed to turn around and say yes, but she had not yet transformed and could not utter a word. Seeing the little white fox determined to leave, Qin Feng shook his head in resignation and had to uncork the bottle of Earth Spirit Bell milk again, placing it on a nearby stone. Catching the scent, the little white fox immediately halted her retreat. She couldn't help but look back at the small jade bottle. The milky white liquid inside was simply too delicious. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately turned back, choosing to compromise. In the days that followed, the little white fox was forced to listen to Qin Feng play Guangling San. However, there was a silver lining for her. The medicinal power sealed within her body was slowly seeping out, entering her meridians and nourishing her form, causing her to spend most of her time in a slumber. Thus, she didn't have to endure Qin Feng's Qin playing constantly. During these days, the wandering Qin Zening visited once, urging Qin Feng to go out and explore, insisting that Cloud Creek Island was far more interesting than the Imperial City. But seeing his lack of interest, she didn't press further. Lu Qingzhu, on the other hand, hadn't sought Qin Feng out at all, busy with her affairs. According to Qin Zening, she seemed intent on suppressing news of the heavenly thunder that had appeared that day. In truth, Qin Feng was also somewhat surprised by the sudden appearance of that heavenly thunder. Under normal circumstances, cultivators below the martial domain realm did not undergo tribulation when their cultivation base advanced, and there were clearly no martial domain realm experts on Cloud Creek Island. He couldn't fathom who was undergoing the tribulation, but he was too lazy to inquire and paid it no mind. He continued playing his Guangling San. One late night, a distant figure stealthily infiltrated the Lu estate. Inside, a woman in red was already waiting to receive the heavenly wolf. She was the concubine of the third elder's son in the Lu family, an agent planted by the Wang family patriarch. Qin Zening has gone out to sea for fun. Oh, she's not by Qin Feng's side. Tonight is the perfect opportunity to strike. The woman in red whispered to the heavenly wolf. Where is he now? Take me there. The heavenly wolf said in a low voice. The woman in red nodded, and then led the heavenly wolf quietly toward the rear mountain peak, where Qin Feng was. Before long, the two had arrived at the foot of the Lu estate's rear mountain. He's on that cliff up there, the woman in red said, pointing to the cliff atop the peak. The heavenly wolf looked up and could vaguely make out a figure sitting by the cliff. No cultivation base at all. Using his powerful divine sense to probe, the heavenly wolf discovered that Qin Feng's body bore no trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. What? He has no cultivation at all? The woman in red exclaimed in surprise. She had never had the chance to approach Qin Feng, so she hadn't been able to probe him. Had she known this, she would have struck directly and killed Qin Feng without waiting for Tianlang. After all, she was already at the second level of the spirit transformation realm. What a fool. No cultivation and not even a strong protector by his side. If not you, then who else deserves to die? Tianlang sneered coldly. With that, he prepared to ascend the cliff and finish Qin Feng. Ding dong. However, at that moment, a melody of zither suddenly sounded. The unexpected notes startled Tianlang. What's happening? Tianlang halted in suspicion. It's nothing, that fellow is just practicing Guangling San, the woman in red said dismissively. With such skill he dares to play Guangling San. Tianlang sneered upon hearing this. Truly a fool, unaware of his own ignorance. Though he was not versed in the art of music, he had heard of the famed Guangling San. He felt that Qin Feng's technique was utterly unworthy of such a masterpiece. However, as the zither melody continued to resonate, both Tianlang and the woman in red suddenly turned pale. What's wrong? The spiritual energy inside me is out of control, the woman in red exclaimed in terror. Not only she but Tianlang experienced the same phenomenon, his expression shifting dramatically. Violent spiritual energy rampaged within their bodies, surging relentlessly, causing excruciating pain in their meridians. The zither music? Qin Feng is using it to control our spiritual energy. Tianlang cried out in shock. As a cultivator of the Zifu realm, he quickly realized the anomaly in the melody that was disrupting his internal energy. How can this be? That Qin Feng's zither playing is so crude and unpleasant. How could it possess such formidable power to manipulate our spiritual energy through sound? The woman in red said incredulously. Damn it! How should I know? Tianlang roared in fury. Overwhelmed with terror, he desperately circulated his cultivation technique, trying to suppress the chaotic energy raging within him. But his efforts were utterly futile. Spare me, senior. Spare me. Driven by sheer dread, Tianlang fell to his knees, begging Qin Feng for mercy. The woman in red also hastily knelt, pleading for forgiveness. They both begged Qin Feng to let them go. Yet Qin Feng paid them no heed. In mere moments, Tianlang and the woman were torn to shreds by their own spiritual energy. Blood and flesh scattered everywhere. Silence returned to the place as if nothing had ever occurred. At the cliff's edge atop the peak, Qin Feng continued playing his guangling sand, though the killing intent within the melody had diminished slightly. At noon the next day, Qin Feng was strumming his zither, while the little white fox beside him slept peacefully, releasing strands of medicinal energy into his meridians. Whoosh! In the distance a figure flew over swiftly. It was Lu Qingzhu, her face etched with worry. Landing on the cliff, she immediately asked Qin Feng anxiously, "Qin Feng, did you encounter any danger last night?" "Danger? What danger?" Qin Feng asked, puzzled. Last night a cultivator at the peak of the first level of the Zifu realm had indeed come to kill him, but with just a single note from his zither, he had annihilated the man. There was no danger at all. "It's good that you're safe," Lu Qingzhu said, exhaling with relief. "Last night some pirates sneaked into this area and died at the foot of the mountain. I thought they might have been after you." Earlier, someone who had gone to the cliff to study Guangling Sen passed by and discovered Tianlang's corpse at the mountain base. She rushed over upon hearing the news and only relaxed after seeing Qin Feng unharmed. "I'm sorry to have worried you, Aunt," Qin Feng said with a smile. "As long as you're fine, that's all that matters," Lu Qingzhu murmured. After giving Qin Feng a few more instructions, she left to investigate Tianlang's motives and who had killed him. She also arranged for powerful guards to secretly protect Qin Feng. As for Qin Feng, he remained utterly indifferent. He cared not for Tianlang's purpose, he only wished to quietly play his zither here. The previous day's killing with a single zither note had already given him a taste for this sensation. The Wang family's estate on the island was also built with lavish splendor. In the grand meeting hall, the Wang family patriarch and numerous elders had gathered. "Patriarch, the information is almost certain. Lu Qingzhu's uncle Lu Ting obtained a pill that can extend life by 100 years during his last sea voyage. The thunderclaps witnessed by passing merchant ships a few days ago were the omen of Lu Ting's impending tribulation of life and death," the Wang family's great elder stated gravely. "Under normal circumstances, cultivators below the martial domain realm do not undergo tribulations. But for those whose lifespan is nearly depleted, a sudden significant extension of life necessitates the tribulation of life and death. Only by surviving it can one continue to live. That old relic Lu Ting really found a longevity pill." At these words, the faces of the Wang family elders darkened. Lu Ting, at the peak of the second level of the Zifu realm, dominated the entire Eastern Sea. As long as he lived, coupled with Lu Qingzhu's talents, no one could hinder the Lu family's rise. Many had been waiting for Lu Ting to die, and the Wang family was no exception. Now that Lu Ting had obtained a means to extend his life, it was disastrous news for them. Lu Qingzhu is keeping this secret precisely to prevent anyone from ambushing Lu Ting during his tribulation. "Should we?" the great elder said slowly, his voice low. Hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to the Wang family patriarch. "Why take such a big risk?" the patriarch sneered. "I have already sent Tianlang to kill Qin Feng and frame the Lu family. When the Great Xia Imperial Court sends troops or experts, a mere peak-level Zifu realm cultivator like Lu Ting won't be able to save the Lu family." His scheme was utterly vicious. He had instructed Tianlang, after killing Qin Feng, to also push the third elder's son's concubine off the cliff. This would create the illusion that Qin Feng had tried to assault the concubine and was accidentally killed in self-defense. Then, whether for revenge or to cover up the scandal, the Great Xia royal family would surely send forces against the Lu family. The patriarch already had another plan in place. The great elder was taken aback. He had just learned of this. The other elders also showed surprise. "To ensure the plan's success, I did not consult with you all beforehand," the patriarch said coolly. Having seized power by killing his father, he knew some in the family still didn't accept him. He wanted to prove himself. Using the Great Xia royal family to destroy the Lu family. What a flawless move. "It's fortunate we had this perfect plan in place, or we'd be scrambling to stop old Lu Ting from undergoing his tribulation now." Indeed. The Wang family elders showered him with praise, their hearts filled with admiration, convinced it was an infallible strategy. The patriarch looked on with an air of arrogance. In his view, the plan was flawless, and he was merely awaiting good news from Tianlang. Just then, however, his trusted confidant rushed into the hall, looking extremely anxious. A silent third update begging only for a free gift. Boo-hoo. A silent third update begging only for a free gift. Boo-hoo. The trusted aide rushed into the council hall, panting heavily. All eyes were suddenly fixed on him. What is the matter? Has the news already reached the Daxia Empire so quickly? Have they sent powerful individuals to the Lu family? The head of the Wang family asked casually. In his view, at this point, Qin Feng had long been killed. The reason his aide was so agitated must be that something even more shocking than Qin Feng's death had occurred. "No. No." The aide gasped. "It is the Tianlang who has been killed." "What did you say?" The head of the Wang family, who had initially appeared unconcerned, suddenly changed his expression drastically, saying, "The Tianlang has been killed." "How is that possible?" "Absolutely true. The aide confirmed, after the Tianlang was killed, he was discovered by someone who went to observe the Guangling San, and now news of it has spread throughout the entire East Sea. How could this happen? The head of the Wang family looked grim, filled with disbelief, and said the Tianlang's plan to infiltrate the Lu family was foolproof. Did he make some mistake while killing Qin Feng and was discovered by a strong member of the Lu family? He found it impossible. The Tianlang was at the peak of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Killing Qin Feng should have been as easy as pie. How could he have been discovered by others during the process of killing him? It seems the Tianlang didn't even get to see Qin Feng before he was killed, the aide said. The Lu family has no idea about the Tianlang's intentions, and now Lu Qingzhu is urgently investigating. He was killed before even seeing Qin Feng. The head of the Wang family was even more confused, not understanding what exactly was going on. This is all we can find out for now, the aide said helplessly. The council hall fell into silence, each face looking rather grim. They had initially thought the head of the family's plan was foolproof and were prepared to sit back and watch the Daxia royal family eliminate the Lu family, but they never expected to fail so completely. Not only was the Tianlang dead, but Qin Feng was also unharmed. There was even a possibility that it would be exposed that the Wang family was secretly behind it. What should we do now? The elder of the Wang family said in a deep voice, the plan to kill with a borrowed knife has failed, and Lu Ting is about to undergo a life-and-death tribulation. If he succeeds in transcending the tribulation, no one will be able to stop the Lu family's development. Moreover, if Lu Qingzhu investigates and finds out that we were the ones behind the Tianlang, then the Wang family will be finished. We absolutely cannot allow Lu Ting to succeed in transcending the tribulation. The head of the Wang family clenched his fists, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes, and said, contact the other 3 major families to jointly obstruct Lu Ting's tribulation. Hearing him say this, the elders of the Wang family nodded in agreement. Among the 5 major families of the EC aside from the Lu family, no one wished to see Lu Ting live for another 100 years. When transcending the tribulation, Lu Ting would be at his most vulnerable. This was their best opportunity. Then the head of the Wang family left the council hall to personally visit the other major families. The news that Lu Ting was about to undergo a life-and-death tribulation quickly spread throughout the East Sea. Those who learned of this news were quite shocked. Lu Ting's luck is too good. He actually obtained a spirit pill that extends life by 100 years. The president of a merchant association said with a hint of envy in his eyes. It should be noted that pills that extend life by 100 years are extremely rare. Not a single one can be found in the entire Kanglan domain. Who would have thought that Lu Ting would be so fortunate as to obtain one? If it weren't for the fact that Lu Ting has already consumed the pill, I would risk everything to snatch it from him. An early-stage Purple Mansion realm cultivator who had been hidden away for many years and was nearing the end of his lifespan said with deep jealousy. Even if there was almost no chance of success, it would still be better than waiting to die. Unfortunately, Lu Ting had already consumed the pill and was about to transcend the tribulation. Undoubtedly, because Lu Ting was about to transcend the tribulation, the entire Lu family became the center of attention in the East Sea, with various spies being placed near Shiyun Island. Lu Qingzhu, who learned that the news had leaked, was angry, but also helpless. The divine thunder from that day had been seen by too many people, making it hard to conceal. Thus, Lu Qingzhu attributed the reason for the Tianlang infiltrating the Lu family to the fact that the Tianlang intended to harm her uncle Lu Ting. Master, the entire East Sea is currently in turmoil. According to reliable news, the powerful individuals from the several major families who had been in closed-door cultivation for many years have quietly emerged from their seclusion. The elder of the Lu family said slowly, a storm is brewing. Lu Qingzhu could not help but say, the people from the other major families will definitely not want to see my uncle succeed in transcending the tribulation. She felt quite depressed. Although the strongest among the various families was only at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm, if they acted while Lu Ting was transcending the tribulation, then Lu Ting would be in danger. What should we do? The elder of the Lu family asked worriedly. You should visit the other 4 major families first. Lu Qingzhu, however, did not panic, saying slowly, test their intentions. If necessary, we can promise them some conditions in exchange for their non-interference in this matter. After all, she was quite capable of governance and knew what to sacrifice and what to preserve at such times. All right, the elder of the Lu family nodded. He then left to personally visit the various families. Lu Qingzhu then instructed the other elders to arrange the family cultivators gathered from various places, ensuring they were prepared for defense on the day Lu Ting transcended the tribulation. After finishing everything, Lu Qingzhu hesitated for a moment and went to the cliff in the back mountain. Qin Feng and Qin Zining were both at the cliff. Looking at the sleeping fox on the stone, Qin Zining was quite fond of it. So soft, so warm. She gently stroked the little white fox, unable to contain her astonishment. Whether it was the soft and shiny fur of the little white fox or its delicate boneless body, she found it utterly irresistible. What a description! Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. He wondered if it was him who was being odd, or if it was this little girl who was strange. Uncle, why is it not moving at all? Is it asleep? Shh. Qin Zining gently picked up the little white fox, but found it completely unresponsive. If it weren't for its warmth and heartbeat, she would have thought the little white fox had no life in it. It should have consumed some ancient medicine, and the medicinal effect within its body needs a long time to be slowly depleted, Qin Feng said lightly. He had already used his divine eye to observe and knew exactly what that ancient medicine was. However, he did not explain it too clearly to Qin Zining. I see. Qin Zining nodded, and then gently placed the little white fox back on the stone it had been on earlier, worrying that holding it might affect its absorption of the medicinal effect. At that moment, a figure flew in from a distance, and it was Lu Qingzhu. Both of you are here. Perfect. Seeing Qin Feng and Qin Zining, Lu Qingzhu said with a light chuckle. And do you have something to discuss with us? Qin Feng asked, puzzled. Yes. Lu Qingzhu nodded, then her expression turned grave. I'm afraid you two will have to leave Shiyun Island ahead of schedule. Why? Qin Feng asked, confused. Has something happened to the Lu family? Lu Qingzhu nodded, making no attempt to conceal the truth. She recounted the recent events and what might soon unfold to Qin Feng and Qin Zining. This time the other major families are likely to sever all ties with the Lu family openly. Lu Qingzhu said gravely. If Uncle succeeds in his tribulation transcendence, all will be well, otherwise the Lu family will be in grave danger. For your safety, it's best you leave Shiyun Island. Since the rift was already exposed once her uncle Lu Ting failed his tribulation, the other families would surely press their advantage. She did not want Qin Feng and Qin Zining to be caught in the turmoil. Hearing Lu Qingzhu's words, Qin Zining's face grew somber. Anne has treated us so well during our stay. Wouldn't it be cowardly to flee now? Qin Feng said slowly. Besides, the families and merchant guilds across the Eastern Sea would mock us for it. He had no intention of leaving. First, Lu Qingzhu had indeed been kind to them, treating them like her own kin. Second, during his days on Shiyun Island, aside from signing in for musical scores, he had also obtained many manuscripts from masters of the musical path, which had deeply inspired him. After integrating them, his skill in playing had soared to new heights. He wished to continue signing in here for a while longer. That's right, we can't just run away. Qin Zining also spoke up. With my cultivation at the peak of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, I can lend a hand here. During her time here, she had grown quite fond of the place. But it's too dangerous, Lu Qingzhu said worriedly. These were her sister's son and granddaughter. She could not bear to see them in harm's way. If anything happened to them, she would have no face to meet her sister even in death. They're just a rabble. How dangerous can they be? Qin Feng said dismissively. Lu Qingzhu wanted to argue further, but Qin Zining insisted on staying her tone resolute. Seeing that both Qin Feng and Qin Zining were determined to remain, Lu Qingzhu could only nod in reluctant agreement. She reasoned that even if the other families stormed the Lu estate, they would not dare to openly harm Qin Feng and Qin Zining, given their identities. You may stay, but if danger arises, you must hide and never intervene, Lu Qingzhu said slowly. Knowing that Qin Feng had little cultivation, she emphasized her warning to Qin Zining, unwilling to see her get hurt while trying to help. Rest assured, and I'll keep an eye on Zining and keep her out of harm's way, Qin Feng said with a smile. Only then did Lu Qingzhu nod. After a few more instructions, she took her leave. There were still many clan affairs awaiting her attention. As the rumored date of Lu Ting's life and death tribulation drew nearer, the Eastern Sea fell into an eerie calm. Yet everyone knew this was the stillness before the storm. The entire Eastern Sea was tense, with all eyes fixed on Shiyun Island. One afternoon, a white-haired, kindly-faced old man emerged from Shiyun Island and slowly walked to a stretch of sea 50 miles away. He stood there gazing silently at the sky. What must come will come, Lu Ting murmured to himself. In this life, he had wandered freely, enjoying himself with little dedication to martial arts. Even if he died today, he would have no regrets. The only force driving him to endure the tribulation was his concern for the Lu family. Had he known that the miraculous pill would grant him a century of life only at the cost of facing the life and death thunder tribulation, he would never have returned to the Lu family, nor would he have taken it. But alas, the arrow had already left the bow. Rumble. Before long, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Within the churning clouds, streaks of silver lightning flashed. The oppressive aura of the Tao was suffocating, instilling a profound sense of dread. The thunder tribulation. It's here. Exclamations rang out as the sky darkened with clouds and rolling thunder. Countless figures soared into the air, watching the thunder from afar, awed by the terrifying pressure of the Tao. They had heard of the legendary tribulation's horror, but witnessing it firsthand was beyond imagination. Meanwhile, over a dozen figures exuding formidable auras also stood at a distance, watching intently. They were from the other four major families. Among them were ancient recluses who had just emerged from seclusion, as well as clan heads and elders. The weakest were at the mid-first level of the Purple Mansion realm, while the strongest had reached the early second level. Looking at that terrifying sea of thunder, it seems even without our intervention, Lu Ting has little chance of survival, remarked the head of the Qin family with a hint of schadenfreude. The ferocity of this thunder sea exceeds my expectations, said the Wang family head coldly. But since we're all here, let's wait. If Lu Ting shows signs of surviving the tribulation, we'll give him a send-off. Today Lu Ting is doomed. No one can save him, the Su family head said flatly, breaking his silence. At these words the others nodded. If they were to face him head-on, even their combined strength would not match Lu Ting's. But attacking him from outside the thunder sea while he was enduring the tribulation would be effortless. Crack! At that moment a thunderous roar shook heaven and earth. Silver lightning like serpents streaked down from the sky. Below, Lu Ting's face was grim as his hands swiftly formed an intricate seal. An astonishing surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, sweeping across the surroundings. As the seal was completed, an earthen yellow barrier materialized above him. This barrier was a formidable defensive technique, its surface covered in flowing earthen yellow runes that radiated a powerful aura. Boom! In an instant, the first bolt of lightning struck the barrier, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy. The deafening roar sent tremors through the hearts of the onlookers. They felt the sheer horror of the thunder. Lu Ting withstood the first bolt without too much difficulty. But then, crack! Another thunderous peal erupted. This time it was not a single bolt, but hundreds of silver serpents hurtling down from the sky, intent on tearing Lu Ting apart. Boom! 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 Hundreds of bolts of lightning crashed down upon the barrier Lu Ting had conjured, completely engulfing it, as even more terrifying energy ripples erupted outward. They swept across the surroundings. Lu Ting was already advanced in years, appearing frail enough to be toppled by a gust of wind, yet facing such dreadful lightning, he stood firm and unyielding. Crack! However, the heavenly tribulation was far from over. Vast swaths of celestial thunder in the sky cascaded down once more. Each wave was stronger than the last. Rumble! Lu Ting's expression turned grim as he swiftly channeled all the spiritual energy within his body into the barrier to resist the descending heavenly thunder. Violent energy fluctuations erupted continuously. He stood like an ancient pine rooted in the cliffside, steadfastly weathering the relentless thunderbolts without wavering. Hiss! Such terrifying thunder, yet Lu Ting can actually withstand it. Watching this scene, the many cultivators observing from afar couldn't help but marvel. When the sea of lightning appeared, they had thought Lu Ting would not last long and would be reduced to ashes, but they realized they had underestimated his strength. Relying on his astonishing defensive martial art, he managed to endure the fearsome thunder falling from the sky. Whoosh! 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 Just then from the distant sky a volley of arrows burst forth, carrying spiritual energy fluctuations as they shot toward this direction, targeting Lu Ting, who was undergoing his tribulation. The patriarch of the Wang family could no longer sit idly by and ordered the Sky Wolf pirates to act. These spirit arrows salvaged by the Sky Wolf from their seabed warships were immensely powerful. Hush! The many cultivators watching from afar erupted in murmurs. Though they had anticipated someone would attack Lu Ting during his tribulation, they hadn't expected it to happen so soon. And to use such rare spirit arrows right from the start. It seemed their intent was to ensure Lu Ting's death. A band of pirates. Even with Sky Wolf dead, you dare to act so brazenly here. At that moment, a sharp cry rang out from within the Lu estate. Lu Qingzhu soared into the air, having long been prepared. In her hand, her heavy sword blazed with fiery red spiritual energy, as if engulfed in flames, radiating an intensely scorching aura. Whoosh! Lu Qingzhu swung her sword, unleashing a blade of light, like a raging inferno that swept toward the arrows, carrying with its searing heat and formidable might. Under Lu Ting's guidance, she had now reached the peak of the first layer of the Zifu realm, and this martial art in her hands was far more powerful than before. Rumble! Those spirit arrows collided with the scorching flames and exploded, turning into a mass of burning broken shafts that fell toward the sea below. The Sky Wolf pirates who had loosed the arrows from afar were also decimated by the shockwave, reduced to a mist of blood. Lu Qingzhu's heroic and graceful bearing captivated many cultivators. Clap! 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 Suddenly applause rang out. The patriarch of the Wang family said with a smile, truly worthy of Lu Qingzhu. In such a short time you've broken through again, reaching the peak of the first layer of the Zifu realm. I am truly impressed. He strode through the air, and in a few steps he had arrived about 100 zhang from Lu Qingzhu. By his side were the patriarchs and experts from several other families, over a dozen figures in total. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Qingzhu's expression turned cold. I never imagined that your Wang family would now collude with the Sky Wolf pirates. She had harbored suspicions during her investigations a few days ago. But seeing the Sky Wolf pirates obeying the Wang Patriarch's orders just now finally confirmed it. Matters of my Wang family are none of your concern. The Wang Patriarch snorted coldly. You'd better worry about the future of the Lu family after that old man Lu Ting fails his tribulation. As he spoke, he released an astonishing surge of spiritual energy from his body, making no effort to conceal his purpose. Not only the Wang Patriarch, but the other dozen or so experts also revealed their formidable cultivation levels. A full 10 of them had reached the first layer of the Zifu realm. The rest were at the peak of the 9th layer of the Luanhai realm. The many cultivators of the East Sea watching from afar turned pale, feeling immense pressure, and retreated even further. Do you insist on obstructing my uncle's tribulation? Lu Qingzu's face darkened. Aren't you afraid of the consequences if he succeeds? As she spoke, over a dozen figures flew out from the Lu estate. Aside from some at the 9th layer of the Luanhai realm, there were fully 5 at the mid and peak stages of the first layer of the Zifu realm. The Lu family was already powerful, and with Lu Qingzhu spending a fortune to recruit some rogue cultivators recently, they had formed a formidable and imposing force. All stood on high alert. Lu Qingzhu, are you speaking in your sleep? The Wang Patriarch laughed heartily, his eyes filled with mockery. With the combined strength of our 4 families' experts today, if we can't even kill Lu Ting while he's undergoing his tribulation, we might as well go find a piece of tofu and smash ourselves to death. The experts from the other families also burst into laughter dripping with scorn and derision. Even the many cultivators of the East Sea watching shook their heads, secretly believing that with so many experts from the 4 families gathered, no one could stop them from assassinating Lu Ting during his tribulation. Whoosh! At that moment, someone made a move using a formidable movement technique to bypass Lu Qingzhu and head straight for Lu Ting within the Sea of Lightning. Stop him! Lu Qingzhu shouted sharply. Immediately, a Lu family expert moved to intercept the attacker, and the two clashed in fierce combat. The other experts from the 4 families also sprang into action, their bodies wreathed in powerful spiritual energy as they transformed into streaks of light streaking toward the Sea of Lightning. They had no intention of entering the Lightning Sea. Instead, they planned to attack Lu Ting from its periphery while he endured his tribulation. Lu Qingzhu and the other Lu experts rushed forward to block them. Boom, boom, boom. Intense battle erupted instantly. The collision of spiritual energy created dazzling flashes of light in the sky, inspiring awe. The Luanhai realm 9th layer cultivators on both sides fought to a standoff. Yet it was clear that the 6 Zifu realm experts of the Lu family were at a distinct disadvantage against the 10 Zifu realm experts of the 4 families. When cultivation levels are similar, numbers determine the outcome. Damn it! Lu Qingzhu, facing 2 cultivators at the peak of the first layer of the Zifu realm alone, was forced into a steady retreat, her expression grim. If this continued, they would be unable to hold back the Wang Patriarch and his group. Just then something worse happened. An even more terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Rumble. The old ancestor of the Qin family, who had remained still until now, prepared to act. At the early stage of the second layer of the Zifu realm, his dreadful aura far surpassed that of Lu Qingzhu and the others. No one had the strength left to stop him, and no one could. In a few steps, he reached the edge of the Lightning Sea, staring coldly at Lu Ting as he underwent his tribulation. Brother Lu, do not blame me for being ruthless. Today you must die, the Qin ancestor said coldly. As he spoke, terrifying waves of spiritual energy surged in his hands. 2 whirlwinds condensed in his palms, howling with a fearsome roar. Trouble. Lu Qingzu's expression shifted as she attempted to intercept the Qin family's ancestor. Yet before she could extricate herself, she was suppressed by 2 formidable experts at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Hush! The Qin family ancestor struck the twin whirlwinds in his hands, surging toward Lu Ting amidst the thunderous sea. They expanded rapidly in the blink of an eye, resembling 2 colossal tornadoes. The entire world echoed with wailing cries. Witnessing this, Lu Ting, who was desperately resisting the tribulation lightning, paled, knowing he had no strength left to defend. Is Lu Ting about to die? Many cultivators from the Eastern Sea who had arrived upon hearing the news could not help but murmur. In their eyes, the Lu family had no remaining strong enough to stop the Qin family's ancestor. Great River Sword Intent. At that moment, a crisp shout rang out. Qin Zining, who had been held back by Lu Qingzhu and forbidden to appear, finally made her move. Her surging sword intent, like a mighty river, charged toward the 2 tornadoes, rumbling thunderously in its wake. All the cultivators who witnessed this were astounded, having never seen such fearsome and pure sword intent. Boom! In an instant, the river-like sword intent collided with the 2 tornadoes, unleashing an even more astonishing burst of energy. Shattered sword intent and gales swept in all directions. Impossible. Gazing at the crumbling tornadoes, the Qin family ancestor looked at Qin Zining in astonishment. You are merely at the peak of the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. How could you cleave through the gales I conjured with a single strike? He was at the early stage of the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, and by all logic, should have completely overwhelmed Qin Zining. Not only the Qin family ancestor, but also the Wang family head and others were baffled, including Lu Qingzhu. They had long known that Qin Zining possessed astonishing cultivation at a young age, yet they never imagined she had grown strong enough to fight above her level. To borrow a phrase from my imperial uncle, nothing in this world is impossible, Qin Zining stated coldly. Whenever she had doubts about martial arts, she often heard Qin Feng say this, and she had silently committed it to memory. Huh, what nonsense about an imperial uncle. The Qin family ancestor laughed heartily. I tell you, if I want to kill Lu Ting today, you cannot stop me. As he spoke, he flourished his sleeve, and a damaged small cauldron descended toward Qin Zining, instantly appearing above her head. Though the cauldron was rusted and mottled, it exuded a terrifying pressure that rendered Qin Zining almost powerless, her face turning pale. What kind of secret treasure is this? Qin Zining was horrified to find that the spiritual energy within her body was nearly ceasing to flow under this pressure. Moreover, she was completely immobilized. The Qin family ancestor sneered, ignoring her, and prepared to strike at Lu Ting again within the thunderous sea. On the cliff, Qin Feng glanced at the still slumbering little white fox, somewhat speechless. The fierce battle outside had not even stirred it awake. It seemed he would need to give the little white fox special attention later, helping it dissolve the medicinal power within its body. With this thought, Qin Feng strode forward, covering hundreds of zhang in a single step, heading toward the stone wall inscribed with Guangling melody. The vast distance was crossed in mere breaths. Everyone else had gone to watch the battle in the sky, leaving only Zhao Wuyo, who was on the verge of passing away. Qin Feng quietly sat cross-legged on a rock and took out the azure jade ancient zither. Young friend, you haven't left yet. Zhao Wuyo was surprised to see him. You should go quickly. Lu Ting's tribulation is about to fail. It's too dangerous here. He hadn't seen Qin Feng in days, and assumed Lu Qingzhu had already sent him away. Seeing him still here, he worried for this future musical prodigy. Senior, your greatest wish in life has been to hear the complete Guangling melody. Now that you are nearing the end, in gratitude for your teachings, I have come to play the full piece for you, Qin Feng said calmly. As he spoke, his fingers moved to pluck the strings. The complete Guangling melody. Zhao Wuyo was stunned, then could not help but smile bitterly. For so many years, no one has been able to restore the entire Guangling melody. How could you play it in full? But Qin Feng offered no explanation, gently strumming the strings. Ding-dong. The music arose beautiful and melodious like flowing water from high mountains. Upon hearing the music, Zhao Wuyo's expression changed entirely. With his profound mastery of melody, he realized that Qin Feng's understanding of Guangling melody far surpassed his own. He could not believe that this very person, not long ago utterly ignorant of music and clumsy in technique, had now reached such a terrifying level. Yet despite his astonishment, Zhao Wuyo remained silent, for he only wished to quietly listen to the Guangling melody flowing from Qin Feng's hands. He even began to believe that today he might hear the complete Guangling melody from Qin Feng. In the distant sky, the Qin family ancestor had conjured an even larger tornado howling toward Lu Ting amid the tribulation, lightning its might more fearsome than before. Uncle, be careful, Lu Qingzhu shouted urgently. She was unable to free herself, and could only warn Lu Ting, her eyes filled with guilt at her powerlessness, as both family head and kin. Lu Ting is finally doomed. Witnessing this, the Wang family head and others sneered, their eyes gleaming with cruelty and delight. The several families had already openly broken ties with the Lu family. Even after obstructing Lu Ting's tribulation today, they would not stop there. They would certainly go further and carve up the Lu family. Even Lu Ting, seeing the approaching tornado, wore a bitter expression, convinced he was doomed. He was desperately resisting the divine thunder from the sky with no remaining strength. Ding-dong. But at that moment, a sound of the zither rang out across heaven and earth, like celestial music, clearly reaching every ear. Everyone was awestruck, feeling that this divine music was like a heavenly melody that should not exist in the mortal world. Boom. In that instant, the tornado that had entered the tribulation's range and was charging to kill Lu Ting shattered under the power of the zither music. Countless gales dissipated into the air as if they had never existed. What? What is happening? Hearing this celestial music and seeing the instantly shattered tornado, everyone was utterly incredulous, stunned into silence. Hearing this celestial music and seeing the instantly shattered tornado, everyone was utterly incredulous, stunned into silence. Hearing this celestial music and seeing the instantly shattered tornado, everyone was utterly incredulous, stunned into silence. Hearing this celestial music and seeing the instantly shattered tornado, everyone was utterly incredulous, stunned into silence. Hearing this celestial music and seeing the instantly shattered tornado, everyone was utterly incredulous, stunned into silence. What's happening? Watching the abruptly shattered tornado, the face of the Qin family ancestor, once filled with cruelty and coldness, was now overwhelmed with shock and disbelief and immense dread. That had been a tornado condensed by exhausting most of his spiritual energy, yet it was shattered so effortlessly by a single note of the zither. What kind of person was playing? Guangling San. Someone is playing Guangling San. A cultivator versed in the musical arts exclaimed in astonishment. Because Qin Feng's comprehension of Guangling San surpassed everyone else's, his rendition differed greatly from what they usually heard. It took them a moment to recognize it. A single note of Guangling San shattered such a formidable martial technique from the Qin family ancestor. Who is playing? The Wang family ancestor said in a grim, low voice. He had heard Zhao Wuyo play Guangling San, and it was far inferior to this current melody. He didn't understand when such a master of musical arts had emerged in the Eastern Sea. The experts from the other four great families also wore very unpleasant expressions. This proved that a tremendously powerful musical arts master was aiding Lu Ting, which was not good news for them. Ding dong. Amidst the crowd's shock, the zither music continued. Radiating from Shiyun Island, it spread outward. Where the music passed, cranes danced gracefully, flowers bloomed, and birds and beasts rejoiced. Yet this heavenly melody was as terrifying as the sound of hell to the Wang family patriarch and his allies. Calm your minds and concentrate. Don't listen to the music. The Wang family patriarch shouted. This person must be using some secret technique to play such fearsome music. We just need to endure it. They quickly shielded themselves with spiritual energy, trying to block the sound. The Qin family ancestor at the edge of the Thunder Sea did the same. Alas, they vastly underestimated the power of the music. Boom. The music instantly shattered the protective spiritual energy around the Qin family ancestor and the others. Not only that, but it also caused the spiritual energy within their bodies to run rampant, violently assaulting their meridians. One by one, they let out agonized screams, their faces contorted completely, losing their combat ability. Yet seeing them in this state, Lu Qingzhu and the others made no move. Because they didn't know if the zither player wanted the Wang family patriarch and the rest dead, and they feared going against the player's will. Spare me, senior. I am willing to offer everything the Qin family possesses to you. The Qin family ancestor, terrified, knelt directly on the ground and begged for mercy. The experts from the other great families also knelt, weeping and begging for mercy, offering all their assets. But the music did not stop. It continued to play. The Qin family ancestor and the others could endure no longer. One by one, they exploded and died, torn apart by the spiritual energy within their own bodies. Like blooming, blood-colored fireworks in the sky. Witnessing this, all the cultivators present were profoundly shaken. They had only heard legends of a musical arts master using half a piece of Guangling San to repel thousands of troops, but today they truly witnessed how terrifying Guangling San could be. Even after the Qin family ancestor was killed, the music continued unabated. Crack. The dilapidated small cauldron that had been suspended above Qin Zening, suppressing her, shattered like porcelain under the music, its fragments scattering into the sea. Boom, boom. In the Thunder Sea, wherever the music passed, the thunderbolts shattered and ceased to strike Lu Ting. Lu Ting, who was undergoing his tribulation, was even more astounded by the music and the scene. No one knew the terror of this lightning tribulation better than he did. He could only block the thunderbolts, yet the others' music effortlessly shattered them. How terrifying was that? This heavenly zither music not only aided Lu Ting and Qin Zening, but also caused some listeners to feel on the verge of a breakthrough, prompting them to sit cross-legged in midair and listen intently. The entire sea area, once tense and bristling, was now extraordinarily peaceful. Everyone remained still in their places as if time itself had stopped. The music came from the cliffside, as all musical arts masters could discern. Logically, with such a figure appearing, they should be eager to rush to the cliff to see who was playing. But now they made no move. They felt that hearing such celestial music was a lifetime's fulfillment and dared not be distracted. All immersed themselves in comprehending the music. After a long while, the thunder sea in the sky dissipated, and the music gradually ended. Boom. In an instant, dozens of people broke through their cultivation bottlenecks, releasing terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy. They were all overjoyed and immensely grateful to the player of Guangling San. Such music should only exist in heaven. How often can it be heard in the mortal world? After the music completely faded, someone finally sighed in admiration. They felt it was the legendary celestial melody. Am I dreaming? Coming back to her senses, Lu Qingzhu looked around, feeling everything was incredibly unreal. With the four great families allied and so many experts, she had already fallen into despair. Yet unexpectedly, it was a single strand of zither music that turned the tide in their favor. The musical arts can be this terrifying and astonishing. Qin Zining couldn't help but marvel. I heard the Imperial uncle has great talent in music. Could he one day reach such a formidable level? Under the music's influence, she too had broken through, reaching the midstage of the Zifu realm's second layer. She truly felt the power of the musical arts, capable of slaying enemies from 1,000 miles away and aiding breakthroughs. It seemed comparable to the way of the sword. Qin Zining had previously thought Qin Feng's playing was unpleasant, but now she decided to encourage him in the future. Even if it sounded bad, she wouldn't say so. Did you notice? The Guangling San played by that senior wasn't just the first half. Could he have composed the second half himself? A master of musical arts couldn't help but ask. The second half seamlessly complements the first half to perfection. If not for the fact that the second half of Guangling San has been lost for ages with no trace, I would suspect he was playing the original piece. Exclamations arose one after another. They all found it unbelievable, too shocking. The music came from the cliff area. Let's go check it out quickly. Someone spoke up. At these words, many musical arts masters snapped to attention and flew swiftly toward the cliff. That musical master just saved our Lu family. We must express our deepest gratitude. Lu Ting had already arrived beside Lu Qingzhu, speaking slowly. Even without any disturbance, he would have been severely wounded crossing the lightning tribulation. Yet thanks to the Qin music shattering the thunder, he now emerged unscathed. Lu Qingzhu nodded solemnly. Then along with the other Lu family powerhouses, they all flew swiftly toward the cliff. Before the cliff, lingering notes faded into silence. Qin Feng carefully put away the jade-green ancient Qin. At that moment, Zhao Wuyo also recovered from the music. He stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. You have mastered the complete Guangling San. Zhao Wuyo, his life force steadily ebbing, wore an expression of utter incredulity. With his musical expertise, he could clearly tell that Qin Feng had played the complete Guangling San. It could not possibly be a reconstruction by Qin Feng himself. He could never have imagined that a once discarded crown prince of the great Xia royal family would have mastered the legendary complete Guangling San. Moreover, although Qin Feng showed no spiritual energy fluctuation, the aura he had revealed while playing was undeniably that of a true powerhouse. All of this caught Zhao Wuyo entirely off guard. I obtained it by chance, Qin Feng said slowly. Hiss. Zhao Wuyo could not help but gasp in shock. Today's performance is my special thanks for the profound musical insights you have imparted to me during this time, Qin Feng spoke calmly. Zhao Wuyo's life force was fading beyond recovery, and there was nothing he could do. The greatest wish of my life was to complete the Guangling San. Zhao Wuyo sighed. Alas, my musical attainment falls far short of that level. But to hear you play the original Guangling San today, I can die without regret. In the future, your mastery of the musical path will surpass all who came before. He truly believed this in his heart. Earlier, Qin Feng's memorization of Guangling San in such a short time had astonished him, but Qin Feng was still merely a talent yet to mature. The future was full of uncertainties. But now Qin Feng had played the complete Guangling San in just a few days. That could only be described as genius of the highest order. You flatter me, senior, Qin Feng said with a smile. Someone will be coming soon. At that moment, Zhao Wuyo gazed into the distance, then withdrew his gaze and said slowly, I imagine you are not one to enjoy trouble. You should leave first. From their brief acquaintance, he had come to understand Qin Feng somewhat. Qin Feng nodded. In that case, I will not see you off on your final journey. He did not linger any longer. With each step covering 100 zhang, he departed toward the cliff. Barely 10 breaths after he left, Lu Ting and the others arrived at the cliff. But there was no musical master as they had imagined. Only Zhao Wuyo, whose life force was steadily dissipating on the verge of passing away. Senior, was the Guangling San just now played by you? Upon seeing Zhao Wuyo, Lu Ting immediately stepped forward to ask. At the same time, he channeled his spiritual energy into Zhao Wuyo's body to slow the loss of vitality. All eyes fixed on Zhao Wuyo. Though they all felt that the musical master who had played Guangling San possessed an understanding far surpassing Zhao Wuyo's. It was not impossible that Zhao Wuyo had achieved enlightenment on his deathbed. It was not me. Zhao Wuyo shook his head, his voice barely a whisper. Then may I ask which senior played the heavenly Guangling San? Lu Ting could not help but inquire. All gazes converged on Zhao Wuyo as they held their breath. A person of unparalleled grace. Zhao Wuyo's eyes shone with hope for the future of music as he spoke faintly. With those words, the last spark of life faded from him. Silence fell, both for the passing of a musical master, and because Zhao Wuyo had confirmed that there was indeed someone in the Eastern Sea with musical skill far exceeding his own. Yet frustratingly, Zhao Wuyo had clearly chosen not to reveal that person's identity. A peerless musical prodigy, murmured one powerhouse, a glint in his eyes. Hasn't there been a musical genius recently? In just a short time, he memorized the entire first half of Guangling San. Could the person Zhao spoke of be him? At this many recalled Qin Feng. But someone immediately objected. Nonsense. It's true that Qin Feng memorized Guangling's San in an incredibly short time and could play a rough version. His talent is indeed remarkable. But for him to surpass Zhao's level of understanding and compose the second half in just a few days is utterly impossible. No one in the world could achieve that. The speaker, though much younger than Zhao Wuyo, was of the same generation and a renowned musical master himself. He never considered the possibility that it was Qin Feng. It was simply inconceivable. The senior speaks truly. Not only is it impossible to attain such a level of understanding, but even if one did, Qin Feng lacks the cultivation to play it. Others nodded in agreement. The one who had first spoken felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing he had been too hasty without considering all factors. Then the crowd buzzed with speculation. Alas, that senior has left, and we didn't even have a chance to thank him. Lu Ting sighed helplessly. Beside him, Lu Qingzhu and the Lu family elders shook their heads in resignation. If such a powerful figure chose not to reveal himself, even if he lived among them, they would never find him. Moreover, that master might have only come to bid farewell to Zhao Wuyo, possibly not even from the Eastern Sea, making him even harder to locate. If only it were my imperial uncle, Qin Zining thought, a flicker of hope rising when she heard the discussion. If the one who played Guangling San were Qin Feng, then her father would have ample reason to pardon him, and no court official would dare oppose it. But hearing the musical masters firmly deny the possibility, she shook her head in disappointment. In the following time, the crowd gradually dispersed. The Lu family tended to the aftermath of the great battle while assisting Zhao Weiss Jr.'s in arranging his funeral. In the following time, the crowd gradually dispersed. The Lu family tended to the aftermath of the great battle while assisting Zhao Weiss Jr.'s in arranging his funeral. In the following time, the crowd gradually dispersed. The Lu family tended to the aftermath of the great battle while assisting Zhao Weiss Jr.'s in arranging his funeral. Qin Feng was unaware of the discussions by the cliff, nor did he care. After returning to the precipice, he checked on the little white fox's condition. Not bad. With the aid of the zither melody, the absorption of the medicinal essence has accelerated. In the future, when absorbing this potency, there should be no need to remain in a slumbering state. After examining the little white fox's meridians with his divine sense, Qin Feng murmured to himself with satisfaction. Then he found a spot and sat down cross-legged. He began to cultivate. The melody he had just played not only greatly benefited those who heard it, but also brought him even greater advantages. He felt that by absorbing a bit more spiritual energy, he could break through to the second level of the void refinement realm. Not many years had passed since his last breakthrough, and he was already on the verge of another. If other void refinement cultivators who often went into seclusion for centuries were to learn of this, they would surely be consumed by envy. In the following days, the events on Shiyun Island spread throughout the entire Eastern Sea. It caused an uproar. The cultivators of the Eastern Sea had almost all guessed that Lu Tinghui would be obstructed during his tribulation, so many had been too lazy to witness it. Yet they never expected that a master of musical cultivation would appear playing the Guangling melody, not only aiding Lu Tinghui in successfully overcoming his tribulation, but also granting insights and even breakthroughs to many cultivators who heard the zither sound. This left those who had not attended filled with regret. Had I known such a master of the musical path would appear, I would have skipped the wedding to go. Aeonsina millennium opportunity, and I missed it. I swear I'll never visit a pleasure house again. Countless people lamented, cursing themselves for not going to Shiyun Island that day. At the same time, they envied those who had received the blessings. Though they did not know who had played the Guangling melody, they understood that such a formidable figure would not easily reveal themselves. After this, it was uncertain when they might hear his zither again. The happiest at this moment were none other than the Lu family. Since Qin Feng had played the Guangling melody within Shiyun Island, the Lu family benefited the most. In recent days, many members of the Lu family had broken through to new realms. The overall strength of the Lu family had increased considerably. Moreover, the powerhouses of the other major families had all been killed, causing their strength to plummet. After Lu Tinghui personally visited the other families and held discussions, they each ceded most of their assets to the Lu family. Now the Lu family was the undisputed leading clan of the entire Eastern Sea. When this news reached the Kanglan domain, it even caused a stir. After all, a unified Eastern Sea was a force no weaker than any imperial dynasty. However, Lu Qingzhu and the elders of the Lu family had no intention of expanding into the Kanglan domain. They sent letters to the various imperial courts and sects, declaring that the Lu family only wished to engage in commerce, not territorial expansion. In the imperial study, after 3 consecutive days of reviewing memorials and convening ministers for state affairs, Qin Junyan also received a letter from the Lu family. The Lu family has unified the entire Eastern Sea. Qin Junyan looked at the contents of the memorial stunned. How much time had passed? The situation in the Eastern Sea had undergone such a drastic transformation, catching him completely off guard. Your Majesty is truly sagacious. It was fortunate that you sent the princess to the Liu family earlier to pay respects to the Empress Dowager, thus strengthening our ties with them. The Grand Scholar of the One Yuan Pavilion could not help but praise. Otherwise, given our previous relations, they would not be so amicable toward us now that they have unified the Eastern Sea. The many ministers present also chimed in agreement. Indeed, Your Majesty's foresight is truly remarkable. Those old princes who vehemently opposed this decision must now be utterly ashamed. The other ministers in the imperial study all offered their praises. It was well known that when Qin Junyuan had ordered Qin Feng and Qin Zening to pay respects to their birth mother, there was no shortage of vehement opposition from the old guard within the imperial family. Yet Qin Junyuan had withstood the immense pressure. The unfolding events now prove that his decision was correct. Establishing a good relationship with the Liu family, one of the 5 great clans of the Eastern Sea, was never a bad thing. Since the Liu family has extended their goodwill to us, let the Grand Scholar personally write a letter in reply, Qin Junyuan said slowly. He felt no pride from the minister's flattery, for he knew in his heart that the current situation in the Eastern Sea was not part of his calculations. His decision to send Qin Feng and Qin Zening to the Liu family was merely to have them help pay respects to their birth mother and to allow Qin Feng to leave the Imperial Mausoleum for some respite. Yes, the Grand Scholar of the One Yuan Pavilion nodded respectfully. He then wrote a reply to the Liu family according to Qin Jianyuan's wishes. In Chongqing City, the Li family was once an obscure clan. But because the clan leader's son, with his extraordinary cultivation and repeated military achievements, was appointed as the Northern Pacifying General 170 years ago, the Li family rose to become one of the most renowned clans of the Great Xia dynasty. Guests once flocked to their doors like clouds, but in recent days the household had been unusually quiet. The clan leader had closed his gates to visitors, for his daughter Li Manman, the consort of Qin Junyuan, had returned home to visit her family. The entire Li estate was heavily guarded inside and out to ensure Li Manman's safety. A melodious, yet melancholic zither sound echoed from the luxurious rear garden. In a pavilion by the pond, Li Manman, with a striking appearance and figure, was gently playing the zither. Though her face bore no sorrow, she was not cheerful, either clearly troubled by something. A maidservant stood respectfully beside her. After a long while the zither notes gradually faded. Just then the sound of clapping suddenly came from not far away, startlingly abrupt. Hearing the applause, Li Manman could not help but frown. As Qin Jianyuan's consort, she was enjoying some solitude here, and no one was permitted to enter. Even her father would send a maidservant to announce his arrival before coming to the rear garden. How could someone enter without her permission? However, when Li Manman turned around and saw the person's face, her expression changed, and she was utterly shocked. She never imagined that this person would dare to appear here. Prince Jin. Gazing at the figure before her, Li Manman could scarcely believe her own eyes, utterly astounded. Heh! Consort Shu is one who has been versed in melody since youth. Your zither playing is truly exquisite. Prince Jin applauded in praise. Consort Shu was the title Qin Junyuan had bestowed upon Li Manman. Qin Xuanshan, you possess audacious nerve, daring to leave your fief without authorization and come here in secret. Do you not realize this is a capital offense? Li Manman immediately rebuked. Her delicate face was filled with frost. According to the rules established by Emperor Taizu, no feudal prince without the emperor's decree was permitted to leave their domain. That Prince Jin had secretly left his fief was one matter, but daring to come see her was a capital crime. Should any rumors arise, her own reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Heh! Consort Shu, why must you be so quick to anger? Are you not curious as to why I risked death to come here? Prince Jin Qin Xuanshan, however, showed no fear and spoke with a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, Li Manman's delicate brows furrowed slightly. After a moment's deliberation, she said, You had best have some grave matter that compelled you here. Otherwise you shall not escape the death penalty. I came here, of course, on a matter of great import. Prince Jin Qin Xuanshan spoke slowly. I have come to save Consort Shu's life and to rescue the Li clan. What nonsense are you speaking? Li Manman's face was covered in frost as she said, When was I ever in danger? And since when has the Li family needed you to rescue them? She felt that Qin Xuanshan was mocking her, and her heart grew even more furious. Alas! Consort Shu is still too kind-hearted, ignorant of the machinations of the imperial court. Prince Jin Qin Xuanshan shook his head and sighed softly. Disaster is imminent, yet you remain unaware. What exactly are you trying to say? Li Manman's expression grew even colder. How am I facing imminent disaster? Does Consort Shu truly not know, or is she unwilling to admit it? Prince Jin Qin Xuanshan spoke slowly. If you truly knew nothing, why was your zither music filled with such melancholy? You? Li Manman was momentarily at a loss for words. If I recall correctly, the late emperor arranged for Qin Junyan to take you as his consort. The reason for this was quite simple. Because your elder brother is the northern pacifying general. Prince Jin Qin Shunzhan said in a deep voice, only by marrying you could Qin Junyan seize control of military authority in the shortest time and secure his throne. But the current Qin Junyan seems to have forgotten that the late emperor explicitly decreed that the position of empress must be yours. The northern pacifying army tasked with repelling barbarian invasions and guarding against demonic cults was the most esteemed, the largest, and the most crucial of the four great armies. The Xia Emperor had Qin Junyan marry Li Manman primarily for this reason. His Majesty is merely preoccupied with state affairs and has forgotten this matter. Li Manman's expression was very unpleasant as she spoke coldly. Do you truly believe that Qin Junyan is so busy with affairs of state that he simply overlooked this? Qin Shunzhan sneered. In your heart you know full well why His Majesty has delayed in making you empress. It is entirely because the demonic cult has been eradicated and the northern pacifying army no longer requires so many troops to guard the north. From now on, the status of the northern pacifying general will inevitably plummet, becoming no different from the other three generals. And the significance of making you empress will be nullified. Qin Junyan will surely make consort Zhao his empress, for her daughter possesses a peerless sword physique and has boundless potential. His every word pierced Li Manman's heart like silver needles. Li Manman's face turned deathly pale. Everything Qin Shunzhan said were her own innermost thoughts, the very things she worried about day and night. However, she dared not tell a soul. Even if His Majesty does not wish to make me empress, so what? Li Manman struggled to calm herself, both to refute Qin Shunzhan and to console herself. I am still His Majesty's consort, and the Li family will continue to prosper. If you were merely an ordinary consort, even if not made empress, you could indeed live out your days in peace. Qin Shunzhan paused before continuing. Alas, your own elder brother is the northern pacifying general. Your very existence is a potential threat to consort Zhao's position. She will never allow you to live. Should consort Zhao become empress, and with her daughter of the peerless sword physique as a talisman, plotting your death within the harem would be a simple task for her. And if you are killed, can your brother, your family, possibly survive? As Li Manman listened to Qin Shunzhan's relentless analysis, her face became ashen. Panic seized her heart. She could accept losing the position of empress, but she could not accept losing her own life nor the fate of the Li family being annihilated along with her. It can't be. It can't be. Li Manman tried to reassure herself, murmuring, Consort Zhao is known far and wide for her virtuous and gentle nature. She could never do something so cruel. Is that so? Qin Shunzhan sneered, speaking slowly. Nothing is more heartless than the imperial household. These were the very words spoken by Emperor Tai's own wife. Nothing is more heartless than the imperial household. These words utterly shattered Li Manman's psychological defenses. Throughout history, instances of harem consorts scheming against and murdering one another were countless. She could not place all her hopes on consort Zhao's virtuous reputation. You said earlier you could save me. Is that true or false? Li Manman finally could not help but ask. Out of fear and anxiety, her attitude towards Qin Shunzhan had also become more deferential. Naturally, it is true. A flicker of mockery flashed in Qin Shunzhan's eyes as he said, otherwise why would I come here today? To laugh at your predicament. If that is the case, I beg you to enlighten me, Li Manman said hastily. Instead of speaking directly, Qin Shunzhan approached her and placed a small jade bottle on the stone table where her guqin rested. Poison consort Zhao. Qin Shunzhan enunciated each word slowly. What did you say? Horror dawned in Li Manman's eyes. She had not expected Qin Shunzhan's plan to be so ruthless. Only with consort Zhao dead will you be safe. Qin Shunzhan paused before continuing. Only then will your brother and the Li family be safe. Are you mad? If I poison consort Zhao, I will be the one to die without a doubt. Li Manman cried out, and the Li family would surely be executed to the 9th degree. Rest assured, no one will discover that you poisoned consort Zhao. Qin Shunzhan spoke slowly. This shuixian powder is colorless, odorless, and non-toxic. It was concocted by the younger brother of Su Shijun, the great Confucian scholar of the South. It only becomes a deadly poison when it comes into contact with the pollen of the ice spirit flower. Li Manman's expression shifted. Consort Zhao's favorite flower was the ice spirit flower, which only grew in the cold northern regions. Qin Junyan had transplanted a few plants back during his northern inspection tour. They grew only in consort Zhao's residence. You mean for me to secretly administer the poison in a crowded place, and then wait for consort Zhao to return to her chambers and die of the poison herself? Li Manman asked in a low voice. Precisely. Qin Shunzhan said slowly. 3 months from now is the longevity festival. His Majesty will host a banquet for his ministers. Though you and the other consorts cannot attend, you must prepare a feast within the harem. After His Majesty finishes feasting with his ministers, he will proceed to the harem for another banquet. That is when all the consorts will be present, the perfect opportunity for you to administer the poison." Hearing this, Li Man fell into a deep, agonizing silence. She did not wish to take such a tremendous risk, but she even more so did not wish to lose the position of Empress and ultimately be killed by Consort Zhao. "What benefit do you gain from helping me kill Consort Zhao?" After a long silence, Li Man asked coldly. Though she knew little about the Prince of Jin, she understood he wouldn't help her without reason. Naturally, there are benefits. The Prince of Jin, Qin Xuanshan, chuckled lightly. "If Consort Zhao dies, dismantling her 2 sons in the days to come would be effortless for you, wouldn't it? Once your son becomes the crown prince, I will have a trusted ally in the imperial court. No matter what policies Qin Junyuan devises to curb the feudal princes, I will know in advance and be able to respond." He stated his purpose without reservation, knowing that Li Man would never believe him if he claimed he was simply trying to help her. "So this is your aim." Hearing Qin Shunhan's objective, Li Man finally understood why he was helping her. Even when he was still the crown prince, Qin Junyuan had clearly resented the arrogant and domineering feudal princes. It was almost inevitable that he would enact policies against them. As the most powerful feudal prince, Qin Shunhan naturally had to prepare in advance. "So, can you trust me now?" he asked, looking at Li Man calmly. Li Man pondered for a moment, hesitated, and then slowly placed the small jade bottle into her ring. "Uncle, I want to see you out," she said softly. Seeing her accept the bottle, a flicker of mockery once again passed through Qin Shunhan's abyss-like eyes. Without another word, he turned and left. This place was heavily guarded. But as a feudal prince, Qin Shunhan had countless retainers and powerful experts who could easily help him come and go unnoticed. On a small island in the East Sea, rich with spiritual energy, but usually quiet and deserted, all was peaceful and serene. Rumble. Suddenly an astonishing aura erupted. The sound of a sword's cry echoed through heaven and earth. A terrifying sword aura spread outward from the island, sweeping across the sea and raising monstrous waves. It was as if an ancient primordial beast had appeared. This spectacular scene lasted for a full half-hour before gradually subsiding. The entire island was ravaged by rampant sword intent, a truly breathtaking sight. The second level of the void refinement realm. Qin Feng murmured to himself. He was fairly satisfied with his cultivation speed. He had initially thought that given his special constitution and immense demand for spiritual energy, breaking through each minor realm after reaching the void refinement stage would be extremely difficult. To his surprise, the progress was acceptable. After his breakthrough, Qin Feng prepared to leave. He had worried that breaking through on Shiyun Island would cause too much commotion and damage, so he had simply found an island to use. Now that he had succeeded, he saw no reason to stay. "I don't think I've checked in today," he suddenly remembered, stopping in his tracks and summoning the system. "System, check in for me here." The moment his words fell, the system's prompt sounded in his ear. "Ding. Congratulations, Master. Check-in successful. You have received a fishing rod." At the same time, a fishing rod appeared in the system's space. The entire rod was verdant green, like a piece of jade, with a fishing line so thin it was nearly invisible. What was most peculiar, however, was its hook. It was straight. It was completely different from an ordinary fishing rod. Why is it a straight hook? Qin Feng wondered. He then checked the fishing rod's information. Legend has it that this fishing rod was used by the sage Jiang of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty while fishing by the Wei River. The hook was meant for those who were willing to be caught. A fishing rod once used by Sage Jiang. Qin Feng was astonished. Had Sage Jiang once come to the East Sea? Curiosity stirred within him. However, the Kanglan domain was remote and records of Sage Jiang were scarce, mostly consisting of legends. He couldn't be sure of the truth. With questions in his mind, Qin Feng left the island, first planning to return to Shiyun Island and find a suitable spot to fish there. Over the next few days, Qin Feng didn't play the zither. Instead, he began fishing with the straight hook at a spot on Shiyun Island, hoping for a willing catch. But he had no luck. No fish took the bait. As for the little white fox, though it no longer needed to sleep, it was still absorbing the sealed medicinal effects and wasn't fit to run around, so it stayed by Qin Feng's side. It lay lazily on a seaside rock, letting the sea breeze ruffle its fur. Doesn't this fool realize he's using a straight hook? The little white fox woke from a nap and, looking through the clear water at the small fish nibbling on bait, couldn't help but complain. Shaking its little head, it prepared to go back to sleep. Whoosh! Just then a figure flew across the distant sky on a sword. It was Qin Zining. Though her cultivation level no longer required her to ride a sword to fly, she felt that flying on a sword was more fitting for a sword cultivator, so she still did so. Oh no, it's that bad woman. The little white fox saw Qin Zining and immediately tried to leave. But Qin Zining was faster, laughing as she scooped it into her arms and began to pet it without restraint. Although the little white fox had now recovered to the first level of the Wheel Sea realm, it was utterly unable to escape from Qin Zining's grasp. He I haven't seen you for 2 days, and you feel even better. Qin Zining teased the little white fox. The little white fox's face was filled with resentment. Though it was fuming inside, it was no match for Qin Zining and could only let her have her way. It found that this girl who seemed innocent and kind was actually even more wicked than her imperial uncle. Why has my uncle taken up fishing? Qin Zining, holding the little white fox, came to Qin Feng's side. Seeing him still fishing, she couldn't help but ask. Just killing time cultivating my mind through fishing, Qin Feng replied casually. Qin Zining nodded thoughtfully, then said, Uncle, I should be going back. Oh, are you homesick? Qin Feng asked, puzzled. He had thought she was enjoying herself here and was surprised she was volunteering to leave. The longevity festival is in a little over 10 days. I need to go back to celebrate my father's birthday, Qin Zining explained. The longevity festival was the emperor's birthday, and as Qin Jiunian's most beloved youngest daughter, she naturally had to return for the celebration. All right, just let me know when you're leaving, Qin Feng said calmly. Will you be coming too, Uncle? Qin Zining then said, You can stay here longer, Uncle. There's no need to return with me.